Chapter 106, Tatiana's Legacy. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. You'll take care, won't you? Selene asks, looking a bit concerned as she watched me eat breakfast. It has been a month since little James Fleamont Potter was born to Aunt Mia, and I've decided that it was time for me to go back to space. Mia was back to her old healthy safe, although she does miss Fleamont occasionally. Selene and I had remained with her during this time, to keep her company and to give her some rest when Selene and I took care of James. Some days, Darla and Anna came to the Potter house, where Selene and I stayed most of the days this month, bringing little Luca with them. Luca, who was now just 3 months old, would happily giggle at everything while we adults just watched on in amusement. And now, after the month of helping Mia raise her child, I was leaving once again, since I still had a lot of work to do. Nodding at Selene, I look at Mia feeding James from a bottle with a smile and say, I haven't even decided on our destination yet. There's a lot of work to do. I'll return, of course, whenever I can, but it will be a long while before I return for good. Selene nods, her face looking a bit disappointed, and operates back home. I know she wants to come with me, but I can't risk it. Not now. I need someone I trust to watch over our friends, someone strong. And there's no one on earth stronger than Selene, other than the gods who have basically retreated from the mortal world. After breakfast, as I prepare to leave however, I am stopped by Aunt Mia. James nowhere to be seen, probably in the trusty hands of the Potter elf, Trappy. Mia looks at me with a frown, and asks, You're leaving once again? On that secret project of yours? Nodding with a sad smile, I say, if there was a way for me to push this one project on someone else, I would have done it, Aunt Mia. Unfortunately, I have to be the one to do this. And you won't be telling me what it is, will you? Aunt Mia asks, scowling. My smile turns a bit amused, and I say, just like I told you the last dozen times you asked me, not yet. Once this project is done, you will be amongst the first to learn of it, of that I assure you. A worrying frown crosses onto her face, making me smile at her to reassure her on instinct. She asks, is it dangerous? What you're doing, is it dangerous? I hum, and thinking the answer over I say, is it a danger to me? No. I have taken a lot of precautions during this task, there's almost zero odds of anything happening to me. But is it a dangerous task in general? Yes. But you don't have to worry, because I will not be leaving you anytime soon. Aunt Mia sighs, her nervousness still not abated, and I could read it plainly on her face even without using any of my mutations. Turning around, she says, wait here. Leaning against the wall, I wait as instructed. I wasn't in any hurry to leave. It barely takes a couple minutes for Aunt Mia to return, with a small box in her hands. As I watch on in curiosity, Aunt Mia caresses the plain black box in her hand, and whispers, Before he died, before we knew about James, Monty wanted to give this to you. We didn't have children and we had lost almost all hope to have children. But then you came into our lives, an apprentice to me that got close to us. That thought of us as very close friends, if not family. I slowly move away from the wall, staring at the box with conflicting emotions. I was happy about a gift, who isn't? Plus, Monty himself wanted to give this to me, and gifts from the other side of life are that much more precious to me. I was also happy that Mia and Monty thought of me like family, like a child of their own. Despite the errors of my ways, despite me breaking my oath, Mia still felt that way, and I was touched. Sighing, Mia says, but now we have James. I have James, and we lost Monty. Mia sniffles, tearful. Wiping her eyes, she says, I can't give this to you like we wanted to, this belongs to James now. But I want you to keep it for now. Use it to keep yourself safe, and then hand it over to James when he turns 11. Reaching forward, I pull Aunt Mia into a hug, and whisper, you know I can protect myself, right, Aunt Mia? I'm one of the, if not the strongest wizard in Britain, and I am not saying this out of arrogance. Whatever it is, why don't you hand it to James yourself, it will probably have more meaning that way. Aunt Mia shakes her head, as she moves out of the hug, and says, I am old, Mason. Not old for a witch, but I am old. I suffered, lost a lot when Monty died. It is only James's and your presence here that's keeping me grounded. But I can't just dismiss the chance that anything can happen to me at any time. Monty and I were just shopping when it happened, you know. This is just so I can be sure that it reaches James's hands. Promise me that you'll use this whenever you feel the need to use it, and that you'll give it to James when the time comes. I nod, staring her in the eyes, and say, if this is so important to you, I will gladly accept the gift. And I promise that I will hand it to James when he turns 11. Aunt Mia wipes her eyes, and handing the box off to me, she says, good, now I can rest assured that you'll be safe. Now leave, your wife and I plan to have a women's day out. Chuckling, I just shake my head at the sudden topic change and say, take care, Aunt Mia. And don't lose hope. James needs you, and so do I. After saying goodbye to her and the smiling James, I twist around myself, operating to sanctuary. I find myself immediately graced by the presence of my beautiful wife, who was busy packing a small bag with potions. In greeting, I hug her from behind, the gift box now floating behind me, and kissing her on the cheek, I ask, Mia tells me you have a girls' day out plan? Selene hugs my hands, and as we both enjoy the touch, she says, yes. She's been so busy worrying constantly about James that I thought it to be a good idea. Jamie will be with Trappy, and Anna will be coming in to keep an eye on the two. Meanwhile, I and Mia will be going to Muggle London to watch one of those movies you told me about. She then sees the box floating behind me, and asks, and what's that? I shrug, and as we both sit on a chair, Selene foregoing the chair for my lap, I say, Mia gave it to me, a present to help save me if the need came, she said. Curious about the gift myself, I wave my hand, pulling the floating box towards us. Selene takes it in her hand, and after looking at me for my permission, which I give, she opens the box. As soon as the box opens, however, I widen my eyes, not able to believe it. Bloody hell! I whisper, staring at the item that I'm seeing after so long. Is that? Selene asks, hesitantly reaching out towards the contents of the box. I keep staring at it, and whisper, yet. It is. That's Tatiana's cloak. The cloak of intangibility. Tatiana's relic. Slowly, I move my hand towards it and gently touch the cloak of intangibility. As soon as my fingers brush it, the silky cloak ripples as a wave of magic washes over it, and me. As the wave recedes, however, I frown. That's different. The cloak is different. It's changed somehow, I don't know how exactly. I whisper, using my telekinesis to float the cloak into the air. It looked the same as it did 2,000 years ago, but there was something different about it. Can you get off for a moment? I want to try something. I say, wondering what exactly I find odd about the cloak. Selene gets off, and says, you know, a normal wife would have been so jealous of how you're treasuring your ex-lover's possession. I snort, and say, you're anything but a normal wife, Selene. You know just how much I love you, and how much I care for you. Selene smiles, and kissing me, she says, that I do. Smiling at her in return, I put on the cloak of intangibility, feeling the wave of magic wash over me once again. For a moment, I stop waiting for something to happen, I don't know what, but when nothing does, I focus on my magic, and send it towards the cloak. Immediately, I feel it working, and the cloak turns invisible. Mason? Are you still here? Selene asks, and I see her worriedly looking through me. Deactivating the cloak's invisibility, as Selene startles a bit, I say, yup, this cloak has definitely been changed by someone. Or something. What do you mean? And did you know I just couldn't see you at all? Not even my telepathy or shadows worked in finding you. It was as if even your soul wasn't here anymore. Selene says, giving me something to think over. Nodding, I say, I suspected something like this. It might not have the same magical feel to them, but this is the third Deathly Hallow, you know. Although, I doubt the Master of Death jargon is true, the fact that the Deathly Hallows exist, and are somehow different from regular magical artifacts and relics is not to be denied. And by changed, I mean just that. This was called the Cloak of Intangibility for a reason. Its primary function was intangibility, allowing anything to pass through it, even magic. Not counting some magical spells and effects that were specifically created to counter intangibility of course, and probably even soul magic. Invisibility was just a side benefit, when the cloak allowed even light to pass through it. Now, this cloak has accepted the primary function of invisibility. Someone deliberately messed with the cloak, and made it into what it is now. It is most definitely Tatiana's cloak, I would recognize it anywhere. But yes, I could tell that it's changed. A lot. What this means, only time will tell. Sighing, I store the cloak of invisibility in nowhere, and say, I have way too many problems to worry about the consequences of owning all three Deathly Hallows at the same time. Even if one of them was just temporarily mine. Well, Selene, my love. I'm off to Europa. Take care, I'll be back within a month at most. After kissing Selene goodbye, I don my cavaque once more, and waving my hand create a portal. On the other side of the portal stood a simple wooden house with a river flowing from the side of it, and a lush green forest behind it. I could see signs of trees having died, and a few trees looked to have toppled over. Europa, a moon of Jupiter and the third moon of Jupiter that I've been to. First I went to Ganymede, and then to Callisto. On both these moons, just like on Venus, I had created such pockets of space with a forest, a river, and a house. Terraformed pockets of space. Walking through the portal, I open the house door and sit on the soft chair I had kept next to the fireplace. It takes barely a moment to light the fire up, and I stare at it for a few seconds. Summoning a piece of parchment, I keep it on the table in front of me, and just tap it once. As text begins to form on top of it, I read, oxygen levels have dropped a bit. Gravity seems to be fluctuating from the original 1.32 m/s2 to the 10 m/s2 that I've spelled it as. Winds went as slow as 1 m/h, that's hella slow. Temperatures. Damn, that's a bummer. Lowest recorded temperature -157 C and the highest 23 C? And all of that within just this last week. All of this means one thing and one thing only. Just like Ganymede, Venus, and Callisto, Europa also isn't compatible with Earth's magic. And that's the most important part of this, isn't it? Compatibility with wizarding magic. No matter what I do, what spells I use, if the celestial body itself isn't compatible with Armgik, then wizards just won't survive here. Venus was the most compatible, but even that planet couldn't support the spells I used to create a forest, river, and atmosphere just like this, for more than 2 months. Spells fluctuate, oxygen level keeps dropping, and sometimes Venus got so hot that my entire forest, my house included, burned down completely before I could even do anything. I only survived because I was wearing Kavak. And of course, because I'm me. Ganymede supported an ecosystem for just a week, while Callisto survived for just 3 days before my forest froze over. And now, Europa. It was proving to be a failure too. If it can't support Earth magic, it won't be a suitable place for wizards, that's for sure. And there's no way to change that, no way to make this place compatible with magic when it doesn't want to be. Not by myself anyway. A certain Earth goddess comes to mind, but she hasn't shown herself to me since my ritual, and I'm not about to go seek her out myself. Sighing, I start my preparations for packing my stuff. Europa was also a failure, and it was time for the next moon. 8 months later. With a smile, I stood in the midst of a forest similar to that on Europa. Lush green trees surrounded me, and I could hear the sounds of the rivers flowing in the distance, as well as one near my house. Occasionally, a chirp could be heard, as birds flew overhead. A bright orange sun just a bit larger than what could be seen from Earth shone over my head, warming the atmosphere up nicely. This was it. I don't know what moon this is, I don't recognize it from any of my readings, but this moon of Saturn was it. It was just a bit smaller than Titan, another moon of Saturn that unfortunately failed my test within a month, with a diameter of around 4,800 kilometers. Unlike most moons, this moon had an actual atmosphere, and even rivers flowing with water, and land covered with ice. The air had nitrogen, and while the oxygen was very scarce, my spells had allowed me to change it. The gravity was originally weaker at just 1.33 m/s2, and I had also managed to change it to 10.1 m/s2, which was a bit on the high side for humans, but it will help in the long run. Best of all, however, I had observed this colony of mine for 7 months, observed the spells and how the planet affected the spells. And this moon passed with flying colors. Magic. And this moon were compatible with each other, just like on Earth. Magic will not fail. Life will not fail here. Hell, it will thrive. I had just carried out a series of tests, one of which included bringing magical creatures here and allowing them to roam around. They loved it, which I was really glad about, and I had wasted no time in sending them back to Sanctuary. Now only the few non-magical birds I had brought here were left. But all in all, this moon was perfect. It was as if this moon was created to host life, but whoever was creating it changed their mind halfway through. This was perfect, actually perfect. Smiling in relief, I whispered to myself, it worked. It fucking worked. I don't have to beg Gia for help. Thank fuck. Shaking my head, I sit down on the ground, and just enjoy it for a moment. After working so long, I finally succeeded. I have found a new home. Summoning something from the nowhere, I stare at it and say, just a few things left to do. I guess I can't delay it now. Holding the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw in both hands, I slowly place it over my head. A moment later, I find my astral form pulled away from my body, and into the deep astral plane. It has been a while since you visited me, Mason. Rowena says, as soon as I open my eyes in front of her. Smiling, I say, it is good to see you again, Lady Phoenix. Rowena tilts her head to the side, and I see her smile widely. She asks, so, you're back to your own time now, Idart? How has life been? I sigh, and say, bar some complaints, life has been wonderful, Lady Phoenix. But I'm afraid this is not a social visit. I need your help with something big. Phoenix nods, but I see her frown. She says, you've been avoiding my daughter. Damn, she's in my head. I nod, not denying the accusation, and with a sigh, I say, Helena is your daughter, Rowena. If anyone can recognize me for who I am, it is her. I will meet with her soon, but not yet. I am not ready to face her yet. How could I? There are a lot of deaths I've had a hand in, some I could have prevented but didn't because of the time loop, but none way heavier on me than Helena's death. I tried to prevent it from happening, and I failed. Despite my urgings while I was her teacher, Helena still tried to win Rowena over, and when that failed, she ran away. I even used my telepathy on the Baron, Helena's betrothed that she had run away from, to force him to not kill Helena. And he still did it. The curse I put on him to keep him chained to this life in eternal suffering was still not enough punishment for him, I would say. It was not your fault, Idard. I may not have been with Rowena at the time, but from what I saw through this diadem, you tried to save her. You were barred from doing much by time itself. But I hope you don't keep shirking away from her. She's my daughter, I don't want her to feel lonely once again. I nod, bowing my head a bit, and say, I won't. I'll visit her soon, don't worry. Phoenix nods, and then she asks, now, what can I do for you? This is it. This island. It. Phoenix's decision will decide whether it takes me a few days or a few years to complete this project. Taking a deep breath, I look Phoenix right in her eyes and say, I need a moon to be burned, I need you to take a moon through its rebirth so I can occupy it and turn it into a planet similar to Earth. I need you to grant life to an almost dead moon. A/N, a small chapter, sorry, but I couldn't start the next part without a small break. The moon is an OCLOL, it's like Titan, but since I didn't want to use Titan I created a new moon for Saturn that exists just in this version of MCU. Hope I explained everything well. The cloak of intangibility/invisibility will not be explained upon too much since I don't want to go with the Master of Death thing here in this FIC. Death won't show up, and the Deathly Hallows will just be 3 special items of power. Resurrection Stone, able to call spirits for a short time. Elder Wand, 100% efficiency without loss in power. Cloak of intangibility/invisibility, invisibility from any and all beings lower on the hierarchy than death. Intangibility doesn't work against soul magic, or magic designed against intangibility, or higher level beings like demons, gods. Invisibility will work against Galactus, Celestials, Elder Gods, but not on OAA, Oba, Phoenix, Lifebringer Galactus, Eternity, etc. Chapter 107, A New Home. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. Almost 10 times as much further away from the Sun as the Earth is, there's a planet called Saturn. Also known by Sauri, Shuni, Rhea, and many other names, Saturn is the second largest planet within our solar system. The planet isn't important. Not really. A single moon amongst the 82 moons that revolve around the planet is what's important. A single moon that is so similar to Earth, although not completely the same, that there's a very high probability that it would have developed life on its own, even without any external interference. Not anytime soon, no. Maybe in a few billion years, but it would have been ripe with life just like Earth was 500 million years ago. When only plant life was rampant out of the waters. Life could be the same as that on Earth, or it could be as different as it can be, but there would be life here. By the time that happened, however, Earth would have been devoid of all signs of life, and Mercury would have already been swallowed by the Sun, with Venus not that far behind. And I don't have that long. Floating above the moon, I sigh, finding the sight too beautiful. This unnamed moon. This moon was going to be our new home. Hopefully, the being I've asked actually agrees to help me. Suddenly, there is a flash of orange light besides me as an intense wave of heat emits from the spot right next to me and I'm pushed back by a force unlike anything I've ever felt before. Raising my hand to block the bright light from my eyes, I gaze through the visor of my helmet, which starts dimming the light down for me, and stop. As the light dies completely, I am graced with the beautiful visage of a flaming bird that is almost as big as the entire moon I was floating in front of. The bird was looking at me, with wings spread away from its body, and I just gape at it. A single tendril of Shnik energy poking at my head snaps me out of my shock. Allowing the tendril entrance into my mind, I just bow to the burning bird and say, Lady Phoenix. Phoenix nods her head, and slowly, she starts shrinking, becoming smaller and smaller with every moment. Soon, she floats before me as a bird as tall as me, with her tail flowing back even more. The flames stop burning me even through my armor, as Phoenix stops shrinking. But even if she's gotten smaller in size, I could tell that she's still the large powerful being that I just saw. She turns away from me and towards the moon, and says, So, this is the moon you want to occupy. Yes, I can see it. The potential for life. Her voice was melodious, far from the calm voice that I was used to from her Rowena avatar. The voice itself made me feel as if I was finally at peace. As if I could stay just like this, talking to her, without a single worry in my life. Sighing, I shake off the side effects of being in the presence of someone as majestic as her, and say, You've seen my memories, Lady Phoenix. Of what's to come for my kind. For all of magic. Please. Help me with this. I know what I have to do but I cannot do it alone. I am not strong enough for that. But you are. Flattery will not help you convince me, child. Phoenix says, almost in a scolding tone. But I wasn't sucking up to her, no. I was being honest. I am strong, probably the strongest being on earth currently bar just a few others, but I am still not strong enough for this. Phoenix turns towards me and slowly floats forward. As she reaches me, she says, worry not, descendant of mine. I have seen your mind and I have seen more. I know that there are just two paths ahead of you if you don't do this. War against the non-magicals, and complete takeover of the entire world. And neither is something I, as the life incarnate, can see happening. I cannot see such a needless death happening. Neither to your kind, nor because of them. So you will help me? I ask, hopefully looking up. Phoenix nods, and says, I will. But in return, you will do something for me. You may be descended from me, but I cannot step out of my way to do this without a bargain. Equivalent exchange, that is the cosmic law. I nod, having expected it. Phoenix is a cosmic being, not just a god. A cosmic being, with capital letters. While her duty is cleansing planets and bringing them back to life, she only does so when the time comes. She won't burn Earth if it is not the time for Earth to die. And just like that, she won't burn this moon just like that because this is not the time for it. If it is in my power, Lady Phoenix, I will try to fulfill my end of the bargain. I say, hoping that she doesn't refuse now. Smiling, while I wonder how the bird just smiled, Phoenix says, worry not, child. I will not ask of you what I myself would not do. I will only ask you to do something that I cannot do without breaking the laws governing me. Of that you can be sure. So tell me, do you accept it? That's not reassuring. The fact that she's not specifying what she wants from me is even more so. Hoping that it will be something I can actually do, I nod and say, I accept. Phoenix's eyes glow brighter, turning red, and she says, a bargain has been struck. A deed for a deed. For my part, I will turn you into a host, and you will do what needs to be done. I will not do anything to help you, but I won't be taking any steps to hinder you. My full power should be enough to help you in what needs to be done. But be warned, descendant. You are not my fated host. Descendant you are, so you will not die by my being inside you, but you are unsuited to my full power and so, you will be weakened beyond measure once I leave you. So. Best of luck to you, my child of rebirth. With those ominous words, and before I can even say anything, Phoenix turns into pure fire and slams into my armor. Fire. Burning. Pain. I clench my fists as pure power flows through me. Power more than I've ever felt, more than I've ever witnessed flows through me, energizing and healing every inch of my body. My cavache retreats and I stare at my hands, pure flesh with a glow of power to them. There wasn't a need for my armor, I don't need magic to breathe in space. I am fire. I am life. I am Phoenix. I could destroy the earth within moments, eat the sun in a few seconds at most, bring not just this moon, but the entire solar system to life. I could make each and every planet and moon sufficient for life, no matter the distance of it from the Sunday. I am power. I need to focus on my task. Turning my bright orange eyes towards the moon, I smile, understanding what Phoenix had said. This moon had life inside it. Not developed yet, but in 2 billion years at most, there will be life on it. Or it would have been, if I wasn't here. I could see it. I could see the moon lush with life. Yes. This will be it. From the nowhere, I summon a large green rock and just stare at it, fascinated. Such a small thing with so much power. The sands of time, an anomaly created due to the clash between 3 of the same infinity stones. Crack. And it is still nothing in front of me. With my bare hands, I crush the sands of time, causing the sands imbued by the power of the time stones to float around me. My flames reach out to them, swallowing them within itself, and within a moment my flames themselves turn green. The fire, instead of retreating within myself, once again keeps surrounding me, blowing with an unseen wind in the vacuum of space. Slowly, I spread my arms and point my palms at the 2 poles of the moon. It was slowly rotating around an axis, and I, as the Phoenix, could see it. Feeding my new power now charged with the time energy, and my magic, I use my green flames and conjure burning green runes at the 2 poles on the opposite sides of the moon. The runes split up, forming into 4 other runes that turn into 8, and slowly, the entire moon is covered by burning green runes of immense power, visible only to beings higher than myself. These runes were charged with the energy of 3 time stones, and the power of the Phoenix force. The runic spell that the moon was covered by, powered by my magic, powered by the time stone and by the power of the Phoenix, already starts working, and for every second that passes, 1,000 years pass for the moon. But this is not enough. The life that this moon can support won't be the same as that on Earth. The atmosphere won't be the same. Not all life is the same, and as Phoenix, I know that better than anyone else. And so, the moon needs to be cleansed, transmuted into a replica of Earth as a whole so that it can be perfect for the wizarding world. My flames which had retreated within myself when I conjured the runes appear once again, now back to their normal orange color. Wings sprout behind me, and within one moment and the next, I disappear from the spot in space, and crash into the moon. As soon as I land on the moon with a tremor, I let the hold on my Phoenix force go, sending it out into the moon to fulfill its purpose. The ground turns red, as it starts melting, and my fire starts spreading fast. Within a minute, the entire moon goes from a brown color to burning red, as flames keep getting bigger and bigger. My job done, I drop down on my knees with a smile on my face. I could see it, see the flames not just melting the moon, but changing it. I don't need to do anything else now, not yet. The flames know what needs to be done. You did well, descendant. Remember your promise. A deed for a deed. Phoenix says, as my vision starts going black. I suddenly feel weak, and I understand that Phoenix wasn't inside me anymore. She was leaving. Thank you, Phoenix. I whisper, before the toll of hosting the Phoenix force takes over me, and I drop on my back, unconscious. When I wake up, I find myself once again covered by my armor, unable to see a thing. I try to lift my hand to my eyes, but find it stuck under a very heavy weight. So heavy, in fact, that I couldn't move even a little. If it wasn't for my armor, my cavache, I doubt I would have survived at all, healing factor and super strength or not, I am most definitely too far underground. And I could feel it, the weight was increasing somehow. Sending my magic into the ground, I transfigure it to water, creating a lake that's at least meters wide in all directions away from me. Now unrestrained, I disapparate from the lake, and appear far above the moon I was buried in the same spot I assume, that I had waited for Phoenix in. With a pop I appear in space, some of the water that I had pulled in with me into the apparition tunnel immediately evaporates and turns to gas, which then starts revolving around the spinning moon. Now once again able to see, I stare at the moon and keep staring. It was changing. Like literally, it was changing in front of my very eyes. The planet was covered almost 70% in water. The water was stable, nothing was wrong or odd there. But the land. It kept on rippling, shifting, changing. Ground was being raised every few seconds, and cracks would form in one place or another every second. It takes a single look at the constantly erupting volcanoes for me to realize that the moon isn't changing too fast. Time was moving too fast. My own spell was making it so that for every second that passed for me, 1,000 years passed for the moon. The water wasn't stable, it was just moving in waves too fast for me to make anything out. Shaking my head, I sigh, satisfied that my spells had worked. The moon's land and atmosphere was transmuted to be similar to that of Earth. Thankfully, I guess, Phoenix was the one to actually cast that spell, because the air is not at all similar to what the air on Earth is now. But I assume that it is similar to what the atmosphere on Earth was, around 1.5 billion years ago. The moon doesn't even have a single tree yet, as far as I could see, but I could feel it. Life. Not as clearly as when I was the Phoenix host, but I could feel it. The moon. And I should really name it something else. Had life within the waters. Aquatic life, but life. I assume that it will still take a while for the trees to come into existence here. I was unconscious for 7 hours. Which means the planet has been in a constant state of flux for around 25 million years. Okay, good enough. By this rate, this place would be ready to be occupied in around 2 weeks. Alas, the work for me is not done yet. Turning around, I start flying back home, not in any hurry. I had a lot of things on my mind, not the least of which was the power boost I could feel within myself. Phoenix was gone, she wasn't inside me anymore. But she had left a gift. A fraction of her power rested inside me, and I could tell that it wasn't out of any generosity, but because it would help me in fulfilling my end of the bargain. Even so, I am thankful for it. Tilda smiles, having seen him coming a few years ago, and turning towards her aide, she says, Master Athreos will be coming soon, show him to my office. Bowing down, her aide mutely walks out the door. A moment later, he returns with Master Athreos in tow. He has an amused look on his face, and he asks, you already know, don't you? Tilda just smiles, and asks, tea. Sighing, Athreos nods and sits down, as her aide leaves her alone with the man. As she starts pouring an already prepared traditional ginger tea, made from Assamese tea leaves, just the way Athreos likes, she sees him stare at the retreating aide, and says, you think the man looks familiar, don't you? Athreos nods, and says, vaguely, yes. Nodding, Tilda pushes the cup towards him, and says, Wang's family has been sorcerers of Kamartaj for almost 9 centuries now. At least one member of their family, most of the time the eldest, works here, helping us defend the realm. Funnily enough, your wizarding world seems to think Wang is a reclusive noble wizarding family despite not one of them being of wizarding descent. Ah, I remember now. I've met a few of his ancestors, and I've seen his grandson in one of my visions, working with your successor. Athreos says, making her freeze for a moment. Keeping the cup down, she says, I was unaware you could see past 1973. She was curious, because not even she with the time stone could see through that time. Not for a few centuries now. And her past talks with Athreos had made her believe that he couldn't do it either. But she did find herself a bit curious about her successor. She had seen him once, a man with an ego as vast as his skills in magic. But whether it will still be him, or no, she doesn't know. Shaking his head, Athreos says, I saw it a long time ago. Long before even my adventures to the past. But that isn't why I'm here now, is it Tilda? Raising her eyebrow, Tilda nods and says, I suppose it doesn't matter. Whatever you saw back then is highly unlikely to come true. And yes, now that we're at the crux of the matter. You need the book. I need the book. Athreos says, admitting the fact. Tilda looks at him, and asks, you understand why I'm reluctant to just hand it over to you? Nodding, Athreos says, and if she doesn't want me using her book, then she will either say so, or she will kill me. But we both know that it won't happen. So confident in your abilities? Do you truly believe you can defend against her in her own realm, even with the new power boost you have received from fire? Smiling, Athreos says, no, I am just confident that she will see my goal has merit. Well, Tilda couldn't deny that. The being has already lost one race of her descendants to humanity. She won't want to see another one face the same fate. Sighing, Tilda summons the book in question, and handing it to Athreos, she says, be careful with it. Do not let it get stolen, because if it does, only death awaits all of us. It was the only copy in existence within the entire multiverse, in fact. Only the Sorcerer Supreme knows where the book is kept, and she had taken this just for this very reason. Athreos nods, not even trying to seem as insulted as he actually is, and says, I will bring it back once I'm done, Sorcerer Supreme. Smiling, Tilda says, at least you used my correct title for once. As she watches her old friend leave, she sighs and whispers, may the Vishanti be with Yat, Master Athreos. With the light book of the Vishanti floating in front of me, back on top of my moon, I turn the pages one after another, searching for a particular spell. The Gorge Rule Transportation Spell. It can be used to teleport oneself to any magical realm, as long as you know the correct name for it. Luckily for me, I know the correct names for almost all the magical realms we have come into contact with. It was using the spell that's the problem. You actually need the book in front of you, even if you'd memorized the spell. Finding the spell in question, I raise my hands to the sides, and sending my magic into the book of the Vishanti, I chant, Domini Vishanti. Accipe me ad hoc regnum. I am momentarily blinded by a bright flash of white light. When sight returns to my eyes, I am faced with 3 enormous floating heads in front of me. One of a man, as normal as I am, that looks surprisingly similar to Doctor Strange. Another is a tiger, with some human-like features. And lastly, is the person I've come here to meet. A woman as beautiful and graceful as they come. One of the only elder gods within this universe to not be corrupted into a demon. And I, an insignificant ant, floated in front of them, not feeling fear but happy to see them in person. Keeping my eyes on the person I've come here for, I say, Lady Oshtur, Mother Magic. I've come to bargain. Let's just hope she doesn't ask for too steep a price. The ICW was meeting once again, as they do multiple times a year. Albus Dumbledore sat in his place, listening to the Asian and American representatives argue over the currently ongoing Muggle War. Your people are invading our countries, Mr. Smith. How can this not be under your purview? The Vietnamese man yells, pointing an accusing finger at the American, looking suspiciously close to physically jumping at him. Albus sighs, wondering what possessed him to accept this position of diplomat. While the man Atharvajashi was doing God knows what, these diplomats were arguing about nonsensical issues. Yes, the Vietnam War was bad, a travesty even, but unlike the World War, it was not a large enough issue for the ICW to concern itself with. And Mr. DNG, as an official diplomat, should realize that. Mr. Smith however scowls, and yells back, like I told you a dozen times before, what Muggles do is none of my concern, or the President's. He had advised the Muggle President against going through with the war, but as you can see, the Muggle didn't agree. And it is against Macusa policy to interfere in Muggle affairs. Before the shouting match can continue, a flash of light in the center of the room catches their attention. Just like what happened all those months ago, Atharvajashi stood in the center of the ICW chambers, staring at them all. Unlike last time, however, the ICW was ready. Albus nods at the unspeakable hiding in the corner, who nods back. Immediately, thousands of runic symbols light up on the floor, and Albus brings out his wand followed by the other ICW representatives, as they all begin casting a multitude of spells, each aimed towards binding someone completely. The runic spell on the ground, meanwhile, was something wizards of old used to fight dragons and demons. A spell to make the magical resistance of any being inside it non-existent. A very lucky find by the unspeakables, but one appreciated nonetheless. Within 5 seconds, all the spells are done casting, and there's a thick layer of magic separating the ICW members from the man in their midst, who was frozen with his hands folded in front of his chest. Albus smiles, seeing the plan of the ICW succeed. He might not have agreed with it, knowing through his contacts inside the Department of Mysteries that the vision Atharva Joshi spoke about, muggles hunting wizards once again, might indeed come true. But in the end, he was a member of the ICW, and not to be humble, but Albus was one of the strongest wizards alive right next to Mason Aves. There was a reason no one defeated Grindelwald before that day in 1945. People of the wizarding world. He suddenly hears, and just like that, Atharva Joshi is moving once again, none of the binding spells, or even the runic spell bothering him. As Albus gapes, Atharva says, "I am here not to make you fear me, but to give you a warning. To those who don't know, my name is Atharva Joshi. No, I am not actually in front of you, don't bother trying to touch me." It is then that Albus notices it. Atharva was looking around the room, but he wasn't looking at any one of them. Albus waves his wand, and with a crack, all those spells they had put up just shatter. The ICW members yell in protest, but ignoring them all, Albus walks towards the man in the middle, who keeps speaking, still ignoring them all. As he reaches Atharva, Albus waves his hand towards the man, until it is about to touch him. And then his hand passes right through the man. An illusion. Or a spell used to send a message, Albus realizes. He turns around, and sure enough, the others have made the horrifying realization too. Atharva Joshi wasn't here, and their trap was useless. In 2 weeks' time, Atharva continues speaking, your world will be changed. I am going to move you to a different place, a home just for your own. Where the wizarding world can flourish without having to hide from muggles, where there will be just magicals, and none of those without magic. Albus. The British Minister for Magic Ignatius Tuft says, panicking. Putting the mirror of communication down, he says, this message. It's being played inside the Ministry atrium. And Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley, and even Hogsmeade. What do we do? What can we do? Albus wants to ask, but he keeps on listening to the message, ignoring the minister. You may ask, what the reason for this move is, and who I am to decide this. For the first, the reason for this move is the fact that our world is in danger. Soon, the statute of secrecy will be void, and muggles will learn of us. And when that happens there will be war. There is no preventing it as long as you stay here. As for who I am, as of 2 hours ago, I am your savior. Named so by the 2 goddesses that are responsible for magic being the way it is. Mother Magic, and Mother Gia have both decided to name me your savior on top of me being your guardian for the last 2,000 years. I had told this to your leaders almost a year ago. So that they could prepare for the eventual move. But as I've just realized, your leaders, the members of the ICW not only didn't plan for your eventual move to a new home, they planned to capture me, have me killed so that I don't cause a panic within the public. For a moment, the illusion turns his eyes towards Albus, leaving no doubt to him that despite not being here, he could see and hear everything happening here. To those on the verge of panicking, and those who want war with the Muggle world now, I have just one word to say. Don't. Panicking will get you nowhere except in the prisons of either the Muggle world, or your own world. As for fighting, you will not win. And despite me being a wizard, I will not be helping you if you seek war against the Muggles for the crimes they may commit against your kind. To those who want to hide, who don't want to leave, you may try. But on the 15th day from now, you will be taken to your new home. You can try to run, you can try to hide, but on the 16th day, there won't be a single witch, wizard, goblin, dwarf, or any magical creature remaining on Earth. You will all be in your new home. You, your lands, your homes, and your schools. They will all be there with you, so do not worry. There will be things you'll need to learn, things like how to farm, how to weave, something that you relied on the Muggles for. But I have trust in you, as Mother's magic do, that you will adapt to your new living situation soon. Goodbye, people of the wizarding world. See you all in 15 days. And then, the illusion disappears. As the ICW chamber hall returns to a cacophony of noise, Albus stands up, having not known when he sat down, and leaves the room. He had a school full of children to console, since some of them will be forced to leave everything they've known behind. Muggleborns, in fact, would be forced to leave their families behind, if this succeeds. Thankfully, the Christmas break would be beginning right before the eventual 15th day, which was on 22nd of December. That should allow them to enjoy their last few days on Earth. Hey! 22nd of December. The winter solstice. Is it a coincidence, or a prerequisite for the move? Albus thinks, taking a portkey to Hogwarts. Judging by the whispering conversations the students were having, even the impressive wards around Hogwarts didn't protect it from being the recipient of the message from Atharvajashi. Albus sighs, having hoped that the students would have been spared the message, so that they can enjoy their innocence some more. Alas, he can't do anything but support them all in these trying times now. If only he was strong enough to fight Joshi. Smiling, I gaze upon the beautiful green forest, with the crisp blue sky above us, and a larger-than-logical sun shining above us. Time had returned to normal once again, and I had 2 days before I was to move the entire wizarding world here. Nicholas and Pernell Flamel, together with the 1-year-old baby Elaine Flamel, Mia and tiny James Potter, Darla and Anna Greengrass with their own baby Luca Greengrass, and lastly Doria Black, who all were invited here by me, gape at the forest around us. Spells around the planet allowed me to not only return time back to normal, but also make it so the day and night cycles are similar to what we experienced on Earth. The sun looked the same, and even the heat it gave out was almost the same. Seeing the surprised faces of my companions, whom I had just explained my adventures through time before bringing them here, I can't help but feel giddy. Oh, this is something so much different than what the movies showed. I wonder how the wizarding world will develop when they're not forced to hide their talents. Hopefully there won't be any wars, but one can only hope. Pulling Selene towards me, I kiss her on her head, and ask, how does it feel? Selene hums in content, and says, like I've traveled back in time thousands of years. The magic is so pure. Untainted. No. Unrestrained. I smile, understanding how she feels. She then asks, is that sustainable? Forcefully pulling in enough sunlight to mimic the Earth's atmosphere. I look up at the sun brightly shining above us, and say, yes. Despite me not approaching her, Gia helped me make this moon as similar to Earth as possible on top of my deeds as the short-term Phoenix host. The enchantments I've cast around the moon are completely reliant on the magic of the moon, and they will remain so for at least 1 billion years more. Gia, she came when I was talking with the Vishanti. And it was good that she came herself, because Oshtur doesn't have any authority over any of the magical creatures other than wizards. Her appearance meant that I got the blessings to move magical creatures, and magical plants to this moon without any issues, while Oshtur's blessings would allow me to do the same for wizards. Alas, Gia's help came with consequences. My sanctuary became a sort of buffer between this moon and the Earth, to allow both Gia and Oshtur to come and go as they please. Which means that basically, my sanctuary exists on both this moon, and on Earth simultaneously. Well, we can't have everything, I suppose. Turning towards the others, I say, Nicholas, Pernell, Mia, Darla, Anna, and Doria. This is going to be our new home. This is Avalon. The home of the magical world. Avalon, our new home. I can't help but say it again and again. Our new home. A/N, and that's it. The next chapter will deal with the after effects of the moving, which probably won't happen on screen. After which, either the next chapter or the one after it, will start directly with the MCU Avengers movie. Just an FYI, the MCU movies will almost entirely happen in third person from someone else's POV, with only some instances of Mason's POV. That's to prevent Mason pretending too much openly, and to prevent his plans being known to all of us. So basically, Mason used a large chunk of his sands of time to speed time for the entire planet, powered by the Phoenix Force, and then used her flames to force the planet through a rebirth. And then, he transmuted the planet to be even more similar to Earth so that it supports Earth life just like it supports Earth magic. His first 8-month-long test was for magic, not life, BTW. He went to Oshtur using the Book of the Vishanti, and while bargaining with her, Gia appeared to him. I didn't write it because I didn't want to stretch it too far. Both the elder goddesses agreed to help him, but in return they named him the savior of magic like Gia named him guardian. That basically gave him the right to do all this shit but also made his sanctuary a gateway between the two planets, connecting them so they can come and go whenever they want. Basically, this new planet Avalon is a copy of Earth. Chapter 108, Avalon. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. Hogwarts December 22, 1960. Albus stood on the balcony of the astronomy tower with a morose look on his face. Albus was feeling useless, not for the first time but it was a rare occurrence. First time in recent years, was when the Dark Wizards attacked Diagon Alley a year and a half ago, and he lost a good friend, Threadroll. He was in school that time, preparing for the academic year to begin and he only knew of the attack after the fact. Second time was when a man from myths, that were now being circulated as scary stories, rose up against the Dark Lord Voldemort and his followers, the Death Eaters. Atharvajashi. The man who fought gods, and if the current gossip is to be trusted, became a god himself. God or not, this man infiltrated or broke through the spells protecting the houses of dozens of Death Eaters, and killed them in their house, while their families slept. And Albus hated it, hated the death this one man brought with him. Those people could have been arrested, where they would have answered for their crimes just like Grindelwald's followers had done all those years ago. One man, no matter how powerful, does not have the right to decide who deserves death. If that was true, the world would have been populated with just a fraction of a number that it is now. And then, this Atharvajashi proved to be much stronger than he had first believed. He defeated Voldemort like he was nothing, and even Mason had trouble with him. Albus knew just how strong the two men were, being a teacher to both of them, and they proved to be as good as ants in front of the man. This Atharva then went on to have everyone chasing myths left and right, no one knowing which was just a myth and which was a fact. Albus was one of them, naturally, and even the Flamels proved to be useless in that regard. Albus chased around still, searching for clues that might lead him to Atharvajashi, so he could find him and he didn't know. Albus hadn't planned that far ahead, because he didn't expect to find Atharvajashi anytime soon, let alone talk to him. Even Camartage gave him no answers. It was a miracle that the sorcerers agreed to meet with him at all, given that he had tried to rob them with Gellert's help back when they were together and then demanded to be taught their art when they were summarily defeated. Not to toot his own horn, but Albus knew he was exceptionally strong even when he was just 18, and the same could be said for Gellert. And so, Albus was back to being useless. Until Atharvajashi showed himself, first in the ministry, and then to the ICW, giving grave warnings and promising great change. A home for just magic, he had promised, just like Gellert. Unlike Gellert, however, Atharvajashi didn't ask for anything in return, nor did he wait to be given permission. Almost a year later, it seemed he had found a way to fulfill his promise. He had found the magical world a new home, away from the Muggles, and free from the need to hide themselves. The wizarding leaders had tried to find the man then, once again, to no avail. Some even loudly proclaimed that they would keep the Muggle world in line, control their development in ways that the wizards find a way to overcome it first. All in hopes that Joshi would hear them and answer their calls. Albus didn't think it was right, hindering someone else's progress for your own sake. But he stayed silent, since he himself was busy trying to find the man. Alas, Joshi never showed himself. And here he was, back at Hogwarts, feeling as useless as ever. Once again he had tried to find the man, only to be met with no new clues at all. Only the old ones, circulating back up again and again, with new twists each time. But there wasn't a shortage of fear, of anger. People were mad that they had no control over this, that they didn't have a vote on this, that they weren't even asked. Most purebloods were happy that they wouldn't have to share their world with the Muggles. But the others? Not so much. Some purebloods had friends in the Muggle world, businesses and business associates. Some even had families, relatives both distant and close. Some had their squib siblings that they wanted to stay in touch with, and some had a lover or two in the Muggle world that they didn't want to leave behind. The most upset, however, were the Muggleborns. Their parents, siblings, their lives, all were in the Muggle world. And now, thanks to a decision made by one lone man, they were going to be separated from it all. Albus sighs once more, wondering how the Muggleborn students will handle it. The adults might get over it, or get used to their loneliness. But the children might develop a hate for the man, hate for the wizarding world. And as the headmaster, he might not be able to see it happen. As for the squibs, their minds were divided. Some thought that this was a wonderful idea, since they would be left behind and would get to stay out of the wizarding matters, stay away from wizarding dark lords. But some squibs were upset that they would be left behind. That they won't get to see the wizarding world ever again. That they won't get to experience the miracle of magic ever again. Unless they join Camartage, that is, but not all wizards have an affinity to learning sorcery, and the same holds true for squibs. As for the other sentient magical beings, the elves didn't care, same for the centaurs. The centaurs were even amused, saying that this was always written in the stars. Dwarves and goblins were of two minds. Some were excited at the new prospects this new home might bring, while others were angry at the fact that a wizard was one to decide it all for them. Mermen would be happy as long as there's water they can live in, while hags would rather kill them for consumption than answer any questions the reporters asked. So no one really knew their opinion. Vampires were upset, and there was no shortage of Muggles killed by them in this year alone, so they could store blood. Werewolves, well, they were resigned to their fate. Wizards have been deciding things for us for centuries now, so you know for once how it feels. One had said. Hearing footsteps, Albus sighs, and says, I apologize for intruding in your domain, Professor Astra. I just felt like enjoying the view. Professor Venus Astra, an apt name for the astronomy teacher, Albus always thought. But then again, his arithmancy teacher was named Vector, and his runes teacher was named Uthala. Professor Astra walks forward, and joining him at the ledge, she says, I don't mind the company, Albus. Besides, this is the last night we might be seeing these stars, seeing as how the god of magic would be moving us to our new home, and who knows where that might be. Albus smiles, amused at the way she said the title. God of magic, that was what the populace was calling Atharvajashi nowadays, because who else could promise such a thing while having a 2,000-year-old history behind them? There were no doubts whatsoever that he might fail doing this, even in Albus's mind. By what he had seen, Albus knew that this man could actually be able to do it. Move them all somewhere else. Hearing another set of footsteps, the pair turns back, and sees his protege and now the current transfiguration professor walk through the door. Smiling at them morosely, she says, Knew I'd find you here, Albus. Albus nods at her, and says, Young Penny is finally asleep, I assume. Penny Cooper, the sole Gryffindor that had remained behind this Christmas break, solely because she had no family to return to. She was a Muggle-born orphan, and had stayed in Hogwarts only because she was afraid she would be left behind, had she gone to her children's home. Nodding, Minerva joins them in watching the stars, and says, she was afraid, naturally. Cried herself to sleep, poor dear. Albus sighs, and says, I just hope the transition to whatever new life we're dropped in is smooth for her. For a while, the three professors just stay silent, watching the stars, enjoying the view that they might be seeing for the last time in their lives. But then, Albus sees something moving on the corner of his vision. Moving his head down and towards the forbidden forest, Albus blinks in confusion, staring at the sight with something akin to confusion. There was a wave of bright fog, moving ever so slowly over the forbidden forest. The white wave completely covered the forest's height, and even the larger trees were invisible to them thanks to the fog. Albus then turns his eyes over the fog, and stares at the blank patch of Scottish land he could see behind the forest. Which should not be possible. The forbidden forest was as large as they come, going back dozens of kilometers away from the castle, followed by miles and miles of unclaimed land. It is why both the castle, and the village of Hogsmeade had remained undiscovered by the Muggle world for so long. It was all surrounded by an illusion marking this area as a forested hill. But now, the forest was barely a tenth of its size. And even that was disappearing quickly, at a rate of just around 30 meters per second. Is this it? Minerva asks, staring at the fog just like he was, and Albus wonders the same. Is this how they would be taken to their new home? Or is this a different danger, independent from Atharvajashi's promises? He stands straight, and using his headmaster privileges to loosen the apparition ward around the castle, he says, whether that is what's taking us to our new home, or it is something coming to kill us before the first can happen, I am not going without a fight. Will you come with me? And then, he disapparates, appearing down on the lawn, right in front of the forbidden forest. With a pop, his fellow professors join him on the ground, their wands already drawn. And as one, sharing just a single look, the three raise their wands at the white fog now approaching them. Without a spell in mind, but knowing that they need to stop this white fog from going towards the castle, the three shoot pure, unadulterated magic towards it, hoping that magic senses their desperation and helps them fight this wave of white fog. Alas, the white fog consumes their magic just like it did the forest, and within seconds, it covers them too, before they can even do anything. Albus startles when the fog covers him, and for a second he feels a sense of peace, a sense of belonging. It makes him wonder if this was how he would die, trying to save his school from an invading force of nature. But then, he feels a pull. He feels something lifting him above ground, and pulling him somewhere else. Not unlike apparition or portkeys, the pull was strong, and nothing he tried worked on making it stop. And then, it stops after what could be a second or even an hour, and the white fog that had kept him covered for the entire time retreats. His ears were ringing, and he could feel his head spin around thanks to the disorientation of whatever just happened. Even still, Albus first glances at his fellow teachers and finds them to be on the ground, their eyes shut close, while Venus was rubbing her eyes. And then, Albus turns towards his school, scaring for the worst. At first, he sees just the white fog now retreating away from them in the direction of the castle of Hogwarts. But then, when the fog leaves, he sees the castle, safe and sound. Albus sighs, relieved that he did not fail to defend his school. Suddenly, however, a gasp makes him turn around. He sees Venus standing up, staring at the sky with a shocked look on her face. Wondering what scared her so, he turns towards the sky, and sees something that even shocks him into silence. There was a night sky above them, but it wasn't the one they had just spent a few minutes staring at. Is that? Minerva asks, whispering the question, too shocked to say it out loud. Albus just calls out, Venus. Also whispering. The professor in question shakes her head, and says, That's impossible. That's Saturn. Saturn, another planet in their solar system. And now it looked almost 10 times as large as the moon looked at its largest. Well, at least we know where we are. Avalon, our promised home, is a moon of Saturn. Albus says, wondering how it was all even possible. Hearing a thud, he turns around to see that Venus had fainted, out of shock or because of the travel from Earth to Avalon, he didn't know. Another thud makes him realize that even Minerva had fainted, making him just sigh. Hoping that their healer hadn't fainted, Albus waves his wand, making his 2 colleagues float up into the air, and starts taking them to the medical wing. All the while, he wondered how a simple fog that reminded him of home brought him from Earth, to one of Saturn's multiple moons. From the top of the highest mountains to the bottom of the lowest pits and oceans, every magical place governed by creatures of Gia and Oshtur, every mage and magical creature under either their domain, all were covered by the dense white fog exactly when the local time struck 11 p.m. on the night of December 22, 1960, that then transported them to their new home. Avalon. Adult wizards and witches, hags, vampires, and werewolves, but only of mage origin, other half-breeds, magical beings like goblins, dwarves, giants, ogres, vila, banshees, and many others were transported by the fog as the phenomenon was now called, straight to Avalon within seconds. Some, like Albus Dumbledore and 2 of his fellow teachers saw the fog coming and tried to fight it. Others either slept through the entire thing, feeling nothing when the fog covered them, or they didn't even start to defend themselves before they were swallowed just the same. Of those who tried to put up a fight, very few managed to keep their composure while most just knocked themselves out thanks to the overstimulation of their senses. And so it was, that when October 23 dawned, each and every one of the creatures of Gia and Oshtur woke up on a new home. Unknown to many, however, the fog did not manage to bring everyone. The Minister for Magic sweats, as he stares at the atrium filled with reporters, ministry workers, and many concerned citizens staring at him in expectation, waiting for him to give a statement. All around Wizarding Britain, people were listening to the Wizarding Wireless, waiting for the speech to start, and Ignatius knew that just like him, the other world leaders were doing the same, or would do it soon enough. Ahem. Ignatius Tuft begins, clearing his throat. After tapping the microphone in front of him to check for the sonorous charm, he says, as we've all no doubt noticed, we are not where we used to be anymore. The sky is different, the stars are different, and while the sun looks exactly the same, there is no moon above our heads. Instead, as you might be able to see even now, our new planet, is in fact a moon revolving around the 5th. Cough 6th cough. His undersecretary coughs, making him flush at the error. The 6th planet in our solar system. Saturn. He continues, as if he hadn't messed up basic astronomy. Looking around at the people staring at him, and how they hadn't even reacted to the mistake, he sighs. What am I even doing, he asks himself. Their entire lives were flipped, things they knew as fact were changed. It was thought to be impossible to go to space, and now wizards have done it, although not on their own. They actually had their entire world moved to a new planet. Moon. Keeping the notes down, he says, look, we tried to prevent this. Our unspeakables worked together to find a way to capture this man, Joshi, so we can stop him from displacing us. We even appealed to the gods, we appealed to Atharva Joshi, and we even prayed to Mother Magic herself. I'm not religious, but that doesn't mean I didn't pray for help myself. But in the end, as you can see, it happened. We have 3 choices ahead of us now. First, spend all our resources in trying to find a way to reverse what's happened, so we can go back to our safe planet Earth, where we can manipulate the Muggle world into not killing us all when they find out about magic. But in return, we will be back to hiding once again. Second, curse our situation while always believing that Earth was our home and this Avalon might just be our prison. And lastly, instead of doing all that, we can move on with our lives. Ignatius could see his words taking some effect, as there were more than a few tearful faces, and children hugging their parents. Running his hand through his hair, he says, for the first time since 1692, when the statute was first established, hell, for the first time since the wizarding world came to be with the establishment of the first Wizards' Council, we have a place just for our own use. An entire planet, moon, whatever, just for us. A place where there are no muggles, no persecution, no witch hunts. We can't go back, our unspeakables don't think we'll manage it for a few centuries at least, unless we intend to leave all our houses, buildings, schools, and even Diagon Alley behind. So, why not make the best of it? Why not explore this new world we've found ourselves in? Why not use magic freely just as it was intended? Just as our ancestors did before. Maybe when magic is free once again, another wizard amongst us might get strong enough to contend with the gods and return us to our homes if we so wish then. So use magic freely. Without the fear of breaking the statute, without the fear of being found out and burned at the stake. Without the fear of being arrested for doing magic in public. Woohoo! Hoo! Yet. People start cheering, clapping hands loudly at his speech. Suddenly, however, the head of the DMLE whispers something in his ears, making him widen his eyes. Hastily, he taps the mic a few times, and says, "People. People." Granted, this does not give anyone the right to break any of the magical laws that we used to follow before. All the laws that we had in place on Earth are still in place here, save for the statute of secrecy, which, since we don't have muggles to hide from, is null and void. A raised hand makes him turn to a reporter who asks, "What about Diagon Alley and Gringotts? Will it open anytime soon?" Gringotts had closed, pending investigations in their vaults, to make sure they left nothing behind. But even Ignatius knew that they were deciding whether to rebel or not. Nodding, Ignatius Tuft says, "The goblins of Gringotts and the ICW is in the middle of renegotiations. Now that we don't have to hide from muggles anymore, the goblins have demanded land to call their own, and as far as we can tell, they are still receptive to being vault guardians as they have been for the last few centuries. Any more questions? What about elves? Are they all dead, or did they free themselves as soon as we left Earth?" Another reporter asks, making him frown. Ignatius turns towards the head of the office for house elf relocation, which just has the one man and the other workers as elves under him, turns off the mic, and asks, "Did anything happen to the elves?" The man frowns, and says, "I don't know. I haven't been to my office yet. I'll have to check." The DMLE head steps forward once more, and whispers, "They're all gone, Minister. We don't know what happened to them, or where they are. My house elf was gone, and so was one of my friends. Do you not own an elf, Minister?" Tuft just shakes his head, and says, "My mother may have been the minister before me, Shafik, but our family was not rich enough to afford an elf." Shaking his head, Tuft turns on the mic once more, and says, "We will be investigating that too, and we will get back to you on that. Now, we still have a lot of work to do, one of which is creating a proper ministry building for us all, above ground this time, as well as checking up on Azkaban and seeing how our wardens and our prisoners are doing. There will be a ministry worker visiting all of your houses to get a census completed. We need to check if anyone was left behind, and if so, how we can bring them back here if they want to come here, that is. Offices and shops will continue as usual, but until then, enjoy our new home. Enjoy Avalon. Albus. The house elves are all gone. What do we do?" Horace Slughorn yells, as he jogs into the Great Hall of Hogwarts, having just listened to the Wizarding Wireless, only to stop at the sight before him. Albus Dumbledore was standing over a large grill, dozens of meaty steaks sizzling on top of it, with a hand in his cloak's pocket. Not just any steak, dragon steak. The sheer sight of it made Horace's mouth water, and caused him to forget why he was here. All around him, all of 21 students crowded the barbecue, watching Albus cook the meat with rapt attention. Behind them, on the professor's table, sat the teachers, each one eating some food or the other, with Pomona gladly stabbing through her steak with gusto. "Ah, Horace. Glad you're up. Come, join us," Albus jovially says, waving his wand, sending the steak on top of a plate that floats over to Horace. Mutely, he takes it, and after eating a bite of ecstasy, he exclaims, "Albus. The elves. And where did you even get this much dragon meat?" All the while, he continues eating. Albus waves his wand once more, sending the 24 dragon steaks over to the lone table sitting in the middle of the Great Hall, where the students sit down to start eating food. But not just steak, no. There were different dishes, both vegetarian and not, rice, spaghetti, pasta, and even fish, all of them kept warm by spells. Albus smiles, and as he starts eating his share too, he says, "I realized last night itself that the elves were gone, Horace. I just hope they're happier wherever they are now. Anyway, as soon as we realized the kitchens were empty, Pomona and I began cooking food. I was saving this dragon meat for a special occasion, but what can I say? The children needed to be cheered up, and I delivered." Horace stops, and asks, "So? The kitchens are empty. The elves are gone. What about our daily meals? What about our laundry? What about cleaning up? Albus. This is a travesty." Albus just chuckles, and says, "Have some rice and veggies, old friend. This is less of a travesty, and more of a new chance. How long were we going to stay dependent on the free labor from elves, Horace? Some day or another, they would have gotten free. Whether by our hands, or their own. It always happens, the past of our Muggle friends can attest to that. It's better that it happened now, without any conflict, while we can teach our young ones how to move on from this. Who knows? Maybe this generation of children will even become better people in the end. Better leaders for the wizarding world even." Elsewhere, back on Earth. A group of 3,000 house elves suddenly appeared on the shore of an island. They were confused, since one moment they were in their homes, in their schools, or drinking their sorrows away after being freed for a few days, and the next, they were here. Joseph, the leader of the free elves of Elfland, smiles when he sees their confused looks. Turning towards his daughter, he says, "Go on. Introduce yourself, you're to be our leader, and they will make up almost half our number. So make sure you leave a good impression." As he watches his daughter talking with the newly freed elves, by the blessings of Gia, Magic, and Lord Athreos, he smiles, and whispers, "Ancestors." It seems Lord Athreos fulfilled his promise of freeing our kind from our shackles. He may have been 2,000 years late, but better late than never. Thank you, Lord Athreos. And so it was, that each and every one of the house elves of Earth were freed, turned into free elves of Elfland. Just elves. January 2nd, 1961. Albus watches over the incoming students with a frown, somehow knowing even without counting that the number of returning students wasn't correct. The nations had stabilized as much as they could within 10 days. Ministries were running smoothly, people had begun claiming land, erecting borders and fences. And sure, there were some quarrels, but after the ministry intervened, each party left happier and richer than they were before. There wasn't a shortage of land. This entire planet was theirs, and people were just too used to sharing hidden patches of land and fighting over it to realize they don't need to do it anymore. But there were also some problems, the most important of them being food. Some families had land, but they had long since abandoned farming. Like the Weasleys, Pruitts, and the Parkinsons. While others had land, but only used it to farm magical herbs, like the green grasses. There were a lot of experiments made by everyone, while the grain was provided by the unspeakables, so wizards could learn to farm once again. Albus was certainly glad that a formerly disgraced family, Weasleys, were now slowly improving their status in the wizarding world thanks to their highly fertile lands, and the success rates which they had the highest. While right now they were using magic to speed things up, soon, the wizarding world would become independent on its own, Albus knew. But still, he can't help but be troubled by the 30-something students missing from the Great Hall. Muggleborns. He suddenly voices out, realizing exactly who's missing. Did something happen? Did they not cross over like we did, Albus? Minerva whispers to him from his left. Albus frowns, and says, "I don't know why it should be so. Miss Cooper came with us, why didn't the others? Was it possible that whatever spell brought them here failed? That the spell didn't account for Muggleborn children living alone?" He knew that the adult Muggleborns had no trouble crossing over, but what about the children? Ding! He suddenly stands up, and says, "Horace, take over for me, would you? I need to get to my office real quickly." Someone was in his office, and he hadn't let them in. As the others watch on in surprise, since he had never done something like this before, Albus disapparates from the Great Hall, using his headmaster privileges to loosen the wards for a moment, and appears inside his office, wand already drawn. But then, he stops, seeing the man of his nightmares just standing near the window, his back to Albus, with his hands behind his back. "Peace, Professor Dumbledore, I am not here to fight, or to cause problems," Atharvajashi says, without even turning around. Albus keeps his wand pointed at the man, no matter how useless it might prove, and says, "I find that a tad bit hard to believe, Mr. Joshi." Atharva turns around, and for a moment, Albus is stunned by exactly how old his eyes look. The face couldn't be older than 30 years, but his eyes. The eyes told the tale of centuries, of millennia. Atharva leans back, and calmly sits on the window, with a foot raised up, and his hand curled around his bent knee next to his chest. He says, "This used to be my favorite spot in the castle. Before Godric turned it into his office, of course. You can feel the entire castle from here, see the Quidditch pitch as well as the Centaur village if your eyes are good enough. I wasn't aware you knew the founders," Albus says, as he keeps staring at the man. Atharva nods, and says, "I went by a different name then, a different face. I had seen the school happening, hundreds of years before it actually did happen. And so, when the four got together, I came here with my wife, offering help. I donated a cache of my books to Rowena's already impressive collection, and I taught history for 20 years, while also being the school's first healer. My wife, meanwhile, worked as the first librarian. It's funny, she could have taken all four founders and me in a fight and come out on top, and yet, she chose to be a librarian." Albus stares at him, not knowing what to feel. This man, this dangerous man was inside his school. But by the looks of it, he wasn't actually here to cause problems. And what could Albus even do, if he was? Previous experience had taught him that he wasn't strong enough to fight this man. "Why are you here, Mr. Joshi?" he asks instead, slowly dropping the wand down. The man turns away from the window, having returned to staring out of it during the conversation, and says, "The new blood. Muggleborns. You must have noticed by now that they're not here." Albus nods and says, "I know the adults came here just fine, but the children haven't. Why did that happen? Atharva sighs, and says, the children don't yet consider this place, the magical world, as their home, as their place of belonging. The adult Muggleborns have been here long enough that despite the problems they face, they consider this their world. The children are still of two minds. My spell. It couldn't force the children to make a decision, not when that decision could separate them from their families forever. And so, it kept them where they felt a sense of belonging. In their home. But what about their training? They need to learn how to use their magic lest they turn into something they cannot control at all. And what about after? I doubt Muggleborns will stop being born in the Muggle world, on Earth, just because we came here. Albus argues, having thought this before too. Atharva nods, and says, don't worry. The Muggleborns are being brought to this world as we speak, and they will show up in the Great Hall momentarily. But they cannot stay here. Not yet. As for the other Muggleborns, I will figure something out. Albus frowns, and asks, that's it? You'll bring them here just like that? Smiling, Joshi shakes his head and says, not just like that, no. I have a contact within your Department of Mysteries. I've asked them to set something up, so people can traverse between the two planets. It will have to be regulated, of course, but I do believe that it should solve all of our problems. Muggleborns can stay in touch with their families while not sacrificing their magical heritage, students can visit the Muggle world to gain experience that way, and the concerned citizens can keep their trade active with the Muggle world. I think it should work, don't you? Albus nods, accepting that it might just work. A particular invention by MRS White-Green Grass certainly came to mind. Yes, the gate should allow for this to be possible as long as proper laws are followed. Or else, they might just be used by the pure-blood supremacists to terrorize the Muggle world. For a second, they stay silent, as Albus keeps staring at the man, and the man keeps staring outside. Not able to keep it in, Albus asks, was it really bad? What you showed us? Will the future actually be that bad? Worse. Atharva answers with a scowl. The future I showed you was one where the Muggles experiment on wizards after they find magic. They accept sorcerers, of course, since technically sorcery can be learned. But wizards, the born mages? In almost every timeline that wizards and Muggles stay together we are found out, and Muggles experiment on us. They try to find out how our magic works so they can use it too. In others, there is an all-out war between the two sub-races of humans. And no matter how strong wizards and witches might get, Professor Dumbledore, the Muggles have numbers. In the end, they will remain standing, and wizards will be the one to go extinct. And now? Albus asks. Has that future changed, now that you've brought us here, to a moon of Saturn? Atharva sighs and says, future is always changing, Professor Dumbledore. Even our conversation has caused it to change multiple times. What I saw before was just multiple possibilities of the future, what could have happened. Right now, there is something stopping me, or anyone really, from seeing past more than a decade into the future. But within these 13 years that I've seen happen, not a single wizard or witch will be found or experimented on by the Muggle world. He then smiles, and staring at Albus, he says, I will be on Earth, making sure that it never happens. You're not staying here? Albus asks, a bit surprised. Atharva shakes his head, and says, I have a place, a sanctuary for magical creatures, on Earth. I need to tend to it, and keep tending to it. Besides, the people need to know that while I brought them here, I am not planning on ruling over them. My presence here will just make it that much harder to believe. A sanctuary? Albus would believe it if he saw it. Do not worry, Professor Dumbledore. I am not your enemy, nor am I someone to be afraid of. I will be keeping an eye on Muggleborn births on Earth, but I would suggest making sure they have better lives here than the Muggleborns of old did in your hidden society. And well, if you need my help, don't hesitate to call for help. I am, after all, the guardian of magic. And with those words, the man disappears from the castle, the wards letting him out even easier than they did him, the headmaster. Albus sighs, and turning towards Fawkes, who had just stared at the conversation without making a move to help him at all, he says, my life will just get harder from here now, won't it? What does he know? Fawkes is a bird, he thinks privately as Fawkes stays silent, and proceeds to summon a bottle of fire whiskey. Elsewhere in a house in what is now magical London of Avalon, a woman wakes up with a start, as she feels someone staring at her. She scowls when she recognizes the man in her bedroom, and asks, do you not know how to use the door, Aves? Mason Aves, the man in question just smiles, and says, this is your punishment for not respecting my mental privacy when we were children. What? You thought you were forgiven? Nope, privacy violation in return of privacy violation. Bloody hell. Cassiopeia Black groans, slamming her head back down on the pillow. Reflexively, she raises her hand to catch something thrown at her, and sees it to be a key. As she stares at it in confusion, Atharva says, well, what are you waiting for? Get dressed. The miss is not going to run itself. Not as we want it to run at least. The miss? But I quit. How can I work on Earth while being on Avalon? Cassiopeia exclaims, now completely awake. Atharva just chuckles, and says, you have the key. Open the door and see for yourself. You'll find it not that hard to continue with your work. Besides, you'll find your brother to be highly thankful when you return after the 2 weeks of holiday you took. Poor bloke's being overwhelmed over there. As she turns towards where Atharva was pointing his thumb, Cassiopeia sees a door where there wasn't one before. In the middle of her wardrobe, and her bookshelf. Sighing, she asks, what's the task then, boss? Atharva grins, and says, that's the spirit. I knew I could count on you once again. As for the task. The wizards may be free from the idiocy of muggles, but not everyone is. The miss will have 2 more goals now. Monitoring muggle-born births, and keeping an eye on the mutants. Cassiopeia nods, having known what mutants are for years now. She then glares at the man who brought her more work, even after she quit after saying her goodbyes to her brother, and says, I am not going to change in front of you, Aves. Aves just waves his hand, conjuring a portal in the same motion, and says, you're too old for me anyway. Besides, I'm married, Ms. Black. Now, chop chop. Get to work. As the portal closes behind him, Cassiopeia takes a moment to put the pillow over her face and scream out her frustrations. Where once she was the proud daughter of the Black family, she was now a shepherd to a group of squibs and muggles, whose new duties included keeping an eye on new muggle-born mages. So yes, she was frustrated. And then, she starts to get ready. Frustrating it might be, but her house could attest to how bountiful her job was. Besides, she liked being the one to give orders to all those muggles, squibs, and muggleborns. Granted, the muggleborns might not be returning to their jobs now that they're on a different planet. But judging by how Aves made her go to work even still, using one of her sister's friend's inventions to boot, she had no doubts that most of the miss will be coming in today. A/N, and that's over. This entire arc is over, just the way I wanted it to be. The wizarding world is moved to a new home, safely away from the crazy muggle scientists. Nathaniel Essex is dead. Cassiopeia is still handling the miss even after a decade and a half. Darla and Anna have a child, Mia has James, and the Flamels have little Elaine Flamel. Or Tom Riddle Jr., the son of Condra the External and Tom Riddle, grown in the womb of the character named Black Womb. Mason has all 3 Hallows, at least for now, but nothing has happened yet. I'm not planning for anything, but I might change my mind too. Elves are all free, wizards have to do all their work by themselves now, so they're on the way to become less lazy, and as for the goblins, well, that will remain in the background. I had a subplot in mind, which I won't be bringing in thanks to my own lack of patience. Basically, Ragnuk, the goblin that Mason brought back to life temporarily and gave him a body so he could check up on his descendants. He sees that all his descendants were killed centuries ago, and how goblins are basically slaves to wizarding whim, with barely a fraction of the magical talents they had before, and so when the time comes for him to go, he uses a goblin ritual to switch bodies with the current goblin king, replacing him. Death takes the king's soul back, considering it a fair trade or some other bullshit, and Ragnuk proceeds to bring forth a revolution in the goblin nations. Anyway, that was abandoned, but if anyone wants to write anything on it, feel free. Even as a one-shot. The next chapter will either start directly with the MCU part, meaning Avengers, or it will start with summary-type chapters of all X-Men movies that happened before Avengers. The reason that those summaries might appear is that some X-Men characters might show up in the MCU chapters. Namely the X-Men, Xavier, Magneto, and a few others. The summaries will basically allow you to understand what happens without me having to waste too many chapters on it. Anyway, thank you for being with me despite the slow pace of my story. No, I'm not quitting, just felt like thanking you all. Chapter 109, Glorious Purpose. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. October 1962. CIA Holding Facility, Langley. Emma Grace Frost had had a harsh life. A privileged one, but harsh just the same. The third of 4 children, Emma was born to a rich white couple, and that alone had given her opportunities that most others don't have. On the other hand, her father was an abusive bastard that expected far too much from his children, which caused her older brother to turn to drug abuse, which eventually led to him dying in a mental institution, which their father had put him in for liking men. While she didn't agree with his choices, no one deserves to be treated as such by their own parents. And her mother was worse, she embraced the rich lifestyle by getting addicted to drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, busboys, and a lot of other things. Not that her husband knew about the last, of course. Emma only knew of it because of the then newly developing telepathy. Last Emma had heard, she was still alive, and still doing all this. As for her sisters, the eldest Adrian became the heir to her father's business empire, while the youngest, Cordelia, had become somewhat of a rebel the last they had met. Emma had run away then, when her father had tried to make her run the company, and worked a few odd jobs, stealing money whenever necessary. And then, after a lot of struggles in the streets, she found herself being the mistress to a crime boss. He used her telepathy to his advantage. He abused her, both physically and mentally. And Emma couldn't do anything, not without losing what little comfort she had gotten, being with him. And then Sebastian Shaw showed up. He rescued her from the crime boss's clutches, and inducted her into the Hellfire Club. He used her too, she could tell. But this time, he was open with it from the start. She used her telepathy against anyone he directs her to, and she got to live an abuse-free life lavishly. She still enjoyed being a stripper in the Hellfire Club, but that was her own preference. Did she know that Shaw wasn't a good man? Yes, she knew, and she didn't care. She wasn't pure either, despite her inclination towards the color white. But never in her life did she even suspect that he was a Nazi. An actual, Jew-hating, Aryan supremacist, Nazi. It was a shock for her when the CIA revealed that to her, while she was being convinced to share Shaw's knowledge with them. But in hindsight, the clues were there. The first clear clue she had gotten was when she first met Eric Laneshare on that boat. His memories told her that Eric was traumatized by the man as a child. She saw him standing in front of Eric, killing his mother in cold blood just so Eric could awaken his mutation fully. But then Shaw stopped her from harming Eric more through her telepathy, and spoke with him. In German. That should have been another clue, but not a very good one. She had been in Shaw's mind a few times. She knew he was older than he looked, at least by 50 years. But she had never seen anything in his mind that even hinted at his Nazi past. Most likely, the man had kept it that way, so he could still manipulate her. And so it was that Emma agreed to give all the knowledge she had on Shaw, and on his associates. Namely herself, Azazel, Riptide, and the newest recruit, Angel. Emma was a criminal, but she was an American criminal. And here she sat, or slept, waiting for her fate to be decided upon by the American government. Suddenly, the prison cell she is in shakes, as a loud boom sounds out somewhere in the building. Emma sits up, trying to send her telepathy out of the cell, but like it had happened before, it fails. This cell was designed especially for her, using the same metal that the Russians had used to make Shaw's helmet. The walls were also thick enough that even with her diamond form it would take her hours to get out if she wanted to. By which time they would have already subdued her once again. The cell shakes once more, without a boom following it, only this time a lot closer than before. She turns towards the cell door, to find it moving still. Slowly, the movements quicken, and then, like a band-aid, the door is ripped off its hinges, pulled outward. Emma stands up, and seeing the man who captured her, and tried to kill her, walk in, she instinctively turns into her diamond 4. She sees the helmet on Eric Laneshare's head, and her former compatriots, Riptide, Azazel, and Angel standing behind him, joined by a blue mutant that she didn't remember seeing before, and she realizes that it had happened. Sebastian Shaw was dead. I know we've had our differences. Eric says, as he starts walking in, as the odd new clothes catch her eyes. Where's your telepath friend? Emma asks, staring at Eric warily. While she was in her diamond form she couldn't be hurt by many things. But Eric could control metals, and right now, her entire room was made out of metal. Gone. Eric calmly says with a soft smile. Left a bit of a gap in my life, to be honest. I was rather hoping you would fill it. Corny, but Emma had heard such drivel all her life. Join us. Eric says, turning his head towards the 4 other people, who had remained outside the cell. Emma thinks of her choices. Either stay here and be killed for her crimes, or made use of as a telepath by the completely mundane CIA, or go with her fellow mutants where she at least won't be a slave. Slowly turning her diamond form off, she says, Eric, I believe. Eric smiles, and says, I prefer Magneto. And then reality shatters, making her jump in fright. Wherever she turns her head, she sees reality itself crack like glass, that then turns to dust, leaving her surrounded by a void of pure black. A panicked Emma turned around, but no matter where she looked, there was only black. She couldn't even feel the ground underneath her feet, as if she was floating in this black void. For a second, Emma tries to expand her telepathy, hoping to find some thought at least, but then, suddenly she finds herself dropping down. It was as if she had been floating high up into the air, and suddenly gravity claimed her, pulling her back to the ground. Emma sees a white ball of light speeding towards her falling body, and as soon as it hits her, she finds herself standing somewhere else. Somewhere not her cell. The place was either a hospital, or a lab, or both. She couldn't tell, not really. There were a few doctors working on a patient, which might tell her that it was a hospital, but there was also another set of lab coat-wearing scientists in another corner, looking through the microscopes, or working with chemicals in one case. How is it? She hears a voice, making her turn around. A short man, barely as tall as her legs, walks towards her, not even looking at her, and Emma moves a step backwards, letting him pass. One of the doctors turns towards the short man, nodding, and says, "The subject is losing life, sir. We won't be able to save her, which is why I'm having as many of her live organs saved as possible. Who knows what her death could do to her organs?" The short man nods, and much to Emma's horror, he says, "Don't forget her eggs. We might be able to use them later on." And then, as Emma stands frozen in her spot, somehow realizing that they couldn't see her, that she might not actually be there, the short man leaves towards another bed, with another patient. She keeps staring at the bed the doctors were operating on, and suddenly, the doctor that was blocking the view of the patient's face leans away to keep the liver he had just extracted into some liquid. "Gah!" Emma yells, taking a few steps back, as she sees her own face on the patient. Emma hyperventilates, not knowing what's happening. She sits down, not seeing her body pass through the table, and just closes her eyes, hoping that this is a dream. And then, she opens her eyes, back on her bed in her prison cell. The door to the cell was restored, with no signs of it having been pulled out before. Reality was restored. Emma gets up, looks around, and after a few seconds, lets out a breath. No one was around her, that was just a dream. It was just a dream. She whispers, reassuring herself. Her hands were shaking, and she could feel sweat covering her arms and her head. It wasn't a dream, not really. Someone suddenly says, making her jump back once more. Emma turns back into her diamond form, as she takes a step back. The back of her knees hit the metal bed she had occupied just a minute ago, and Emma drops down, sitting on her bed. In front of her, Emma could see a woman sitting calmly on a chair that didn't exist before. Dark black hair, fair skin, blue eyes, even Emma, a straight woman as far as she knows, could tell that this 50 to 55-year-old woman was attractive as hell despite her age. But something within her, her own telepathy mayhaps, could tell that the woman was dangerous. "Who are you?" Emma asks, preparing to jump the woman to physically subdue her. The old woman smiles, and says, "My name is Cassiopeia Black, Miss Frost. And I come here with a proposition." She was British, Emma now notices. "What kind?" Emma asks, getting into her old business mode without turning her diamond form off. As an afterthought, she asks, "How did you get here?" The woman, Cassiopeia Black, smiles and asks, "You can shapeshift your skin into diamond, and you can enter the minds of the weak. Don't tell me, Miss Frost, that you find it hard to believe that there are those that can infiltrate into a secret government prison cell without them knowing." Emma nods, accepting that sure, it's possible. Azazel could do it too, so she might just be a teleporter. Smiling in amusement, Black asks, "How is it, then? Your peek into a possible future." "That was the future?" Emma asks, standing up with a start. Black shakes her head, and says, "That was a future. One of the infinite possible ones out there." "What does that mean?" Emma asks, as she starts pacing around. Black waves her hand, and suddenly, Emma finds herself seated on her bed once again. The older woman glares at her, and says, "Please be calm, Miss Frost. I am here to help you, but not if you keep panicking. You have a mind superior to almost 70% of the minds on this planet, use it to control yourself." "Right. She's right," Emma thinks. Taking a few deep breaths, Emma calms herself, and nods, listening as Cassiopeia Black tells her a tale. A tale of a life not possible anymore. A future, one of the infinite possibilities out there in which Cassiopeia Black never came to Emma Frost. Emma learns what had been in store for her. How Eric Lane Share, or Magneto, would recruit her in his Brotherhood of Mutants, so mutants could take over the world, he would say. She learns how the Emma Frost from the hospital bed followed Magneto around, saving other mutants, recruiting children in his army, until one day, they got lured into a trap. The United States of America, her country, would have not just caught her, but handed her off to a mad scientist to be experimented on. So they could replicate her mutation, and that of many others like her. Something she had never even wondered over was thought of by the scientists. They cut her up, using a device to suppress her mutations, and when she finally began giving up, began dying, they took her eggs out of her dying body. They would have succeeded, you know. Black says, as Emma recoils in horror. You would have had 2 daughters, or clones I should say. Both with the same powers as yours. One they would have raised in captivity, as a perfect soldier and spy for their own use. The other they would have given up for adoption, so they could see how different the two behave. How different their powers scale, compared to each other, and to you. Emma didn't know what to think. That she would join a terrorist organization, she could believe. She had her own reasons to go against the mundane, to advocate for mutant rights, and mutant superiority. To fight against the discrimination faced by them at the hands of the common man. She had done so for Sebastian Shaw too, so it wasn't like it was out of character for her. But then, the government itself would capture her? Experiment on her? Kill her through cruelty reminiscent of the Nazis and the Hydra? How would the American government still call themselves the good guys when they do the same thing to her, that Hydra did to the first British superhero? Only judging by what she had seen, the Americans did it worse. Wiping the tears in her eyes, Emma looks at the woman in front of her with a stony face, and asks, "What do you want from me?" Because that's what it came down to. This Cassiopeia Black came to her not to save her, but because she wanted something from her. Why save someone fated to die, and then tell them that she was saved only because of her goodwill? Because she wanted something, that's why. And it wasn't like she could even use her telepathy on the woman, her diamond form, which was what had allowed her the sense of security in front of this strange mutant, was stopping her telepathy from going further than her own mind. It was a limitation she was always troubled by. The woman grins, and says, "I want you to work for me, of course, in the Mission Intelligence Services. It is a British government organization, that is completely autonomous, by the way, that works on safeguarding our not-so-normal population." Mutants? There's a government organization that actually protects mutants? Why do I find that hard to believe? Emma says, scoffing. Even before seeing this vision of the future, Emma knew that the government was not on their side. They might not have known about mutants in large, but she knows how government stooges think. Anything more than ordinary and they will try to lord their superiority over it. The black folks could certainly vouch for that, and so would others like her brother. Homosexuals. Cassiopeia just chuckles, and says, "You don't have to believe me, Ms. Frost, but it is the truth. The Miss First used to be like any government organization, that would rather kill anything abnormal than allow them rights." Emma snorts. They even enslaved some of the abnormal ones into their organization, forced them to work for them, forced them to betray their own kind. Sure, the pay was good, but it wasn't about money for us. It was about the principle of things. No one likes being enslaved. But then, in 1945, a person with powers liberated the organization, replaced the leaders with his own people. Made me the leader of our organization. And then, he went on to change the memories of everyone that knew about the organization to reflect that it was always like that. Made them believe that the Miss was always geared towards protecting and regulating the people with powers. Since then, I've hired more and more of the people with powers, who all have one goal. Making sure the British government doesn't sanction any actions against the powered people without just cause. At every word, Emma's eyebrows keep rising. The fact that an organization such as this existed is not surprising to her in the least. That someone not only took over it, but replaced the memories of people going as high up in the chain of command as the royal family to reflect his deeds was what surprised her the most. But one thing catches her attention, and she says, "You keep saying that. People with powers, abnormal ones, you don't say mutants. Why is that?" Grinning, Cassiopeia asks, "Did you really think you mutants were the only ones with powers the normal man didn't have, Ms. Frost?" And then she learns of others like her, other people with powers that aren't mutations. Mages, witches, sorcerers, changelings. And all of them were different from the normal man, and so, in danger from them. It doesn't take Emma long to make her decision, and she says, "I would like to get out of here. I will read through any documents you give me to sign, and then I'll work for you if all is agreeable. If not, I will be fighting my way out as brutally as possible." It was an empty threat, they both knew, since Black had shown capable of coming here without her even knowing, and showed her things she didn't detect as lies or illusions with her mind. But still, Emma Frost would be damned if she just went with her, agreeing to all demands. "Please, Ms. Frost. I would be disappointed if you just signed any documents without reading them carefully. It would mean that you aren't the person I thought you to be. Now, let's get to your new home, shall we?" And then, before Emma knows what's happened, Black takes her diamond-covered hand in her own, and the two women disappear from the prison cell, a portkaya taking them from America to England within just a few seconds. Time skip, May 3, 2012. Stuttgart, Germany. "I said. Kneel." A tall man yells, as multiple duplicates of his form surround a crowd of panicking people. Loki Odinson, or as he would say right now, Laufeyson. The runt of frost giants, taken by the king of Asgard into his own home, raised as his own son. And now, here he stood, a powerful weapon in hand, staring gleefully at the fearful populace that was slowly starting to drop down. He could feel their fear, feel how terrified they were of him, after having seen him not just kill a man in cold blood, but take out a police car too, with barely a flick of his scepter. Loki walks forward, entering the crowd, and smiles when he feels the people tremble whenever he passes them. None dared to look up, none dared to even try to subdue him. Is this not simpler? He asks, circling around himself with his arms spread. His gold, green and black armor shone with the light of his magic, making him look a bit ethereal, adding on to their fear. Is this not your natural state? It is the unspoken truth of humanity, that you crave subjugation. The bright lure of freedom diminishes your life's joy in a mad scramble for power. Identity. Loki enjoys it, enjoys being someone they are afraid of. And why should he not? When it is his rightful place, his glorious purpose, to rule the world. But then, he sees something that surprises him. Not shocks, the god of mischief is never shocked, but it was an odd sight, and it did make Loki stop in his marvelous speech. A woman. A simple woman, wearing an expensive dress, was sitting on top of a car just a few dozen steps away from him, which also looked expensive to Loki, although he doesn't know about that topic too much, calmly sipping the wine from her glass, as she watched the spectacle without a single worry. Are you not afraid of me, mortal? Will you not kneel? Loki asks, pointing his scepter at the woman, the blue gem glowing threateningly. The woman takes another sip, and raising an eyebrow, she says, people far more dangerous than you have tried to make me kneel, darling. But go on, carry on with whatever you're doing. Don't mind me, I'm just waiting for a friend. Loki steps forward, the people shifting around at his feet to make way for him, and he asks, is that bravery I hear, or stupidity? Or did you just not hear me? I told you to kneel. The woman scowls, and still sitting calmly, completely unbothered by the approaching god, she says, no thanks. Kneeling is not really my style. Don't want to mess this dress up, you understand, being a fellow connoisseur of fine clothes. Loki smiles, hearing the insult in her words. He raises his scepter, and says, arrogance does not suit your weak mortal self, woman. In the end, you will kneel, or you will be an example. A ruffle of clothes sounds behind him, making Loki turn his head, and he sees an old man stand up, with his head raised high. The old man looks at Loki, and although Loki notices some fear, the man says, if a young girl can do it, I can too. We won't kneel. Not to men like you. Loki turns around, his back now to the woman, and says, there are no men like me. He is unique, he is a god, a being that has lived more than almost everyone here combined. And even amongst gods, he is the sole Jotnar. There are always men like you. The old man counters, his fear decreasing every moment. And Loki could see that it was working, not just on the old man, but also on the others around him. The mortals were standing up to him. As he sees a third mortal make the decision to stand up to him, Loki raises his scepter at the old man, and says, look to your elder, people. Let him be an example. And then, focusing barely a moment, Loki shoots out a blast of cosmic energy from the scepter. The blast shoots towards the old man, who widens his eyes but stays frozen in place, unable to do anything. But right before it can hit the man, someone else drops down in the way, using his red and blue shield to defend the old man. The blast hits the shield, and reflects off of it, shooting straight at Loki. The god has barely enough time to raise his own hand in defense, before the blast sends him sprawling backwards. His fall pushes many people out of the way, and seeing him fall down, they start running away, not one of them trying to help their savior take down the god, even by overwhelming him. You know, the last time I was in Germany and saw a man standing everyone else, we ended up disagreeing. A voice familiar to him says. Loki gets off the ground, and smiles internally, seeing the icon from the mortal past show up. The soldier. The man out of time. Loki says, chuckling to taunt the man he now knew so much about. And how could he not? His new servant, Clint Barton, had given him all the information on the so-called heroes of this world. The people that the mortals would call to defeat him. And this was one of them, Stephen Grant Rogers. Or as the mortals know him, Captain America. I'm not the one out of time. Rogers says, and it is then that Loki sees the jet hovering over them. Loki, drop the weapon and stand down. A feminine voice from the jet speaker calls out that Loki recognizes as belonging to the spy, as a single large gun extends out, below the jet, to point at him. But Loki knew she wouldn't shoot, not yet. There were still dozens of people around Loki that could get harmed if she shot her guns now. So Loki lifts his scepter and without a warning, shoots another blast at the jet. The spy is fast, however, and manages to dodge the blast in time. His distraction also costs him when the shield belonging to Captain America hits him on the chest with a force not suitable to mortals, sending him backwards. As the shield returns to an approaching Rogers's hand, Loki looks down and takes a punch straight to his face. Unfortunately for Rogers, while he is strong for a mortal, he is still just that. A mortal. The punch just makes Loki turn his head to the side, hurting but not that much, and Loki smirks. Seeing his punch have no actual effect whatsoever, Steve is momentarily surprised. Sure, they told him that Loki was strong, they showed him how Loki could ignore the bullets hitting his skin as if they were flies, but he didn't expect the strength difference to be this much. But he was still not surprised enough that he didn't see the next attack coming. Steve raises his shield, blocking the scepter from hitting his head, and lifts his right hand to punch Loki once again. This time, however, Loki is faster than him and manages to swipe his shield away with the scepter, creating sparks, which cause Steve to not see the next hit coming. The blunt end of the scepter hits Steve in the stomach, throwing him backwards. He stands up and immediately throws the shield to Loki, but Loki just uses his scepter to slap the shield to a side, leaving Steve weaponless and defenseless. Steve, however, is anything but useless when it comes to fighting without his shield, and approaches Loki to fight hand to hand. Despite his weaker strength, and the lack of weapons in his hands, Steve gives a few good punches in the next few seconds, but a single overextend by Steve is seen by Loki, and taken advantage of. Loki hits Steve on his back, with his scepter, the force of which throws Steve forward, towards the stairs. As he starts to stand up, Steve feels Loki's scepter pointed at his head, although weirdly enough, it was the blunt end, as Loki calmly orders, "Kneel." Steve takes a few breaths, feeling as if he had asthma once again, tired from fighting such a superior enemy for the first time. Even Red Skull and Mason weren't so far above him, he knew. But Loki, god or no, he could tell that Loki was stronger than all of them. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the vibranium shield of his, which had remained discarded when Loki had slapped it away, hits the stairs behind Steve, and bounces off of it, hitting Loki right on his face. A surprised Steve brings his head up as Loki is thrown backwards, and hears, "Bloody hell, Steve. You lost your touch after coming back to life, didn't ye?" Before he even knows it, Steve is smiling, and turning towards the voice, he says, "The enemy is just too strong this time, Captain. That's never stopped you from picking fights though, did it?" The man says, smiling in amusement. "And who are you supposed to be?" Loki asks, now once again standing, as he stares at the newcomer. There was a man standing to a side, to Steve's left, wearing an expensive three-piece suit, complete with a bow tie, and a wine glass in hand. Despite it, however, Steve had no doubts that it was this man that just threw that shield. The man raises his finger, in a universal signal to say wait just a minute, and putting the wine glass to his lips, downs it completely. "Gah! That was not worth the price at all," he says, throwing the glass to the side. As he starts loosening his bow tie, and takes the expensive blazer off, the man says, "As for who I am, the name's Mason Lucas Aves. Or as Steve over there called me, Captain Avalon. Mason Aves. Captain Avalon. His old friend." He looked just as young as the day they had last seen one another, almost 70 years ago, although this man did look a bit on the thinner side. But Steve had no doubts at all that this was him. If he, an American experiment, can survive for 66 years in ice, why can't the Hydra experiment named Mason survive? Although it probably didn't happen the same. But Steve was just glad to see one familiar face in this unfamiliar time. Seeing movement from the corner of his eyes, Steve turns his head to see a gorgeous woman drop down from the bonnet of a car. Was she always there, he asks himself, wondering why a sane person would even stay when such a fight was happening. She approaches Mason, much to his surprise, and hugs him. Mason, further to Steve's surprise, hugs the woman back. "Where were you? You missed all the excitement, you know," the woman says, as the two separate. Still with his eyes on Loki, Mason says, "It always happens. I go to the loo for 2 minutes and that's when something like this happens." "Yep, that's Mason," Steve thinks, seeing the annoyed look on his face. Mason then gently pushes the woman back, and says, "Now, if you don't mind, Kandra, Steve's fighting an enemy, and I want to help him. So go ahead, and go on without me. I'll meet you whenever we're done with this moron." Loki makes a face, as he had remained watching, for some reason letting the two talk, as the woman, Kandra, walks back to her car after laying a short kiss on Mason's cheek, and drives off. Loki sees it all happen, his face going through different colors, and he says, "Did you just call me a moron? You're immortal, you're beneath me. And you too, will kneel, Mason Aves, or you will die just like her." And then, he points his scepter at the retreating car, his intentions clear to everyone watching. Right as Steve starts running towards Loki, Mason does a snapping motion, and a dagger hits Loki's head, hard. The dagger pierces his skin just a little, but doesn't manage to go past the skull bones. But it proves enough to make Loki miss, and the attack from his scepter just hits a random parked car, which blows up, a hole ripped through its driver's side seat. Loki turns around with a snarl, only for the two soldiers to pounce on him in unison. Steve goes for Loki's legs, while Mason kicks at his head. The double attack from two sides makes Loki spin into the air, and land on his stomach. Steve and Mason stand a few feet away, watching Loki start standing up once again, but just then, something vaguely resembling bad music to Steve's ears starts playing from the jet. Steve looks up, only to see a red blur slam into a now standing Loki, throwing him on the ground once again. Iron Man! He raises his arms, pointing the palms towards the god, and as weapons extend out of places that Steve doesn't know how they fit, Iron Man says, "Make your move, Reindeer Games." Loki raises his hands, in a surrendering motion, and as if by magic, his armor and helmet disappear from his body. "Good move. Iron Man," or Tony Stark, says, still keeping his arms raised. All the while, the harsh to the ears music keeps playing on almost all the speakers around them. AC/DC. "Well, at least you have better taste in music than your dad," Mason says, as he turns back to walk towards the discarded jacket. It makes Steve wonder. If this was considered good music taste by Mason, what kind of music did Howard listen to? "Mr. Stark," Steve says, nodding at Stark while watching Loki get rid of his armor, the scepter laying on the side. Stark nods back, and says, "Captain." "Who's that guy?" Steve stares at Mason's back, and says, "An old friend." "You got this right." And without waiting for an answer, Steve walks towards Mason. He didn't know what to say. He wasn't surprised, not in the least. He was just worried about the implications of Mason still being alive, and not dead as the public believed. As S.H.I.E.L.D. believed. As Mason turns back, once again wearing his jacket, Steve opens his mouth to start a tirade of questions, but Mason just comes closer and pulls Steve into a hug. Steve hugs back, after a moment of thought, and says, "It is good to see you, Mason." "Fucking hell, Steve, you have no idea how glad I am to see you," Mason says, patting Steve on the back. And as a whisper, he adds, "Keep your questions inside for now, we'll talk later, once we're in a secure place." "I promise." Steve nods, trusting in his captain for now. And he did have questions. But for now, the priority is taking Loki to the helicarrier. And Mason too, he hoped. "I missed you, buddy. I missed you to hell," Mason says, as they separate out of the hug. Steve sighs, smiling, and says, "I missed you too, Aves." He was glad his old friend was back to the living. A/N, and the MCU begins. Why Mason is holding back will not be mentioned in the story, but here. Basically, Mason wants as few questions as possible from anyone. His survival is bound to bring questions, he didn't want his full strength to do so too. Mason won't show his full strength, not yet. Why Emma Frost? Why did Mason select her to join a British organization? Mason didn't. Cassiopeia did. Let's just assume she has some spell that allows her to see alternate futures like Tau but only for a limited time. She did it, and used it to see Emma's future. Why Emma? Because she's a telepath on Charles Xavier's level, and she had a bad future ahead of her. If anyone was wondering, lol, her clone is the one that showed in X-Men Origins Wolverine. Not canon, but a funny Easter egg from me in my efforts of making the timeline make sense. Chapter 110, Mistrust. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. Has he said anything? Fury asks, once the jet has been in the air for barely a minute. As the pilot had everything under control, Natasha turns around to look at the back, and seeing Loki just stare at Mason Aves, who just kept on reading a book he had gotten out of his jacket, she says, "Not a word." "And what about him?" Fury asks, leaving no doubts to Natasha over who he's talking about. The surprise addition to their team, requested by Steve Rogers to join them, Mason Aves, Captain Avalon. The second part of the legendary duo, Captain Avalon and Captain America. Another legendary hero, back from the dead. Natasha turns her eyes towards Aves, and says, "No, he hasn't said anything either." Steve, who had been listening in from the door to the cockpit, leans forward and says, "He will answer any questions of ours once we're secure, sir. He doesn't want to give anything to Loki, since he's the enemy right now." "Is he though?" Fury counters. "We know nothing about where he has been all this time, Rogers. For all we know, your old friend could have been compromised all those years ago itself. I'll take responsibility if that proves to be true, sir." Steve says, "And that's enough, isn't it?" Natasha believes so, yes. She may have been a Russian, and not at all a Captain America fan, and how could she, when her own government-assigned father was a super soldier who hated Captain America, but her childhood days in Ohio taught her that much about Steve Rogers. He doesn't have a dishonest bone in his body. Natasha then asks, "Did we find anything about the woman who was with Aves?" "Kandra, right." Fury glares at Natasha for changing the topic, and answers, "Face Trace gave a few sightings over the years, going back to 1957. No name, official or unofficial." Silence returns to the cockpit, as the realization that they just let someone that could possibly be a dangerous person walk away. Sure, they were in the middle of a fight, but they should have briefed her first. Just bring them straight here. No sightseeing, Romanov. Fury says, cutting the call from his end. Natasha turns back, only to see Steve staring at Mason once again, and she wonders just what he's thinking right now. Nothing? No hello? No how are yous? Not even a why am I coming with you? Stark asks, standing with just his armor on, the helmet kept to the side. Steve turns his head to Tony, ready to admonish him, but Mason keeps reading and just says, I don't really mind coming with you lot. Steve asked nicely, so why wouldn't I come? You probably would have just tried to threaten me, or God forbid, knock me unconscious. Or try to, Steve thinks, knowing just how capable a fighter, and how resilient Mason is. Mason then looks up at Tony from the book, and says, I am not your enemy, Tony. You don't have to be so stiff. Besides, if I do prove to be an enemy, Steve there wouldn't hesitate to kill me to save all of you. Steve wants to say that he won't. He won't kill Mason. But he understands war, and that's what this is now. If Mason has turned, and no one knew it before, if Mason betrays them, Steve will try to kill Mason. Tony hums, and after a moment, he says, he knew, didn't he? My dear old dad, he knew that you were alive. What? Steve voices out, confused, while he sees Natasha straighten up a bit more, no doubt listening in. Tony looks at him, and says, my dad was obsessed with finding you, the great Captain America, he might have spent like hundreds of millions on trying to find you. I should know, he missed my entire childhood doing that. Steve frowns, not liking how Tony was speaking about Howard. He may have had his faults, but Howard was a good man. But Dad never once mentioned trying to look for him. I used to think it was an American thing, like you're America's hero and he's the English one, so he didn't bother. But now. Tony finishes, waving his Iron Man armor-covered hand at Mason, who had kept reading still. Mason finally looks up, a soft smile on his face, and says, you're right. Howard knew that I was alive. And so did a few more people. And just like that, he returns to reading. I knew it. Tony exclaims, an expression of pride on his face, while Steve goes into thought. At least Mason wasn't alone all this time. He stayed hidden just from the government and the public, not from his friends. Or Howard just found him by chance, could be any one of them. I don't like it. Steve says, after a few minutes of uncomfortable silence, while their prisoner had just kept his mouth shut, and Mason kept reading his book that Steve couldn't make out the title of. Seeing that his eyes were on Loki, Stark smirks at him and asks, what? Rock of Ages giving up so easily? Steve gets confused, not understanding the reference. Was it a movie thing? He has a lot to catch up on, Steve knows. Steve turns to Tony, Howard's son, and says, it's never this easy, Mason and I, we've actually been in a war, Mr. Stark. Enemies never give up this easily, not when they have something like that scepter in their hands. Looking at a smiling Loki once again, leaving no doubt to Steve that Loki actually wanted to be captured, Steve says, besides, he hits harder than both Mason and I combined. His back was still hurting from when Loki had hit him with that scepter. Tony hums, thinking it over for barely a moment. He says, still, you are pretty spry for an older fellow. Aves, if he is Aves, we can excuse, because he's been awake and running around all this time, free to work out. Not you though. What's your secret? Polities. Once again, the word is unfamiliar to Steve. He just looks at Tony, still confused, but now a bit annoyed, and asks, what? It's like calisthenics. Exercise and yoga combined. You might have missed a few things doing your time as the capsicle. Tony says, turning his head to look out the window. And that reference, Steve understood. Capsicle, a funny play of words that at one time, Steve would have appreciated. Mason snorts, although he hides it before Steve can even catch him in the act. Now definitely annoyed at the arrogant son of Howard Stark, Steve says, Fury didn't tell me he was calling you in. And Fury tells you everything? You're best buds now, waving the flag of the US of A together and singing hallelujah. Tony counters, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Trust me, Cap, Fury is not your friend. Steve opens his mouth to counter, in defense of the leader of a government peacekeeping organization. Steve believes that Stark should at least respect the position that Fury is in, like one does the president, or the mayor. But before he can say that, someone else says something, distracting him. Where is this coming from? Natasha says, looking around at the lightning storm that had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Seeing Loki jump a bit in his place, Steve can't help but ask, scared of a little lightning. Loki smiles, his face oozing nervousness, and says, I am not overly fond of what follows. What? Steve wonders, only to be distracted once more by the jet shaking, as a thud sounds above them. Someone's on the plane. Steve says, and without saying anything, Stark picks his helmet up and puts it on his head. Steve picks up his shield, and sees Tony walk towards the back of the plane. The next few events happen even before Steve knows what's happening. Stark opens up the hatch, someone else walks into the flying plane without so much as a harness, and takes Loki with him, after sending Stark flying into Steve by a single swipe of his hammer. The next thing he knows, Steve is taking a parachute and jumping off after Stark, who flew in his suit, after telling Natasha that he'll handle it. I really miss the good old days. I'm dealing with literal children over here. I mumble, as I stand up and start walking towards the open hatch. I have a plan: attack. Really? He really had to inherit your flair for dramatics, didn't he, Howard? The sound of a handgun safety being taken off makes me stop, as Natasha says, we would prefer that you don't leave, Captain Aves. Rogers and Stark have that matter handled. Sigh, once again, children. Turning around, I say, you've read about me, Agent Romanoff? Then you know that the gun is not going to be enough. Natasha shrugs, calmly staring at me, and says, it might not permanently keep you down, but a shot to the head will probably do the trick temporarily. Or it might just give me enough time to think up something else. I chuckle, and say, my wife would love you, Agent Romanoff. But unfortunately, I need to make sure the two idiots don't mess anything up. We don't want the Tesseract to be lost, now, do we? He knows about the Tesseract. Natasha questions herself, giving me enough time to just jump back and through the hatch. She still shoots the gun, but it misses my head by a large margin, since I was already speeding towards the ground thanks to the gravity. Turning my body to start a downward flight towards the ground, I look around. Steve was still in mid-air, Thor and Loki were on a mountain top, talking and quarreling, while Iron Man was shooting towards the brothers. If I remember my movies right, Stark will fight Thor while Loki is just left unattended. So, let's deal with Loki first, why don't we? Turning my body, I maneuver my flight path towards Loki, without making it obvious that I'm flying, and with a crash, land on the mountain top right behind him. Getting up from the crater I had formed with my fall, I glance at Loki, my ears catching the sound of Thor and Tony fighting in the forest underneath the mountain, and dust my clothes just a bit. Being weaker was a drag, but what can I do? Showing my full strength will bring forth even more questions, and I would rather avoid getting annoyed by these people so soon. And there goes another tree, thank you Thor, the god of destruction. Correction, it was Tony, not Thor. Or well, both. Tony just kicked Thor through a tree. Loki, who had jumped when I crashed on the ground, looks at me with wide eyes, and asks, you're not immortal at all, are you? What are you? In response, I shrug and say, what I am, isn't important, Loki Odinson. What is important is me making sure that you don't escape while your brother is brought to his senses. Loki chuckles, but I could tell from his expressions that he was angry at me calling him an Odinson, and he says, I know. I know now. You're one of those changelings. No, they call you something else now, don't they? Mutanter? Mutants? Ah, yes. I remember now. Mutants. I didn't actually know Asgard was aware of the new terminology for mutanter. Nodding, I say, yes, I am a mutant. You must know that mutants have powers beyond the normal, don't you? As if on cue, the sky shines bright, as an enormous amount of magic is gathered over the area. The light condenses into the form of lightning that drops down onto Thor's hammer, which he sends towards the grounded Iron Man. Even before he can try to dodge it, Iron Man is hit by the lightning. But, I know he'll be okay. Loki tilts his head, both of us turning back towards one another, now looking curious and asks, what is your power then? Smiling, I lean my head to the side, dodging a dagger that came from behind me, and catching the offending hand that wields the dagger, I use a judo move to slam the person on his back. As the illusion of Loki that I was talking to fades away, I look at the groaning visage of the true Loki, and say, amongst others, I have a really good set of senses. Loki glares at me, and as he conjures another dagger in his hands and throws it while still laying on the ground, I conjure my own sword in my hands, and dodging this dagger too, I kick my foot on Loki's chest, dropping him back down before he can succeed in getting up, and point the sword at his face. And I can also do this. I say, referring to my sword conjuration. Ah, Glamdring. How much I've missed using you in battle. Your mortal weapons won't hurt me, mutant. Loki snarls, glaring at me from over the sword tip. Smiling wide, I ask, are you sure about that? Loki freezes, as I move the sword ever so slowly, creating a small, shallow, cut on his cheek. For a second, Loki stares at me in horror, as cold, red blood leaks out of his cheek drop by drop. But then a green smoke emits out of the wound, and it heals back up. Hey, I didn't know he could do that, to be honest. That was the healing realm's magic. Sufficiently cowed, Loki glares at me in defiance, so I smile at him, and say, now, I need to stop your brother before he destroys this nice forest even more, so I better find you right here. Because if you aren't, well, my sword won't just be causing small cuts. Capic. Loki nods once, all the while glaring at me, so I move my sword away from his face, and get my leg off his chest. Turning towards the edge, I see Tony and Thor still fighting. Tony drops down from a flight with a punch that if it was anyone weaker than Loki, it would have knocked them out cold, which just makes Thor even more angry. As they raise their arms to attack one another once again, however, the iconic shield, that I had missed a lot, slams into Thor's face, rebounds on Tony's armor, and returns to its wielder, who stood on top of a tall tree. Ah, I missed this man. Steve catches the shield in his hand, and fixing it to his left hand, he authoritatively says, that's enough. It was said more to Thor than Tony, but Steve didn't think he needed to voice it out loud. Neither did he feel the need to voice out his disappointment in Tony's actions. So much destruction in just 2 minutes, and for what? Did he even try talking? Tony, who had promptly pointed his armor weapons at him when the shield had hit, depowers them, and slowly drops his hand, and even Thor does the same, although he didn't look like he would be caught off guard by any attack that comes. Steve could certainly appreciate that. Vigilance is important, least of all in times like these. As the two hotheads stare at him, Steve jumps down from the tree, which is just shy of 30 feet high, and lands lightly on his feet. He stares at Thor this time, and says, now, I don't know what you're doing here. Thor interrupts him, probably angry at Tony's actions and his own sneak attack, and says, I am here to put an end to Loki's schemes. Seeing the hammer rising ever so slowly, Steve says, prove it. Put that hammer down, so we can discuss further matters peacefully. Yeah. Bad call. He loves that how Tony begins, before being backhanded by the hammer in question. Thor glares at him, making Steve realize that he probably made a mistake this time, and snarls, you want me to put the hammer down? As Steve watches wide-eyed, Thor jumps into the air, hammer raised up with a weird sort of vapor surrounding it on all sides. As Thor approaches him, Steve raises his shield, trusting it to defend him from this like it did against the Hydra energy weapons. Almost in slow motion, the hammer approaches Steve's shield, the full strength of a god behind it, and slams into it. With a loud boom, the hammer strikes the shield, and stops. Nothing happens, other than Steve feeling the extreme strength of Thor Odinson pushing him down for a moment. And after a few seconds, even that stops, as the hammer slides off his shield. Hesitating a bit, Steve slowly brings the shield down, only to see a wide-eyed Thor staring at it in what can only be shock. That's impossible. Nothing can stop Mjolnir. Thor mumbles, staring at his shield, now with fear. Steve is about to dismiss it as a weird fact about the metal that Stark had made his shield out of, but then he notices a soft blue shine coming off of his shield, which makes him pause. Flipping the shield around, Steve notices some pattern of lines and squiggles in a blue color covering the surface of the shield. What magic is this? Thor whispers, as Steve wonders the same. Earth magic, son of Odin. A familiar voice says, making Steve widen his eyes. Mason. In all the rush of Thor kidnapping Loki, Steve had just forgotten about Mason. But then, what Mason just said comes to his attention once again. Earth magic? What was Mason talking about? As Steve stares at Mason, a different sword in his hand than Steve was used to seeing, Mason points his unarmed hand at the shield, and pulls his hand towards himself. As if by magic, the blue light that had carved the patterns in Steve's shield lifts off of it, and moves in the air, towards Mason, towards his hand, which catches the light over its palm. All the while, the three spectators and Thor, Steve, and Tony, watch in silence. One amazed, one weirded out, and one wondering what the hell is happening over here. A mage. Thor whispers, his fear slowly turning to wonder, while Steve and Tony are just weirded out by the spectacle. The light that Mason had somehow pulled out of the shield over his palm starts condensing, gathering into a crystal that looks beautiful and scary at the same time. The crystal was glowing brighter and brighter with every note of light that was brought into it, until finally, a bright blue crystal of condensed lightning floats above Mason's hand. And then, it shoots up into the air, disappearing into the sky, while the four spectators, Loki included, Steve remembers, watch on in awe. Are we done here? Mason asks, as Steve looks on. He stood there, looking as annoyed as he always looked, with his sword resting on his shoulder. And Steve can't help but wonder. Did he always have this new talent? Did he always have this magic? An hour passes, and Steve finds himself sitting in the helicarrier once again, looking at the two screens in front of him. One showed Loki's glass-like cell, where just two people could be seen on screen from two different angles. Loki, and Director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nicholas Fury. Well, let me know if real power wants a magazine or something. Fury says, as he starts walking out of the room that contained the transparent prison. Steve didn't pay much attention to the ongoing conversation, even if he did participate in it. He was just too busy watching the second display screen, showing another prisoner sitting calmly, reading the book once again. Mason Aves, his old friend. It hadn't taken long after Mason had given them the big reveal of his magical powers, after he had cowed Loki into staying put, and brought out a sword from nowhere, for the group to pile into the Quinjet once again, and continue their journey to the helicarrier. Thor was uncharacteristically silent during that time, while Loki had kept staring at Mason, either as if he was a puzzle to be solved, or he was food to be eaten. Steve didn't know which. But as soon as they had landed on the helicarrier, a large group of armed soldiers had appeared in front of them, accompanied by two agents that he knew as Coulson and Sitwell. Coulson led Tony Stark to a place he could store his armor without it getting in anyone's way, and where he could work on it if need be, while more than half of the soldiers had taken Loki to the cell that he now occupied. The remaining soldiers had surrounded them all, while Sitwell had asked, ordered, Mason to go with them, from where he had been taken to the interrogation room that he now occupied. Unsurprisingly, Mason had agreed, probably having seen it coming when Natasha had informed Fury over the comma about what she had witnessed him do. Rogers. Fury calls out, bringing him out of his thoughts, and making him realize that Banner and Stark had left the room, probably to start tracking the cube down. Steve looks at him, and asks, what's going to happen to him? Fury stares at him for a second, his expressions not letting Steve know anything at all, and says, we need to first confirm that he is who he says he is, and that he isn't against us. He's Mason all right, and he's not with Loki. Steve says, completely sure of both. Fury raises an eyebrow, and asks, how can you tell? Beyond your gut feeling, I mean. And I'm not saying he's necessarily with Loki, we need to make sure that he isn't against us. For all we know, he could be here to steal the Tesseract for someone else, or for himself. He's been out in the world for 67 years, Rogers, who knows what he's done, who he's allied with. And that's not even mentioning his new powers that he wasn't seen using even once during the war. Thor, who had stayed silent during this entire time, scoffs and says, those are no new powers. He was born with them, it is just likely that he hid them before. All three remaining heads, Fury, Natasha, and Steve, snap towards Thor when he says that, and Steve notices the agents standing guard, as well as Fury's deputy, turning towards them, now openly listening. Frowning, Steve asks, what do you mean? Thor smiles at him a bit sadly, and says, my brother is the expert in this, but I have some knowledge in this subject. Your friend is something called a mage. A wizard. Wizard? Steve asks, skeptical of it. He hadn't made the connection when Thor had first said mage, but now he said wizard, and Steve was beginning to doubt Thor's sanity. But it could also be true. But then again, Steve did wonder how Mason had kept his swords hidden when infiltrating as a Hydra agent that day, when Red Skull had died, when Steve had dropped the plane. Aliens, wizards, what's next? Robots that want to take over the world? Thor nods, and says, they're people born with the ability to use magic. Like my brother, or my mother. The talent is very rare, and even on Asgard barely 100 people can use it, none as skillfully as my brother and mother. But what your friend Aves did before, stopping my hammer from harming you, is something even my mother would struggle with. Fury shakes his head, and says, back up. Since when does Earth have wizards? Like old Gandalf? We would have known if it was so. Steve was curious about it too, and so he turns towards Thor. Thor nods at the screen showing Mason reading the book, which funnily enough was The Lord of the Rings, and says, as I said, I don't know much about them. Midgard always had them, since thousands of years ago. My brother encountered them, so did my mother, my father, and his father, and so on. Well. Damn. Steve didn't know what to think now. Magic. Actual magic was real, and has been on Earth in past history. They were in high numbers and right around the time of my birth they were at their strongest. They lived in seclusion, mostly, and stayed away from the other mortals, like yourself. Fear of being taken advantage of, fear of persecution. I don't know what exactly happened, but a few centuries ago they disappeared. Heimdall tried looking for them, but he only realized that mages were being killed by those without magic for the crime of using magic. Children, women, men, elderly, and sometimes even non-mages were being accused of witchcraft and killed. The Salem witch trials. Steve remembers, although he didn't think they included real witches and wizards too. Thor shakes his head, and says, we couldn't see them after that, and I, like most of Asgard, had assumed that they had all died out. But now that I've seen your friend use his magic, the way he helped your impressive shield stop my hammer, and sent my own lightning back into the skies after saving you from my stupid mistake, I can be sure that while their race has died, he magic still remains, in the descendants of the mages of old. An entire subspecies of humanity, wiped out because of fear. Steve could see humanity doing it, they've tried it before. With black people, with mutants, with Jews. Although the racism against the first and last was almost gone now, which he was really glad about, while the racism against mutants didn't look as if it was going anytime soon, much to his displeasure. Fury sighs, rubbing his forehead, while Steve just frowns. He glances at Natasha, but her face showed nothing to him other than the worry she had for the compromised agent. Fury turns towards Steve, and says, "You see why I need to be sure of his affiliation? He could be after us for revenge against what our ancestors did against his. He could be an ally to Magneto, for all we know, having gotten together in their common hatred against humanity. Hell, he could be someone pretending to be Aves using this magic, we don't know if that's impossible. We need to make sure he's on our side, Rogers." Steve can concede that, but he trusted his gut feeling a lot. It was what had told him that Mason was a good man even back then, and it is what was telling him that Mason can be trusted now. Magic or no magic. But still, he knew that Fury won't trust his words like this. So he asks, "What can I do?" Fury nods, and says, "I want you to talk to him. Confirm that he is Mason Lucas Aves, Captain Avalon, the same man that you fought in the war with. I would have asked Agent Romanoff, but she doesn't know him like you do. Ask him how he knows about the Tesseract, who Kandra is, and why he's here with us. It's not a secret that both Loki and Aves want to be here, I want to know why. And lastly, ask him about this magic, where he was all these years, and why he was hiding." Steve nods, understanding the order, although it pains him to interrogate a close friend, his closest friend right now, since all the others are dead or dying. He knew that it was Mason, he could recognize Mason anywhere. But he could also understand Fury's doubts, and his fears, especially in the current times. And so, he would do it. To prevent mistrustful behavior, to prevent any more fights, he would question his friend. Steve puts the badge he had been given on the scanner, and enters the password to the interrogation room. Just by looking at the door, and the walls, Steve could tell that this interrogation room was a prison in and of itself. Even he would find it hard to escape from this, with his superior strength. Not Mason though. Nothing could keep Mason imprisoned. He will always find a way. Funnily enough, Steve had read a few comics from right after the war which said the same. You can't imprison Captain Avalon. The fact that Mason was still inside when he got there proved to Steve that what Fury said was true. Mason wants to be here. Why, he doesn't know, and he doesn't think Mason will tell them. Entering the room, Steve sits on the chair opposite Mason's, a single table between them. Mason keeps the book down, and watches him with a smile on his face, but Steve holds his own smile back. He needs to do this first, confirm his identity for S.H.I.E.L.D's sake. "Can you tell me your name?" Steve begins, asking the first question. Mason raises an eyebrow in question, and says, "Mason Lucas Aves. Captain Avalon, a knight of Great Britain." Steve nods, detecting the honesty within the answer, and says, "Tell me something that would prove your identity to me, and to S.H.I.E.L.D. Mason hums, closing his eyes as he thinks for a moment, and as a smile forms on his face, he asks, "Should I tell you about our first mission together, when we rescued the commandos and the other POWs from Hydra?" "No, that's too tame. I could tell you about the time Dugan, Peggy, and I caught you kissing that brunette. What was her name? Charity something? Or should I tell you about how Bucky paid a couple of hookers to get you to lose your veer?" "No." Steve exclaims as his face flushes, cursing Bucky, and says, "That's enough, Mason. That's enough." Why Bucky had to tell Mason that, Steve didn't know. Turning towards the camera, a blushing Steve says, "He is who he says he is, no doubts there." Mason chuckles, and says, "In case that wasn't enough, I can show you these." At that Mason puts his hand on top of the table, and just like the day he had learned about them, Mason's nails extend further, and dig into the steel table easily. He then uses the same nail to cut into his arm, and even before the blood can leak out, the wound closes right before Steve's eyes. "Hey, that's gotten faster than before," Steve thinks to himself. Steve nods, despite it not being necessary for Mason to share another one of his secrets, he appreciates the effort. Sighing in satisfaction, Steve says, "There are a few more questions that we need to ask you, Mason, now that I'm sure of your identity. I hope you are honest with me." Mason nods, and leaning back, he says, "Ask away, old friend. Do understand, however, that I reserve the right to not answer a question I deem inappropriate." Steve nods, and opening the file he had brought with him, which contained just a single page with the questions S.H.I.E.L.D. had printed out for him, he asks, "Where were you, these 67 years? They told me you disappeared the same day I did, and were only seen running after a man whom you had a vendetta with." Mason sighs, and running his hand through his hair, he asks, not the question I expected you to ask first, but one I expected nonetheless. I was here, and there, everywhere really. Traveling the world, learning more and more about my powers, doing things I wasn't allowed to do before. No one knew who I was, of course, and I was free to enjoy my freedom without any supervision. Steve smiles, knowing just how much Mason had craved freedom. He had seen Mason get annoyed every time someone from the brass ordered him to do something he found stupid. Steve waits for Mason to say something about the man he had supposedly followed, but Mason says nothing, and just smiles, telling Steve that that's not something he's saying. Not right now. Moving on, Steve asks, how did you stay hidden from all the agencies, all the cameras? There are no sightings at all of you. And Steve knew just how much this was bothering S.H.I.E.L.D. One just cannot stay hidden from all cameras for 67 years. Not one camera caught him? Not one person mistook him for himself? There aren't even mad ramblings of anyone claiming to have seen Mason alive. Just one claim of a madman imprisoned for impersonating Mason to seduce, and steal from the wife of a rich British aristocrat in the 80s. Mason grins, as if he knew just what S.H.I.E.L.D. was feeling, and says, now that would be telling, wouldn't it, Steve? If people could recognize me during my missions I would have been a bad infiltration specialist, wouldn't I? Steve could at least concede that, but he suspected that this magic had something to do with it. Reading the next question, which he knows will be the hardest for Mason to answer, Steve hesitates a bit. You want to ask me why? Why I left, why I disappeared? Mason says, without Steve even needing to voice it out. Steve nods slowly, sighs, and says, I know it couldn't have been easy, making that decision to desert, but I just want to know. More than S.H.I.E.L.D., I want to know. What happened? Mason stares at Steve, and for a second Steve is worried that Mason won't answer. Mason nods, and says, yeah, you of all people deserve to know. Shaking his head, Mason says, I was tired, Steve. Tired of fighting a war. Tired of losing people. I was already losing my mind when we lost Tim and Bucky, and then, right as we won the war against Hydra, you disappeared. Died, as far as I knew then. I couldn't do it after that. Couldn't face the others, knowing that I survived when you didn't. They wouldn't have blamed you. Steve says, interrupting whatever Mason was about to say next. Mason looks at him with a small smile, and says, I know that now, I didn't know that then. I heard your last words with Peggy, you know. Seeing her like that, I just ran away. He sighs, and says, by the time I got my head on straight, a few months had passed after the war ended. Hitler had killed himself, Nazis had surrendered, then USA bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan surrendered, and people moved on. I moved on from your death. But by that time I had realized something. I couldn't show myself to the public, not at that time. Why? Steve asks, confused. Mason shrugs, and says, your death meant that I was the only remaining super soldier in the world. It didn't matter that I was experimented on by the Nazis, and my powers could have been my own powers and not those from the serum like yours, I was the only man like you. A super soldier. People were trying to replicate it, even back then. You can ask S.H.I.E.L.D. about the continuation of Project Rebirth, and its consequences. But it wasn't just the Americans. Britain, Japan, France, Canada, Australia, hell, even India was trying to create super soldiers, sacrificing volunteers and prisoners, in droves, and they were barely independent back then. Shaking his head once again, Mason says, if I had gone public then, I would have been hounded by the governments. My own government wouldn't have hesitated to cart me off to be experimented on so there could be more of me. And there wouldn't have been a shortage of assassins after me either, since I would be the only super soldier alive, and hence, a threat to all the other nations. And so, I kept away. I decided that super soldiers would remain a relic of World War II. Steve frowns, putting a note to himself to ask Fury about what Mason said. People kept on trying to replicate the serum, that soon? He knew Banner was trying it, and so were many others, but he didn't think it began right after the war. But then he realizes something. Mason. He left everyone. His home, his friends, the commandos, hell, he might not even have had access to any of his money, let alone the pension he was supposed to get. It must have been lonely. Steve muses, wondering if he could have done it. If he could have left everything and everyone behind. Mason smiles, and says, not as much as you're thinking, but in the beginning it was. But then, a few months after the war ended I couldn't handle it anymore and made contact with our friends. Phillips, Peggy, the commandos, Howard, and Lorraine. I got them all together, and told them about my survival. I had left them alone to mourn our deaths, and so, I wanted to show them that I was there in case they needed me. But even still, I had people of my own to lean on. Peggy knew. Steve asks, straightening up, while also wondering why she never told Shield about it. But the answer provides itself as soon as the question is asked. Peggy wouldn't do that, she wouldn't betray a friend like this, not even to her own organization. Hell, it could be possible that Mason even helped her with Shield's establishment. Mason smiles, and says, yup. She knows, not new. She's still alive, you know. She's a bit old now, but her mind is as healthy as ever. How? How is she? How is she? Steve asks, hesitating a bit. Shield had told him that she was alive, the only one of the old times to survive till this day, but they hadn't mentioned anything else. Not that he had asked, but still. Mason sighs, smiling, and says, she was sad, at first. For almost the next year she was upset over your death. But she's a strong woman, she recovered. Worked as an agent in SSR for a while more, and when SHIELD was founded, she became the first director. Then she married, had children, and lived a very happy life. Steve smiles, making his mind up on visiting her soon. His task, however, makes him come back from his thoughts, and clearing his throat, he asks, right, next question. What were you doing in Germany? Also, what can you tell us about the woman you were with? Mason chuckles, and answers, Condra is a friend. A sister, you can say, even. We've known each other for years. But I'm afraid I can't tell you anything about her. Steve nods, but asks, is she like you? A mage. Mason raises an eyebrow, and says, you've been talking with Thor, eh? Shaking his head, Mason says, yes, Condra is like me, a mage. Steve nods, understanding that that's all Mason was going to say about Condra, and he could appreciate what little information they got. You didn't answer the first question. Steve points out. Mason smiles, this one strangely sad, and says, I didn't, did I? Sigh, I was looking for someone. I had a pretty good hunch that someone I've been looking for almost 3 decades now would be coming there. Condra was there to help me with it, of course. Alas, she never showed. Steve notices the vagueness of it all, and despite knowing that Mason might not answer this question, he asks, who is it? Mason looks up, and only now Steve notices just how broken. Mason looks when he's not pretending to be calm, as he says, my wife. She's been missing since 1985. And I've been looking for her ever since. A/N, sorry for being late, I was out of town, visiting the university I studied my master's at. I might finally be getting my final mark list and my master's degree soon. And sorry about the diversions, there's been a problem. It's me, I am the problem. Jokes aside, I've realized that I enjoy writing the past too damn much. Despite not knowing too much about history, too. Either that, or I dislike writing about an already established plot. Grindelwald's plot is fairly unknown, and I could use that, but for MCU, there are so many FICS, not to mention the wonderful movies and comics. So as you can see, my MCU plot will be a bit different. Like here, in this chapter, I didn't focus on what we know has happened from the movies, instead I gave a new perspective to the events, and added Mason's interrogation to it. Hope it's good. The last part will be explained in future chapters, don't worry. Chapter 111, Helicarrier. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. A/N, since a lot of fanfics spend a lot of words on the plot that we already know from reading many other fanfics and from the movies, I've decided to skip as much of the common plot that I can. Like the Iridium discussion from the movie, etc. Hope this works, but I just want to write as much of this story as I can, and not the MCU canon. As Steve walked out of the interrogation room and towards the bridge, a lot of questions start going through his mind. Many of them focused around Mason's magic, his life until now, and the surprising reveal that he had just given them all. He had a wife. A wife that was just like him and the woman named Condra, a mage, and so, still young despite her age being at least 80 years. Mason had told Steve that he had married her in 1945 itself, while the war was still being fought, but he just hadn't told anyone. Good for him. At least he found some happiness. Steve thinks, smiling a bit. Though he did wonder when Mason had the time to find a dame, fall in love, and marry, he assumed the answer was related to magic. When he had learned of his other friends' families, their own marriages, he was happy. Even Peggy's marriage had brought a smile to his face, not before his heart had felt a pang of lost opportunity, since at least she found happiness after him. Howard's marriage was the most surprising, since Steve hadn't expected the man to settle down, but he was happy for him, no matter what Howard's son was like. But Mason. After learning that Mason was still alive, he had first thought that Mason wouldn't marry, not willing to see a loved one die, but with all he knew now, he was glad Mason found someone. Or at least he was, before he learned that said wife was missing, and has been missing since 1985. Steve had offered his help, and of Shields, to look for her, but Mason had just laughed it off, saying, "If I can't find her, S.H.I.E.L.D. most definitely can't, Steve, but thank you for offering. Don't worry too much, my wife is a tough person to harm even a little, so I know that she'll be back in my life, sooner or later." Despite that statement, however, Steve knew that her disappearance had hurt Mason a lot. It told Steve about the love Mason had for his wife, whose name he hadn't even mentioned yet. Sighing, Steve shakes his head as he enters the bridge, and immediately goes towards the table the group had been provided. Avengers, he reminds himself, the name of the group he was supposed to lead. Fury nods at him, and says, "Good work, Rogers." Steve just scoffs internally, and says, "We didn't learn anything he didn't want us to know." And it was something that bothered as well as amused Steve, that Mason gave them some information, despite the fact that he could have just disappeared once again, without any of them ever finding him. He could do it, Steve knew that. But he only gave as much information as he wanted to give. Fury nods, and says, "But we know he's not against us. I'm not sure he's with us either, but let's just be satisfied with what we have. He was just there at the right place at the right time. I even doubt that he would have interfered with Loki if you weren't there, we all know his friend Kandra didn't." Steve nods, although internally, he disagreed. Mason wouldn't let someone powerful bully the masses like that. Not the Mason he knows anyway. Steve looks around, not seeing any of the others, and asks, "Is there anything else I can do?" He frowns, when he sees a soldier playing some sort of game on the computer he was provided, finally realizing what Stark had said before. No doubt Fury knew about it too, but Steve guessed that since there wasn't any work for the man to do, it was being allowed for now. Steve just hoped the soldier wasn't as lax when he was actually needed. Fury shakes his head, as he returns to looking at the screens in front of him and says, "No, you are free to have a look around or do whatever you want. Until Stark and Banner figure out where the cube is, we're running blind here. Let's just hope they prove themselves half as competent as Stark believes himself to be." Steve nods, and turning away, starts looking for Banner. From what Coulson had said, Banner was the only one alive who had managed to be, debatably, successful in replicating Erskine's serum. The same one that had made the tiny kid from Brooklyn into the first super soldier. Steve wanted to know a few things from Banner. Why did the government want the serum to be replicated? What war was America thinking of dominating then, in 2005? Because as far as he knows, the Afghan war that began with 9/11 wasn't as unwinnable, as the Hydra one was all these years ago. There wasn't an actual need for super soldiers, since Stark's weapons were proving sufficient enough by themselves. So yes, he had questions for Banner, questions that he couldn't ask S.H.I.E.L.D., because it would feel too similar to insubordination. All those questions, however, are thrown right out of his mind when he enters Banner's lab, only to see Stark poke the man with something. "Hey!" Steve yells on instinct when Banner jumps in his place, startled. For a second, Steve found his mind going back to his old army days when he had to scold a few younger soldiers for not taking the war seriously enough. "Are you nuts?" The conversation with Stark and Banner heavy on his mind, Steve goes to the one person who he knows will have some advice for him. "Mason," Steve says, opening the door and nodding at the man in question. Mason raises an eyebrow, and asks, "You came back earlier than I expected. You expected me to come back?" Steve asks, wondering if he's really that predictable. Mason nods, and says, "Of course. You have more questions than I answered before, so it was natural that you would come back to me. Plus, my depressive revelation had shut our last conversation off, so I knew you would come back to continue it." Steve nods, realizing that yes, he would have come back to Mason sooner or later. Sighing, he says, "I think I'll put off the questions for now. I just need to rant, I guess." Mason chuckles, and as he leans back, he says, "Well, don't do it standing, now. Have a seat, and rant away. I have nothing else to do." Steve takes the offered seat at the opposite side of the interrogation table, and asks, "What happened to the book you were reading?" Mason waves his hand, dismissing it, and says, "It was The Lord of the Rings. I've already read the entire series, multiple times." "Series?" Steve asks, frowning, once again lamenting that he had a lot to catch up to. Mason nods, and says, "Remember Bucky's favorite book? The Hobbit?" Of course he remembers, Bucky had bought it way before the war began earnestly. Steve had read it too, having borrowed it from him. Mason smiles, and says, "Well, the author published a few more books after the war in a series, making a total of 4 books. There are movies too, so you might want to check them out." Steve widens his eyes, confirming in his mind that yes, he had missed out on a lot. "I have a lot to catch up to." He voices his thoughts out, shaking his head in disbelief. Mason chuckles at him, and says, "You have time now, after this Tesseract debacle is over." Tesseract. How do you know about the Tesseract? From what I know, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been keeping a very tight lid on it until Loki showed up. Steve says, not completely accusing Mason of anything, but wondering just the same. Mason raises an eyebrow, and asks, "I've been hidden from every government in the world for 67 years, Steve. You think I wouldn't find the dirty secrets said governments try to hide?" Dirty secrets? What's dirty about the Tesseract? Steve asks, getting distracted, wondering if there's some veracity to Stark's claims that Fury is hiding something. Although, he does realize that it's likely that Mason tried to find every secret of the government just to have something of a leverage if he was ever found. Mason chuckles, and says, "Everything, my friend. Everything. I visited Stark that day, you know. Howard, I mean. When he fished the Tesseract out of the ocean, I visited him, told him he should get rid of it as soon as he can, and put it back in the ocean because it brings nothing but problems, but the stubborn idiot didn't listen. He handed it off to the government after studying it for a decade or two. And what did they do? They tried to do the same thing that Hydra did. Extract its energy and use it for their own purposes." Every word from Mason makes Steve realize that the times have changed a lot. Or maybe, they never did, and he just was blind to all this before. The brass never cared about the small man, never. Why should they care about them now that they have the key to infinite energy in their hands? Before he handed it off, however, Stark had to study it. He had to poke it with anything he could find. Mason says, and Steve snorts, because of course he did. "You know the arc reactor that Tony's so fond of? The bigger one was created after Howard studied the Tesseract and its energy. A lot. It's basically the same energy, although a lot weaker. And it was bloody brilliant. He didn't use the Tesseract or its energy, no. He simply studied it, and figured out how he can mimic said energy on a far weaker scale using his technique." Stark? Of course he did something so impressive. Speaking of Stark, what do you think about Tony? It seems like you kept in touch with his life. Steve asks, changing the subject for a second. Mason smiles, and says, "Be gentle with the man, Steve. He hasn't had the best of lives." Steve scoffs, and says, "He's basically been fed by a silver spoon." Mason chuckles, and says, "Steve, one thing even you need to learn about people, money doesn't always mean a happy life. Sure, it helps things a lot, but sometimes all you need is love. Tony. He didn't have a happy childhood. Howard wasn't a good father to him." Steve opens his mouth to argue, but Mason waves his hand and continues, "Whom you and I remember as Howard Stark is very different from the Howard Stark that Tony remembers. Howard changed, a lot. He cared for Tony, loved him even, but he didn't ever let Tony know that. Harsh love, he used to say. Thankfully, Tony had his mother Maria to love him, so he wasn't completely loveless. And he also had Jarvis, the butler Howard had hired, who became a father figure to him. But yes, Howard made Tony's life harsher than it needed to be. And besides, neither Tony nor Banner are soldiers. They're not someone you can, or should, expect to put their life on the line for the cause of winning this war." As Mason finishes it, however, Steve feels uncomfortable. He doesn't want to believe that Howard would be a bad father. He can, but he doesn't want to. It was just easier to blame Tony, who's not only older than Steve is right now, but also alive. Shaking his head, he says, "Before we changed the subject," Mason raises an eyebrow, which Steve ignores, and continues, "You were saying about the Tesseract." Mason smirks, and asks, "Still doubtful about your team, are you? I was telling you about Stark's arc reactor. See, after Stark succeeded with using the Tesseract to create his reactor, the governments, they got hope. They wanted to use the reactor to build weapons, but Stark refused." Steve smiles, because of course Stark refused something that dangerous and still didn't face any repercussions. There was just something about Howard Stark that made one wary about making him an enemy. And as much as he didn't like to admit it, the same was true for Tony. So they got together to try and figure it out themselves. The government, S.H.I.E.L.D., NASA. And they succeeded, not in what they wanted but succeeded nonetheless. They created a ship engine capable of light-speed travels. In 1989. That was huge, Steve. Even now we cannot do it. Forget us, there are aliens, beings with technology far far older and advanced than our planet that cannot do it, not without using shortcuts. Aliens? There are actual aliens, and you know about them? Steve asks, fascinated by Mason's tales, but weirded out by the last statement. Mason looks at him incredulously, and asks, "You're currently sitting in an interrogation room with a wizard while two gods are on the flying ship that you're on, along with a scepter that can control minds and shoot energy beams highly reminiscent of the Hydra weapons. Let's not forget the jolly green giant and the flying suit of armor that is barely bigger than a man. And you're asking about aliens. Okay, now when he puts it like that. Steve sighs, and asks, how do you know they exist? Gods, aliens? How do you know anything at all, Mason, if you've been hiding all this time? Mason winks at Steve, and says, that's the secret, Cap. I was never truly hiding. I was in public, but as I said before, no one simply recognized me. As for how I know aliens and gods exist, well, this isn't the first time I'm encountering them, you know. It's not. Steve was surprised. Nothing in the data package he got did Steve learn about any other alien visits. Mason nods, and says, Loki. He came to Earth at least once before, as far as I know. He hijacked a plane, ransomed a shit ton of money out of the American government, and then took off back to Asgard. He wasn't hurting anyone, and it just felt like a good prank at the time. Why would he even need money, I asked myself then. I only knew him as Loki, the god of mischief, you know. Not Loki, the evil bastard who wants to take over the planet. So, I didn't interfere then. I had a good laugh, actually, when people began scratching their heads, trying to find the so-called DB Cooper. As Mason chuckles, Steve can't help but frown. Mason had changed. He was never serious, but at least he would never have allowed a robbery to take place, least of all from someone who he believed to be a god. And aliens, well, you won't believe me, Steve. But aliens have come here at least thrice before. Mason says, bringing a stop to Steve's thoughts. Steve looks at Mason in disbelief, and asks, thrice? Just to confirm. Mason nods, and says, yes. Thrice. And not the same kind of aliens either. Different races. The first time they came here, a kid from Missouri got taken to space. He was gone before I could rescue him, I'm afraid, and I hope he's still out there somewhere, alive. And the next 2 times, it was related to the Lightspeed engine I mentioned before, and it almost led to the Earth's destruction. If it wasn't for a single defender standing in the way of the attackers, Earth would have been destroyed in 1995 itself. How did he even know all of this? Steve wondered. Steve smiles, and asks, you've saved Earth from aliens before? God, I never expected to say that sentence out loud. Mason chuckles, and shaking his head, he says, not me, someone else. Someone. Physically a lot stronger than me. Maybe she might even be as strong as our large green friend up there. Steve raises an eyebrow, not believing it. A woman as strong as Hulk? Not that he didn't believe it because she was a woman, but because he just didn't think anyone could get as strong as Hulk. Irrespective of gender. But then he realizes something. He asks, the government knows, don't they? About the almost destruction of Earth? About the aliens that came before. Mason smiles, and asks, what do you think, buddy? Can a bunch of alien warships try to attack Earth without anyone in the government knowing? Steve frowns, and standing up, he starts pacing around. He says, Fury. He knows. That's why he's banking on us, isn't he? He's seen one woman stand up to this alien army that came to destroy Earth, and send them packing, so he believes that individual strength might be the key to saving the Earth once again. But he's not telling any of us. Why? Compartmentalization. He's a spy, he's just used to it. He doesn't believe you need to know, and so, he won't tell you. Or maybe, he has other skeletons in that particular closet he doesn't want to let out. Mason promptly answers, and Steve realizes that Mason is trying to paint Fury in a not-so-good light, but he doesn't really care right now. He understands what Fury was planning to do with the Tesseract, what secrets he's hiding. He now knows what Stark is looking for. Steve stops pacing, and says, thank you for talking with me, Mason. I need to clear my head. And I need to dig up whatever secret Fury's hiding in his closet. What weapons he's planning on creating. The next few hours after Steve leaves for the second time I sit on my chair, idly leaning back and putting my feet on the table. An agent had come in before to bring me some food and water, since I wasn't actually a prisoner. Although the quality of the food had me definitely believing that I was a prisoner in some jail. It wasn't gross, but it just doesn't compare to my own home's food that I cook for myself, or what Mia, Selene, Anna, or even Lily Potter might cook. After eating the food, I had returned to resting with my eyes closed, leaning back in my chair. It wasn't a surprise to me that I found myself drifting off to sleep. Before long, however, I am forcefully brought back to the realm of wakefulness when my chair falls back, as the entire ship shudders with tremendous movement, and the temperature within the room rises rapidly. I fell down on the ground, my butt still on the metallic chair they had given me, and just lay there for a second, still with my eyes closed. Couldn't have given me a few more minutes of sleep. I complained to myself, as I sigh in annoyance. Opening my eyes, I stand up, and whisper, time to join the boy band, I suppose. Hopefully Selene shows up when she sees me fighting with the bloody Avengers. Selene. Her disappearance had hit me hard, and even now I can't say that I've recovered fully. It happened in 1985, as I told Steve. One day she was home, we were home, happy as ever having just had tea with the Potters Mia, James, Lily and little 1-year-old Harry, and the next, she was just gone. There wasn't a single clue about where she might have gone, or why she might have disappeared. No one saw her go anywhere, and no one had ever seen her after I saw her the night before. I couldn't even see her using the time stone, since she had done something to hide herself. If I wasn't annoyed and worried, I would have been impressed by the efforts she put forth to hide. Hell, I couldn't even see any possible futures where she might return to me. Every future I saw was one where I'm alone, all the way till I die. But she would return, someday. I know that. Either I'd find her, and help with whatever she's struggling with, or she'll return, and tell me all about it. And I know this much, she wasn't kidnapped, nor was she dead. I could feel it, I don't know how. This feeling was something far, far different from the external connection I have with her, which had proven lacking when trying to find her. And so, I had spent the last 27 years looking for her, fruitlessly. I had even asked Tilda, Condra, the DOM and even the Bloody Miss for help. Some of the Miss agents were mutants, and one of them, a woman named Irene Adler, was a precog. Even she couldn't see Selene, not even when she specifically tried to look for Selene. I had thought that she'd be there, in Germany, since an alternate version of her daughter would be there in the form of Loki, but no. She never showed. Shaking my head, I distract myself from her disappearance, needing to focus on this matter for now. I'm hoping that my presence with the first Avengers lineup would get her attention. That it might make her want to come back, or at least meet and explain her actions. But well, I can't do that if they don't trust me, and to make them trust me, I need to help them. Granted, I would have helped Steve on my own. He's a friend, a very good friend at that. Others. Not so much. Shaking my head once again, I conjure my swords out of nowhere, and walk towards the door. One stab into the place where the controls are is all it takes to disable the system running it, and it opens wide. Closing my eyes, I expand my senses just once before I get Steve's scent, and start following it while walking leisurely, the swords in my hand. Stop right there. A panicked agent calls as alarms blare all around us, and a few sparks spew from the wires, which had blasted open due to the explosion. I could hear the sounds of people running around a bit away from my prison cell, and I could also hear the sound of fire cackling just one floor above me. I open my eyes to see him pointing an assault rifle at me, looking fearful, but resolute. I keep walking towards him, or rather towards Steve, which this man was coincidentally in the way of, and I say, unless you're one of the people attacking the ship, I suggest putting the gun down, kid. The earpiece on him cackles softly, too soft for any normal man to hear, and I hear a voice order him, shoot him. We have other things to worry about. The man hesitates for barely a moment, before the order takes precedence in his mind, and he presses the trigger, shooting multiple bullets at me in a rapid fire. I let the bullets hit me, and watch as the man brings the gun down, seeing his target get hit. Before his very eyes, however, the bullets get pushed out of my body, and fall down on the metallic floor with a clink, as my wounds heal on their own. Not even a single drop of blood had dropped down on the ground with the bullets. I start walking once again, and the agent remains frozen in his place. As I pass him, I pause for a moment, and say, tell your superiors that I'm on their side, why don't you? Leaving the terrified agent, who was most likely new at this, I walk towards Steve's scent once again. Hearing the sound of a roar, one I immediately recognize, I change my mind and decide to take a detour. Natasha was terrified, more than she had ever been in her entire life. Not when she had been taken by the Red Room, not when she had decided to defect, and not when she faced Barton in Budapest then, was she ever this afraid. She was with Banner, as they had been thrown on a lower floor. She had freed herself from the debris well enough, but Banner. He had begun to grow green. She had tried to use her beauty, hoping that it might calm Banner down, but his previous anger at S.H.I.E.L.D. got in the way. And so, Banner had hulked out. And he had immediately seen her as an enemy. She could not see anything about Banner in the giant hulk that was rushing towards her. Not when she tried speaking to him, not when she kept dodging his attempts at grabbing hold onto her, and not even when he had just slapped her to the side. Lightly. And now, she could see her death walking towards her, faster than any being that heavy had a right to run. Right before Banner could reach her, as Natasha accepts her death, however, something appears in between them, and hits Hulk on the head with something. Natasha sees Hulk widen his eyes for barely a moment before he is thrown back with a tremendous force, sending him flying through two metallic walls filled with cables and wires, before he stops in the lower hangar that was 2 floors from being at the top of the helicarrier. Natasha blinks, seeing the man turn towards her, and blinks once again, not believing it to be just a man, and not the Asgardian god she had expected. Aves? She asks, confused. Seeing the thing he had hit Hulk with, she asks, is that a staff? Made out of gold. Mason Aves, Captain Avalon, and a recently outed wizard shrugs, and says, it's actually wood covered with an alloy of metals that includes gold, but sure. Yes, it is a staff, and yes, I am Aves. Natasha blinks once again, but then shrugs, and as she starts standing up, she says, I've seen weirder. You think you can handle him before Thor gets here? Roar. The enraged Hulk yells, making both of them turn towards the holes in the walls. They both see Hulk start standing up once again, looking around in anger, as Aves says, sure, it could be fun. Looking at all the scared people in lower hangars start running in panic, and at Hulk looking around for someone to fight, Natasha thinks that Aves has a death wish. She didn't think even someone like him could survive against Hulk for long. But since Thor was on his way anyway, as Hill had just said in her ears, she just had to trust Aves to survive for that long. She has to trust that the super soldiers of old were actually that super. As Aves starts running towards Hulk, his honest-to-God magic staff in his hands, Natasha just sits down, resting a bit. Hulk is not an enemy. Neither is Bruce Banner. I don't want to kill any of the two, and so, I was not using my swords. They already know I'm a wizard anyway, thanks to my own revelation. I don't mind showing them I use a staff. Running towards Hulk after having sent him to this hangar, I can't help but feel ecstatic. It has been a long time since I fought physically. The last time I fought an enemy as dangerous as the Hulk was when I fought Hela. So, yeah. I am a bit excited. As I run towards Hulk, he turns towards me with a snarl on his face. His eyes were red, anger clouding his mind, and I could tell that it was the scepter at work. Unfortunately, for someone like Hulk, just cognitive recalibration won't work on fixing it. Or it would, but I'll have to hit him a lot harder than I possibly can, and even then I'll have to hope he turns back to Banner to have a sort of reboot of his mind. Watching me run towards him, Hulk stomps forward, and slaps his hand, aiming for my midsection. I flip over his forearm and as he leans forward a bit, I hit him on the back of his knee with my staff head. Hulk drops down on one knee, but even before I can take advantage, Hulk's heavy elbow lands on the back of my head and my back, sending me flying forward like a bullet. I slam into a metallic wall, a lot of my blood painting the walls red, while my neck snaps completely. As it snaps back into place, and as my facial wounds start healing along with my multiple broken bones, I groan and say, fuck. Because that's exactly what I can sum this as. Hulk moves faster than I expected, and he hits fucking hard. But I should have expected it, since he is literally 500 kgs of pure muscle. And I am holding myself back to my non-external and non-ritually enhanced strength. I'm around as strong as Victor Creed is right now, which is good, but not enough to survive against the Hulk for a long time. For a moment, I wonder if I should drop this pretense and bring out my full strength, but then, my animalistic side takes over and says, fuck it, I'm excited to fight the Hulk, to see how far I can take it. As the last bone snaps into place, barely 5 seconds after Hulk had slapped me away, I stood back up. Seeing his back turned to me, since he has no doubt believed me to have died with his backhanded slap, I yell, hey! Hulk! Hulk snaps his head back, and growls when he sees me, alive and well, completely healthy. Spinning my staff, I grin and ask, you think this is over? Bring it you dumb troll! Snarling once more, Hulk takes the initiative this time, and starts running towards me. Within moments he's right on top of me, arms raised to attack. I can't let the attack hit the heli-carrier, not even on the floor, the entire boat will come crashing right down. The staff vanishes from my hands, and instead a circular shield appears from the nowhere. The shield was dull gold in color, and had the image of Matatabi, the Kasha Queen's face on top of it, right in the center. I raise the shield over my head with both arms supporting it, just in time for both of the Hulk's fists to slam into them. The shield glows gold, as the enchantments cast on it absorb as much of the force behind Hulk's hit as they can. I feel my arms and shoulder bones break into multiple pieces as I am forced down to one knee, Hulk's fists pushing me down. For a few seconds, Hulk keeps pushing, but then he suddenly lifts his hands off my shield. Maybe to check on the damage he had caused, maybe to attack once again, I didn't care. I tilt my shield down a little, making it so it faces Hulk's face, and press a simple rune on the inside of the shield. The rune activates another enchantment on my shield which sends out all the energy stored from Hulk's punch right at his face, in the form of a golden energy fist. With a mighty boom, Hulk is thrown back by the force of his own punch, towards an expensive plane. Right before he can land on the plane, however, Thor appears with his hammer poised to attack, and hits Mjolnir on Hulk's head, sending him flying once again. Only this time, Hulk is sent flying towards the open window, and then through it. And I just look on, seeing Thor just send Hulk crashing down to the earth with one hit. I run towards the window, which now has a large hole in the form of shattered glass, and lean down to see the slowly disappearing green form of Hulk. I feel a growl start rising in my throat, angry at not being given the opportunity to show my own strength off. To show myself that even limited, I was a match to those at the top. But I guess Thor was not at fault here. He just wanted to end the fight as soon as possible. Joining me at the window, Thor sounds morose as he says, "Banner." He was a good man, and a strong fighter after turning green. I would have loved to fight him again. Alas, a fight between the two of us would have destroyed the boat we are on. Snorting, I say, "He's not dead, Thor Odinson. Just indisposed for now." Thor smiles, relieved, and says, "Ah, that is good then. Mayhaps I will get a chance to fight him again. I would love to sit down and talk with you, wizard, if you'll allow me. But I need to go and stop my brother from escaping." "Right, Loki." Nodding, I say, "Fine by me. I need to go and help Steve." Patting me on my shoulder once, Thor retreats, leaving me alone at the open window of the helicarrier, which is flying almost 10 kilometers above the earth. Sighing once, hoping that Hulk doesn't kill anyone when he falls down, I turn away and start jogging towards Steve. "I just got you in my life, Steve, don't you fucking dare die." A/N, Mason's blood from when Hulk hit him cannot be used to make his clones, or do anything. It's basically dead blood that they cannot revive no matter what they try thanks to Mason's old ritual. Seleni's disappearance has a motive, it's not just something to make MC's life miserable lol. As for Mason holding himself back, as I said, that's totally for my plot convenience. Having an external Mason fight these weaker threats is not only overkill, but it will show his hand too soon. And there are beings that have their eyes on Earth. Tesseract and arc reactor connection is my own headcanon, don't quote me on that. It's something I believe in so I can logically explain why the Mind Stone failed to take over Stark's mind. Chapter 112, Prepared for War. A/N, part5, HelloDarkness07. The atmosphere was somber. SHIELD agents were silently working, trying to turn their systems back on, while Steve, Tony, and I sat on the chairs around the weirdly shaped conference table, and in front of us stood Nicholas Joseph Fury, along with his deputy Maria Hill. The Battle of the Helicarrier, as I was privately calling it, was over. There were 34 deaths on our side, and 19 deaths on theirs. Considering they came with just 25 people, one of whom and the leader of their team, was Agent Clint Barton, it was not that bad. Thor had disappeared, having dropped off the helicarrier by Loki, and Hulk, well, Thor was responsible for sending that particular man out of the ship. Steve and Tony were sitting with their heads down, and I could feel that while Steve was majorly upset about the loss of life, Tony was angry. I was just sad that this had to happen. I could have stopped it, I know that. Just like I know that I could stop the invasion from ever happening. The 16-year-old Mason Aves would have felt disgusted by the current me, and I accept that. I accept any accusations that he might make upon me. But I stand by my decisions. I am not a hero. I stopped being it the moment I allowed slavery to keep happening all the way back in 50 BC, and then again, and again, and again. So many genocides I could have stopped by a single snap of my fingers, and I didn't, all because I wanted to preserve the timeline. And a little bit, out of fear of the TVA. Or, maybe I did try something in an alternative timeline which was pruned by the fucking TVA and the timekeepers. But whatever my reasons, I am allowing these events to keep happening, and so, it is my responsibility to help at least a little bit. And hence, here I am. I had fought the attacking mercenaries and mind-controlled soldiers, delayed the Hulk enough for Thor to appear and sent him away. But alas, some events even my existence couldn't change. Phil Coulson, a good agent as far as my knowledge goes, still died at Loki's hands. These were in Phil Coulson's jacket. Fury says, brandishing a bunch of blooded trading cards in his gloved hands. I could barely hear the skip of his heartbeat, so good of a liar was he. Even if I didn't already know that they were in his locker, however, Maria Hill's minute change in expressions to show some anger at Fury would have been enough to clue me in. Guess he never got you to sign them. Fury says, and throws the cards on the table. I sigh, knowing that if my time peaks prove true, then Coulson won't be remaining dead for a long time. Science, how advanced could it get, I wonder? To bring a man back to life, even if it is within hours of his death? With magic, I could accept it easily, since there is usually a price to pay for such an action. But with science? Despite my knowledge, stuff like this sounds unbelievable. As Steve leans forward to pick up one of the cards, a bucky one I see, Fury continues, we're dead in the air up here. Communications are down, the engines are barely running. The Tesseract, Thor, and Banner are all lost. I got literally nothing for you. I lost my one good eye. Maybe I had that coming. Fury sighs, and this time I could tell that his tiredness was legit, and says, yes, we were going to build an arsenal of Tesseract-charged weapons. Like Hydra. I could give excuses, like we had no choice, having seen Thor and Loki's robot destroy a town in New Mexico just on their lonesome. But I won't. Because I never relied on the single idea myself. Neither did Phil. We were playing something far riskier than that. There was another idea, Stark knows this, called the Avengers Initiative. The plan was to bring together a group of remarkable people, to see if they could become more. To fight the battles that the normal military forces cannot. Phil Coulson died believing in that idea. In Heroes. Fury says, and despite my own lack of actions, I couldn't help but be angry when I feel Fury manipulating Tony and Steve's emotions. He was playing on their survivor's guilt like a fiddle. And Steve, bless his soul, was getting played despite knowing about the information Fury was still hiding from them. As Tony stands up, his heart rate telling me that he was on the verge of having a panic attack, and starts walking away, Fury says, well, it was an old-fashioned notion anyway. Picking a pen from the top of the table, I pick my own card and sign it as Captain Avalon, and hand it to Steve. Without even exchanging a single word, Steve takes another pen and signs it with his own Captain America signature. After signing all the cards, almost all of them with Phil Coulson's blood on them, Steve pats me on the shoulder and walks towards the exit, no doubt to find Tony and comfort him. Feeling eyes on me, I turn towards Fury, who says, so, Mr. Aves. You say you've been hidden from the entire world and its governments. Funny, I got a call a few hours ago, when Steve was interrogating you, that proves you're lying. I raise an eyebrow, and say, that makes the two of us then, Mr. Fury. Fury narrows his eyes, and says, and what did I lie about? Recently? You just lied about where those cards were. You're also lying about Coulson's death, for some reason. And you're lying about the fact that Thor and his brother were the first alien contact you've had. Shaking my head, I say, you must have had old SSR files dug up, and I know that Steve mentioned my gifts to you. Those are not lies, Fury. I can hear a lot of things, smell lies and deceit, see the tiniest change in the expressions on your face as you lie. I admit you're a better liar than most spies, but I'm me. Fury stares at me for a few seconds, after which he asks, the Miss knows about the Kree. And the Skrulls. I confirm, nodding. And Miss Agent had tried to stop the Kree known as Yon-Rogg from kidnapping your friend Carol Danvers when her accident happened in 1989. Unfortunately, said agent lost his life against the Kree team that he was trying to stop. And I was personally present when the Kree Armada came to conquer Earth in 1995. Thankfully, Ms. Danvers had that part handled spectacularly and I wasn't forced to out myself. I wasn't surprised that someone in the Miss called Fury asking about me. Being two of the most secretive organizations around the world, Miss and S.H.I.E.L.D. obviously know about one another. There were attempts at infiltrating each other in the past, but as it had happened, the telepaths in Miss did not allow any infiltration attempt to succeed, and the Skrull technology in the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't allow the Miss to do the same. Fury sits down, and with a sigh, he says, Rogers and Stark. They're too headstrong. They will not work together unless they have a common ground to fight on. Coulson's death proves to be just that. Even if Phil hadn't died, I would have asked him to fake his death at least temporarily so the team can work well together. But I assure you, Mr. Aves, Phil Coulson is most definitely dead. Smiling, I say, but you don't plan on keeping him dead. No, I'm not. Fury doesn't deny it. After a short pause, he says, tell me, Mr. Aves. How did the Miss know you were in my custody? And why did the director of Miss herself call me, asking about one of her assets? I frown, and say, I feel offended. Emma called me an asset. Hat, Miss is more my asset than I'm theirs. Fury smiles, and says, no. No, she didn't. Ah, I see what you did there. Right after I boasted about my superior senses too. I totally deserved that. I dip my head to him, and say, well played, Fury. Fury grunts, and says, so the British government knew about you still being alive and well. But you being the shadow leader behind the Miss does not explain how they found out you were in my custody. I know you didn't contact them, at least not through any regular non-magical means. Without correcting his misconception that the British government knew everything, I snort, and say, I'm not a shadow leader of anything. I just recruited a few people, trained a few more, and then washed my hands off it. I wasn't lying when I said I wanted to disappear. Being a government leader would have been counterproductive. Not to forget annoying. As for how they found out you have me? Well, having mutants inside a government organization helps. See, when you make efforts to train mutants and help them get a normal life instead of spending millions to persecute them, the results speak for themselves. I say, and lift my shoulders a bit in a shrug. Fury scoffs, and says, the British government would do away with the monarchy before they give any kind of power to mutants. Hell, they wouldn't even give any significant power to people like me, I can say that with honesty. Smiling, I lean forward and whisper, it is a good thing then that the rest of the government does not know what goes on in the mist now, isn't it, dear Nicholas? Fury stays silent, and even without using my telepathy I could see him conclude that I was a lot more dangerous than I was showing myself to be. No one would give away so many secrets without having more to hide, and I know he knows it. Standing up, I say, I've spent half a decade staying away from the public eye, Nicholas, and if it wasn't for Loki's actions and Steve's return from death, it would have remained so for as long as possible. You have nothing to fear from me. I am not your enemy. Just as long as you remember not to make me one. And then, leaving Fury and Hill with those last words, I walk out, to go look for Steve who should have calmed Tony by now. He's a dangerous man. Hill remarks as Aves walks away from them. Fury snorts, and says, that's an understatement. He has strength like Rogers and a mind like Romanoff. It is a pretty bad combination for anyone against him. Glad that we're not, he doesn't say, but Hill hears it just the same. Hill frowns, and asks, so we do nothing? He basically admitted to taking over a government agency and changing the memories of government leaders. Of the British king, and maybe even the Queen. Fury turns to her, looking as if he's swallowed a bitter pill, and says, there is no proof that he took over the mist through less than legal means, Hill. But when did I ever say we do nothing? We keep an eye on him, make a list of his crimes. We recorded this conversation, make copies of the audio and make sure no one knows where all of them are. He's shown capable of changing memories, we don't know if he can read minds too, but we can't be too careful here. And most of all, get me everything we have on Emma Frost, and whoever the Mist director was before her. Aves was not his enemy, Fury knew that. But he wasn't a friend either. Aves cared for Rogers, and Fury would have to make sure nothing happens to the American super soldier. Because he knew now that Aves hadn't shown them half of what he could do. Magic, healing, memory manipulation. Hell, he wouldn't be surprised if Aves grew wings tomorrow and started flying, or shot lasers out of his ass. And if anything happens to Rogers, God forbid because of their negligence, then Aves would most definitely be an enemy. Yes sir. Hill nods, and starts walking away to her station. If Nicholas Joseph Fury was a trusting man, he would have believed Aves was actually on their side, and just wanted to be left alone. But one does not become the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. by trusting anyone, even if said person was one of the first superheroes in this modern world. Steve was rushing towards the medical wings after his latest conversation with Stark. If the situation wasn't so dire, he would have realized the fact that almost every conversation with Stark had him rushing somewhere else. Stark Tower. The place where Loki was going to stage his attack. Or at least begin it, since Steve had no idea what the size of Loki's army was. But at least they have a location now. And even if Stark seemed more annoyed by Loki choosing his tower than he was at Loki choosing to attack at all, Tony was at least on his side now. He wasn't antagonistic anymore. Steve. Hearing the call, Steve turns around, and his shoulders immediately sag a bit, the pressure on them lessened. Nodding, he says, Mason. We found out where the invasion is going to take place. Stark Tower, Tony's big building in the middle of New York. Mason raises his eyebrows, and says, that was fast. When are we leaving then? Steve smiles, not even bothering to question his friend about his own inclusion in this battle roster, and as he starts walking once again, he says, around half an hour. Thankfully we're floating just 180 miles away from the location, or so Stark said, so it won't take us more than 10 minutes to reach. A few years ago, for him, such speeds would have been unimaginable for Steve. But as he had realized since his waking, the times have changed a lot. Mason nods, and asks, who else? We can't defeat an alien army on our own, you know. Steve nods and says, Natasha is coming, of course. I have yet to ask her, but I have no doubt she'll come. She will want to avenge her mind-controlled friend, if nothing else. Mason hums, and says, I might be able to look at his mind, see if I can get him out of Loki's control if he isn't already out. Steve couldn't remember the number of times Mason had shocked him in these 2 days. His miraculous return from death, his use of magic, his knowledge, and now this. You can do that? Your magic can just look into people's minds and find stuff like that? Steve asks, unable to keep the incredulousness out of his voice, although it was also tinged with a tiny bit of fear. Has Mason ever read his mind? Was he reading Steve's mind now? Mason smiles, and says, sure. Foreign influence is very easy to find in any mind, the highly dense energy of the scepter doubly so. Taking it out and making sure the agent is in his own sane mind will be the hard part. Steve sighs internally. He could accept that. Maybe magic works like that. What would he know? He only learned about magic from Thor, just a few hours ago. As they reach the medical wings, and the room in which Natasha was keeping watch over Barton, Steve opens the door. Seeing just Natasha, he looks around and says, "Time to go." "Where?" Natasha asks, already standing up, ready for the fight. Steve says, "Stark Tower, we'll tell the rest on the way. Can you fly one of those jets?" The inner door opens just then, letting out Clint Barton in all his free glory. Wiping his hands on a towel, his face still showing some shadows of the things he had gone through and done, Barton says, "I can." Steve looks at Natasha, who nods, so Steve says, "Suit up, we leave in under 20 minutes. Be ready for Stark's signal." Steve closes the door on them when they nod, and sighs loudly as soon as they're far enough away. Turning towards Mason, who had remained out of their sight, he says, "I'm sorry. I didn't want to put the possibility of Loki's influence still in his mind out there, not while he's already under so much stress." Mason chuckles, and says, "Never change, Steve. Never change. Besides, I doubt Barton would have allowed anyone to check his mind using magic of all things after what he has just been through. But don't worry. If Loki manages to get Barton or anyone back under his control, I'll be there to stop them and help them then." Steve sighs, thankful for his friend's presence here, and says, "I'm glad you're here, Mason." Grinning, his friend bumps his shoulder to Steve's and says, "Me too, mate. Me too." As they start walking towards Stark's room, Steve looks Mason over. Only then does he notice the blood smears all over his clothes. His highly expensive clothes, a three-piece suit. Steve didn't even know how Mason fought the intruders right now. Or how many bodies he left behind. Steve wasn't an idiot, he was a soldier in a war that spanned almost the entire planet. So he had killed before, and even now during the attack on the heli-carrier. Even still, he found himself wondering if killing his enemies is a bit old-fashioned. If he should practice some restraint, and if Mason should do it too. You can't possibly fight Loki and his army in that. Steve says, ignoring the doubts about his morals right now. Mason looks down at his clothes, and says, Don't worry. I'll be fighting in my old armor. It'll even be better for the public, you know. When they realize that I'm back to the land of living, seeing my familiar uniform should give them some reassurance that it is me." Frowning, Steve asks, "How will you even go get your armor?" Mason smiles, and says, "Steve, as I've said before, I'm a wizard. To any question regarding me that starts with how, assume the answer is magic." Steve chuckles, a bit bashful, and is saved from saying anything when they reach Stark's room. Knocking on the door, Steve opens it only to see Stark suiting up in his Iron Man armor. His suit did not look good. "Don't worry about the damage. I have a spare suit back home," Stark says, waving his hands. "I've fixed it well enough for me to take it back there." Steve nods, and says, "Barton and Romanoff are ready to leave. Barton will fly us to New York." Stark nods, and asks, "Good about the Wonder Twins. Do you trust him?" Steve looks at where Stark had just pointed with his head, and sees Mason, leaning on the wall. Nodding with complete confidence, Steve says, "With my life." "Good." Stark says, lifting his helmet from the table. "'Cause we could use all the help we can get. Welcome to the team, Captain Avalon." "God, that name is bad." Mason chuckles, not taking any offense, and says, "The alternatives were far worse, trust me." Stark nods, and as he starts walking towards them, towards the doors, he says, "I've informed Black Widow that we're leaving. They'll meet you up in the hangar. And I will be heading off first, try and stop Loki from activating the Tesseract." Steve nods, but before they can leave, Mason says, "You go on forward, Steve. I'll meet you in New York." Stark stops, and raising an eyebrow he asks, "You got a date, Captain?" "Gods, this will get so confusing. Call me Aves, Tony. I'm going to try and get help. See if we can bring a few more people on our side." Mason says. "Well, be quick. We don't know what timeline Loki's running on, exactly." Stark says. Smiling mischievously, enough to alarm Steve for a moment, Mason says, "Don't worry about my speed, Stark. I have magic on my side." And then, right before the pair's wide eyes, Mason twists into space, like he was made of water getting pulled into the hole in the sink, and disappears. "I am not even surprised. Instant teleportation, through a wormhole," Stark says, and starts walking once again, mumbling to himself. Steve just nods, and goes towards the upper hangar where Barton and Romanoff will be meeting him. Suddenly, he chuckles, and whispers to himself, "Infiltration specialist, my ass. He used his magic all the time, didn't he?" Appearing out of the apparition tunnel, I smile at the questions I have no doubt left in Steve and Tony's minds. But, time to focus on this task, I suppose. Having appeared right before the door, I raise my hand and ring the doorbell. The doorbell rings out loud inside the house, and after a few seconds, the door opens, showing a familiar figure on the other side. "Can I help you?" The man gruffly asks, a cigar in his mouth. I frown, and then widen my eyes, realizing something. "Oh, you don't remember me?" "Of course. You ain't making any sense, bub," the man says, and I just see him tense a bit in preparation for a fight. Smiling sheepishly, I say, "Sorry about this, James. It'll hurt, but you'll be okay." James Howlett immediately drops the cigar from his mouth, as his adamantium claws pop out from between his fingers, and says, "I don't know what you want." And then, before he even knows it, my hand touches his forehead, a green glow covering it. James stabs me still, but I ignore it, focusing on boosting the healing realm's magic that was already flowing through his body, and guiding it to fix his mind. James yells, as pain flows through his entire body, the healing realm's magic fixing any issues that his natural healing factor hadn't managed to fix. Like the adamantium poisoning he was suffering. It's a temporary fix, just cleansing the adamantium that was already inside his bloodstream, but it gives him a couple more decades to live at least, unless the issue is fixed completely. James's claws retreat back to his hands as his body drops down, and I pull my hand back. Suddenly, however, a large gust of wind slams into my chest, sending me flying straight back and away from James's unconscious form. As I drop down on the ground once again, skidding backwards but still on my feet, I hear a girl say, "He's still alive. But unconscious." I look up, to see a few people standing over James's unconscious body, with a teenage girl kneeling next to him, her fingers on James's neck. "Didn't Logan just stab him? How's he still alive?" A boy that was standing next to the girl asks, getting into a admittedly good defensive fighting pose. As I watch, however, a woman who had remained to the side, her hands pointed at me, says, "He must have a healing factor like Logan's. Doesn't matter though. He hurt Logan, and he might be dangerous. Kitty, take Logan to Hank's. The professor is sending help." The girl named Kitty puts her hands on James's chest, causing both of them to drop down underneath the floor immediately. I watch it all happen, a bit amused, but I can't help the feeling of pride I feel, when I see how much they love James. Seeing the smile on my face, however, the woman I know to be a champion of Gia floats up into the air, and conjures a thunderstorm above our heads. A simple motion from her hand, and a lightning bolt speeds out of her outstretched hand towards me. I take my sword glamdring out of nowhere, and with a swipe, dissipate the lightning bolt into pure magic, much to her confusion. Two of the boys who were just standing next to James run to each side, and one of them grows spikes of bone out of the sides of his arms, which he then throws at me. Meanwhile, the other teen turns completely into ice, and attacks me with an intense beam of cold. Banishing my sword for a moment, I spread my hands to the side. I cast a shield from my left side, which catches the bone spikes and freezes them in place. Meanwhile, the cold beam that the other boy sent at me is stopped by another shield. Only instead of just stopping it, this spell absorbs the energy within itself. Seeing the champion of Gia gear up for another lightning attack, this one I could feel was stronger than the previous one, I turn the ice-absorbed shield towards her, and banish all the energy I just absorbed straight at her. My attack hits a wind barrier that she managed to erect just in time, but unfortunately, it proves too weak to stop the attack completely, and she is sent flying backwards, her body already shivering from the cold. As a side effect of trying to stop the champion of Gia, the cold mutant's still ongoing attack manages to hit me on my right side. It freezes my body a little, but thankfully, this cold has nothing on Inithalan's icy winds. A simple pull on my magic warms my body back up to my regular temperature. Suddenly, however, a circular portal appears into existence right in front of me, along with a 7 feet tall man completely made out of metal. I raise my hand to stop the punch he throws at me, but since I was already holding myself back so much, I get thrown back with a broken arm, through another portal, where I am caught in a headlock by comparatively tiny hands. As the hands directly touch my skin, however, I feel some of my strength start leaving me. "And that's enough," I say, sending a telekinetic blast that throws my captor away from me. As the metal man once again appears out of the portal I was just thrown through with a punch already extended, I catch his fist in my single hand, without any stress to me this time, and with a simple motion of my hand, send him flying right back. The champion of Gia reappears, sending multiple lightning bolts at me. I raise my hand and just like I did with Thor's lightning, which is multiple times stronger than this mutant's, I condense it all into a single plasma crystal that I throw right back into the air. Back into nature. Staring at the champion of Gia, who wasn't giving up, I smile and appearing behind her, knock her out with a simple chop to her neck. The cold mutant was sliding towards me on a road made of ice, to which I turn my entire hand aflame, and catch him by his neck. My blue kasha flames start melting the ice covering his body, and within seconds, he is knocked out too. I look around, only to see some 20 other mutants surrounding me, some teenagers as young as 16, while a couple as old as in their 30s. The metal giant was once again back, standing in front of another girl. As I see the oldest man there raise his hands to the red glasses covering his eyes, the doors to the manor, because that's what it is, opens, letting out 3 people. Enough. One of them forcefully says, making everyone turn towards him. A man covered with blue fur, a man riding a wheelchair, and lastly, James, healed once more. But... Professor. He hurt Storm, Colossus, and Bobby. The man with the red glasses says, still poised to attack me. The man stares at the glass-wearing man, and says, I said enough, Scott. Turning towards me, he says, forgive my students and faculty for attacking you, Captain Aves. But I can't help but think that they were justified, since you are an intruder here. I shrug, and say, well, sorry about that. I didn't think my actions through when I healed James. I didn't know they'd take it as me attacking James. I should have, but I didn't. Not everyone can feel the intent behind spells, I should have remembered. Who the fuck is James? One teenager whispers loudly. While another asks, you know this man, Professor? Language, Ms. Lee. Professor Xavier admonishes, much to her embarrassment, and turning towards the second teen, the one who was throwing bone spikes at me before, he says, yes, Mr. Daniels. We have met before. Twice. First was 30 years ago, and then 17 years ago once again. As the kids start whispering, some of their questions about my age, James walks forward, and asks, Aves. You brought my memories back. How? Nice to see you too, James. I sarcastically say. When he keeps staring at me, not angry, but in thought, I say, I am something called a wizard. You remember something about that, don't you? James nods hesitantly, as he frowns in thought, and says, I was captured by other wizards. During the Second World War. You and Victor were attacked. But... I didn't remember it before. Not even before I lost my memories. I smile softly, and say, sorry about that. Our laws required me to erase those particular memories of yours, I'm afraid. As worrying as your actions regarding Logan's memories are, Captain Aves. You're one to talk, Xavier. Why are you here? The last time we met you kidnapped one of my students, whom I haven't seen since then. So please, explain. Professor Xavier says, breaking up the not-so-emotional reunion James and I were having. I could feel his anger at me, feel the restraint he was exhibiting by not attacking my mind outright, but I didn't care. I turned towards him, and say, I did not kidnap anyone. Jean learned to control her powers far better under me, than she did under you, Charles. Not to mention safely, without her mental capacity inhibited. But that isn't why I'm here. I look around, and focusing on the people I had injured, I send green beams of healing magic towards them, speeding up their recovery. As the others watch their friends start waking up, I turn back towards Xavier, and ask, how would you like for the world to finally see the mutants as heroes? A/N, I had debated about bringing in the X-Men during this battle. But it didn't make sense to not include them. My story will be focused more on the MCU side, but as I just did, the X-Men characters will make some appearances. Jean. What happened to her will be mentioned at the start of the next chapter. And yes, she's not with the X-Men in this universe. Chapter 114, New York 1. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. Jean was flying. She was a bird, and she was herself. She didn't know how she was here, how she was even alive. She remembered fighting Vuk in space, after killing the other Debari invaders. She remembered blowing herself up, imploding the endless well of energy within herself in an effort to kill both herself and Vuk. But now, here she was flying over what looked like her to be France. It felt like a dream, since she didn't remember coming here, nor did she remember beginning to fly. Hello Jean. Jean hears, making her suddenly stop in the air, only to see a man standing in front of her. Floating. He was floating in the air, in front of her. He was flying too. Through the orange haze that her eyes seemed to be covered by, Jean stares at the man, and asks, who are you? She did not recognize his face, she did not think he was even a part of this dream, if it was a dream even. The man smiles at her, and says, I am. Like you. A mutant with the powers of telepathy and telekinesis, amongst others. My name is Mason Aves. Not a dream then. Mutant? Jean remembers that word. It was what her father had called her, it was what she was. It was why her mother died, why Vuk came to Earth, why Charles came for her. It was why Mystique almost died at her hands. She also remembers the name, Mason Aves. She remembers reading it in her history books, she remembers her parents arguing over which super soldier was the best. Captain Avalon Mason Aves, or Captain America Steve Rogers. Somehow, despite all those doubts and questions, Jean could only feel calm, as she asks, "Why are you here?" The man, Mason Aves answers, "I am here to help you, Jean. Help you regain your identity. Help you control the powers inside you. Help you with whatever you feel like you need help with." Jean tilts her head, and waves her hand. The orange haze surrounding her spins in the air, following her commands without any issue, and she says, "I am already in control, Mr. Aves. I don't need your help." The man smiles, and asks, "Why are you only using your telepathy to speak then? Why not use your mouth?" Jean stops, only then realizing that yes, this man was right. She puts her fingers on her lips, and tries to open them, to say something. But even as she opens her mouth, her words only come through her telepathy. Her mouth felt as if it was sluggish, not entirely her own. She widens her eyes, once more feeling afraid, and says, What's happening to me?" Mason Aves smiles, and Jean feels calm once again, as he says, "You're changing, Jean, growing into your powers. The Phoenix Force within you is making you what you're meant to be." She wants to talk to you, but alas, she cannot. Not yet. That's why I'm here. To help you grow, and until you can talk to the Phoenix yourself, to be the voice for her. Jean stays silent, and looks into her own mind. She barely glances at the fiery visage of the Phoenix, when with a single screech from the bird, she is thrown out of her own mind. She could understand that she wouldn't understand anything. Not yet. The Phoenix Force had tried talking to her, but even her voice was too much for her to handle. Still, however, Jean realizes she was perfectly calm. She could feel the calming presence of Mason's mind around herself, she could feel it comfort her, soothe her. She could feel the orange haze calm her, it was her own power after all. Nodding, she asks, "Why? Why are you doing this?" The man tilts his head, and says, "I had made a deal with the Phoenix, once. In return for her help, I was supposed to help you become who you're meant to be. Even without my debt to the Phoenix, however, I would have still helped you, Jean. Everyone deserves to feel comfortable in their own mind and body. Everyone." Jean could feel the sincerity behind his words, feel that he was right. And she remembered her mother's stories about this man. Captain Avalon had purposefully gone into enemy territory to free the captives. If he was the same man, and Jean had no reason to doubt him, then she knew that she would be safe with him. Safe from manipulations, safe from memory erasures, safe from hurt. Nodding hesitantly, Jean says, "I will come with you. To learn. But once I believe myself ready, I will leave." Mason Aves smiles, and with a simple wave of his hand, creates an orange glowing hole in space, which shows a castle on the other side. He says, "If you believe yourself ready, Jean, I won't even try to stop you." Making up her mind, Jean enters the portal into a land of magic, of dragons and unicorns and fairies. As she turns back towards the still open portal, however, Jean sees the flying forms of Eric Laneshare, Magneto, accompanied by Charles Xavier, flying towards her, yelling for her. And then, the portal closes, leaving her alone with the first superhero. Charles could clearly remember the 2 times he had seen Mason Aves. First was when he had gone to recruit Jean into his school for the gifted, in the year 1982. Mason Aves, whom he hadn't recognized at first, was talking with Jean's father, barely a day after the car accident which lost Jean her mother. Unfortunately, through her own actions. Mason Aves had already explained to Mr. Grey what mutants are, or what mutations mean for the person or their relatives. The man, however, wanted nothing to do with his own daughter. He couldn't look at her in the same light while knowing that Jean was responsible for his wife's death. Charles had debated changing his memories then, so the father doesn't know that particular fact about Jean. But alas, he couldn't make that decision. Mason Aves being a mutant was not that much of a surprise. There were already theories about it in the world of genetics, since unlike Steve Rogers, the source of his powers wasn't exactly confirmed. Everyone knows the story. Hydra experimented on him, and when he escaped, he had powers. Some super strength, amazing reflexes, and resilience to damage. It had stayed hidden well during the war, but as it happens, everyone knew when the war eventually ended, and the man went missing. Some did believe that his powers were a result of Hydra's experiments, but Charles. He believed that Hydra's experiments only brought forward what was always there. His mutations. Multiple, as far as he knows. His being alive, however, was what was the most surprising. Charles had spoken with the man then, after Jean's father had made the not-so-surprising decision to hand Jean off to Charles, and not Mason. Charles had an actually established school in America to teach her, whereas Mason had just himself. And no father, no matter the feelings, wants to hand his daughter off to a lone man, let alone someone not in the same country. Mason Aves was surprisingly calm when Jean wasn't given to him, but Charles wanted to know why Mason wanted to teach her. And so, he had learned that Jean was something special. Even amongst other mutants. She could be our staunchest ally, or our worst enemy. Mason had said, and Charles could feel it to be true. He could feel the tremendous potential within her, the infinite power within her that was just waiting to be unleashed. And so, as soon as Mason had left, Charles had changed a few of her memories, and put up a mental block on her. He made her forget that her father ever survived, since that was a wish of her father's. The mental block, meanwhile, prevented Jean from accessing more than a fraction of the power that had remained dormant within her. And it had gone well, for a while. They fought the Brotherhood of Mutants, Friends of Humanity, Stryker and his stooges, and even a few terrorists, all under the careful watch of the CIA. Until the mission happened. A dangerous mission to rescue the astronauts aboard the Space Shuttle Endeavour, which had been attacked by a small solar flare-like storm. The cosmic storm was slowly moving towards the Earth, and Endeavour had simply just gotten in the way. During the mission, which had been requested by the President himself, Jean had somehow managed to protect the others of her team by pulling the cosmic storm towards herself. And then, into herself. Events just went wild after that. Jean lost control over her powers, his mental block deteriorated, and her mental stability declined. And then, after an attack by an alien race named Debari, Jean died. In space. But somehow, she survived. She showed up above Europe in the form of a flaming bird, which Charles and Eric were fortunate enough to see before it disappeared behind clouds, and Charles had recognized her immediately. Eric had lifted Charles up, as they flew after the Phoenix, but alas, they had only seen her disappear through a glowing orange portal, along with the recognizable form of Mason Aves. After that, they hadn't seen a hint of either Jean, or Mason. They just disappeared. Until Mason showed up at his doorstep a few minutes ago, asking for help defending the planet. And let's not forget that he had first healed Logan's mind, brought all of his lost memories back, something which even Charles hadn't been able to do. From what he had learned just now, however, and from Hank's call with Agent Hill of S.H.I.E.L.D., it was true. Only, S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't know where the battle would happen, but Mason did. Stark Tower, he had said. Logan had agreed immediately, and so had Mr. Rasputin and Mr. Drake. Aurora was just a moment behind them, and after she agreed to go to war, Scott was the next. Charles could see the benefits for the mutant kind if this invasion is defended against, and they were here to help. Seeing Mason Aves look at him with a raised brow, Charles says, "The X-Men will help, Captain Aves. Earth is our planet too, of course we will help defend it. It takes a few minutes to tally up the people that will go, and those who will remain behind to protect the school if it is attacked." After a few minutes of discussion and loud debates, Charles interjects with a loud voice, "Enough. Once everyone is silent," he says, "Piotr, Colossus, Logan, Wolverine, Scott, Cyclops, Hank, Beast, Aurora, Storm, Betsy, Psylocke, Kurt, Nightcrawler, Clarice, Blink, and Kitty, Shadowcat. You will be leaving with Captain Aves to New York, representing the X-Men. The others, including me, will stay behind just in case the school is attacked. I will even be coordinating the defense via Cerebro." "But, Professor!" Evan Daniels and Jubilation Lee yell simultaneously. He gives them a look, and says, "You're still too young for a war, Mr. Daniels, Ms. Lee. I will not be sending anyone under 20 to fight a war. And that's final. And what about me? I'm 23, why are you holding me back?" Anna Marie, or Rogue, asks, and Charles could feel that she was disgruntled about not being allowed to go. Sighing, he says, "Rogue, your powers will not be of much use in the middle of a battle, I'm afraid. You are far more of use here. If someone takes the distraction of the battle as an opportunity and attacks the school, you and Mr. Drake will be our strongest defenders. That is also why I'm keeping Warpath and Bishop here too." Bobby Drake, or Iceman, nods in confirmation, accepting Charles's decision. Warpath and Bishop were not outside at this moment, but Charles knew that Warpath was listening to this conversation intently. The list made, everyone goes to change into their X-Men uniform, leaving Mason alone with Charles. Charles stared at the man, a long list of questions on his mind. Alas, now was not the time to ask them. There was a war to be had. A battle to be won, and aliens to be fought. As soon as the team gathers, Charles says, "You will be going to war. This will be like nothing you've ever done before, trust me. Your priority is to defeat the alien invaders through any means necessary, including killing them, and rescuing as many civilians as you can. Good luck X-Men, the fate of the world is in your hands. With a wave of his hand, Mason creates a circular portal with an alley within New York City on the other side. They could hear the busy streets of NYC from the portal, cars honking and people yelling as they usually do. Which meant the battle hadn't begun yet. The team barely startles at the portal creation, since they were used to it happening thanks to Blink, but there was no shortage of looks directed at Aves for what else he might be hiding. Teleportation, healing, super strength, agility, telepathy. What else can this wizard mutant do? As Mason takes the first step through the portal, the others follow soon after. They turn back to look at the gathered students, as well as the X-Men that had chosen, or forced, to remain behind, and nod at them. And then, the portal closes, leaving half of the X-Men alone with a stranger, as far as they could tell. A stranger that had just kicked their collective ass, barely 10 minutes ago. He opens his mouth to say something, but suddenly there's a loud boom that makes them all wince, their hands automatically going to their ears. With wide eyes, they run out to the street and turn towards the direction of the sound, only to see a bright blue beam shooting up into the sky. The beam had poked a hole in space itself, creating a portal to somewhere else. And so it begins. Aves whispers, as the aliens start pouring out in droves. Seeing the familiar form of Iron Man start flying up to fight against the alien invaders, Logan throws his cigar down, and says, "Storm, get up there, do what you can, but don't die." Storm nods, and as her eyes turn white, starts flying up into the sky. "Good luck, Ororo." Scott calls out, no doubt worried about his girlfriend. Mason floats up into the air, surprising him with the flight, and says, "I'll join her. We'll take care of the aerial side of things. You take care of things down here." Logan nods, and says, "Right. You and I are gonna have a talk, bub. Once all this is over." As Mason nods and flies off, Logan turns back to his team, and says, "Psylocke, Kitty, Hank, Blink. Go towards Stark Tower as quickly as you can. There will be places to evacuate and people to rescue closest to the whatever the fuck that blue light is. And Hank will be able to protect them from anything that comes to stop them." Blink nods, and creates a pink-colored portal that most definitely leads to somewhere near Stark Tower. Kitty, Hank, and Psylocke jump in after her, not needing any prompting. Turning towards the remaining X-Men, Logan looks at Scott, and says, "Colossus and I will be focusing on killing the ground soldiers. You and Kurt try and snipe the flyers. Don't put yourself in unnecessary danger, Elf. Get in, kill them, get out." Kurt frowns, and nods hesitantly. Logan knows that he doesn't like killing, he isn't used to killing, but this is war. Killing is a necessity, not a choice. Scott says nothing, but Logan could smell that hesitance at killing from a mile away. Logan nods at them, and says, "Good. Now let's go." The first wave of the aliens, Chitauri, Thor had said, was very large in numbers. Almost 1,000, in fact. As soon as the first alien had appeared through the portal that had opened up in the air, Tony had flown towards it, repulsors raised to attack. He had a lot of missiles on his suit, and a lot of other, not so insignificant, ammunition. However, a lot is not infinite. His repulsors, however, don't follow the spatial limitations for their charge. It is still finite energy, created by the arc reactor in his chest, but it is energy. Raising his hand, Iron Man fires one repulsor after another, blowing the Chitauri floating bike things up into balls of fire, as he keeps flying towards the portal. This leads, however, to the Chitauri immediately seeing him as an enemy, and attacking him too. As a second Chitauri blast hits Iron Man on the shoulder, followed immediately by the metallic flying bike they were riding, Tony grunts and calls out, "Jarvis, flares." Multiple tiny rocket-powered explosives fly out of a hatch in his suit, his targeting system taking care of aiming. As the Chitauri blew up all around him, Tony gets some respite, only to see literally dozens of Chitauri flying towards the city, weapons already firing at the buildings and streets. Turning his body, Tony steers the armor towards the city, another horde of Chitauri right after him, and starts blowing them up one after another, using just his repulsors for now. "Sir, you seem to have a large group right behind you." The surprisingly unhelpful voice of Jarvis interjects. Tony turns his head down, and while still flying forward, he aims his repulsors at two of the Chitauri in the center and fires them. He hits bullseye, causing the chariots to explode, taking a few of their friends with them. Unfortunately, that still left Tony with around 20 or so Chitauri still right behind him. As he opens his mouth to give Jarvis the order to fire more missiles, suddenly the sky lights up brightly and multiple lightning bolts slam down from the sky, hitting not just all of the Chitauri behind him, but also those he was following. "Thank you, Point Break." Tony mumbles, as he starts tracking more Chitauri to kill. "I don't think that was Mr. Odinson, sir," Jarvis calmly says, and suddenly brings up the footage from on top of the Stark Tower, shot from a nearby skyscraper. It showed Thor and his lightning summoning magic hammer fighting with Loki and his scepter. Hey! That's odd. Tony says, and opens his flaps to stop with the help of his repulsors, only to enter a side street where he could see 7 or 8 Chitauri chariots flying. One of them is hit by a red beam of light that came from somewhere down on the street, while another is hit by a car door, taking them both down. Did Hulk show up, Jay? Tony asks, as his cameras try to pinpoint where the door came from. As his cameras suddenly capture the culprits, and zoom in, Jarvis says, "It seems we are receiving some help in the form of the X-Men, sir." X-Men. Tony knew what X-Men were, of course he did. Mutants, people with different powers than normal. Like Mason Aves. Son of a bitch. So that's what he meant when he said he was bringing help. Aves is a mutant. Tony exclaims to himself, as he leaves the mutants to their task, and goes on killing the Chitauri. As he flies into open air, little to no buildings around him, the sky lights up once again, and one lightning bolt after another is thrown around, hitting multiple Chitauri at a time. Tony's armor cameras focuses on the origin point, and he sees a woman floating in the air, lightning emitting off of her in quick bursts. "If I wasn't in love with Pepper." Tony mumbles, looking at the goddess in front of him. Jarvis says, "I shall be sure to inform Ms. Potts, sir." His alarm systems suddenly flare up, warning him of an incoming horde of Chitauri. Tony turns around, his repulsors raised to kill at least a few of them, before something else happens. Someone flies through a Chitauri chariot, with Tony making out a sword in his hands, throwing guts, body parts and metal flying everywhere, and jumps from chariot to chariot, killing one Chitauri after another. In the single second between Tony's alarm system blaring and the Chitauri finally reaching him, there was just a single out of 20 Chitauri remaining, whom Tony kills with a punch to the head. As he lays his eyes on the culprit of this madness, Tony frowns, and asks, "Can every mutant fly, Avalon?" Mason Aves, Captain Avalon, looks at Tony, blue blood covering not just his face, but the sword and his clothes too. The clothes looked highly reminiscent of his old SSR uniform, as far as Tony could tell, and maybe they were the same. Whatever it was, Tony could not help but be baffled by the number of powers this man kept pulling out of his ass. Aves slaps his sword sideways to get rid of the blood, and Tony didn't even know that was possible outside of anime and Japanese historical action movies, and he says, "Nope, very few can. Neither can all wizards, so you can say I'm just special." Tony scoffs, and producing something from his armor compartments, throws it at Aves, who catches it easily. Tony says, "Put it in your ear, Rogers," and the rest are on their way. And then, Tony flies off. A woman version of Thor who doesn't need a hammer, a man made completely out of some shiny metal, a man with laser emitters for eyes, a man who had knives sticking out of his knuckles, and finally, a man who can fly, teleport, heal himself, and use magic. "You know what, Jay? Maybe we're winning after all," Tony says, as he flies up back towards the portal, to fight the next wave. Of course, it barely takes a minute after his words that Hawkeye crashes the jet in the streets of New York, and a fucking whale enters through the portal. A space whale. With teeth made out of metal, wearing a metal armor. "Stark, you seeing this?" Steve Rogers asks. Tony swallows his instinctual response, "The fuck am I even supposed to do about it?" and instead says, "Seeing. Still working on believing." Has Banner shown up yet? Because if there is one person who can take care of this gravity-defying space whale, it is Hulk. Or maybe Thor, but Tony didn't think Thor had as much oomph as Hulk. "Banner?" Steve asks, confused, because of course he is. Sighing, Tony returns to killing Chitauri as he starts flying towards the whale, and says, "Just, keep me posted." Logan ducked, letting a purple glowing spear pass through where his head just was, and snarling, he pushes his hands forward, stabbing the offending alien with his adamantium claws. Taking one hand out, Logan kicks the alien back into one of its brethren, and then runs forward, this time his claws landing right inside their foreheads. Turning away from the dead aliens, Logan glances at Cyclops, who was fighting an alien hand-to-hand, trying not to die, and immediately jumps in. Colossus had his own share of aliens handled well. Their weapons, whatever they were made out of, couldn't harm his metal skin at all. But then again, even Logan had had some trouble in damaging his skin with his adamantium claws. And it was supposed to be the sharpest and strongest metal on Earth. Once the group they were fighting was dead, Logan picks up one of the guns fallen out of the alien hands, and throwing it towards Cyclops, he says, "Why don't you let us do the grunt work, bub? Just stick to taking pot shots at the aliens." Scott scowls at the insult, and says, "I can take care of myself, Logan." Colossus steps between Logan and Scott before he can say anything, and as Scott looks up at him, he says, "No one's saying you cannot, Cyclops. But while Wolverine and I can take multiple close-up hits, you cannot. It is better for not just you, but for the team, if you don't risk yourself unnecessarily. Scott nods, although a bit reluctantly, and after throwing the weapon down, he says, I'll stick to pot shots, Colossus. Logan suddenly sniffs his nose, and says, there's a few aliens hiding inside a building. I smell a lot of people in there. Colossus lifts his hands with a smile, and in his heavy Russian voice, he says, shall we go then? As they start jogging towards the building in question, a voice in Logan's head asks, how's things looking on your end, Wolvie? Logan scowls, and says, we're doing your job, Missy. The aliens have over 30 hostages inside a hotel lobby on the 36th. We're going there now. Psylocke, the telepath on the field, replies, well, we're moving towards Stark Tower. A few cops joined us and are leading the civilians underground, through the subway right now. They say the army will take a while to appear. But thankfully, we aren't alone in defending the city. Logan nods, knowing that to be true. On top of the X-Men, Logan had already seen Iron Man and Captain Avalon fighting in the skies, helped by Storm. And now, barely a minute ago, a highly advanced jet had flown into the city, no doubt bringing in more helpers. Somehow, though, Logan wasn't surprised by the absence of any military power save for the cops, and even they were in way over their heads. Coming to a stop outside the hotel where the Chitauri were holding people hostage, Logan thinks to himself that maybe the entirety of the X-Men should have shown up. A/N, I couldn't think more for this chapter. Maybe I'll finish the Battle of New York in the next chapter, or I'll take one more. Probably the former. Anyway, Charles has a lot of questions for Mason, but he's holding his tongue because there's a war right at the door. Scott is over Jean, finally, at least in one universe, and is in a relationship with Ororo. How? I was going to have Emma be it, but then remembered that she's in the UK and like, 20 years older than him. Scott, Ororo, Piotr, Kurt are all around 35. Rogue, Kitty, Bobby are younger, at around 25. Hank is in his 70s, same for Charles and Eric. Psylocke is also 30 to 40. Anyone left? Jean, I understand this backstory is not enough, so I'll write this. Basically, when Mason asked Phoenix to heal the planet for his use, Phoenix asked for a favor. Jean was the favor. His task was to ensure she doesn't go mad, because Jean is a perfect host or something, but Mason failed. Charles got Jean, and Mason didn't bother challenging Charles because the father himself gave her to him. And when the Dark Phoenix movie happened, at the end Charles and Eric were in France when they saw the Phoenix appear in the sky. Mason managed to convince her to come with him, and then taught her how to properly control her powers. Where is she now? That you'll learn after the battle is over. Chapter 115, New York 2. A/N, Pat Rayon, HelloDarkness07. 2 chapters today. This is the second one. Betsy Braddock, Psylocke could honestly say that she had never seen herself doing this in her entire 45 years of life, fighting aliens, that is. The last time that mutants had encountered aliens in the form of the Debari, Betsy was still a mercenary and enforcer working with Caliban. She only learned about the aliens when she joined the X-Men, which was around a decade or so ago. Ducking under an energy blast, Psylocke rolls forward and slashes her katana through the alien that had attacked her. Her Chinook energy comes to life, and a glowing pink whip emerges from her left hand, which she then uses to grab another alien and pull it towards herself. Mid-flight, however, the whip of energy suddenly turns sharp and constricts on the alien's neck, beheading it. A burst of blue smoke above her makes her look up, and Psylocke sees Kurt Wagner, or Nightcrawler, skewer an alien who had tried to jump on her, with his sharp, pointy tail. Another alien flies from in front of her, missing her and Kurt with a hair's breadth, while a pink portal appears midair, cutting another alien in two. As Blink appears out of the portal she had created, Psylocke looks at the approaching blue-furred form of Hank McAvoy with annoyance and says, "A little warning would have been nice, Beast." Beast smiles at her abashedly, and says, "I keep getting told that." "I apologize, Psylocke." The alien group that had converged on this place was now gone, dead by their hands. Blink and Kurt had made sure that no one fled, while Kitty and Blink together had ensured no human got injured. Looking around, Psylocke closes her eyes and focusing on her telepathy, she says, "Clear. Where's Shadowcat?" Kitty Pryde takes that moment to appear out of the ground right in front of her, and as Psylocke barely stops herself from stabbing the girl, Kitty says, "The people are safely underground inside the subway. There are cops with them, and I've given them our communicator if aliens attack them again." Psylocke nods, thankful for it. They'd been fighting for almost 15 minutes now, and it didn't look like it was ending anytime soon. Hank suddenly looks to the side with a frown, right before they all hear a loud series of booms, and says, "Blink, a portal to 3 streets over, if you please." A large number of aliens have just rained fire on a crowded street and there aren't any of the defenders there. Blink nods, and without even saying anything opens a portal with a snap of her hands. As soon as they walk through, they're faced with fire and destruction, the aliens already having left. Psylocke immediately begins using her telepathy to look for survivors as Kurt and Blink start waving the injured towards another subway station. Steve jumps over the upturned bus, and on top of the bridge that Natasha and Clint had commandeered for themselves, as their stronghold. While Clint used his slowly decreasing arrows with an amazing accuracy, Natasha did the same with her guns. Steve had taken a short detour to help the frankly overwhelmed police officers, giving them the orders they desperately needed. He knew how it is, people inexperienced in combat need to be given precise orders, they need to be told what to do. Sometimes, orders are all that people need to get them to fight. Thankfully, he had seen a group of enhanced people helping them evacuate, no doubt these X-Men that Stark had spoken about. Mason's friends, Stark had said. So they weren't completely helpless after his departure, but still, he would have appreciated at least the Air Force to have come. He knows just how fast the new jets can be deployed, and now, around 20 minutes since the attack had begun, they should have at least joined the battle. And now, he was back to his friends, if he can call them that, using his shield to slam an alien away from Natasha and Clint. They weren't alone however, surprisingly enough. Along with Clint and Natasha, fighting the aliens were 3 people, one of them looking vaguely familiar to him. One of them was made completely out of metal, punching and kicking them with a strength somewhere in the middle between himself and the God of Thunder. Thankfully, however, he at least seemed somewhat immune to those energy blasts, which just ricocheted off of him, even if they left a scorch mark on his metal skin. The second one had a single red spectacle on his eyes, through which he was shooting light at the aliens. Some attacks missed, but those that hit caused the aliens to either get thrown back with tremendous force, get holes carved into them, or get burned to a crisp. Lastly, the familiar man had shiny knives growing out of his fists, 3 for each hand, which he was using to cut through the aliens with wonderful ease. In the single second that Steve had taken to observe that man, however, he could tell that the man healed almost as fast as Mason did. Were they related, he wondered to himself, before joining the fight. As the aliens keep approaching them, Steve throws his shield forward. It slams into one alien, and after multiple ricochets, returns back into his own hands. As the aliens drop down, not yet unconscious or dead, suddenly, bright white beams of lightning slam into each of them as Thor drops down. Steve looks at him, a frown marrying his face when he notices that Thor was wounded on his abdomen, and asks, "What's the story upstairs?" As much as he wants to mention the wound, Steve knows he can't. Seeing a god be injured in a fight is definitely not a boost of morale. Thor looks just annoyed at the injury, however, as he uses a car to support himself, and looking at all the defenders there, he says, "The barrier surrounding the cube is impenetrable." Thor's right. "We gotta deal with these guys first," Stark says in his earpiece. "How do we do this? Even with the X-Men's help we'll have a hard time dealing with the portal and the aliens at the same time," Natasha asks, as Clint starts gathering his thrown arrows back up. The man with the knives sticking out of his hands scoffs, and says, "You getting tired, little spy? Now's really not the time, Wolverine. Deal with your heartbreak later," the metal man says, suddenly not made out of metal anymore. Steve looks at Natasha, who just shrugs, and says, "Long story, Cap." The spectacled mutant steps forward, and Steve immediately recognizes that while the other 2 were the stronger ones of the team of mutants, this one was the more strategic one. He says, "Look, we've had our differences with S.H.I.E.L.D., but this is bigger than both of us. Unless we want to see the aliens win, we need to work together." And that explained to Steve why Fury didn't call them in. There were no doubts that Fury knew about the X-Men, since they were apparently a public superhero team, but no doubt Fury would have been reluctant to ask for help from the same team that he probably tried to spy on. Steve looks at his own team, and says, "He's right, we do it as a single team. Not 2 teams working together, but 1 team. I have unfinished business with Loki." Thor interjects, which Steve understands, but this was really not the time yet. "Get in line," Clint says, and Steve understands that too. But once again, not the time. "Save it," Steve orders, and knows that it's been accepted. Loki wants to keep this fight focused on us, and that's what we need. Without him to direct them, these things could run wild. We got Stark, Mason, who can apparently fly on top of all his other powers, and your friend with the lightning up top. Call her Storm. I'm Cyclops, and these 2 are Wolverine and Colossus," the mutant team leader interjects. Steve nods, all the names making a lot of sense to him based on their gifts, and continues, "They're going to need us too." Even before he can finish it, however, he stops, his attention taken by the sound of an approaching motorcycle. As Steve turns back, he notices the man named Wolverine, who still looked very familiar to him, sniffing his nose a few times, and tense in preparation for a fight. Steve raises his hand, smiles in relief, and says, "He's a friend." Steve, Thor, Natasha, and Clint, followed from the back by the mutants, all approach the motorcycle, which was being ridden by Dr. Bruce Banner. Banner gets off of the bike, and resting it against a car, he says, "So. This all seems horrible. I've seen worse." Natasha says, casually shrugging. Banner smiles a bit sadly, and says, "Sorry about that. No, we could use a little worse." Natasha says, reminding Steve of Stark. "Stark, we got him," Steve says into the earpiece. "Banner? Tell him to suit up, I'm bringing the party to you," Stark says, making Steve frown in thought. Party? What party, he wonders. Suddenly, a loud roar sounds off in the distance, and Stark appears from behind a building more than a few blocks away from them. And following after him, was the giant fish-like alien, its wings cutting into the sides of the buildings. Steve didn't even turn back after hearing a snick-like sound from behind him, as he kept watching the giant creature follow after Stark, who was apparently leading it towards them. "I don't see how that's a party," Natasha says, but Steve understands. "Dr. Banner," he calls out, as Banner starts walking towards the alien. When Banner looks at him, Steve says, "Now might be a really good time for you to get angry." Banner smiles a sad smile, and says, "That's my secret, Captain. I'm always angry." And then, Banner turns around, already turning big and green. Right as Stark passes Banner and floats above the rest of the Avengers, Banner hulks out, and slams his fist into the creature's nose. It was as if an almost unstoppable force met an almost immovable object, but instead of causing a paradox, the almost immovable object won. Hulk got pushed back, more than a dozen yards, but similarly, the fish-like flying alien got stopped in its tracks. Its back bent awkwardly, raised up in the air as Hulk stopped it so suddenly, and the metal armor it was covered by cracked in multiple places, as it began breaking up. "Hang on," Stark says, and pointing a hand at the raised alien, shoots a small missile at a large wound Steve could see. The missile explodes, and destroys the part it was connected to, cutting the alien in two. A bright red light slams into the two pieces, destroying the shorter piece, the tail, completely, while the second piece simply gets pushed away from them. Multiple small pieces, however, fall down on them, covering them with no small amounts of purple-blue blood, and liquid flesh. Scree! Growl! Multiple growls, screeches, yells, sound from all over Manhattan, the aliens showing their anger at Hulk killing their biggest gun in one single hit, and right now, Steve could feel the chances of their win improving. Hulk takes a deep breath, and growls out loudly in return, showing his own anger, "Roar! 9 people here, right now, the 5 other mutants clearing the grounds and helping people evacuate, the woman named Storm, and Mason." Instead of just 6 people that Fury had planned for to defend the world, they had gotten 16 defenders. 16 Avengers, instead of the measly 6. Yes, the chances of winning are very high now. So of course, it is natural that Loki takes this moment to call for even more of the Chitauri. 3 more of the large fishes, and hundreds more of the chariot-riding Chitauri enter through the portal, and spread out over New York, raining destruction onto the city. Steve could see Mason and the woman named Storm fighting the aliens up in the sky, at least the smaller ones. The bigger flying Leviathans seemed to be out of their league. But they would get tired soon, maybe not Mason but the woman would. Probably, he doesn't know much about mutants to be sure about it. "Call it Cap," Stark says, as they form into a circle, so they could watch one another's backs. Steve gives the flying Mason another look, and says, "All right, listen up. Until we close that portal our priority is containment. Half of the X-Men are already carrying out rescue efforts, we help them when they need it but otherwise leave them to it. They've got it handled." Or at least, that's what he had seen in his brief glimpse of them. "Hawkeye, Cyclops, I want you on that roof. Eyes on everything. Call out patterns and strays, and snipe as much as you can. Cyclops, take anyone that approaches your position out with extreme prejudice." Despite the red glasses he wore, most likely to help with the laser beam power he has, Steve had noticed that Cyclops had a very good eyesight. Maybe it came from having to look at things clearly to aim properly, but Steve knew that he and Clint were perfect partners for one another. Turning towards Stark, he says, "Stark, you got the perimeter. Anything goes more than 3 blocks out of your tower, you turn it back or you turn it to ash." Stark nods, and after a short conversation with Hawkeye and Cyclops, takes them along with him as he flies off. Steve turns towards Thor next, thankful that the 1,000-year-old god had remained to listen to the orders, and says, "Thor, you and Storm try to bottleneck that portal, slow them down. You two got the lightning, light those bastards up." Wolverine's gruff voice interjects, and says, "Tell her Logan sent you, she'll listen." Thor nods at the man, and swinging his hammer, flies off into the sky. Steve looks at the remaining people, and says, us, we remain here on the ground. Wolverine and Natasha, I have no idea what history you have, but get over it right now. I need you two to go 2 blocks in that direction and fight the bastards. Keep them focused on us. Natasha nods and looks at Wolverine with a raised eyebrow. He just scoffs, and starts running, his nose already sniffing for aliens. Which left Colossus, him, and Hulk. Hulk snaps his head towards him, making Steve realize that specific orders would not be appreciated for this guy. So, he just says one word. Smash. Hulk grins, clearly happy about the order, and jumps up high into the air, swatting the flyers as he goes. Colossus sighs, and as the aliens drop down around them, he says, I would not want to fight the Hulk at all. You and I both, buddy. You and I both. Steve says, and as one, the 2 grounded Avengers rush at the aliens that had them surrounded, fists and shield flying in frenzy. Thor lands on top of a tall building, which was one of the very few ones here covered by metal and not glass. He raises his hammer up into the air, and calls up a lightning storm. Dark clouds gather above him, as the metallic tower works as a lightning rod, pulling more and more lightning towards him. This has an unintended side effect of bringing the attention of the woman named Storm towards him, and as she approaches him, Thor yells, we have to prevent more of those creatures from invading. If you can, join me in smiting them, Lady Storm. Almost as an afterthought, he adds, Logan sent me. Storm just raises an eyebrow, and as dark clouds gathers above on Thor's command, she spreads out her hands, joining in his task of gathering lightning. I will join your efforts, Prince Thor. Storm says, and as her eyes turn completely white, she sends out her own magic into the air, joining his divine magic in conjuring lightning straight from nature itself. And then, Thor points his hammer at the portal, sending all the collected burst of lightning straight towards it in the form of a thick, bright, beam of lightning. So much power. I've never felt anything like this before. Storm exclaims, as the combined might of an avatar of Gia, and the god of thunder fly towards the portal. It completely destroys the first giant leviathan that it encounters, along with the tiny creatures that had found themselves in the way, while the following 2 leviathans find themselves pushed back, injured from the lightning. As the first attack dies down, Thor looks at Storm, who was staring at him in awe. Thor says in a warning tone, I advise you not to get used to it, Lady Storm. I am a god, and you will not be able to handle too much of my full power. But when he gathers his lightning for a second attack, Storm is right there with him, her own lightning joining him in killing the invading aliens in droves. Snarling in anger, I drop down on top of a leviathan, joining Thor and Hulk in their battle. Swiping Glamdring, I cut through a Chitauri running towards me, and kick at another, sending him flying right at Thor, who slams his hammer at him, crushing his head. Flipping back, I dodge an energy blast, and run towards the attacker. I dodge another blast and cut into the alien's neck, beheading him in 2. Noticing that I'm on the Leviathan's head, and that the Leviathan was speeding towards a building, I yell, Thor. And with as much force as I can muster, slam the sword into the metallic armor covering the head of the space whale. Thor looks at me, and immediately seeing my plan, jumps up. His hammer charges up with his lightning which he then slams into my sword, discharging it all through Glamdring. The Leviathan drops down, a god's lightning coursing through its body, and crashes into the street. It still crashes into the building, only instead of the top, it crashes into the large ground floor, and goes through. Dropping down before it even touches the building, I point my hand towards the dropping alien and pull with my magic. My sword cuts through the side of the alien's head, and rushes towards me, stopping in my hand. I look at the Leviathan crashing into the ground and when Hulk punches Thor away from him. Thor shrugs off the wound, thankfully enough, and flies off to continue with the fight. Bending my knees, I leap into the air once again, and continue attacking the flying aliens. It was all I'd been doing since the battle began, keeping the skies clear. Or mostly clean, there was only so much I could do while holding myself back. The X-Men had the rescue handled, their unique gifts allowing them to carry on with their task with amazing efficiency. Steve had taken command almost immediately, and thankfully, the X-Men didn't seem to have any doubts regarding his leading capacity. I guess Essex's death and later Jean's disappearance allowed Scott to mature properly, unlike what was in fate for him. But despite the 12.5 defenders fighting the aliens, New York wasn't unaffected. Already the death toll had reached 500, and more than that were injured, which could lead to more deaths. Gods, I just wonder what it would have been like if I hadn't brought in the X-Men. I haven't used the time stone in a long time, except for looking to see if Selene had revealed herself to me in the future. And the visions I saw in the past were very inaccurate, thanks to how far apart the two events were. Thankfully, the US National Guard was just now coming in with their tanks, joining the cops and the Avengers in fighting the aliens. Gods, Selene would have loved being here, loved being allowed to let loose even if only a little. Seeing something terrible about to happen, I dropped down on the ground right in front of the half of the X-Men that were focused on rescuing people and kicked the alien away from the mutant, holding it tightly. Right as a pink-colored chinook blade speeds towards my neck, I ducked down and slammed my palm into her stomach, sending the mutant flying back just a little. The other mutants surround me, Hank between the woman and I, Kitty Pryde behind me, and Kurt and Blink to each side. She stares at me, startled at not just my sudden appearance, but also by me attacking her, and asks, "What the hell? Aren't you on our side?" I look at the alien I had kicked out of her hands, and says, "I just stopped you from making the worst, and possibly last mistake you could have committed in your life, Psylocke. A little appreciation would be nice." Beast, who had gotten in a fighting stance at my appearance, stops the others from attacking me, and asks, "What do you mean?" I wave my hand towards the Chitauri, and say, "These creatures run on a hive mind. Your telepathy no doubt caught it, am I right? And you thought, why not stop them from the source, hack into their signal? Didn't you?" Psylocke stares at me, and slowly nods. Snorting, I say, "That's just an illusion, Psylocke. The hive mind isn't just allowing them to work together, it's allowing them to take orders from someone not here. Allowing that someone to watch us as we fight them. If you had succeeded in hacking into their connection, you would have given them access to your own body. Trust me, you do not have a strong enough mind to fight that person. And I suppose you do." Psylocke asks bitingly, not willing to admit her mistake. "It would really have been really fucking bad if I hadn't seen it happen. The Chitauri have a hive mind, and someone has the master control over it, so to speak. Someone who is on the mothership in space, right now." Looking at her with a sigh, I say, "Yes. Yes I do. As a matter of fact, Psylocke, you may ask Charles just how good my telepathy is the next time you see him. But until then, stay out of their minds unless you want an alien to have control over your body." Not waiting for her to say anything, I fly up once again, hoping that she takes my words to heart. I do not want the other, or God forbid Thanos, to have access to anyone's mind on Earth. Catastrophic, no better word to describe it. Nicholas Fury stared at the monitor, which showed the newly re-established news channels. It showed them exactly what was going on, even if the scenes weren't complete. New York City is under attack by what seems to be an alien force. Iron Man has been seen fighting the invaders along with some known, and some unknown defenders. Hulk, and two people dressed as Captain America and Captain Avalon. Are these mutants? Where is the military? The destruction that the aliens were causing was clearly visible to him, even if in multiple instances. One news channel showed one side of the city, while another showed a different. But Fury just had a grim face, staring at Captain America fighting on the ground, while Captain Avalon flew around the city, his sword cutting swathes through the flying aliens. Motherfucker didn't even mention that he could fly. Fury thought to himself, wondering just what else was the man hiding. "Sir." His second-in-command, Maria Hill, says, as she approaches his station. "The council is on." She looks sorry as she says it, no doubt knowing how annoyed Fury was right now with the council. "Putting the monitors to sleep," he says, "try and establish communication with Xavier. I need to know how he even learned about the attack. And find out just where the hell our National Guard is." As Hill nods and walks away, Fury swipes on his screen, pulling up the secure server that had been ready for the meeting with the World Security Council, beginning his next few minutes of endless annoyance and anger. He had listened to them ask about the state of the battle, uselessly since he barely knew anything at all, and then about the helpers. Avengers, they knew, yet they refused to use that title. Refused to accept the Avengers as one of their own. And then there was this. They're mutants, Director Fury. What's to say that after this battle is won that they won't turn their backs on us? They clearly outnumber our troops there. One old man says, making Fury just scowl in instinct. Turning towards that screen, Fury says, "There are men now, councilman." Snorting when the councilman doesn't say anything, Fury asks, "You seriously want to brand them as enemies? The same people who have been working tirelessly since the beginning of this battle to save as many civilians as they can? Admit it, councilman, without the X-Men, without these mutants, this battle would have been 10 times worse. But it hasn't ended yet. We have no idea if it will ever end, Director Fury. The council has made a decision." A female council member says, bringing his attention, and his ire, over to herself. Using as much of his remaining patience as he could, Fury snaps at her, "I recognize the council has made a decision, but given that it's a stupid-ass decision I've elected to ignore it. Director, you're closer than any of our subs. You scramble that jet." The council head begins, only to be interrupted by Fury's furious voice. Fury snarls, "That is the island of Manhattan, councilman, with a population of 1.5 million. Until I'm certain my team can't hold it, I will not order a nuclear strike on the civilian population. I will not be committing a genocide against our own people while being unsure if it will even work. If we don't stop them now, we lose everything. The councilman argues. Fury looks at him, and says, I send that bird out, and we already have. Not wanting to listen to them drone on anymore, Fury swipes down on his screen, shutting the council meeting off. He could already feel his tiredness creeping in, making him wonder how those on the field were feeling right now. A/N, so, yet. One more chapter for the battle. Sorry about being late to upload, I've been having a rough week. My health has taken a downturn, and I've only just begun to feel better. Not good, but better than the last 3 days. And it isn't just one thing either. Cold, coughs, allergies, headaches, and as of the last few days, earache. One by one I'm collecting illnesses like infinity stones lol. So, since I didn't write and upload CH121 on Patreon until half an hour ago, the uploads here had been put on hold. Chapter 116, New York Conclusion. A/N, Patreon, HelloDarkness07. First of all, a notice. As of today, I've stopped writing proper chapters on Patreon. Yes, I said August 15th, but you can guess from my slowed upload schedule that I haven't gotten enough time to write more. I'm stopping before I mess too much. The remaining chapters will be uploaded soon, along with the summary chapters that I have yet to write on Patreon, don't worry. I won't keep you all hanging. This notice is just to inform any new readers, or old ones who feel like joining the Patreon now, that unless you're specifically looking to donate to a useless cause, don't bother going to my Patreon now. I'll write a proper goodbye later, since I still have more than a few chapters to upload, and the summary chapters to write. So, read on. 30 minutes, the battle has gone on. 30 minutes since I brought the X-Men into a battle they had no reason to even know about except for after the fact. 16 defenders against the fraction of an army that Loki was able to pull through the portal. 16 Avengers, against thousands of Chitauri. And now, we were feeling it. Storm was grounded, still fighting but not able to fly and fight at the same time anymore. She had joined with the rescuers, who were now focusing more on the fighting aspects, leaving the rescuing to the US National Guard, but giving them the superhuman support. Steve and Colossus were still fighting while staying together, and while Steve looked tired, he didn't look like he would stop fighting anytime soon. As for Colossus, he's a Colossus, that's for sure. Anytime it looked as if Steve would be overwhelmed by the forces, Colossus would come running through anyone in his way. Wolverine and Natasha had fought well together. There's some history there, that's for sure. But now it was just Wolverine, slashing through the aliens and using his senses with amazing efficiency, sniffing out more prey to kill. Natasha had left the grounds, and I had seen her flying on top of a Chitauri chariot barely a few minutes ago. Cyclops and Hawkeye, they had done well together. But being on top of a building, they might as well have put up a sign showing where they are. Cyclops had gone down first, a blast from the back hitting him in the back of his head. Thankfully, his mutation allowed him to be a bit resistant to energy attacks, so it only knocked him out. Hawkeye had immediately contacted Kurt to rescue his friend, and begun fighting from the top. Alas, he followed soon after, forced to evacuate his spot when his arrows ran out. Even Thor, an actual god, looked beat up with a few injuries marking his skin, although it could be because of the stab wound he had suffered before. And Hulk, the strongest of us all. Strong and unstoppable he is, but the Chitauri knew it. New information about at least half of the defenders here thanks to Loki's spiritual shield infiltration a year ago. The Chitauri were not letting Hulk charge up, they were keeping him surrounded, confused, and kept on attacking him from all directions. Even now I could see a dozen Chitauri chariots surround him in a bid to attack him, prompting me to immediately turn towards him, my staff raised and blasting curses exiting out of it. But otherwise, it looked as if Wolverine, Colossus, and I were the only ones still perfectly capable of keeping the fight going for as long as it takes. As a Chitauri blast hits my skin, burning with a sizzle, however, I can't help but pray that Natasha ends it soon. Flying beside a Chitauri whale, Tony felt tired, beyond anything he had ever felt before. Not during his fight with Stain, or even Vanko, was he this tired. How long have we been fighting, Jarvis? He asks, in a tired voice as his hand raises up to start using his laser, the same one that had taken care of all of Vanko and Hammer's drones, blasting it at the large whale's metal armor. 30 minutes and 47 seconds, sir. Also, we would lose power within the arc reactor before we penetrate that shell. Jarvis says, in a reproachful tone. Tony immediately drops the laser, and firing up the repulsors, speeds forward. Stopping a short distance away from the Chitauri whale, who was now flying straight towards him, Tony asks, Jarvis? You ever heard of the tale of Jonah? Jonah. A boy whom God saved by having a whale swallow him. There was a lesson or something in the tale too, but Tony wasn't focused on that at the moment. I don't think he is a good role model, sir. Jarvis says, and was that a scowl he could hear? Grinning, Tony fires up his repulsors once again, only this time, he starts flying towards the open maw of the whale. His entire arsenal opens up from his back, arms, legs, shoulders, everywhere. Opening its mouth wide, the whale swallows the approaching Iron Man armor straight into the through, and immediately gets blown up by Tony's armament emptying itself inside its stomach. All the while, Tony uses the previously discarded lasers to keep burrowing into the body of the whale. In a single second, Tony gets out of the back of the whale, only for his own bomb to explode behind him, throwing him crashing downwards and into the streets. He crashes through what looks like a phone booth, and then into the road, only to stop after hitting a taxi, almost a couple dozen feet away from the booth. Multiple contusions detected. Jarvis says, referring to a previous conversation making Tony groan. Not the time, Jay. Tony says, his body hurting too much. He was down for the count, he thought. His body was too tired, his arc reactor was almost out of charge, which is funny since it's a reactor, and an energy source. It should have had unlimited energy, but alas, it doesn't work like that. There's a constant cycle of use and recharge, and unfortunately for Tony, his use cycle had almost come to an end. It's charging, but not fast enough for him to make a difference. He really should have brought a spare reactor. As he starts standing up, not willing to give up so soon, not while Capsicle was still fighting, Tony gets set upon by more aliens, who were no doubt angry at him for destroying one of their big guns. Tony raises his hands when they fire blasts at him, protecting his face from the energy blasts, but suddenly, they stop coming at him. He still hears the blasts, but they're not aimed at him. Tony looks up, his camera is already zooming towards the focus of the Cheetorai's attacks, and sighs in relief. There he was, his savior, blasting through the aliens using some sort of metal weapon, very different from the one Loki used. As a dozen or so aliens surround the man, Tony starts raising his hands to help Mason Aves, only for the man to spin his weapon over his head, and slash it down. Something wonky happens then, something invisible to all of his sensors, as a wave of something exits out of the weapon held by Mason Aves, cutting the entire group of aliens in two. You couldn't have used your mumbo-jumbo before, Avalon. Tony snarks, watching the man walk towards him, leaving the bodies behind. Avalon grins, and says, I've been using my magic the entire battle, Stark. Why do you think that building's still standing even after a Chitauri Leviathan went through it? Leviathan, hey. Tony could see it. Yup, those whales were definitely Leviathans. Tony sighs, and says, thanks for the save. Avalon shrugs, and looking up at the portal, he says, I may have gone out of the public eye, Tony. But Earth is still my home. I will always be here to defend it. Tony doesn't listen, however, his eyes focused on another conversation. Stark? You hear me? There's a nuke incoming, the payload will wipe out Midtown. The voice in his ear says. Isolating the sounds inside his helmet, Tony asks, how long? 3 minutes, maximum. Fury answers, his voice surprisingly grim. Tony glances at Avalon, who was watching him in curiosity, and says, J, thrusters. Done, sir. Jarvis replies. Without even saying anything, Tony flies off into the sky, Jarvis already hacking into the satellites to track the nuke and where it's coming from. Suddenly, however, Tony sees something to his side and yells, Jesus Christ! What are you trying to do? Kill me! Captain Avalon, who was flying right beside him, matching his speed as they flew upwards, tilts his head, and says, You've just learned something worrying. Your heartbeat was racing even before you got shocked by me. What is it? Tony snorts, and catching sight of the nuke in the distance towards the bridge, he says through his speakers, there's a nuke coming in, sent by SHIELD overlords. If it touches a single building in New York, boom, no more Midtown. Avalon looks in the direction they were flying in, speeding towards a very tiny, minuscule speck in the air that was the nuke, and asks, You got a plan? Tony glances at him, and says, Yeah, gift wrap it and send it straight to the aliens. Avalon nods, and says, Good plan, one downside. You won't survive that trip. And what? You will. Tony asks with a scoff, already knowing that it's highly likely that he won't be coming back from the portal. Avalon nods, and says, Yup, I can survive in space. Tony looks at him, stupefied, and says, There is no way you just said you can survive in space. Smiling at him in amusement, Avalon says, I'm a wizard, Tony. Just assume the answer is magic and move on. Yeah, heard that before. How sure are you about your survival? Tony asks still, wanting to make sure. As an afterthought, he asks, Will you even be able to take the nuke through? Are you strong enough, physically speaking? Avalon looks at him, his face showing him just how offended he was, and says, Just keep my path clear, Tony. We don't want the nuke to blow before it goes through. I can close the portal. Can anyone hear me? The very familiar voice of Agent Romanoff says in his ears, making Tony widen his eyes. No. He yells, only realizing after the fact that Mason had yelled with him. Oh yeah, he had been given an earpiece. There's a nuke incoming, ETA 90 seconds. And we know just where to put it. It is then that the pair reach the Manhattan Bridge, and immediately start flying up, the missile just above their heads, speeding towards the city of New York. Tony watches Mason fly underneath the nuke, his magic staff still in his hand. Mason touches the nuke with his back, making Tony skip a beat thinking the nuke is going to blow, and when it doesn't, he breathes out a sigh. Mason sighs too, apparently worried about the explosion himself, and does something with his magic staff, bringing into existence a few bands of golden energy that wrap themselves around the nuke, tying it to Mason's back. Curiously enough, the fire from the nuke's thermal rocket was not harming Mason's skin at all, no doubt something else related to magic. I really need to upgrade my sensors. At least till I'm able to see what he's doing. Tony thinks to himself, making a mental note. Tony looks at it dubiously, and asks, you don't plan on blowing yourself up with it, do you? Mason scoffs, and says, hardly. I'll be sending the nuke off once I'm through. Besides, even if the nuke blew with me still attached to it, it won't kill me. Tony looks at him, not knowing if he's joking or not, and says, well if you die, can I have your magic staff? For science, you know. Mason scoffs with a smile, and says, over my dead body. Yes, that was the point. Mason pulls up, pushing the rocket higher and higher up into the air against its programmed coordinates, and Tony follows right after. Some Chitauri come after them, and while some are taken care of by Tony's blasters, Mason kills a few with his magic staff. Focus on flying, Avalon. Don't want any of your magic to make the nuke wonky and blow it up. Tony warns, knowing that magic must be some sort of energy, and so, can interact with stuff. Thankfully, Avalon listens, and allows Tony to fly forward, to start killing the aliens that were now trying to stop them. Whether they knew what the plan was, or if they just wanted to ground the aerial troops, Tony didn't care. He kept on blasting one alien after another. Mason? What are you doing? Steve's angry and distraught voice asks in both their ears. Steve was no doubt afraid of losing a friend he had just gotten back, and Tony could understand it, somewhat. Mason keeps on his flight path towards the tower, so they could fly straight up from it, and says, just felt like taking my pet nuclear bomb on a walk, Steve. What do you think? Tony snorts, despite the situation, and Steve says, fucking hell, Mason. Don't be an idiot, let it fly up by itself, come down. If Tony had 30 days instead of 30 seconds before the nuke exploded, he wouldn't be able to list all the reasons why that's a bad idea. You know I can't do it, Steve. There's a million things that could go wrong. Besides, someone has to do it, someone who can fly. And out of all of us, only I am both capable of flight without aid, and surviving the exposure to space. Ask our buddy Wolverine, he'll tell you how durable and resilient us healing mutants are. The mutant in question wasn't on their comms channel, unfortunately, but even still, Tony's hacking showed that he was too busy cutting through aliens to answer anyway. Tony feels offended, but he could also agree that this suit wasn't made for space travel. Maybe he should start working on that. You know that's a one-way trip, yes? Natasha's voice asks, which funnily enough sounds as if she was straining with something. Mason smiles, and says, I want you to promise me, Romanoff. As soon as you see the nuke blow, turn the thing off. Don't wait for me, because I have other ways to do so even if I get stuck out there. Just how many more secrets are you hiding, Aves? Steve asks, his voice sounding far too broken for him to be in a state of fighting. Tony really hoped this worked, just so they can finally rest and let the military clear the rest. They reach the top of the portal, barely a few seconds away from the portal, and Mason says, let's get together after this and I'll tell you, Steve. Be back in a minute. And then he vanishes through the portal, going on to the other side of it, into deep space. The world stopped breathing, some happy about the fact that the nuke got sent through the portal, others enraged at the fact that their plan failed. The aliens kept attacking, however, and so the fighters had to get back to defending. And one person, with the weight of the world's safety on his shoulders, flew through space. Tony flies around the portal, and stops to a side. He watches Mason fly deeper into space, ice forming on top of his body and his magical staff, which was being kept at bay only by the heat of the nuke's thermal rocket. There was a star nearby, not near enough for him to see a lot from the other side, but enough that it allowed Jarvis to process the feed into something visible. And what he sees makes Tony freeze on the spot. Hundreds more Chitauri Leviathans, thousands more chariots, and a ship that could contain it all. It was at least as big as the entire island of Manhattan, and Tony was really thankful for the fact that the portal was so small. If it was big enough to allow that monstrosity of a spaceship through, then Tony had no doubt that they wouldn't have lasted half this time, and would have been forced to rely on nukes, leading to a nuclear winter worldwide. And Mason was flying through it all, blasting aliens one after another with his magical staff, unafraid of the hell that was in front of him. Tony stares, unmoving, and says, "Jarvis. Are you seeing this?" "Yes, sir." Jarvis says, his voice soft, as if even the AI was in disbelief of the sight in front of them. "Stark? What are you seeing?" Steve asks, making Tony curse at not having turned the mic off before speaking. Tony says nothing, and just watches Mason dodge the aliens for a while, after which, he lets the nuke loose. It flies off towards the alien spaceship, dodging the intercepting aliens with an unnatural grace, all the while Mason kept flying backwards, keeping his body turned towards the nuke. "He's directing the nuke, with his magic or something." Tony mumbles, this time purposefully allowing the others to listen if only to prevent Rogers from asking what he's actually seeing. No need to cause panic, Tony thinks. He's flying back, slowly. But there was ice on him. Tony realizes that Mason can't keep the nuke safe from harm, and keep himself perfectly healthy at the same time. And of the two, he had chosen to protect the nuke. This was no doubt why his dad was so obsessed with the two heroes. Their self-sacrificing nature, their genius when it comes to fighting a war. Tony wonders over what could have been, had he been allowed to take the nuke from Mason. Tony wonders if he would have even been able to make it. As Mason keeps floating backwards, not flying, Tony realizes, attracted by the difference in gravitational forces on the two sides of the portal, Tony watches the nuke. He watches it dodge another interceptor in the form of a large leviathan which is shaken by a large blast of invisible energy hammering on its face, sending it crashing into another leviathan. As if in slow motion, Tony watches the nuke approach the ship, and then, he watches the nuke blow as soon as it touches the hull of the mothership. The world lets out the breath it had been holding, as the aliens all drop down suddenly, as if their strings were cut. "Jarvis?" Tony asks, as he keeps watching the spectacle on the other side of the portal. There's no sound, just a bright flash of light as the nuclear explosion takes place on the mothership, the area of effect easily covering the entire ship, and the aliens surrounding it. Right before it could blind him, Jarvis takes care to switch the filters, allowing him to make out a dark speck speeding towards the portal. It seems the mothership was where the aliens were being controlled from. Jarvis answers, making Tony understand. A hive mind, controlled by someone on the mothership. And that someone either died, or fled to fight another day. Not Loki, no. If Loki was the one in control, then the aliens wouldn't have dropped now. They would have dropped as soon as Loki was knocked unconscious by Hulk. Whoosh. The sound makes him snap his head back towards the tower, and Tony realizes that Natasha had done as Mason had asked. She had shut the portal off before Mason could get through. He may have meant it as a way to protect the city from the nuclear fallout, but right now, it only served as a way to prevent Mason from getting through. "Romanoff. What did you do?" An enraged Steve asks through the comms, and Tony wholly understands. He may not have known the man for long, but he had a sort of charm to him. He could see why his dad liked the man so much. "I'm sorry, Steve." Natasha whispers, and she sounds sorry. Come on, you old bastard." Tony mumbles, cursing the situation as he flies from one side to the other. Mason took no efforts in trying to fly back himself. He was unconscious, Tony notices. And the portal was slowly closing, repairing the hole in space as if it was never there. Right as Tony was about to make the rash decision to go through the portal and bring Mason back himself, Mason snaps his eyes open, and looks at him. "Holy crap!" He mumbles, seeing the man take a deep breath, in space, as he starts flying towards him, towards Earth. The portal keeps on closing, as Mason starts flying towards the opening, and bit by bit, it keeps getting smaller. Tony's heart beats faster, his calculations telling him that Mason might not be coming back this time, or at all. He was too slow. And sure enough, the portal gets as small as Tony's own head, with Mason still too far away from the hole to come through. And then, right before the portal closes, there's a loud crack in the air behind him, an explosion of something making his sensors start blaring. Tony flies backwards, turning around with an arm already extended to attack whatever that was, but stops, seeing something that makes him yell, "What the fuck, man?" The man in question, Mason Aves, smiles at Tony, waves his hand, and says, "Hey! I'm back." And then, his eyes lose focus, as the man starts falling down, no longer flying. Cursing, Tony flies after the man, and catches him in his hands. Immediately, he books it towards the tower, and crashes on the lower roof. Their fall sends the gravel flying as glass digs into Mason's skin, but Tony now knows that it won't harm him too much. Getting out of his armor, Tony stumbles towards the man, only now realizing just how many injuries he's suffered this day. Putting his hand on Mason's neck, Tony feels for the heartbeat, and finding one, sighs in relief. "Hey, Rogers!" Tony calls out, knowing that the man can hear him. "Your buddy's alive." "Asleep, but alive." There's a beat of silence, and then, "I'm bringing the team to you." Tony sighs, and drops down on the ground next to Aves. Already he could see that the man was healing, fast too. Tony's mind can't help but wonder if Mason would allow him to study his blood and find out how his mutation works. Could it help cure the hole in his chest? Could it bring someone back from the dead? A snort from the side makes him open his eyes once again, and Tony sees the man who had just knocked himself unconscious start sitting up, now fully conscious. "Stop thinking so hard, Tony. And no, I won't allow you to study me." "Pity," Tony says, making a mental note to add telepathy to Mason's list of powers. A green light suddenly covers his body, and just like he had seen Mason start healing on his own before, the light does the same to him. It heals him, mends broken bones, fractures, and fissures, repairs the tears in his muscles. Even the shoulder ache that he had suffered from since 3 years ago was being soothed by this mysterious green energy. And then, as soon as all his injuries are gone, with only the hole in his chest and the arc reactor remaining, along with the shrapnel still in his chest, the green light recedes, gone as if it was never there. Tony sits up properly, and looking at the man who still looked tired, he says, "Thanks." And he meant it. Mason was injured himself, and there was no doubt that he was still not recovered. And yet, he still took the time and effort to heal him. Guess that explained the discarded nickname for Captain Avalon, Paladin. Dad was a proper nerd, wasn't he? Tony thinks to himself. Before he can comment more on it, a couple of large crashes occur behind them, and Tony raises his bare hand at the threat, only to see Thor and Hulk staring at one another. A circular pink-colored portal opens on the roof next, out of which walk out the remainder of the Defenders. Avengers. The X-Men, Hawkeye and Steve Rogers, who rushes through the portal and straight towards Mason, hugging him tightly. Mason just chuckles, and hugs the man back. Tony whistles, and says, "Sheesh, get a room, you guys. There's children here." The children in question, the youngest of the X-Men, scowl at him, but the older ones just chuckle good-heartedly. Natasha walks down then from the inner stairs, Loki's scepter in her hands and Selvig following right behind her, bringing all their attention to herself. Mason claps Steve's back a couple times, and says, "We'll talk later, Steve. Our prisoner is waking up." And sure enough, Loki was awake, already turning to crawl away from them and towards the stairs. Tony had no doubt that Hulk's beatings had made it a bit difficult for the god to stand up. The 16 Avengers walked towards him, Hawkeye with his bow drawn, Thor with his hammer poised, Natasha with Loki's own scepter in her hands, Wolverine with his metal claws extended, Storm with lightning bolts bursting out of her hands, and others. Just posing. Yup, posing. If it's all the same to you. I'll have that drink now. Tony snorts, as he hangs back, since he had taken his armor off, watching Loki finally surrender himself to the superior force in front of him. This time, for good. The Battle of New York was over. All right, we can pose up later. Feel free to start cleaning up. Tony says, as he starts walking over to the bar, preparing drinks for himself. Loki was bound by iron manacles that I had conjured for him. The manacles by themselves weren't special, a bit magic resistant, but that's it. The enchantments I'd cast on them however prevented a mage from using his magic. Just magecraft, though. Not witchcraft, or sorcery. The X-Men were standing off to the side, talking, and while I could hear the conversations, I didn't pry. Instead, my focus was on something else. Who gets the magic wand? Natasha asks, walking around with the scepter in her hands. Loki scowls at the same time that I do. Calling that abomination a magic wand is an insult to magic wands. It channels only the Mind Stone's power, and that's it. The metal was not magical in the least. The scepter was not magical in the least. Not like my staff. But I stay silent, not minding who possesses the scepter for now. Do I want it? Of course, but I am not sure what the consequences will be. SHIELD strike team is coming to secure it. Steve answers, making me snort. Funnily enough, Logan had snorted at the same time as he says, "Figures, the government stooges get here after the battle is over." Barely a second after he said that, the elevator door opens, and the strike team in question comes into the room, led by Agent Jasper Sitwell. And just by a single glance at them I could tell that they had not taken part in the battle, at all. The fact that they came here barely a minute after the battle was over, but they're as clean as freshly bathed, I am sure that they were here, in the city, but they didn't fight. Cowards. As I watch Sitwell take the scepter and put it inside the box they had brought for it, Tony asks, "Hey, guys? Has anyone here tried shawarma? I don't know what it is, but I'm hungry and I want to try it." I saw an adequately standing shawarma. I shrug, and say, "It's a dish from all over Middle East. It tastes good, a bit too meaty for my tastes, but good. I don't know. I don't think we should stay here too long, we're not exactly legal, you know," Scott says, from his place beside Hawkeye, as the two drank from one of Stark's bottles. Steve frowns, and says, "You're heroes. You fought beside us, defended the Earth from aliens. No government official will be stupid enough to criticize your actions now. You'll be surprised, bub," Logan says, as he keeps on watching the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents with suspicion. No doubt he could smell their deception on them. Shaking my head, I say, "Come on. We'll all go, all the 16 Avengers. If anyone tries to say something, they'll be faced with us. And who wants to fight the group of people that fought back an alien invasion?" Logan is the first to say yes, followed closely by Kitty Pryde and Kurt Wagner. One by one, all the X-Men agree to join us for our post-battle lunch, and even Scott reluctantly agrees. "I would like to have some of this shawarma." Thor booms out, from his place right beside Loki. "Yeah, about that. What about Mr. Sore and Green over there? Not you, Hulk?" Tony asks, pointing at Loki. Hulk, who was still Hulk, snorts loudly, making Loki flinch, as Thor says, "He will come with us, of course. He can watch as we revel in our feast of this shawarma." I smile, and all at once, we start following the group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents down the elevators. Well, they take one elevator, we take another, and another. Thankfully, Stark Tower had multiple elevators for all our use. Alas, Hulk had to take the super-fast express by jumping down the building to wait for us. No one was stupid enough to suggest stairs to Hulk. The battle was over. Loki was in our custody, and we were going to have shawarma. All without Tony suffering PTSD from the things he would have seen up close. And now, instead of just 6 Avengers, or 7 including me, Earth has a team of 16 people defending it. And that's not counting the other X-Men that had stayed behind at the school, or those defenders who will come into existence later. All in all, I count this as a success. Now if only Selene comes back from wherever she's hiding. A/N, Battle of New York is over. I wanted to add the endgame part here, but I haven't decided what I want to do about it yet. There will be some changes, particularly one big one in the next chapter, but I don't think anyone would be disappointed in them. Mason was only kind of faking being unconscious. While he can fly through space while wearing his armor, he can't do it while not wearing it. He was using a lot of his magic to allow him to breathe in space, while at the same time telekinetically manipulating the nuke, so it took a lot out of him. Chapter 117, A Wake-Up Call. A/N, reminder that I've stopped writing new chapters, and will only upload the old ones. The story is officially dropped. So join my Patreon only if you want to donate. I'll be shutting the Patreon account down in a month at most. Read on. The elevator door opens, and our group walks out. Most of the X-Men had taken one elevator, which Tony was a bit reluctant about seeing that Colossus was still in his metal form. He was terribly relieved when he became a normal-skinned human again. The non-mutants of the team were joined by Logan, Hank, and I, in the second elevator, while the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had taken a third one. Hulk, unfortunately, had to go separately, seeing that he hadn't turned back into Bruce yet. But no one was stupid enough to suggest stairs to the big green giant who can destroy the building, so Hulk had decided to just jump down from the top floor before either Blink or I could even offer to portal him down. Or all of us. Hopefully, he didn't scare too many people when he crashed into the ground. During the elevator ride, I had spoken with Logan and Hank, promising Logan some answers. He remembers me, thanks to my own actions, and so, he remembers that I didn't have my healing powers back then. I wasn't worried. Even if I wasn't able to completely control how my body smells, if it smells at all, there was no way for anyone to know that my healing mutation was stolen. It was why that particular ritual was so much better than the one that Grindelwald used. Sure, there was a cool-down period, and I couldn't just steal one mutation after another. But at least this mutation was mine, and not someone else's. It had been assimilated perfectly into my body. But still, there's conversations to be had. Not just with Logan, but with Steve too. As we start walking towards the exit, with the strike team and Agent Sitwell right there in front of us, we are stopped by a group of around 24 agents in black suits, and another SWAT team, with assault rifles in their hands. The guns weren't pointed at us, but we could tell that they don't see us as friends. I share a look with Logan, and know that we both were thinking the same thing. They were here, in the city. Just like the strike team, these people were somewhere very close to the city, and they didn't help out. Their thoughts prove the same. They were ordered by the higher UPS, the Hydra part of SHIELD, to not interfere. They were instead asked to man the bridges, to stop the incoming traffic, and to only help if the aliens break perimeter. We could have used the help, so many more people could have been saved. An old man at the forefront of that group steps forward, and says, "Gentlemen, ladies. May I ask where you are going?" Thor looks to Tony in confusion, and says, "We are going to taste this shawarma that Stark spoke about. And then, it's right back here until we figure out a way back home to Asgard." Tony looks between Thor and the man, as Thor keeps looking at him, and startling a bit he says, "Oh, right. This is Alexander Pierce. He's Fury's boss. Or the boss of Fury's bosses. I don't exactly know how things work." And knowing Tony as I do, he knew exactly how things work. "People call me Mr. Secretary. I'm going to have to ask you to turn the prisoner over to me," the man named Alexander Pierce says, waving his hand over to a bound and muzzled Loki, who just looks offended at being called the prisoner. The X-Men were apprehensive, to say the least. They hadn't had good experiences with government agents, not since the 90s at the latest. Steve was pretty much relaxed, his trust in the government not yet gone, while the agents were agents. They trust SHIELD, but I could see that Barton was not appreciative of the guns that could point at them at any moment. Thor frowns in confusion, and says, "Loki will answer for his crimes to Odin, in Asgard." Pierce immediately returns with, "No, he's going to be answering to us. Odin can have what's left of him." I can just see the moment Loki understands what the man means, with the tightening of his muscles and the rage filling his eyes. Pierce either wanted to torture Loki, or experiment on him, and judging by what I know of Hydra, probably both. "I'm also going to have to ask for the case, it's been SHIELD property for over 70 years. Pierce adds, as he makes the move to take the case from Tony's hands. I snort loudly, making the old man stop in his movements and turn towards me. Seeing the attention on me, I say, "Judging by that logic, the Tesseract does actually belong to Asgard, Mr. Secretary. It was with Asgard for thousands of years before they allowed Earth to safeguard it." Pierce looks at me, as I leisurely stand with my hands in my pockets, Logan and Steve on my sides. Looking me up and down, he says, "You're already in a lot of trouble, Mr. Aves, what with your desertion during the deadliest conflict in human history. I would appreciate it if you don't interfere here." Smiling at him in amusement, I say, "There's an issue with that, Alex. I am not actually a fugitive as you believe me to be. My desertion was sanctioned by the king, didn't you know?" He might not remember it, and he might not have informed anyone of it, but there was a letter written by King George signing off on my retirement, and my disappearance. Reasons being to keep world peace, by the death of super soldiers as a product of war. Pierce stares at me, and I could just see him wondering if that was actually true. Instead he says, "We will be checking up on this. Even still, this is a matter of US national security. You, Mr. Aves, are not a US citizen, let alone an authority figure." Turning towards the agents behind and around him, Pierce orders, "Relieve Mr. Stark of the case, and arrest Loki Odinson." As one, the agents and SWAT team raise their guns to point at all of us, and not just Loki and I, as two people start walking towards Stark to take the case which contains the Tesseract, while some of the SWAT approach the Odinsons to arrest Loki. Thor immediately lifts his hammer up to defend his brother, Colossus turns back into metal, Psylocke has her katana in one hand, and her pink energy sword in another, and Wolverine and Hank spread their arms in an attacking pose, with Wolverine's adamantium claws making another appearance. The others also stand close to one another, ready to defend themselves from the agents, but I know that they don't want to do this. The only ones not too alarmed were the two SHIELD agents amongst us, who do look a bit worried about how things were going, while Steve was frowning at the breach of trust SHIELD was carrying out right now. Guys. Hawkeye calls out from the middle, as he has his bow in his hands, ready to defend himself and Natasha in the least. Fighting against the US government was not really our plan, you know. Don't call it fighting then, call it defending ourselves. Storm says, as her eyes turn white and a wind starts blowing all around. Some of the agents focus their guns on her, but I wasn't worried. I stare at Pierce, as the agents stop approaching at the defending poses put on by the Avengers, and ask, "Do you really want to do this, Mr. Pierce? Because it won't be pretty." Pierce smiles, and asks, "Is that a threat, Mr. Aves?" "Because I have one too. I could arrest you all for interfering with government affairs." "Welp, I tried being nice." Sighing, I step forward, and as the guns move to point towards me, I say, "It seems SHIELD is not happy with the one free gift it was given. Loki's scepter was yours to do with as you please, study it to your heart's content, make weapons out of it like we all know you would have, but no. You wanted more." The agents stare at me, worried about the lack of fear I have for the guns pointed right at my vitals. The Avengers were staring. Wolverine would attack the agents as soon as one makes a move, I know that, and Steve wouldn't hesitate to defend me if he saw I was being attacked. Doesn't matter if the one to do it was his own government. He trusts his government, but his love for his friends knows no bounds. Bucky could attest to that. Thor. He would battle all of us if it meant saving his brother from torture and experimentations, which was something I could appreciate. Staring right at Pierce's eyes, I slowly raise my hand, causing the agents to ready their weapons, and then I snap my fingers. With a soft pop, the large case which contains Loki's scepter disappears from the strike team members' hands, making its appearance known inside nowhere. What the fuck? The surprised agent yells, his hands suddenly empty. The sound of the yell, however, startles one twitchy agent into firing his gun just once. I prepare to take the bullet straight to my head, to show them how useless it is, but before the bullet even reaches me, a large metal hand speeds forward and catches the .22 caliber bullet in his hand. Thanks, Colossus. I say, nodding at the man. The man in question nods, and clenching his fist, crushes the bullet into a misshapen lump of metal, only to drop it down on the ground. As the guns keep pointing at me, the Avengers now all ready to fight S.H.I.E.L.D. and Logan just itching to be given one reason to jump, I look at Pierce with a smile, and say, you've already lost the one spoil of war you'd been allowed to keep, Alex. If you keep going, you'll not only lose this fight and the other spoils of war you want to keep, which you aren't getting anyway, but you'll also lose what little respect your agency has in the eyes of the public. Already, people were coming out of hiding, and many of them were crowded around Stark Tower, since S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were based here right now to give aid. And unfortunately for Pierce, the walls to Stark Tower were made of glass, and fully transparent on the ground floor. I smile when realization strikes him, and say, so let me ask once again. Are you sure you want to do this? Do you really want to go and have a very embarrassing defeat against the people that defended the planet against an alien invasion? By that point, I was right in Pierce's face, ignoring all the guns pointed at my head, with my hands once again in my pocket. Thor was by Loki's side still, not willing to let Loki go anywhere either, while Tony was just watching, but I could just sense his amusement from here. Pierce glares at me, his hate showing, and says, return the scepter, Mr. Aves. No. You had your chance, you lost it. I say, with a grin. You do not want S.H.I.E.L.D. as your enemy. Pierce says, in a threatening tone. Mason. Steve calls out, a bit worried. I ignore him, and say, S.H.I.E.L.D. is not my enemy, but if it wants to make me into one, feel free to do so. With a pause, I add, I doubt you'd like it though. Pierce keeps glaring and says, you will regret this, Mr. Aves. I smile, and say, then you better come at me with everything you have, Pierce. It won't be half as much fun if you don't. Now, if that's all, we've just been through a battle while the government was late as usual and we want to go have lunch. So, get out of our way. Pierce gives me one last glare, and says, let's go. The agents keep their guns pointed at me, as they walk backwards, covering Pierce's back. Grinning, I wave goodbye, and watch as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents walk out, empty-handed just like they had appeared. They will have enough Chitauri tech and bodies to study anyway, but not really my problem. I'm just worried about the consequences of me taking the scepter from S.H.I.E.L.D., from Hydra. Will the Maximoff twins not have their powers? Or will they awaken their mutations naturally? As the last agent walks out of the door, Bruce Banner stumbles in after them, with no shirt and only half a pant barely fitting on his hip. Looking at the retreating agents' backs, the man turns towards us, and asks, what did I miss? Tony snorts, and says, just the poster boy of England threatening S.H.I.E.L.D. with a one-man war. Nothing serious. Smiling, I turn around towards them, and say, that man just really pissed me off. You ain't alone in that, bub. He reminds me of Stryker. Wolverine says, finally putting the claws back into his hands, as Colossus turns back to flesh. Thor catches my eyes, and says, thank you, friend Mason, for defending my brother. I smile, as Bruce leaves to change into something comfortable, and say, your brother is a prisoner of war. If I had allowed S.H.I.E.L.D. to take him, they would have most definitely broken a lot of their own laws of war, committing most heinous crimes against him. And while I have no doubt that a lot of the Avengers here hate Loki for what he's done, no one deserves to be the victim of war crimes. Hawkeye snorts, but we all politely ignore it. He deserves to have some extra hate against Loki for what he did. The excitement over with my acquisition of the scepter, and nothing else of note, we leave for the shawarma place that Tony had spotted while flying. We could see the public coming out of hiding, and many of them see us. I could already see people recognizing me and Steve immediately, although the X-Men were not that far behind. The X-Men were the most favorably seen now, since half of their team had focused on rescue and evacuation. And they deserve it, deserve to be seen as heroes. Let's just hope the government doesn't mess it up by giving in to their need for vendetta against me. Around an hour later, once we'd had our fill of the wonderful treat that is shawarma, the Avengers. Separate. Tony, Bruce, Thor, and Loki were going back to the Stark Tower, where Tony and Bruce were going to build a device capable of using the Tesseract's energy to allow the Asgardians to go back. S.H.I.E.L.D., Fury's shield, not Pierce's, was coming too, to help keep Loki in check, and to make sure he didn't flee. The two agents had left for whatever hidey hole they came out of, or to rest before they could continue their duties once again. And as for the X-Men, they were leaving too, going back home. Logan had a lot more questions with the return of his memories, and so, he was going to start traveling once again. Which was really understandable. Logan not only remembered that he had a wife that had died at Stryker's hands, but he also remembers now that his sworn enemy Sabretooth was none other than his brother, Victor Creed. I always knew we had some history, just didn't expect him to have been my brother, you know. He's probably forgotten about me too, or else he would have said something. Logan had said, when we spoke before he left. Like the good friend I am, I had given him, and the X-Men, a way to contact me if need be. An enchanted locket for Logan, and another one for Storm. And now, once all of them had separated, with an agreement to meet once the device to take Thor and Loki back home was completed, I and Steve were left alone, ready to finally have the talk we had promised one another with. Sitting on top of Stark's tower, with a bottle of fire whiskey between us, Steve and I stared at the destruction Loki had wrought upon New York City. 2 buildings had fallen down, multiple houses and smaller buildings blown in, and the fires were still burning bright, with the fire department working hard to bring that under control. How many lives were lost, we don't yet know, but the number was definitely close to 1,000. Was it necessary? Taking Loki's scepter away from S.H.I.E.L.D. and making them into an enemy? Steve asks, after a while of silently drinking. I hum, and taking a sip of the fire whiskey, I say, I was hesitant about letting them take it in the beginning itself, Steve. It can completely dominate anyone's mind, and I mean anyone. I don't think there's a single person on this entire planet that can resist the scepter's powers, save for Tony. And that's only because of that thing inside his chest. Even you? Steve asks, skeptical. I pause, and shrugging, answer, 40 years ago, I would have said no. My mind was stable enough that nothing could have been usable by the scepter to control me. But now, I'm afraid I'm not as mentally healthy as I once was. The Mind Stone. Even dampened by the scepter's metal, which is what allowed people to control it, I could still feel its enormous power. The infinity within the stone. No matter what mental barriers anyone puts up, the stone will break through all of them to completely dominate them, take over their minds, turn them allies to itself, or its wielder. Selene, I, or maybe even the other externals might be resistant to it. Might be. But as I am now, my mind is not the impenetrable castle it used to be. Sure, it's still better than what any human has, but in front of the Infinity Stones, it's nothing. Maybe Jean might prove to be a match for it, due to her Phoenix host identity. But other than that, the chances are low. Tony's circumstances were a bit funny. The arc reactor was made to mimic the Tesseract's energy, and it does that beautifully. Even the miniature arc reactor in Tony's chest is like a tiny replica of the Tesseract, with barely a fraction of its energy. But that fraction of a fraction was enough to protect Tony from being controlled by the stone's power. Sighing, I say, was it smart? No. But after seeing how he was behaving, I just couldn't allow them to keep the scepter. It was necessary. Steve takes the bottle from my hand, and after taking a sip, he says, I can't believe S.H.I.E.L.D. tried to do it. What were they thinking, trying to take a prince of a foreign state prisoner? They weren't thinking. I say, and lean back. Our enemy he may be, but unless Earth wants a war with Asgard, we wouldn't have been allowed to keep him here. And judging by how the Bifrost was capable of destroying Jotunheim, Asgard won't even have to set a single foot on Earth to win that war. As much as I'm confident in my abilities as well as the abilities of the Avengers and other powered defenders of Earth, we might not be able to stop Asgard if that happens. After a moment's pause, Steve says, so. Magic. Is it something new? Or did you always have it? I stay silent for a few seconds, deciding what to tell him and what not to. But a single glance at his face makes me not want to lie at all. Sighing, I say, magic is something I learned about very early on in my life. Even before I began learning magic properly, I had knowledge of it. So yes, when we fought the war, I had my magic. I didn't use it much, but I had it. Steve looks at me, a thoughtful look on his face, and says, you can't tell me much, can you? Are there laws or something? Smiling, I say, you're a smart man, Steve. Steve takes that for what it is, and nods. I turn back to look at the city once again, and say, during the war, there were others like me. Other wizards. Both on our side, and on theirs. Not too many, but we were there. It was our duty as those on the front lines to take care of the wizards from the opposite side. Those were the only times, except for the day I escaped from Hydra's hands, when I used my magic to fight the war. Steve widens his eyes, and asks, there were wizards in Hydra. I shake my head, and correct him, there were wizards with the Axis forces. Wizards were generally very arrogant, and didn't like subverting themselves to anyone. Hydra and the rest of the Axis powers had wizard allies, but no wizard underlings. Were? Are they all dead? Steve asks, frowning. Gone. Not dead, don't worry. Just hidden. I answer, reassuring him. Steve lets out a breath, and says, I wonder when things got so weird. Aliens, gods, wizards. Remember when I was the weirdest thing in the entirety of humanity? Technically, that was the Red Skull. I say, smiling in amusement when he chuckles. We stay silent once more, for a while, after which Steve turns to me and asks, so, magic. Teleportation, fast healing, flight, and whatever the hell you did with the scepter. What else can you do with it? I smile at his curiosity, and say, my healing is not part of my magic, Steve. It is a mutation, just like Logan's. As for my magic, imagine any superpower, anything really, and I might have a way to replicate it within a very short amount of time. Really? Steve asks, understandably skeptical. Smiling in amusement, I say, really. Even without preparation, I can do a lot of things. Cast spells to do a lot of things like fly, teleport, move things, control elements, turn myself into an animal. Hell, given enough time, I can even look into the future, or possible futures to be more exact. And I've personally had experience in actually traveling to the past. Steve raises his eyebrows, and says, bullshit. Chuckling, I say, hey, I'm only answering your questions, believing or not is your problem. Really? You can look into the future? So did you see the battle happening even before it happened? I guess that does explain why you came out of hiding. Steve says, becoming less and less disbelieving with every word. I'd seen this battle coming 50 years ago. But it was not the same. The fight I saw happening involved just you, Natasha, Barton, Stark, Thor, and Hulk. I wasn't even present in the vision. But, I knew you would return, as I had seen you fight against Loki. I was actually planning on letting it happen like that, leaving you lot to battle and defeat Loki on your own. But when I saw you that day, back in Germany, I just couldn't let you face this battle alone. I say, smiling softly. You were going to let us fight Loki and his forces alone? Without you or the X-Men? Steve asks, frowning in disappointment at me. I frown back, offended at his look, and say, I have more important things to worry about than a battle I know Earth would win. My wife is still missing if you don't remember, Steve. Steve stops whatever refute he had on the tip of his tongue, not completely understanding, but he doesn't argue. Instead he nods looking down, and says, I'm sorry. Apology accepted. I say, smiling at him. So, what can you tell me about the future? What happens now that the battle is over? Steve asks, purposefully changing the subject. I don't call him out on it, and instead just shrug. I say, I don't know. The last time I tried seeing into the future was a few years ago, when I was trying to find Selene. And sorry to say, but I wasn't focused on anything other than her. But it isn't as if future is fixed. Some events, sure. I can tell you for sure what major events might happen in the next 20 years, not that I will, but I can. But I can't tell you exactly how those major events will end up happening. Like, there's a 10-year-old girl down there, somewhere, whom our bow-wielding friend will train to be the next Hawkeye once she's grown up. But do I know exactly what her life will be like? No. Looking at Steve, who looks down to look for the girl, I explain, time isn't fixed. There are a billion ways the next minute could go, and a billion more variations of each for the next minute. It's complicated. Turning towards his stupefied face, I say, I've seen a lot of things happening in the future, Steve. Some absolute, some not. And there will come a time, when you will hate me for it. You will absolutely loathe me for hiding some things from you for the sake of not changing the absolute points in our future, but then, some other day, you'll understand why I did what I did. Steve sighs, not taking my warning seriously, and says, why can't things ever be easy? But I could feel that his thoughts were not exactly favorable towards me. His thoughts were still focused on my decision to only interfere because I saw him. And now this. The fact that I'm hiding something very important from him. And let's not forget my wife. He understands that I put the disappearance of my wife above the planet, but he doesn't understand why I can do it. Or how. That's not what a hero should do. His thoughts ring out loud to me. Sighing, I take a deep breath, and say, I'm not a hero, Steve. When he looks up, alarmed, I say, I'm a telepath, unless you've forgotten that too. You're practically screaming your thoughts out loud. And I agree, I'm not a hero. Mason. I didn't mean it that way. Steve begins, but stops when I wave my hand. I'm agreeing with you, mate. I'm not a hero, and I know that. It took me a long time to accept that. I'm a selfish man with power. You're one of the best men I know, Mason. Steve says, looking at me with conflicting emotions. He wanted to hold on to the image of the team leader he had of me, but he's now seeing proof that I'm not it. Poor guy. I look away from him, back towards the city and say, I am not the man you think I am, Steve. I'm not some selfless hero, not like you, not like Thor even. I pause, gathering my thoughts, and then say, did you know why I joined the war? I could have sat the war out, I was a medical student, and I could have cleared it all up with the brass when I was drafted. But you didn't. Steve counters immediately. I shake my head, and say, not because I wanted to serve my country, or save innocent people from Nazis. Hell, defeating Nazis was like fifth on my priority list at the time. And wasn't that something I'm ashamed of even now? I did it because I wanted to feel like a hero, Steve. It was purely selfish on my end. I wanted to be a guy that people could look up to, I wanted to be a guy my mom could be proud of. Even my dream of becoming a doctor was because of that. But I wasn't a guy my mom could rightly be proud of, not before, and not now either. Chuckling, as Steve lets me rant with a stony face, I shrug and say, it's stupid, I wanted to be famous, and I knew that you would be a force to be reckoned with given the chance. So, I approached you that day, when Phillips gave me that mission to rescue them all. I didn't need to, I could have done it by myself, but I did, because I could see it in you, what I couldn't see in myself. I wanted to become a hero, but you already were one, you just didn't have the chance. Smiling sardonically, I reminisce about my life and say, but then, while being a vengeful dick who just wanted to kill Schmidt for what he had done to me, I came to see you all as actual friends and not just ladders to climb on the way to fame. Howling Commandos became my family, and I was ready to die for them. I would have died for any one of them. Hell, I'd have died for Stark. But then we lost Tim and Bucky, you lost the little innocence you had about you, I lost the patience I had in me. Both of us became focused on vengeance, and that day, both of us lost our way. You disappeared when you dropped that plane, I disappeared when my government needed me to disappear. I take a pause, letting Steve absorb it all, and say, and Dugan. He managed wonderfully, Steve, better than either of us ever did. It was only when I saw Dugan leading the Howling Commandos, that I realized I was not the man I believed myself to be. Underneath it all, I was still a selfish man who wanted to become someone famous, which I wouldn't have gotten the chance to do as a doctor. For a minute, Steve stays silent, his eyes downcast, the bottle of fire whiskey still in his hands. Taking a large gulp of the drink, Steve says, I didn't know all this. Grinning, I say, I am pretty amazing at pretending to be a hero, Steve. I also didn't know you were such a moron. Steve adds, making me stop grinning immediately. Excuse me? I ask, fairly offended. Steve turns towards me, his eyes now showing rage, and says, you think all of us Howling Commandos were selfless morons? Dernier wanted to just explode stuff, Bucky actually liked being a sniper. Exploding people's brains distracted him from whatever torture he suffered at Hydra. Dugan enjoyed watching people's chests explode when he shot them with his shotgun, Gabe just wanted to learn more languages. Morita wanted to prove that the Japanese people are not the Japanese government. Almost every one of us came not because of our selflessness, but because we were drafted. And every one of us had their quirks. I open my mouth, to say not everyone, Steve wasn't, but he just shakes his head, and barrels on, saying, and before you ask, even me. I was 80 pounds wet and I believed myself good enough to go to war. I was an absolute idiot, Mason. Completely selfish, completely self-centered. If it wasn't for Erskine, I would have been some factory worker somewhere, manufacturing weapons I would never have gotten the chance to use. And you know what? I should have accepted that and gone to work in the factory like a good little boy. I stare at him, open-mouthed, as he stands up, pokes his finger in my chest, and says, you should have become a doctor, Bucky should never have tried to defend me. Tim should never have gone with you, when he wasn't used to infiltration. But the thing is, you fucking idiot, we all still did it. You still joined the army, rescued hundreds of people single-handedly, and then with our help even more. Bucky still tried to defend me against superior weapons and lost his life. Tim still accepted going with you and lost his life. We still chose to do what we did. You still chose to interfere, despite knowing that the future didn't have you fighting this fight. Despite our initial faults, we still did it. We chose to do it. You understand what I'm saying? It's not about what you thought first, it's what you chose to do after. You're a good man, Mason Aves. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise, not even yourself. At that, I just pull Steve towards me into a hug, and start crying. Steve holds me, as I silently cry, letting the tears finally loose. It hurts oh so much. I've been holding back my tears since Selene disappeared, not even letting my friends see how distraught I actually am. Not letting James, Harry, Luca, Darla, or anyone see how much her disappearance hurt me. We've been together for 2,000 years. 2,000 years. And she just left? Just like that? I love her, I know she loves me, but does our love not deserve at least a reason for why she left? I still don't agree with Steve's words, I'm not a hero and I have already accepted it. But to see how much he cares about me, to see how he's not afraid to put me in my place like this. It makes me miss Selene even more. Don't worry, buddy. We'll find her. We'll find your wife, and then you'll be back to living a happy life once again. Steve says, and I smile through the tears. No, you won't, I want to say. But I hold my tongue and just enjoy the comfort of his presence. A/N, well, how was it? Steve's rant was something I'd actually planned like 30 chapters ago. So I hope it came out good. Hydra doesn't have the scepter anymore, Mason's taken it. Consequences? There will be. Legal consequences? Hell nah. What's S.H.I.E.L.D. going to do? Vilify the Avengers this soon after they've defended Earth? Let alone one of the two war heroes from WW2? Mason's depression. Selene's disappearance has hit him hard. He's been suppressing it, but he's still depressed. Steve, being one of his closest and nicest friends, brought those suppressed tears out. Don't curse me for making him soft, he's just missing his wife. Chapter 118, Aftermath of the Battle. A/N, reminder that I've stopped writing new chapters, and will only upload the old ones. The story is officially dropped. Read on. 2 chapters today. This is the first one. The city of New York was recovering, people were healing. It had faced an attack far worse than the one a decade ago, the tragic-filled plane hijack that led to 9/11s and the start of a war on terror. An attack carried out by an alien force, led by a so-called god, Loki Odinson of Asgard, opposed only by 16 people with extraordinary gifts. The Avengers, the team was called, as people had soon learned. More than half its members were mutants from the old team of discarded mutant superheroes, the X-Men. One was the brother of the enemy leader, Thor Odinson, one was the feared Hulk, whose battle with a similar creature a year ago had led to a lot of destruction in Harlem. 2 members had crawled right out of Legends, the first 2 superheroes of the modern world, Captain America and Captain Avalon, both having been declared dead decades ago. Then there was Iron Man, New York's very own rich billionaire protector from anything terrorist. And lastly, 2 normal people, only known by the names Hawkeye and Black Widow. A man with the supposed best aim in the entire world, and a woman who people knew almost nothing about. These 16 people had done what the Army, Air Force, or even the Marines couldn't. They defended their world from the alien force. They fought the aliens for the 45 minutes the battle had lasted, only 15 minutes of which they were helped by the US military forces. And now, a week has passed since the battle, and a lot of information was coming to light, thanks to the news channels. Almost 1,000 people had lost their lives, and more than 4,000 had been injured. Some news channels, and government officials, were blaming the Avengers for the destruction wrought upon the city, but most of the civilians knew that the Avengers were not to blame for the battle. The Avengers did not bring the battle to us. Loki did not bring the aliens to Earth to fight these Avengers. He brought them here to conquer our planet, our home. The Avengers protected us from the attack, I was there, I saw them fighting for us, saving us. Blaming them for the attack? That's just spitting on the sacrifice of the many people that died that day. One woman had said, in response to the Senator Stearns blaming Tony Stark for somehow taunting the aliens into attacking Earth. Nick Fury had had a chuckle at that, voiced only in the privacy of his helicarrier office. Despite the World Security Council's efforts at pushing the blame of the attack on the Avengers, and not on their own efforts at pushing for Project Pegasus, the people still trusted the Avengers. They felt comfort, knowing that people stronger than them are out there, to protect Earth if something like this happens. Of course, some people had their whole worlds shattered, knowing that there are other races of living beings out there. Aliens, if one race of them could attack Earth like this, why can't another? As Nick sees a child explain how Iron Man, Captain Avalon, and Hulk fought the aliens on the news, however, he can't help but think that the world will not face as many troubles as he'd seen coming. People were also wondering just where the Avengers actually were. Their sudden appearance and their just as sudden disappearance, they were calling it. The X-Men had returned to their base at Xavier's home almost right after the battle, while Stark, Banner, Thor, Loki, and Steve had stayed at Stark's tower for the last week. Widow and Barton had returned to base, of course, back to work so they could salvage their aliases and covers after their public battle. And lastly, the man who was a surprise to not just them, but to the entire world. Mason Lucas Aves. Captain Avalon, Britain's poster boy, and one of the world's first superheroes. But more importantly for Fury, the man whom Steve Rogers was more loyal to than the American government. And now, not even Fury knew where he was. Where are the Avengers? An old WSC member asks, bringing Nick Fury's attention away from the news that was still on a monitor. Looking up, feeling fairly annoyed by them, Nick says, I'm not currently tracking their whereabouts. I'd say they've earned their leave of absence. Even if he was skeptical about the mutants within the team, including Mason Aves, Fury could say for sure that after a battle like this, where each one put their lives on the line for the world, a vacation was the least they deserved. And the Tesseract? Another WSC member asks. Gone. Out of our hands, and off our world. Exactly where it belongs. Fury answers. In hindsight, it should have been discarded off-world right after the disaster that could have happened in 1995. You do not have the authority to make that decision, Director Fury. A councilman yells. First the alien Loki, then the scepter that he used to mind control loyal agents, and now the Tesseract. You've lost us a lot of firepower, Director. Nicholas thinks that maybe Aves had a point after all. The council looked far too eager to have something with mind control capabilities in their hands. He just stares at the man that yelled at him, or the image on his screen, and says, I did no such thing, Councilman. I had no hand in making a decision regarding it. I just didn't feel it necessary to argue with the god who made the decision. And as for the scepter, you have my agent's reports in your possession, read them and you'll see that before you went over my head and asked Mr. Secretary to make a move on Loki and the Tesseract, the Avengers had already willingly submitted the scepter to the strike team. One thing, he could say, though. Aves had balls. Sure he could heal from any wound, was stronger and faster than everyone there save for the metal-clad mutant named Colossus, Hulk, and Thor. But stealing the scepter from the strike team while being surrounded by weapons that could have ridden him with holes faster than he could heal, was nothing short of ballsy. So. You let the Asgardian take the Tesseract, and the war criminal, Loki. And you let the deserter take the scepter. The councilman says, no doubt trying to pin this on him. Fury scoffs, and says, I'd like to see you argue with the god who goes toe-to-toe with the Hulk, as well as the man who has so far proved to be immortal. And let's not forget that that man took the nuke through the portal, survived an unprotected flight through space, and destroyed the alien mothership, which is what allowed us to actually win the fight. The nuke that you sent to New York, Councilman. Aimed at the civilian population, need I remind you? I don't think you understand what you've done, Director. The councilwoman says. The Avengers, the X-Men, they're all dangerous and you've just let them loose on this world. And Aves now has the scepter, who knows what he'll do with it. They surely are dangerous. Fury admits, not saying anything on Aves just yet. And the whole world knows this. In fact, every world knows this now, how just 16 people defended the world from an alien invasion. The rest of the aliens will be wondering, no doubt, what the rest of humanity can do. He hasn't spoken with the Skrulls just yet, but he knows that they'll be worried too. If just 16 people can fight thousands of aliens and come out on top, what happens if the rest join in? Mutants, mutates, superheroes. There aren't just 16 of them, no. Hundreds, thousands, maybe millions. And now, the universe has seen what Earth can do. Will it have consequences? Yes, most definitely. But good or bad, only time will tell. Was that the point of all this? Of the Avengers Initiative? A statement. The councilman asks, frowning. Fury smiles, and says, a promise. Earth is not to be messed with, because we have people capable of defending it from anything that comes for them. Even Skrulls, if they ever change their mind about their friendship. As for Aves, he's a powerful mutant, with a lot more still hidden than even the battle had brought out of him. And worst of all, he knows they know he's a powerful person. If it was just his mutation, then a simple mutation inhibitor collar, or any similar device, would have been a perfect counter for him. But this magic, the magic that Peggy Carter apparently knew about, was not something they had ways to combat. Not yet. For now, he'll be allowed to roam free, allowed to keep the scepter safe. But as soon as they have something to combat his magic, or as soon as Danvers decides to make a visit to Earth, the scepter will be in their possession. By force, if necessary. But as long as he doesn't have a way to combat Aves, he will not be declared an enemy of the state. No matter what Pierce or the WSC might want. No need to make an enemy out of the United Kingdom. Fury doesn't wait for the council to say anything, and shuts the meeting off. The battle may have been over, but his job was not. Earth still needed to be looked after, while the Avengers were having their well-deserved holiday. Appearing in my castle on Sanctuary with a pop, I sigh, a bit happy at finally coming back home. I'd been on Earth for the last week since the battle was over, helping out what little I can. I'd made sure that no more people died of injuries than what had already lost their lives during the battle, made sure that the buildings didn't collapse while the rescue missions were taking place. Not out of any goodness of my heart, of course. I was waiting for Selene to show up, hoping that my presence during the battle and my appearances in openly using magic to help the people prompts her to approach me from wherever she's hiding. But alas, nothing happened. So I finally gave up today, and came back home. My talk with Steve was not something I saw coming, nor his anger at me apparently putting myself down. It helped, most of all in making my heart lighter, and I am glad for him. I am glad I interfered where it wasn't needed. It wasn't as if my and the X-Men's presence decreased the death toll by too much or anything. Our presence caused Loki to increase the frequency of the alien intake through the portal, so the numbers were still somewhat close to what would have happened had we not been there. But still, this will help Earth in the long run. Maybe when the Titan shows up, maybe when the Infinity Stones are gathered, maybe when Apocalypse wakes up for the last time. A soft pop in my mind announces the appearance of someone outside the door to my castle, and within a single minute, that someone enters the kitchen, where I was busy cooking some soup for myself. The one benefit, or even a drawback, of having Sanctuary as the connecting point between Earth and Avalon, was that Sanctuary was present on both the planets at all times. This means that anyone from Earth, as well as Avalon, can come here just as easily as they'd go somewhere on their own planet. Power to do so notwithstanding, but this person has no shortage of power in his hands. He was one of the strongest wizards on the planet of Avalon currently. Not the strongest, and not the most skilled, but he was up there, amongst the top 100 in terms of sheer power. His skill could use some work, however. How did you even know I was back? I ask, without even turning around. The person behind me chuckles, as he sits down on the dining table, and says, I didn't know for sure. I've been visiting every day, hoping you'll be here. I sigh, wondering why I didn't sense him those times, and pouring out 2 bowls of soup, I join the man at the table. I immediately remember why I didn't sense him, and groan to myself. How the fuck could I forget that? He graciously accepts the soup, and after taking a sip, he says, you should come visit, you know. Dad's missing you, and I know that Aunt Luca, and her mothers do too. You haven't been to our home in 7 years. I will visit soon. Don't worry, Harry. I have a lot on my plate right now. I answer with a shrug, not minding their worry at all. Harry James Potter, the 27-year-old son of James and Lily Potter, scoffs, and says, like I'm letting you stay here any longer. You're coming with me today, and staying with us for at least a week. We're having a small get-together in 2 days, in celebration for your successful fight against the aliens, and your presence is mandatory. You can come back here and wallow by yourself after that, but this week, you'll be with us. I chuckle, wondering what's with scrawny little shits bossing me around and being so brutal with me. First Steve, now Harry. Looking at him I ask, when did you grow up so much? It wasn't that long ago when you were wetting the bed and begging your mum to stay with you. Harry rolls his eyes, and says, I grew up while you were traveling the world looking for. Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. I smile softly, not minding it too much. Looking out the window, I say, you never met her, Harry. Once you do, once you get to know her, then you'll probably see why I miss her so much. When she returns, that is. Harry sighs, and says, I understand what you feel, Uncle Mason, I do. I might not have known her personally, but I've seen memories of her, heard tales of her. But tell me, if she's as skilled as everyone always says she is, then will she allow anyone to harm her? No one can harm her. No one has the strength to do so, not even I. I say, turning towards Harry once again. Harry nods, and says, exactly. So stop worrying for her, trust in her, and trust that she'll be back safe and sound. And then all of us young ones can get to know her too. So. Come home. Come with me, reassure us all that you're okay, and tell us all that happened in New York. The news didn't tell us too much, you know. Shaking my head with a smile, I finish the soup and say, fine. I'll come with you. It's been a while since I've met the rest of the kids anyway. What are they up to anyway? Well, Altair is off traveling on Earth, training to be one of the mediators. Celeste is studying alchemy under Aunt Doria. Harry begins, finishing his own soup. Hey, I didn't know one of the kids was on Earth. Altair and Celeste Black, the children of Sirius Black and his wife, Luca Greengrass. The match was a surprise to not just the parents of the couple, but everyone around them too. Apparently, during their Hogwarts years, the two hated one another. Hogwarts ended, and 2 years later they somehow got together, and married a few years after that, followed soon after by the birth of Altair Black. I didn't however know he was interested in becoming a mediator. Celeste was the younger child, 6 years younger than Harry himself, while Altair was Harry's age. Mediators. The term is given to the wizards and witches that are given leave to travel freely between Earth and Avalon through the gates set up by the wizarding governments around the world. Their main duty was to track down any newborn muggleborns and keep an eye on them, to make sure nothing bad happens to them until they can be introduced to the wizarding world, and even after that. Once the muggleborns are accepted into one of the hundreds of schools of magic, the mediators make sure no one catches on to the fact that every year, at least 100 children leave the planet. They make sure there's a paper trail left behind for every child, so that no one comes looking for them. Children are allowed to go back, of course. Wizards might be a bit on the dumber side, but even we're not that cruel. Some decide to leave the wizarding world entirely behind, and go for education and jobs back on Earth, while some join the wizarding world of Avalon happily. Unfortunately, the parents and the child have to be bound by magically bound NDAs, to ensure the existence of this world remains a secret. Other than that, the mediators make sure magic remains hidden from the rest of the world by keeping the cameras around the muggleborn homes confounded, and erasing any traces of magic left behind, even the electronic ones. Most of the mediators were half-bloods and muggleborns, but some, like Altair, were pure-bloods too. Uncle Elaine still in France with Aunt Cassiopeia. The magical France, not the muggle one. Most of the nations had kept the names of their earthen counterparts once the borders had been decided on. It was just too troublesome to change it. I don't even know what they're up to nowadays. Elaine Flamel, the adopted child of Nicholas and Pernell Flamel. The actual blood-born son of Tom Riddle Jr., and my sister Condra. No one knows it of course, except for Nicholas and Pernell themselves. Not even Elaine knows it, but everyone does know that he's adopted. He was raised like a cousin with James Potter and Luca Greengrass, and surprisingly, he had found love in the only daughter of Doria Black. Cassiopeia Black was born in 1963, to the single mother. No one knew who the father was, and Doria never said. The only thing she said was it was a one-night stand, and the father did not want to be in the picture. He could be a wizard, or he could be a muggle, no one knew or cared. The only thing we cared about was Doria had a bundle of happiness in the form of a daughter. Elaine and Cassiopeia had no children yet, but they were happy, that much I know. They were both in their 50s now, just like James, Lily, Sirius, and the rest. Dad's still busy with his job. Harry continues. Mum's working on writing another potions primer or something. And Rosie? She'll be done with her transfiguration mastery any time now. McGonagall's already having her teach all the classes now, while she focuses on being the deputy. I smile, as I look out the window, listening to Harry's words. James Potter, the son of Aunt Mia, he had joined the Auror Force soon after graduation. And now, he was the head Auror, a position just under the head of the DMLE. Rose Potter, Harry's younger sister by 3 years. She's been studying for her transfiguration mastery under Minerva for the last 5 years. Good to know that she's close to being done. Minerva McGonagall's still the deputy, surprisingly enough. Dumbledore's just far too stubborn to die, or retire anytime soon. He is getting old though. He's almost 150 now, just a few years short I'd guess. Aunt Darla is still Dad's boss, head of the DMLE, and Aunt Anna's still working at her shop. Aunt Doria. I don't even know exactly what she's doing. It's been a few months since I last saw her. I only know that she's working on something big because I met Celeste and Cassiopeia recently. As Harry stops speaking, I notice something however. You left yourself out of there, I noticed. I point out, not missing the way he winces. Harry's still single, I know. There were 3 serious girlfriends in his past, but as far as I remember none of the relationships worked very well. Not Susan Bones, not Padma Patil, and not Ginny Weasley. And that's not counting the short flings he's had without his parents knowing. He rubs the back of his head, and says, can you blame me? I'm not even doing anything at the moment. Everyone's doing something or the other and I'm just living. Nothing seems to suit my mind, you know. I shake my head with a smile, and say, you're young, Harry. You don't have to rush into things if you don't want to. You'll find something that suits you, don't worry. What have you already ticked off the list? What have you already tried? Harry lifts his hand up, rolling his eyes, and counts on his fingers as he says, Auror training, hit wizard, mediator, healer, teacher, unspeakable, and even Quidditch player. I enjoy teaching both defense and charms, and I enjoyed playing Quidditch, but I don't feel as if that's something I'll enjoy doing for the rest of my life. And I'm 27, not exactly young. I sigh, as his words remind me of the man I once was, even before I was Mason Aves. I say, you could do nothing. I'd say your family is rich enough to afford you doing nothing. Harry scoffs and says, Granny will roll in her grave if I do nothing. Mia. She had died 7 years ago, which now I think about it, was the last time I'd been there. She lived a long life, a happy one I'd say, living till she was 114, but alas, she couldn't live more. Not alone, not while Monty wasn't with her. Walking towards him, I put my hand on his shoulder, and say, take this from someone who knew me better than even your dad, kid. As long as you're happy with your life, she wouldn't care if you slept around and kept spending your dad's money all day. And I wasn't lying. Mia was strict, but she loved Harry and Rose a lot. She doted on them even more than she doted on James. Harry shakes his head, although I do see a smile, and says, maybe I'll join you on Earth, be a superhero. Snorting, I swat a hand at the back of his head, which funnily enough just passes through his head, and say, Earth has enough superheroes as it is. And in them, one wizard is more than enough. Good to know he's putting Tatiana's cloak to good use though, detecting attacks coming and letting them phase through his body. And let's not forget sneaking into my house while I'm not there. But this does give me one idea. You know what? I know what you can do while you decide what to do with your life. Go to Camartage. The monks will help you figure your life out. I say, thinking for barely a second. Camartage? Harry asks, a bit surprised. Would they even allow me? I thought residents of Avalon weren't allowed to study sorcery. I wave my hand, and say, that's just to prevent the demons and gods from targeting Avalon and attacking us. Not that they'd succeed. The wards around the planet that the Phoenix put up are more than capable enough of stopping even a full-fledged demon attack from occurring on our planet. And you'd be surprised just how many wizards practice and use sorcery, since it isn't actually illegal. It's just advised against. Harry thinks on it for a moment, and nodding to himself, he says, fine, I'll give that a try if you say so. But you'll have to come home first. Smiling, I shake my head and say, I'll come with you now itself you brat, after you're done with your soup. I do miss my family. My friends. Let's hope they aren't too angry at me. Triskelion, Washington, D.C. Alexander Pierce stares out the window, as the door opens letting one of his agents in. The agent stays silent, which Pierce could certainly appreciate. Without turning around, he says, mutants are being raised up on a pedestal. Our allies cannot do anything without condemning their careers. And Mason Aves has somehow returned from the dead, already proving to be a thorn by our sides. Tell me, Agent Sitwell, that you have some good news for me. The agent in question nods, although Pierce doesn't see it, and says, I visited Camp Lehigh as you asked, Mr. Secretary. The Zola program. He said that Mason Aves was not experimented upon by him, no matter what Aves keeps on saying. Oh. Pierce asks, finally turning around. Sitwell nods, and says, Zola says that the only thing they did to Aves was keep him sedated and take a bit of his blood. There wasn't even anything that could have awakened the mutation he was said to exhibit right after his escape. The healing. Zola said that he didn't even have the healing when he escaped their capture. It was only after he came back to destroy the base that he showed the healing mutation. Pierce hums, and muses, why did Zola not mention this before, I wonder. He says that he had forgotten it. That his body had forgotten it, but once his mind was transferred to the servers, the memories returned. He was speaking about wizards and witches and something called Grindelwald. Agent Rumlow is still at Camp Lehigh making a compilation of the information Zola is giving us. Sitwell takes a pause, and says, I don't think Zola was lying to us, sir. But it seems as if his servers are getting old. He could be delirious. Pierce nods, and says, that's possible. But let's assume that what Zola told us is the truth. This means that Mason Aves is hiding the origins of his healing mutation. Maybe it is his magic keeping him alive, but we have little to no knowledge about said magic to say for sure. And since the wizards are all dead, or hiding so deep that we can't find them, I can't even check if it's the magic that gives him healing. Shaking his head, Pierce says, return to your post, Agent Sitwell. Mason Aves has shown himself to be our enemy, and he will be dealt with when the time comes. But until then, we need to make sure we don't show our hand. Whatever the origins of his mutations are, what matters is that they don't have a way to capture or contain him. The rest, they can decide when Rumlow returns from Camp Lehigh. Sitwell straightens up with a salute, and softly whispers, Hail Hydra. Pierce nods at him, and just as softly returns, Hail Hydra. A few days ago, on Earth. In the United States of America, there was a small town called Tulsa, which had a hospital called St. Francis. A woman walks through the hospital with purpose, wearing dark blue scrubs, her head buried in a file in her hands. She leafs through it, reading up on the information regarding the operation she was supposed to carry out in just a minute. She had already studied the case extensively, but it doesn't hurt to read it once again. Especially right before the surgery. As she passes by the receptionist, the sound of news makes her stop and stare at the TV. The news channels were speaking about the Battle of New York, which had happened just a day ago. And just like the rest of the people there, she was also curious about what had happened yesterday morning. It's not as if the surgery was an emergency. The patient had a new TI. It's bad, but not something that can't wait a few minutes. The news channel was showing images of the battle that had just been made public. The woman stares at the TV, watches the superheroes fight the aliens. The camera pans from one face to another, showing the mutants of X-Men saving people, Iron Man shooting down aliens, Captain America saving cops, and a lot more. The doctor is about to continue on her way to the OR, when the TV shows something that makes her stop. A sword-wielding man flying through the air, killing the aliens without a single expression on his face. Something tingles at the back of her mind, which then travels through her entire body. Something happens, something that she doesn't understand, not at first. The woman tears up when she sees the sight of the man fighting the aliens, not knowing why. She listens to the news anchor talking about the man, questioning his existence, questioning his past, not understanding why she felt angry at the anchor. And then, bright red flames cover the woman's body, startling everyone there. The visitors, patients in waiting, receptionists, and even the nurses are momentarily blinded. When sight returns to their eyes, the doctor is nowhere to be seen. The people get back to their work, get back to their lives, and no one in the entire town remembers the woman previously known as Dr. Celine Kyle, urologist. A/N, and done. I'm wondering if I should bring Celine back immediately, or I should wait a while, let his suffering actually show. I'm not a sadist, so I probably will bring her back immediately within a few chapters at most. Anyway, Mason's friends have gotten old, Mia is gone, the Flamels are still alive, being immortal, Dumbledore is still alive too. One thing of note, that I didn't mention in any chapter, is that the absence of Voldemort is why Harry is so young. Harry wasn't born in 1980 here, but 1985, which makes him 27 as of the Avengers movie. Similarly, I've aged down the others of his age too. Don't sweat on it too much, it's just because Voldemort wasn't an issue and people weren't desperate for children or something. Chapter 119, Discovery. A/N, reminder that I've stopped writing new chapters, and will only upload the old ones. The story is officially dropped. Read on. 2 chapters today. This is the second one. As Wong, the attendant to the Sorcerer Supreme Tilda, or as she calls herself, the Ancient One, leaves after having guided me to her office, I smile at him in thanks. It wasn't a secret amongst the sorcerers that I'm a friend of hers, even if they don't all know that the brown man they see coming in every once in a while is a man from their legends. Some know, of course, but both Tilda and I prefer my identity to remain a secret. Some believe me to be her secret lover, some believe me to be her descendant. Either way, they know that I'm a sorcerer too, and that I'm not an enemy to Camartage. Knocking on the door, I wait for just a second, and then open the door. Tilda was sitting on the ground itself, behind a small work table. She looks up as I enter the office, and with a wave of her hand, clears the table of the scrolls of parchment she was studying. Another wave conjures a pot of tea that she must have kept hot and ready, and I summon 2 cups for the both of us. For a minute, we stay silent, enjoying the sweet aroma of the tea, and the warmth it gives us. I can't help but chuckle a bit, realizing that in the last 2,000 years, ever since I figured out how to create tea, I haven't gone a single day without some form of tea. Not one day. Anything you'd like to share? Tilda asks, no doubt having heard my chuckle. I shake my head with a smile, and say, nothing important, no. How did the organization fare during the attack? Tilda sighs, and says, the sanctum received some damage from the overhead attacks, but no alien managed to actually enter the sanctum. I was personally there to ensure no one tried to attack us, but it seems the Asgardian doesn't know about us. Or he just doesn't know where the sanctums are. I point out, to which Tilda nods. Possible. She accepts. But the point is that no harm came to the sanctum that cannot be easily repaired. Some sorcerers did get injured during the battle, but none too severely. I hum, and take another sip, glad about the lack of deaths faced by the sorcerers. Civilian deaths are inevitable, it is when the defenders start dying that things start going bad. For the next minute or so, we stay silent, both of us calmly sipping tea. There were a lot of thoughts in my mind, a lot of questions. I was still going over any possible consequences my possession of the scepter could bring. The Maximoff twins, Ultron, Vision, hell, even Thanos' win could be attributed to Hydra having the scepter. Would the events still happen the same? Or would they go differently? I know the Time Stone might hold the answers, but I am somewhat hesitant to use it so much. Speaking of the attack, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been spreading rumors about you, you know. Tilda says, bringing my attention back. As I raise an eyebrow in question, Tilda explains, according to S.H.I.E.L.D., they found you and Steve Rogers together in the plane they dug out of the ice. You must have followed in after Rogers without anyone knowing about it, and that's why you went missing. I smile, amused at their lies, and say, funny, I think I'd remember such an event happening. And how are they explaining my survival? Tilda smiles back, and says, your mutation must have kept you alive. Apparently, Hydra's experiments on you awakened those mutations, and since no one knew about mutations then, it was declared a result of those experiments, and deemed an allied secret. And now that their science has studied your blood, they learned that you're a mutant. Not that they actually studied it, those are just the lies that they're telling the public to avoid having to explain my existence. Funny that, since I don't even give a shit over what the public believes about me. Chuckling, I say, they're really trying to curry favor, eh? And I suppose the British government is just corroborating with them. Tilda nods, and says, Emma Frost and Nick Fury are working together to ensure no holes can be found in the story. As far as both the governments are concerned, you have been asleep for the last 66 years and were only found a year ago together with Captain Rogers. I shake my head, honestly baffled at their lies. Why Emma is working with S.H.I.E.L.D. only she might know. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s motives I can understand. They really want the scepter back in their hands, don't they? I ask myself, even without needing an answer. That's all it could be. I took something important to S.H.I.E.L.D., something they feel threatened by. And now, they believe they need to make sure they don't make me an enemy, so I don't use it on them. Like I'd need the scepter to take over their feeble minds, but that's besides the point. They want the scepter, badly. And I've made up my mind already. I am not giving it back. Timeline preservation notwithstanding, I am not letting something like the fucking Mind Stone out of my possession. Not unless it is absolutely necessary. Tilda frowns, and says, I am really upset with you for that, you know. For all my life I've been living as if one set of paths is more probable than the others, and now that you've taken the scepter, you've flipped the odds. I smile bashfully, and ask, would you prefer I let the scepter go, then? Tilda snorts, looking out towards the window, and says, hardly. If you hand them the scepter now, Hydra will become a far more dangerous enemy than it would have been, and you'll have to personally intervene. Not as Mason Aves, but as Atharva Joshi. And we all know what happens when Atharva shows up. Death, and change. I suppose I already knew that, however. If I hand S.H.I.E.L.D. the scepter after having proved that I can steal it with the snap of my fingers, they'll become desperate. Hydra will become desperate. The number of experiments will be off the charts, and maybe even more people might survive than just the Maximoff twins. Speaking of the twins, I wonder how they'll get their powers now. Will they awaken their mutations naturally? Through trauma? Will young Pietro be in any way similar to his uncle, Peter? A speed enough to make it seem as if time itself had stopped? Or will it be weaker, like the one I remember seeing in the movies and in my visions? Peter Maximoff, the boy who helped the mutants fix time after it split in 1973. And his nephew, the child of Peter's sister Irina, the daughter of Magneto, Pietro Maximoff, a boy who gets killed by bullets. Will Pietro and Wanda still gain their powers, I wonder? I sigh, ignoring the thought of the similarly named mutants for now, and say, one thing I've learned over the last 2,000 years, is that time has a way of correcting itself. Even without the interference from those outside time, some events will still happen. I've been worrying over the absolute points in time, but I suppose they will still happen despite my interference. And Wanda Maximoff becoming the Scarlet Witch is an absolute point. Not just in our universe, but in all of them. In every universe, in every timeline of every universe, she will always have her powers. She will always be the Scarlet Witch. Yes, I suppose you are right. Tilda says, once again bringing me out of my distracted thoughts. Shaking her head, she asks, I don't suppose you were here just to ask about the battle. Smiling, I say, I did come here for a reason. I have a favor to ask of you. Raising her eyebrow in question, Tilda asks, what can I do for you? Harry Potter. I say, enjoying the way her expressions freeze in place. He wants to learn the mystic arts. He is still figuring out what he wants to do with his life, and Kamar-Taj lies on the road to those answers. I want to ask you if you would accept him as a student. Tilda closes her eyes, and lets out a breath. For a few seconds she stays silent, and then says, Harry James Potter. In countless other universes, I have taught the boy. Sometimes when he was as young as 11, and sometimes when he was centuries old already. In one universe, he was even the one to teach me. So I can most definitely say that the child of Peveril has the talent for sorcery. So you will teach him? I ask, ignoring the bits about an alternate Harry teaching an alternate Tilda about the mystic arts. The multiverse is a weird place, and it is vaster than anyone alive knows. Even Selene and I, in all our thousands of years of life, haven't done more than peek into other universes. And even that was rarely done. Doing more than that amounts to breaking the laws of magic, and the consequences. Even my repository doesn't have knowledge about the consequences one could face. Which is a lot more worrying than you'd thinking. Tilda slowly nods, as she opens her eyes, and says, yes. I will accept him as a student of Camartage, but I have conditions. She waits for my nod, and says, he should make his way here himself, without you or anyone else helping him. He cannot use magic to help him either. If he wants to join our organization, ask for help in figuring his life out, then he will do so like all the students do. By seeking us out by himself, by feeling the hardships of traveling the world with nothing but your own person. I nod, the condition not seeming too harsh. Well, Harry might disagree, but I can convince him. I'll have a talk with him too, once I drop him somewhere on Earth with just a direction to go in. Since I moved the mages to Avalon, sorcerers have adopted the belief that we're either a myth, or a tale of the past. It just happened since other than Tilda, I didn't tell anyone else what I had planned. I'd prefer it if Harry doesn't challenge that belief. Tilda nods back, and says, if that's acceptable, then Harry Potter can begin making his way to Camartage anytime he wants. I look at her, and say, you know, when I met Aisha she practically brought me to Camartage herself. Without such tests of personality and all. Tilda smiles, and says, that was Sorceress Supreme Aisha. This is me, the Ancient One. The irony of calling herself the Ancient One while an actual ancient being sat in front of her, is not lost on either of us. As I stand up, and start creating a portal to go back home, Tilda says, just a minute, Atharva. I stop right as the portal forms in the air, and turn towards her in curiosity. She throws me a scroll she picks out from the stack from before, and as I catch it, she says, the New York Sanctum recently submitted this report to me. I do believe that you'll find it a bit interesting. I open the scroll, and read the report. It wasn't anything odd, nothing that might need my intervention at least. The New York Sanctum Master sensed a magical explosion of energy from a hospital in Tulsa. He checked it out, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary except for traces of Chinook energy. I look up at Tilda, only to see her smiling at me. She says, visit the hospital, Atharva. I promise you it will be worth it. I know it enlightened me when I visited. Sighing, knowing that she saw something with the stone, I throw the scroll back at her, and say, it better be worth it, Tilda. I already have a lot on my plate as it is. And then, I enter the portal, appearing back on Avalon. First I'll talk with Harry, explain the situation to him, and then visit the St. Francis Hospital in Tulsa. Appearing out of thin air in the parking lot of the hospital, I take a single step towards the hospital doors, and pause. I can feel it, even from here. Taking another step, even as my body starts trembling with an unknown emotion, and tears start flowing out of my eyes, I continue my walk towards the doors. As soon as I enter through the open doors, I close my eyes, take a deep breath in, and smile. I could sense her magic. I can smell her hair, even when she's long gone for a few days at least. I can feel the magic she used, and I know that the sorcerers would not have felt this. Not like Tilda and I do. Selene. I whisper, finally feeling a little shred of happiness, now knowing for sure that she's alive. That she's okay. I will find you, Selene, now that I finally have a hint about your presence, I will definitely find you. Tony Stark rolls his window down, presses the buzzer right next to the driver's side of his car, and says, yeah, hi. Can I get a cheeseburger? Extra cheese, extra burger. A second goes by, as Tony looks around the place he's found himself in, after which, the gate opens up. The person on the other side of the intercom sighs, and says, come in, Mr. Stark. Shrugging, Tony pushes down the accelerator, and drives through the gate, and towards the large mansion he could see in front of him. As the car starts slowing down, Tony makes out a couple people already standing at the door, waiting for him. One of them he recognizes as the female, hammerless and hotter version of the God of Thunder, while the second was the laser guy. Stopping the car right in front of them, Tony gets out, and says, take it away, Jay. He enjoys the baffled looks on the faces of the two mutants, and grins as Jarvis drives his car away, to park it someplace safe. Or well, as safe as it can be, being in a school full of children. Mr. Stark. Laser Boy says, offering his hand. Tony gratefully shakes the hand, and says, you're Winters, right? Steve. The goddess snorts with a smile, as Laser Boy's face tenses in annoyance, making Tony realize that he messed up the name. He really should have done more research on them before deciding to visit, but well, whatever. His name is Scott Summers. The goddess says, and offering her own hand, she says, Aurora Monroe, soon to be Summers. I'm his fiancé. Close enough. Summers, Winters. Tony thinks to himself, bemoaning the fact that she's about to be married to Laser Boy. Tony shakes her hand, and says, Tony Stark. But you already knew that. The woman, Aurora, nods, and says, come in. The professor is waiting for us. As the lady leads the way, Tony follows after her, looking around at the school, waving at the occasional child that he could make out every once in a while. I have to say, Mr. Stark, your presence here was a surprise not just to me, but to the professor too. Ororo says, as they walk through the hallways. Tony shrugs, and eyeing an interesting painting that he passes by, he says, yeah, we're a team and all that. Fought a battle together, so that makes us allies, as the old man would say. I found some things that concerned you guys, and like a good teammate that I am, came here to personally inform you. Old man? Scott asks, confused. Tony waves his hand, dismissing it, and answers, you might know him as Captain America. Ororo hums, and says, I suppose the professor will want to know whatever it is you're planning on telling us. The rest of the walk goes by in silence, with Ororo and Summers talking with one another, as they lead him towards the office of this professor. Tony didn't know much about this professor, except for the fact that he's a professor in genetics and biophysics, a paraplegic and a bald-headed telepath that can pick any and all thoughts out of his mind like it is cotton. Right as the door to his office opens, and the three walk in, Tony is met with the visage of the bald-headed man in question, who smiles at him, and says, the mind is not simple enough for me to do all that you think I can do, Mr. Stark. Tony snorts, and as he starts looking around the office, he says, nice way to show that by actually plucking thoughts out of my mind. He was not at all offended by Xavier reading his thoughts, in fact it fascinated him. Not that he won't be figuring out a way to keep his thoughts private. But still, telepathy was fascinating to him. Xavier smiles, and as Ororo and Summers walk to stand behind him, he says, I was just a bit curious, and those thoughts of yours were the first, and last thing I heard. Please, be seated. Tony takes the offered seat, and says, well, I suppose you know why I'm here then. You know all I was going to tell you is what he means, but he doesn't say it out loud. Xavier nods, and says, Ororo did tell me that you have come across some information that might concern us. Tony raises an eyebrow at the woman, then looks at Xavier, and says, ahem, right. Telepath. Shaking his head, he says, well, firstly, did you know your mansion is under surveillance? Not by one government organization, but 3 of them. SHIELD is obviously one of them. Second set of spyware belongs to someone in the US Army called William Stryker, and the last one to the CIA. Xavier sighs, and nodding, he says, yes. The US Army has had its sights on us since the 80s, while the CIA has been monitoring us since the Cuban crisis. As for SHIELD, it is relatively new to butt into our business, only since the last decade. Tony stares at the man, baffled. He asks, do you need help securing your systems or something? I will help you, and I won't even take any payment. And why would you do that? Xavier calmly asks. Tony shrugs, and answers, this is a school. The government should not be monitoring a school full of children 24/7. Xavier smiles, and says, do not worry, Mr. Stark. Our systems are highly secure, and no spyware has entered our premises. The only place those organizations can monitor is the front door, and some parts of the grounds. The only reason I allow this is to grant them a sense of security. Tony grins, and asks, so they only see what you want them to see? Smart. So I guess that one was not a problem. There is something else I came here for, though. Edward Scissorhands. Where is he? This concerns him more than it does you. As Tony looks around, as if the man in question might jump out from behind the shelf or something, Xavier says, I'm afraid Logan is currently not in. He's gone on a spiritual journey, thanks to the return of a few of his old, lost memories. Hey. Well, tell him to give me a call if you get in touch with him or something. Tony says, and starts to stand up. You can tell me what the problem is, if you want. I will make sure Logan hears of it. Xavier offers, no doubt curious about what the problem is. Tony waves his hand, and says, I don't doubt your sincerity, but it'll be better if he hears it from me. It will have more of an impact, I suppose. Xavier frowns, but lets the topic go. Suddenly, right as Tony is about to start saying his goodbyes, the door opens behind him, letting another one of the mutants that had participated in the battle into the office. Ms. Braddock. You came here just in time. Xavier says, as the woman walks in. Tony looks her up and down, and offering his hand to her with a grin, he says, Tony Stark, at your service. The woman might be a decade older than Tony, but Tony wasn't blind. She was a bombshell, and Tony could only wonder over what it is that mutants ate for everyone to be this hot. We're telling him? He doesn't look trustworthy enough. Ms. Braddock speaks to Xavier, ignoring the fact that Tony was right there, and could hear her. Xavier smiles, and says, his thoughts about you notwithstanding, Mr. Stark is in perfect position to listen to what we have to say. Besides, this way, we don't have to bring attention to ourselves by contacting him first. Tony looks between the pair, and says, I'm a bit confused. What is it we're telling me again? Braddock, the 50-year-old bombshell of a woman, walks behind Xavier, and folding her hands above her chest, she says, the person that we met in your lobby that day, before we went out for shawarma. He's not who he says he is. That's nothing odd. All government people are like that. You should have been there the day I met Fury. Tony says, not bothered in the least. Government leaders are corrupt, and have skewed morals, no matter what organization they lead. And Pierce, if that is the man she's speaking about, was just like the rest. He's not a nice man, that much Tony already knew. Sighing, when Braddock turns her head at him, Xavier says, she doesn't mean it in that way, Mr. Stark. What she means to say, is that Alexander Pierce is not loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. He is a loyal agent, and one of the leaders of an organization known in our past as Hydra. Avalon. Selene, the external. She was known by a lot of names throughout history. Selene Galileo, Selene the Dark Queen, Selene Etos the Librarian. Selene Aves, the wife of Mason Aves. And most recently, Dr. Selene Kyle, urologist. She sat on top of a mountain, looking at the sunrise in front of her eyes, watching through tear-filled eyes as the sun slowly came up. Behind her, on the Holo Shan mountain, was a small lake, and around the lake was a copse of trees, all spread around the terrace of the mountain. And on those trees, sat multiple birds, most sporting a shade of orange, yellow and red colors, while some had different colors altogether. Feng Huang. An offshoot of the phoenixes, the birds of flame, of rebirth. One of the birds flies down from its spot on its tree branch, and lands on a rock next to the tearfully sobbing Selene. As Selene keeps crying her eyes out, the Feng Huang starts a slow melodious whistle, the magic within which slowly calms Selene's mind. As her tears die down, Selene whispers, thank you. Not just for this, but for everything. The bird dips his head, and as a tendril of Chinook energy enters Selene's mind, she hears him say, you are welcome, child. Will you not go home now? To the Guardian. Selene sighs, and looking at the horizon, she whispers, I don't know if he will have me back. I did just abandon him without a hint of where I'm going. Although she knows that for someone who has lived 2,000 years, 30 years is not a long time, she also knew that her absence would have hurt Athreos a lot. I have seen your mind, child. I have seen your memories. If he loves you half as much as you love him, then he will forgive you and accept you back in his life without any issues, the Phoenix answers, and Selene could only hope that it's true. For 27 years she had stayed away from her love, her husband. With only a letter to inform him that nothing bad had happened to her, she had left him. Left him to his own self, without allowing him to track her down. Would he allow her back in his life? Or would he be angry at her? Humans. For 1 billion years I have overseen them on behalf of my parents. In my long life, one thing I have noticed is that your love knows no bounds. And that holds true with the Guardian as well. I may not have seen inside his mind like I did yours, Selene, but I have seen the love he holds for you. When he brought you to meet us, he did not do so to test your character as you believe. He did it because he wanted you to experience our presence like he does. He loves you. Go to him, and explain your actions. I assure you, you will be welcomed back with love, the oldest phoenix on earth says, staring at the mutant with weirdly intelligent eyes. Selene sighs, and says, yes. I suppose you're right. I just hope I don't regret making the choice. Suddenly, something rustles from her side, and believing that it is the phoenix from before, Selene turns to see what he's doing, only to stop in shock. There, seated right beside her, was the topic of her conversation with the phoenix. Athreos. Selene whispers, shocked at seeing him there. How did you find me? Athreos, her husband, the love of her life, keeps staring at the skies, and says, your act in Tulsa gave me the clues I needed to track you down. The Chinook energy and the smell of flames just clued me in as to exactly where you were, or to be more precise, who you were with. How did I not sense you coming, she wants to ask, but the thing held in his hands catches her eyes right then. The cloak of invisibility, he must have borrowed it from the Potters. Selene keeps her eyes on him, trying to detect his emotions, but as was expected of him, Athreos keeps his mind away from her grasp. His face gave no hint as to what he was feeling either. How are you? He suddenly asks, turning to look at her. Selene opens her mouth to reflexively answer that she was fine, but stops when their eyes finally meet. She sees the love he has for her in his eyes, the anger about her disappearance, and the happiness he feels about finally having found her. Her emotions overwhelm her, and not caring about what his dominant feelings for her might be as of now, Selene jumps at him, hugging him tightly with all her might, afraid to let him go. Afraid of seeing hate in his eyes. Afraid of rejection. SHH, SHHH. I'm here Selene. I'm here. Athreos whispers, rubbing his hand on her back, while the other holds her head as she begins crying once again, and it does the job. Kind of. She's reassured, but her cries just get louder. I'm sorry, Athreos. I'm sorry. I'll never leave again, I promise. I promise. Selene cries out, clutching Athreos' shirt tightly. Athreos just keeps her held in her arms, letting her cry it all out. His own voice trembles with barely held back emotions, as he says, I know. I know. I don't know what you were up to, but now that you're here, with me. Come home. Come home, Selene. Selene nods in his neck, agreeing to come home, and the next thing she knows, she feels the familiar magic of Athreos' sanctuary surround her, welcoming her back home. It almost feels to her, as if the island itself was happy to have her back. And Selene was too happy to be here once again. She just hopes her explanation is not something that gives Athreos grief. A/N, so, Avengers knowing about Hydra won out over letting them go wild. But I didn't think Mason, as he is now, would mention it. But then I remembered Psylocke, who is also a telepath, and who has actually seen Alexander Pierce up front. The next chapter will deal with both Selene's explanation, and Tony's decision regarding Hydra. I don't know what it will be yet. What does Tony want to talk with Wolverine about, I wonder? Chapter 120, Selene Etos. A/N, reminder that I've stopped writing new chapters, and will only upload the old ones. The story is officially dropped. Read on. Selene keeps her head down, the tea going cold in front of her. Her husband, the love of her life, and her sole companion for the last 2,000 years and more, sat beside her, her hand held in his own hand. She could feel the emotions going through his mind, feel his love for her, feel how much he had missed her. But she could also feel how much she had hurt him. He hadn't said a thing, did not question her over where she has been all this time, why she wasn't with him. But she could feel those questions in his mind. And she will answer, even if he doesn't speak those words out loud, she will answer. He deserves the explanation, deserves to know why she abandoned him for almost 3 decades. As Athreos rubs his thumb on the back of her hand, Selene takes a deep breath, and says, my situation. My curse. It was getting worse. Year by year, month by month. Athreos listens calmly, but his finger movements on her hands stop, he was afraid for her, she could tell. She continues after a second's pause, and says, so worse that I needed to take in one soul every month, or risk dying. Permanently. But even when I was taking in those souls, I could feel my sanity slipping. What do you mean? Athreos asks, his voice trembling. And Selene could understand that. When it first began, she was afraid for herself too. Afraid for him as well, more than herself. Flashback. It had been a sudden development, and not at all something she had seen coming. First, it was intrusive thoughts, prompting her to take in more souls. A voice in the back of her mind, telling her to take just one more soul in, it won't hurt. She knew it was part of her curse, but she could ignore it, just like she had done for the last few centuries that her curse had been getting worse for. But one day, this day, she couldn't hold it back as easily as before. Athreos was on Earth, visiting Emma Frost and to check on the organization he had set up for the safety of Muggleborns and mutants alike. She had been visiting Euphemia Potter, to check up on her slowly declining health on Athreos' behalf. James and Lily were with her, along with little 2-month-old Harry. James was worried about Euphemia, who was now almost 100 years old. And it was understandable. Mia was his sole parent, and while Selene and Athreos had helped her in raising him, she was the one who gave birth to him, she was the one who retired from her job just to focus on raising him. She was his mother. After having ensured that her body and her soul were all okay, the family had retreated to the dining room for a spot of tea. While drinking tea, however, as Selene was watching little Harry play with Lily's red hair, something happened. So funny. So pure, you should take him. Take the mother too. So pure, the voice which had mostly remained at the back of her head had said, and for a split second, Selene had considered it. She had considered just reaching forward, touching Lily's cheek with her palm, taking her soul for her own. She had considered taking little Harry's soul too, the purity of the baby's soul being oh so tempting. James and Lily wouldn't have been able to stop her, of course, they were weak, mortals, and not at all someone that can fight someone on her level. She would have won in seconds, at most. Selene? Are you okay? Lily had asked, bringing Selene out of her thoughts. And it was only when Lily had distracted her, that Selene had realized something. She had been frozen in place, with her hand trembling in the air, frozen in place as it was reaching for little Harry. Her mind was divided in two, for a split moment. The evil, ugly, part of her wanted to take the 2 pure souls, of the mother, and the child, for herself. For the dark force. And the other part, the one that loved James as if her own child, the one that loved Harry and Lily, was fighting against it. Fighting against the corrupting influence of the dark force. But for that split second, the fight was not as one-sided as it had been before. Selene had brought her full magic to force then, pushing the corrupting influence back, and changed the memories of the Potters to forget what just happened. Saying her goodbyes, Selene had then left. And then, she had fallen down, fearful of what she had almost done just now. She knew then that she couldn't delay at all. She couldn't live like this, hungry for souls, afraid that one day she might just give in to her hunger, and eat a pure soul, an innocent soul. And that was after having just eaten another soul a few days ago. And so, she had left her house, after writing just a letter telling Athreos that she was unharmed, that she was leaving for something personal. He wouldn't be back for a few days, she knew that, so she had time enough to erase her traces. But she still didn't have a solution. Camartage didn't have it, Tilda didn't have it. Neither did the Flamels, or the largest library in the entire world. Her husband's repository. She had even tried visiting the lost library of Cagliostro before, but the solutions that she found there were temporary. Absorb a magical being of immense power to satiate her hunger, the books there said. But she didn't want a treatment. She needed a cure. And so, the first person she had gone to, was the only being in this entire dimension with more magical knowledge than her. The goddess Gia. But even that was a bust. What do you mean you can't help me? Selene asked with a lot of surprise audible in her voice. Which said something, since Selene could hide her emotions pretty well. Gia had smiled at her, and said, I understand your anger, child. And your problem. But it is not something I can help with. I am a goddess of the earth, motherhood, and a lot of other domains. But souls is not one of them. Do not lie. Selene yelled, a dark part of her wanting to try and take Gia's soul too. I know you have the ability to turn any mortal into a god. Do it to me. Give me godhood. Gia smiled still, and said, Godhood is not the solution to your troubles, child. Even if I give you godhood, which I won't, you will be a mad goddess of souls, filled with the divine need to eat more and more souls. Your condition, instead of getting better, will just keep getting worse. Selene had tried attacking Gia then, out of anger, out of fear, but the elder goddess had defeated her with her superior control of magic. Bound her with chains that even the dark force couldn't fight. Gia had touched her cheek then, sending a bit of her divine energy to her mind to clear the resurgence of the dark force's magic, and said, I am truly sorry, my child. For the curse your father placed upon you, and for the life that's in fate for you. But there is no solution to your curse. Who knows though, maybe your plan to have a mortal kill you, might actually help. It is worth a try, is it not? But it wouldn't work, she knew that. Even without trying she knew that manipulating or forcing a mortal to kill her will still be a death by her own hands. Death by the hands of an external. And there is a very low chance that she would return to life like an external should. And even if she returns to life, she cannot say for sure despite the many methods of soothsaying she has in her hands, that it will cure her. But Gia's words had given her something. A ray of hope, an idea. Rebirth. It might just hold the solution to her curse like she had believed. But in all her centuries of musing over that particular idea, she had never considered the one being that can realistically do it. The Phoenix Force. Until recently, she had thought that the Phoenix Force could only destroy, not create. Even Camartage had believed the Phoenix Force to be a force of destruction, a force of calamity. Since the very few times Earth had seen it, it had led to the destruction of at least one city. Atlantis, Kittlehooyuk, Thonis, and Palenque, which was burned by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, were just some of them. There was no stopping the Phoenix once it decided to destroy something. That was what the sorcerers had learned thousands of years ago. Camartage was only saved from the fate with the timely interruption of Agamotto, who revealed himself to the being, only to get into an agreement. The sorcerers won't interfere with the decisions of the Phoenix Force, or else they will be destroyed. And so it was decided that no sorcerer would try to stop it unless the entire planet was in danger of its rage. Which had never happened, as far as Camartage knows. But when she saw what Athreos did, how he asked the Phoenix to not destroy, but to create, she was astonished. She was amazed. And it was only through Athreos that she learned something. The Phoenix was not a creature of destruction, she was the personification of rebirth. And to have something be reborn, it has to be destroyed first. It takes time, a very long time in some cases, but the places are healed once destroyed. Of all the cities Phoenix had destroyed, most had recovered, with a lot of people moving there. Atlantis and Thonis were the exceptions, both having been drowned before they could recover from the damage the Phoenix brought upon them. But even Atlantis, just like the other cities destroyed by the Phoenix, was filled with life of all kinds. People, animals, plants. All the places the Phoenix had destroyed had gone on to become something filled with life. How Athreos knew about it, about the Phoenix's inclination towards rebirth, she did not know, nor did she care at this point. So once Gia's words inspired her to think of the Phoenix Force as an option once again, Selene decided to contact the being. To make a bargain with her. She went to the Chamber of Secrets, to borrow the diadem of Rowena Ravenclaw from Athreos' hidden rooms inside the chamber. Helena was there when Selene walked out of the shadows, having returned from her own visit to her mother. And unfortunately, she had been seen. Why would she hide herself from a chamber which no one save for her husband knew of? They had spoken, and after listening to her problem, Helena had promised not to tell Athreos about seeing Selene here, unless he comes asking. I will not lie to Uncle Idard, Selene. Even if he wasn't the closest thing to a father I had, he is still the descendant of my sister that I decided to help when he was younger. If he asks me, I will not lie to him. Helena had said, and Selene had understood. She accepted it, and then, she took the diadem from its spot on Athreos' shelf. The spells he had used to protect the items kept here did not stop her, she was his wife after all, and hence, allowed to take anything she wanted. But she did have to disable a spell that would register the diadem's movement and warn Athreos of it. She did not want Mason to know about this, not unless this actually works. As soon as Selene had worn the diadem, she had been sucked into the Chinook realm, in the presence of the Phoenix Force who was in the mortal form of Rowena Ravenclaw. Selene. Rowena had asked, confused as to why she was here. Did something happen to Athreos? Selene shook her head, and said, nothing untowards has happened to my husband, Lady Phoenix. I needed to meet with you, to ask a favor of you. Phoenix looked at her, looked through her, and said, your soul. I did not notice this when I was inside Rowena, but you have really done your soul a lot of harm, Selene. So many tears unhealed, so many patches wrongly fixed. Selene nodded, admitting it, and said, I have done a lot of crimes against my soul, Lady Phoenix. Sometimes it was because I actually was evil, but others, it was out of desperation. I just wanted to live. Phoenix scoffed, and said, death is a natural part of a mortal's life, Selene. Even externals are fated to die. Even you, even Athreos. Selene calmly replied, I agree, Lady Phoenix. I will be ready to die when my time comes, but not like this. Not when my husband still needs me. Not out of a fate granted to me by my father's curse. You want me to heal your soul. Grant you a rebirth like I did to your Avalon on Athreos' behest. Phoenix had stated, using an undetectable tendril of her power to enter Selene's mind. Selene was surprised by it, by her incapability to detect the presence of the Phoenix inside her mind, but she put her surprise to the side, and said, yes, Lady Phoenix. Why should I? The condition of your soul is a consequence of your own making. The curse may have begun it, but your actions after your ascendance as a mutant, and as an external, only served to help the curse. The Phoenix said, waving her hand in dismissal. Selene kept her head down, and said, I accept the consequences of my actions, Lady Phoenix. But by the time I could understand what exactly my curse was, it was already too late. And even still, I've changed. In the last 3,000 years, I have not absorbed a single soul that wasn't completely evil. Which was coincidentally what sped up her curse's corruption. The dark force reveled in the bad souls she kept on feeding it, but the millions of bad souls she fed it only sped the corruption. Maybe, if she had taken in a few pure souls, her curse would have taken a step back for a while. Like it had happened after Rome. A lot of good souls were absorbed by her then, under the influence of the dark force. And when Athreos defeated her and brought her sanity back, she did not feel the need to eat souls for a very long time. Please, Lady Phoenix. I am willing to bargain for it. A favor for a favor, like you did with Athreos. Phoenix scoffed, and said, nothing you have interests me, Selene, and as a cosmic entity, I do not do such favors for free. Selene was not surprised that the being dismissed her request so soon. She knew that Athreos had a connection to the being, either thanks to his identity as a descendant of Rowena, or because of his past as Helena's guide through life, or maybe it was something else. Selene, while a close friend to Helena, was not someone Rowena had seen as a friend, let alone someone who Phoenix might feel close with. Selene bowed her head to the cosmic entity, her heart beating fast with the fear of rejection, and said, please, Lady Phoenix. I have no other choice but to beg you. Every avenue I've tried has returned failure, even Lady Gia could not help me. You're my only option, Lady Phoenix. Please, I will do anything if you help me with this, sacrifice anything you ask. Please. For a long time, Selene kept begging in front of the Phoenix, arguing back and forth, giving excuses, and thankfully, Gia's actions from before had kept her mind sane enough to do so. Until finally, Phoenix snapped at her, and said, enough. The yell by the cosmic entity startles Selene, and without prompting, the dark force takes over her body. Black shadows rise out of the ground underneath her, as her body starts growing old, the shadows poised to attack the threat to her. Thankfully, this time, Her mind was still sane thanks to Gia's healing magic, and Selene expelled the corruptive magic out of her body with some effort before the shadows could actually attack the phoenix force. Panting with the effort, Selene looks up at the phoenix, who had stared at her with wide eyes, and says, "See what I will have to deal with? I will be in the presence of your descendant, my husband. I will be in the constant presence of at least 2 children. And the only cure is what? To absorb pure souls to return balance? I refuse to do it, Lady Phoenix, not while I know another cure exists right in front of me. And so, I will die. I will die of my curse, make sure I can't hurt anything. And you know what? Athreos will learn of this conversation someday. Not through me, but he will. And he will know that you refused to help heal his wife even after seeing what the consequences of not helping are. And Mason. If anyone has the capacity to do damage to the cosmic entity that is the Phoenix Force, it was Mason. Maybe not now, but soon in the future. Was it wrong of her to threaten the Phoenix like this? Yes, Selene could see that in hindsight. But firstly, the fight against the Dark Force was making her angry at a lot of things, and Phoenix's refusal to help was not making things any easier. Secondly, Selene did not care about hurting the emotions of a cosmic entity. Not if it helps her cure herself. As the Phoenix stares at her, anger clouding Rowena's face, Selene sighs, and says, "My life has been full of bad decisions, Lady Phoenix. I've done a lot of bad things for my survival, and some just for the hell of it. But I have changed, you can see it in my mind. Right now, I just want to live, I just want to enjoy my life as Athreos' wife. I want to be a good mother to Sylvie whenever she returns. I want to be a good mother to any children that Athreos eventually decides he wants to have with me. I just want to live a life without having to hide from my husband just how many people I've killed for my survival. I just want to live." Phoenix stared at her, anger still showing on her face, and said, "I refuse to help you. Not just because of the words you used just now, but because of my identity as a cosmic entity. I was not lying before when I said you have nothing to offer me, in exchange for your rebirth." Selene's heart fell, but she nodded. Already crying, Selene took another bow, and was about to say her goodbyes to the being in front of her, when the cosmic entity said something else. "However, I am not the only one with the gift of rebirth. I know someone who might be willing to help, but it is up to you to convince them. Are you willing?" The Phoenix's words brought a smile to Selene's face, and Selene nodded. Phoenix nodded back, and said, "Very well. During my first visit to this planet almost 1 billion years ago, I left something behind. A child. My first child. You have visited the home he has created for himself, and his children. Find him, and he just might help you." And then, Rowena threw her out of the Shinik realm. She did not tell Selene where the home was, or who the child of Phoenix was, but Selene did not take more than a minute to deduce what she spoke about. A child of the Phoenix, a Phoenix. And so it was, that barely 4 hours after she had left the Potter home, Selene found herself flying up towards the Fenghuang Peak on top of the Holo Shan mountain. As soon as she dropped down on the terrace of the mountain, a single bird out of the dozens of phoenixes flying in the skies, or sitting in the trees, appeared in front of her in a burst of flames. "You have met my mother," the orange and red bird in front of her said directly in her mind, with a soft musical voice. The bird did not look any different from the other phoenixes there, except for the shades and pattern of colored feathers, of which every phoenix has a different one. But even still, the sense of magic its voice gave her was enough to tell Selene who this bird was. "Yes. And you're her child." "How?" Selene asked calmly, staring at the ordinary phoenix with an extraordinary parentage with fascination. The bird tilts his head, and says, "My mother had a host when she came to Earth for the first time, an avian of an unknown species from an unknown planet. She gave an egg, a single egg, right before dousing this entire planet in her flames. Very few beings survived, the elder gods being few of them, and I fell into the volcano that this place used to be. I was embraced by Mother Gia's magic, as she protected me from my mother's flames thinking I would die. And while the other creatures of Gia did not survive, I did. I was born as a child of Gia and of Phoenix, a bird of flames, of rebirth and of magic." "A Phoenix?" Selene was confused and had questions about a lot of things. Why did the Phoenix Force feel the need to burn a planet that barely had any life? There weren't any animals on Earth 1 billion years ago, the planet wasn't stable yet. There weren't even fishes in the oceans, then, and no trees either. So what was it that prompted the Phoenix to burn a lifeless planet? The Elder Gods? A demon? Did a god offend her then? Selene ignored the questions in her mind, and nodded, and after a moment's pause, she told the Phoenix about the conversation she had had with the Phoenix Force, and about her request. "You need your entire self to be cleansed," the bird mused, after the explanation. "A complete rebirth, from your body, to your soul. A new beginning to yourself. It is possible, and I might be able to help you, but I have to ask, external. What are you willing to sacrifice to achieve this new beginning? Selene immediately answered, everything. The bird chortled, and asked, everything. Are you sure, child? What about your mutant gifts? Your magic? Yes. Selene answered, not even needing to think. What was her mutation or her magic in front of her love for Athreos? Your immortality. Your identity as an external, the bird asked. Selene nodded once again, not minding the fact that she won't be an immortal external anymore. She might figure immortality out once again, but she would treasure her short life with Athreos even more if that failed. And what about your love for your husband, my mother's descendant? The phoenix asked. And it was then that Selene stopped herself before she could instinctively agree. No, she said. Everything I'm doing, I am doing it so I can live a happy life with my husband. I am ready to sacrifice everything so I can achieve that, but I will not sacrifice my love for Athreos just so I could cure my soul. The bird stared at her for a few minutes, stared through her, and then, he nodded. He said, very well. I accept your bargain, Selene Eidos. You will sacrifice all you agreed to sacrifice, and begin life anew. I will take you with myself through a complete rebirth, burn your body and soul to cleanse it, and then, turn you into a hatchling. Selene found herself falling down, disbelieving that the phoenix actually agreed. She tears up, and listens as the phoenix continues speaking. He says, you will not remember anything, you will not have your magic, your mutant gifts, or your immortality. I will remain with you every step of the way, to ensure you do not circumvent our agreement. And in the end, when I deem our agreement completed, I will allow you the freedom to remember your memories. Selene accepted it. What choice did she have? And besides, this was the best she could have hoped for. She knew that Mason would be hurt by her disappearance, that he would try looking for her, and so she wanted to inform him about this first. Alas, the phoenix did not give her the opportunity to even put the question forward before he had burst into flames, and jumped into her form, making both bird and woman disappear from the Holoshan mountain. And so it was that Selene Eidos was reborn as an orphan child, raised by a children's home in Brazil. She did not remember the 17,000 years of her life, nor did she show any signs of magic, or of her mutant gifts. She was perfectly normal, perfectly mundane. She lived her life on Earth, away from her husband, away from the dark force, away from any chances of being found. Selene Kyle did not know about her past as a wife to her favorite hero, Mason Aves, nor did she have any abnormal gifts. She was just a good, smart girl, who wanted to become a doctor, just like her hero Mason Aves had wanted to be before the war. She lived her life with a phoenix constantly inside her mind, making sure her memories did not leak before he could be sure of the completion of the agreement. Until May 2012, when Mason Aves fought a war against aliens in New York, and Selene Eidos' memories were finally allowed by the child of Phoenix to come forward. And Selene Eidos woke up once again. She was cured of her curse, the connection to the dark force was removed, and her hunger satiated forever. Flashback end. Selene stared at her husband after finishing her tale, tears in both their eyes at the good news she had finally shared with him. She was cured. She did not need to take in souls to survive anymore, she did not need to be afraid of the dark force anymore. I can't control shadows anymore either, as a consequence of my loss of the dark force, but I think that the cure to my curse is a good replacement. Selene says, when Athreos says nothing, and keeps crying silently. As a response to her words, Selene finds herself pulled out of her chair, and towards her husband, who summarily lifts her on top of his lap. She hugs him back, and rests her cheek on top of his head, as he hugs her tightly. Sniffing his nose, Athreos says, you should have told me, Selene. You should have told me. Hell, I could have convinced Rowena to cure you herself, without needing to ask a phoenix to do it. Maybe then you'd have been done within a few years and not almost 3 decades. Hell, I could have kept an eye on your mortal self to make sure nothing happened to you. Selene runs her fingers through his hair, and says, SHH. Athreos. We have no guarantee that the phoenix would have agreed. And besides, the bird was with me all through my mortal life. He took care of me, even without me asking him to. Athreos keeps hugging her, and says, still. You should have come to me, Selene. You're my wife, I'm your husband. I come to you with my problems, I tell you everything that troubles me, you should have given me the same courtesy. Are you angry at me, my love? Selene asks, worried. She wouldn't blame him if he was, she knew she deserves his anger, and more. What she did was basically say she did not trust Athreos to help her reliably. Though her actions were more because she did not want to hurt Athreos in case they failed, in case she died, she knew she had hurt Athreos just the same. Athreos pulls back from the hug, stares in her eyes intensely, and says, I am so mad at you, so mad. We will be talking about this, love. But I have missed you, I have missed talking to you, missed the feel of your magic. I have missed you dearly. I missed you too, husband. Selene whispered back, leaning down to kiss him on his forehead. As Athreos closes his eyes, and returns to hugging her, Selene keeps patting his head, and says, I thought the bird would have removed my mutations. Removed my magic. The agreement said that I will have to sacrifice it all for the cure, but for some reason, he didn't. I know he could have kept me from regaining my magic, or my mutation, but he didn't. And I don't know why. Athreos hums in content, and says, I don't care. I wouldn't have cared if you didn't have your magic, or your mutation. I wouldn't have cared if you were immortal once again. I'm just glad you're back in my life, Selene. Selene smiles through the tears, and says, I am glad to be back, Athreos. Just promise me, Selene. Promise me that you won't leave me. That if you feel the need to disappear for a long time, you'll personally tell me why you're going. Athreos says, and this time, there was steel in his voice, making Selene know that she didn't have an option of not giving the promise. Nodding her head, Selene whispers, I promise. And she meant it. She will not be leaving Athreos anytime soon. She had stayed away from him for 27 years, and kept him sad for that long. She had no intentions of doing it any longer. She was really glad to have her memories back, glad that she was back. On Earth, Tony Stark leaned back after a lot of work, the result of the research right in front of his eyes. For the last few days, Tony had gone through everything he had gotten from his previous hacking of S.H.I.E.L.D. Jarvis had taken a backup of everything they got on the helicarrier, of course, and Tony and Jarvis had taken great care these last few days, going through the data. Alas, nothing in these files proved the words that the X-Men had told him. That S.H.I.E.L.D. was infiltrated by Hydra, an organization supposed to have been destroyed 67 years ago, when the war ended. Not just that, but the highest authority figure in S.H.I.E.L.D., right underneath the President of the USA of course, was one of the leaders of Hydra. One of them. Not the leader, but one of them. Which means Hydra is vaster, and more dangerous than it was during the war. But of course, if all this was in fact true, they wouldn't be stupid enough to let the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D. know. And so, the files they had stolen from the helicarrier didn't tell them anything. Nothing. Nothing at all. Tony whispers, resting his head in his hands. Jarvis, the ever-helpful AI, sounds a bit worried, and says, could it be possible, sir, that the X-Men simply lied to you? Or that they are mistaken? Tony groans, and says, they have no reason to lie to me, Jay. And Xavier is a bloody telepath, so is that woman, Braddock. If anyone can sniff out infiltrating spies, it's them. Not always, sir. Jarvis points out, bringing up the folder concerning the past relationship between the man that Tony wanted to meet, Wolverine, and the resident spy within the Avengers, Natasha Romanoff. Apparently, Fury had sent Natasha to get close to any of the X-Men, so he could know what they're up to. Natasha had played Wolverine like a fiddle, led him on in a wonderful relationship, and met Xavier too. Whatever allowed her to lie to a man who can smell lies as per his own words, and keep her thoughts private without raising suspicion from the telepaths must not be easy, or cheap, to make. Or the Hydra leader would have used it too. Tony sighs and says, even still, I can't make a move on Pierce without undeniable proof that he's Hydra. Not only will I be committing treason against the United States, I'll be proved mentally unstable or an idiot. Which would be a bigger travesty than letting Hydra live in peace. Tony didn't know why he was even trying to find proof against these supposed Hydra agents. Sure, his dad fought against them, and they were Nazis, but Tony doubted that people could still be genuine Jew-hating, Aryan supremacist Nazis. He didn't even know what Hydra's goal was anymore. Is it still Hydra supremacy? Or are they content with being a hidden organization? But they're still Nazis, still Hydra. He and Howard might not have seen eye to eye on a lot of things, but one thing they could agree on is that Hydra is bad, and letting them access to high government positions was even worse. Well, if telepathy can bring out the secrets of Hydra agents, why not contact a telepath of your own? Jarvis asks, bringing up another image on his screen. Hey. Tony says, staring at the face staring right at him through the screen. Tapping his fingers on the table, thinking this through, Tony asks, do we have a way to contact the wizard, though? I don't think he left a cell number when he disappeared again. Jarvis brings out another face on his screen, and says, no, sir. But he did say he's been in contact with Ms. Emma Frost, the director of Miss. Should I try calling her? Tony grins, and says, you know what, Jay? Do it. Let's see if she knows where our wizard Aves is. He didn't know yet what he could do about Hydra, but he knew one thing. He can't do it alone. He needed to get the team back together, right after the battle they had won. Maybe not Thor, or Hulk. Thor is who knows where, and Hulk. Brucey wouldn't agree to it. But the rest, they will most definitely be needed. And the first on the list was Captain Mason Aves. A/N, here's Seleni's past, and her reason for disappearing. She did not remember him, at all, but some feelings bled through and she thought he was her favorite superhero between Captain America and Avalon. Phoenixes being descendants of Phoenix Force was something we all thought would happen in a crossover universe, and I wrote the same. I was a bit conflicted about what exactly to write. One edition had the bird being Phoenix's first earthen host, who gave the egg that became the first Phoenix. One had the bird Phoenix being the child of Gia and Phoenix, like an actual child of them, which is why he's considered a magical bird. But I went with this. Any other story for the race of Phoenixes you'd like to hypothesize, or share your headcanon on? Hydra, I've thought about how I wanted to take this, but I haven't made up my mind yet. I want to have the Avengers fight Hydra without copying any other authors. And I don't want to copy canon either. Let's see, I'll write a summary of the future first, for myself. Because the summary I'd written before was with the canon staying canon, and Selene staying hidden. And that's changed now. The A/N was written when I posted the chapter on Patreon. Chapter 121, Undeserving. A/N, reminder that I've stopped writing new chapters, and will only upload the old ones. The story is officially dropped. Read on. June 6, 2012. Emma Frost was a no-nonsense woman who brokered no insubordination from her employees. She had been working for the Miss for close to 50 years now, and was the director of the same for the past 37 years. And all these years, she had strived to make the world a better place for mutants, one country at a time. Already there were policies in place to prevent discrimination against mutant kind. And offices in every borough, village, or town in the United Kingdom ensured that not a single bad cop took advantage of his power. Even still, Emma Frost was proud to say that save for the cabinet ministers, similar counterintelligence organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D., and the British Queen, not many people knew that this organization existed, or why. That is why she found herself very much surprised when the phone reserved for her personal use rang loudly, the loud start to Paramore's Ignorance playing for just a few seconds before she managed to silence the call. She stares at the screen, only to see unknown number instead of one of the 17 people that had this number. Which was a bit odd, since if it was actually an unknown number, it should have been automatically rejected. Pressing a button on her workstation, Emma activates the intercom and says, "Jacobs, can you send Edward up please?" Olivier Jacobs, a man that had joined the Miss 7 years ago, was recruited after saving him from the Canadian Army's Project Superior, a project that was kidnapping mutants to experiment on them, and turn them into Army personnel. While Jacobs wasn't the first person the project had taken and brainwashed into being their tool, he was the last, as Miss had taken great care to dismantle the entire operation. "Yes, ma'am." Jacobs immediately answers, and within seconds, a tiny hole in space appears inside her office, and spits out the stumbling and grumbling form of an agent, wearing a white shirt, black tie and a black pair of trousers. Jacobs's power to create tiny wormholes that sucked in matter, only to teleport it out somewhere else, was really useful in such times. Emma Frost looks at the man the wormhole had spat out, and showing the phone to him, she says, "Trace the call, if you will." Robert Edwards, on the other hand, the man who immediately got to work on commandeering her workstation and her cell phone, was someone who actually approached them. His mutation was a bit weird even to Emma. Edwards could detect signals, and decipher them to basically hack into anything he wants as long as it uses some form of wireless connection. He could control the signals, and even manipulate them somewhat. It had allowed him to not only remain hidden from all the anti-mutant groups still out there, but also to find the Miss, and ask for asylum as well as offer to help. As Edwards touches her system to access the internet, and the phone to actually track the signal, Emma watches the map on her monitor start flying across the ocean, and into her homeland. Until just 3 seconds after it had begun, the map stopped highlighting one location above others. Stark Tower. Emma mused, watching the still ringing phone, and Edwards used the opportunity to walk out. While coming here was easy through Jacobs's portals, he had to leave back to his own cubicle by himself. No shortcuts unless it's an emergency. Emma, however, makes the decision to pick the call up, and listens as an audible groan sounds from the other side. Finally. How long does it even take to trace a call? I've been waiting for ages. The whining voice of Tony Stark says, already grating on Emma's nerves. She had met Howard Stark only a few times, mostly when she was new as the director of the Miss, but she could tell that Tony was definitely his son. "Mr. Stark. May I ask how you found this number, let alone how you managed to call it?" Emma asks, keeping her tone polite, but making it known that she expects an answer. She could almost feel him grin, as he answers, "It took a while to get the call to connect, I'll tell you. Way more than I expected. Whoever secured your phone like this definitely deserves a raise if it took me a couple days to finally make the call actually connect. As for how I found the number, I got it from Fury. Emma frowns, racking her brain as to why Fury might deem it a good idea to share her number, and the answer is immediate. He didn't. Stark took it. What do you want, Mr. Stark? You might not know, but I am a busy person who still has a lot of work to do. Emma says in a clipping tone, not at all interested in his word games. He hacked S.H.I.E.L.D. and took her number from Fury's files, she deduced that much. Was it her job to secure S.H.I.E.L.D. systems, though? Nope. Tony, still sounding as energetic and jovial as before, coughs fakely and says, you see. I don't want anything from you, per se. I need help from a mutual friend of ours. The greatest flying wizard, Captain Avalon. Emma closed her eyes, hoping to all gods that Jameson's nickname of all people for Mason Aves did not stick. Unknowing to her frustrations, Stark continues speaking, and says, I find myself in need of his talents, and I know he told Fury that you have a way of contacting him. Could you be terribly kind as to tell him to come meet me? It's not an emergency, but something very very important nonetheless. Emma sighs, and wanting to just end the conversation, she says, I will inform him once I have established a connection with him. Until then, you may only contact me through my assistant by taking an appointment. I have sent you the contact information for her. Goodbye. Before Stark could open his mouth and annoy her more, Emma shut the claw off, and immediately crushed the Samsung phone in her diamond-covered hand. She would have to pick another number. Maybe this time, Fury won't let it be hacked by someone like Stark. July 4, 2012. Did you pack enough clothes? His mother asks from the door, as Harry flitted around the room, gathering the last vestiges of the things he was remembering to take. He had no doubt that Lily Potter would most definitely see the frustration on his face, and was probably amused by it, as Harry answered, Yes, Mum. I've packed everything. Clothes, extra pair of pants, herbology primers, my set of potions, knives, and even the lunches you packed for me, all sealed inside the Tupperware. Magically enchanted to not spoil, of course. Not for a month anyway. Lily would have had to spend at least the entirety of yesterday preparing all the food she gave him, if she wasn't a witch, let alone someone adept at using magic to cook. But Harry could understand where Lily was coming from. The last time he had gone on a trip was with James, and his friends, along with Sirius's son, Altair. And that time, both James and Harry had almost forgotten to take their own wands. Harry absent-mindedly checked his wrist, ensuring that the wand holster, wand included, was still there. His Elder and Phoenix Feather wand was a bit special in the sense that it wasn't made by Ollivander like the rest of his family, but by his uncle Mason himself. And despite knowing that Mason was as old as he was, it still astonished him how perfect this wand felt for his magic. Done packing, Harry pats his pockets, checking to see if he still has his wallets, both for magical and Muggle cash which would be used to travel from Muggle Britain to wherever Mason pointed him at, along with his handkerchief. Damn it, I forgot to pack extra handkerchiefs. And his maglet. He could only snort when he remembered that particular device. Invented by some wizards in India, through the international organization of the DOM, the maglet, pronounced Majlet, like magical tablet, was a replica of the Stark phone that had been invented almost a decade ago. It took inspiration from a lot of things, like the communication mirrors, the flu, and of course, the Muggle telephone and cell phones. The maglet could be used to call, both with video and without, and had a mapping system that didn't need any satellites to be sent to space, music players, video players, and a lot of other stuff. And all the while, it looked like any other phone in the Muggle market, making it safe for Muggle use, except for a few of the more obviously magical features. People just had a tendency to brand any of the maglets as a Chinese copy of Stark phone. He turns towards his wardrobe to get the handkerchiefs and his maglet's charging plate, an enchanted plate that had the ability to suck in ambient magic to charge the device, which could also be used to wirelessly charge most Muggle phones, when he finds his amused mother standing in his way, the objects in question in her hands. Sighing, he says, Thanks Mum. Don't know what I'd do without you. Would you prefer staying then? His mum asked, in an amused tone, but Harry could detect the undertone of hope in her words. Smiling, as he packed the objects in a different compartment in his bag, Harry says, Nat, as much as I'd love to spend more time being coddled by you, I want to go. I need to go, if only to figure out what I want to make out of my life. Lily only sighed, and Harry could only hope that she was tired of trying to discourage him from leaving. Her next words, however, prove otherwise. She sits down on his bed, as he lifts his bag, and says, I'm worried, Harry dear. It's Earth. You're not just leaving to go to another country. You're leaving for another planet. Harry looks at her, unimpressed, and drily says, You're from Earth. And so is Dad. His mother scowls, when that useless excuse fails to convince him, and is about to say something else when a glowing orange portal opens inside the room. Harry looks at the portal, unafraid since he knew that only one sorcerer was allowed through the protective wards, and sure enough, Mason Aves stood on the other side of the portal, an uncharacteristic smile on his face. Mason looks at the both of them, and says, "Ah, Lily. Harry. Good, you're both here. Come to Sanctuary tonight, would you? I've put together a small party for our family." Our family. Mason's words don't even bother either of the parent-child pair, and Lily nods, smiling at her husband's uncle, a superhero from her own Muggle childhood. But one question was on her mind, though. What's the reason for such a sudden party? It can't be to celebrate the win in New York, that party had already been had. And Mason had actually even showed up. Even Harry wondered the same, staring at his pseudo-grandpa with confusion. Mason grins, and for the first time Harry notices how carefree it is. He had never noticed Mason so carefree, not in his entire life. He says, "Celine's back. She's back and she's better than ever. Don't forget, tonight at 7. Don't forget to bring James and Rosie." And then, right as the portal closed, Harry and Lily dropped down to sit on his bed, unable to believe the words that they had just heard. Celine was back. For all 27 years of his life, Harry had never thought he would even see this mysterious Celine in the flesh. And if it wasn't for everyone's memories that he had seen of her, he would have thought Celine was just a fantasy Mason had cooked up, growing senile with his old age. Not that anyone said it to Mason's face, or thought it in his proximity, but there were a lot of doubts in the family if she even was alive. And now, she was back. As per Mason's own words. Harry turns towards his shell-shocked mother, and says, "Well. That means I'm not going to Earth immediately." That brings his mother out of her shock, and she just snorts. Shaking her head, Lily gets up, and says, "Go find Rosie and tell her the news. If it is true, we will not miss it. I have some bones to pick with Celine anyway." Harry sighs, and lets his mother walk out. Every one of Mason's closest friends, and especially Aunts Darla and Doria, were very angry with Celine for what they considered a betrayal to Mason. For leaving Mason to go wherever she went. Harry just plucks out his maglet, and with a few touches on the black screen, calls his little sister to tell her the news. Let's just hope Rosie didn't take after the rest of the ladies of this weird disjointed family. Celine Edos looked around the dining room, at all of her husband's friends and their children mill around. Where once it was just Mason and his 3 friends, along with the Flamel couple and Euphemia Potter, there were now even more. Luca, the daughter of Anna and Darla, Cassiopeia, the daughter of Doria, Elaine, the son of Nicholas Flamel, and James, the child of Euphemia. Then there were Sirius, Luca's husband, and Lily, James's wife, along with their 4 children in total. The friends that Athreos had turned into a family were growing. And Celine was glad for it. Glad that Athreos had them to be his support, even if he probably didn't allow them to support him too much. The dinner party had begun with a tale of her last 27 years, abating some of the anger she could feel they all had towards her. And Athreos' condition when he found her proved to her that at least some of that anger was justified. She should have told Athreos about her plans, she knew that now. And now, after they'd had a month of reuniting, Celine could only hope that Athreos trusts her not to leave again. As she watches Athreos talking with Harry, who was a grown adult now, and not a babe barely able to walk, she feels a tendril of magic enter her mind, and allows it, using her telepathy to smooth the connection. "You are angry at me," Celine says, as soon as she enters the mindscape and faces the mental representation of her attacker, standing on a beach, waves crashing around them. The old woman of 90, looking like a 60-year-old, glares at her with what is no doubt intense hatred, and says, "You hurt him. Why wouldn't I hate you?" Celine sighs, and as she sits down on a chair that forms behind her, she says, "Trust me, Doria. If I had any other option, I would have went with it. My only mistake was not telling Athreos about it beforehand. One she had no doubt that she'll pay for dearly. Not in any physical way, but through hurt. Athreos wouldn't trust her as implicitly as he did before, and she couldn't fault him for that." Doria Black scoffs, and as she sits down in the chair Celine had formed for her, she says, "I don't hate you, not really. I know enough about your former curse to know that the solution was not something you could think twice over. I just hate what you did to Mason. What your absence did to Mason." Celine smiles, a bit self-deprecating, and softly whispers, "I hate it too, Doria. I hate it too." Doria turns to look at her, as Celine continues watching the water in the far distance. Snorting a bit, Doria shakes her head with a smile, and says, "I never had a chance, did I? I mean, after 80 years of loving him I should have realized it, but still." Celine likes that about Doria. It told her that Doria would not betray Athreos, or even herself. She really did love Athreos, or Mason, as Doria called him. Sighing, Celine leans back, and says, "No, not really." At Doria's look, she smiles, and says, "Unfortunately for the Mason you knew in school, his mind was unconsciously resonating with the mind of Athreos, my husband. He was still a child, but from what little I managed to sense from the child Mason without Athrio's knowing, he was already thinking like an adult by the time he was 10. It had piqued Selini's curiosity a lot, since she knew Athrio's was actually trying to shut the resonance off. The only thing he managed to do was prevent his own younger self from discovering that resonating connection, and accessing the older Athrio's memories that way. Doria groans and says, so that's why he thought of me as a child, or why he always behaved like our older brother. And here I thought the reason behind his older interests lay in the size of their bosoms. Selini chuckles, remembering the conversation between the friends that she had once spied on. A younger Mason had apparently been caught staring at his older teachers behind, while completely ignoring a teenager that had tried to catch his eye with her cleavage. Selini could still remember the disgruntlement that Doria had felt then. A few seconds go by in silence, neither one worried for the outside world, knowing that the time out there is almost still. Selini was good at telepath like that. The sound of a sigh makes Selini glance at her companion, who starts standing up. As she watches, Doria says, Mason. He is my closest friend. He is the only person I've felt love for except for my family, and he is the only one I could feel an actual future with. While I think you don't deserve him, not after you caused him to spiral into depression, he still loves you. She turns towards Selini, and Selini notices the tears in the old woman's eyes, as Doria continues, and his love for you almost cost me my best friend. He was losing his will to live, and he didn't even know it. Selini looks down, knowing this to be true. Mason didn't let her know, since how could he? If he didn't know it himself. He was beginning to unravel, and external or not, if she was gone for a century or more, she had no doubt that Mason would have died. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, she looks up, two pairs of tear-filled eyes meeting. Doria nods at her, and says, don't do it again, Selini. Immortal or not, I will find a way to kill you if you hurt Mason like this again. It is a promise from a black, and as you might know from our history, we are really good at all things violence. And with that, Doria returns to the outside world, leaving a thoughtful Selini on her lonesome in her mindscape. She had no doubt that Doria would do all these things if she hurt Athrio's like this again. An alchemist, let alone someone of her caliber, is a really dangerous enemy to make, she knew that from experience. She could only wonder what it was about Athrio's that attracted dangerous women to him. Tatiana, Lorraine, herself, and now Doria. She just hoped that Hela wasn't on the list of people that loved Athrio's like this. Her lips twitch upwards once she returns to the real world, barely a few seconds having passed, amusement filling her mind as she wonders how Athrio's would feel if Hela did have feelings for him. Disgusted, would probably be one of the more dominant emotions. As Doria's words kept spinning through her mind, she asks herself. Was she deserving of Athrio's love? But as she watches Athrio's love-filled eyes turn towards her, watches as his face drops down just a bit when he notices her thoughtful face, she thinks that deserving or not, Mason loves her. And she will treasure that love without letting Doria's scornful words bother her. Triskelion December 2012. Stark Mansion attacked by the Mandarin. Tony Stark missing, presumed dead. Alexander Pierce read the newspaper with just a twitch on his lips showing him how amused he was at this development. Brock Rumlow, leader of Strike Team Alpha, sat leisurely on the opposite side of the table, swinging the chair side to side on its base. Putting the newspaper down, Pierce says, it was fortunate that we didn't have to do anything about Stark. His habit of poking his nose where it doesn't belong would surely get him killed someday. Rumlow raises an eyebrow, and asks, Stark knows about us. Pierce waves his hand, dismissing the issue, and says, he's just been constantly hacking SHIELD, CIA, FBI, and even NSA for the last few months. Maybe he suspects about our existence, or maybe he suspects there are infiltrators. Or maybe he's just having some fun. Either way, if he wasn't stopped, we would have been forced to make a move of our own. Whether purposeful or not, Stark was smart enough to find discrepancies when it came to SHIELD and Hydra's presence within it. But despite the news saying he was presumed dead, they both knew otherwise. Stark was just too resourceful to die like this. And besides, you don't believe anyone actually is dead unless you see the body. And sometimes, don't believe they're dead even after you've seen the body. Pierce taps the table a few times, thinking whether or not to send the asset after Stark, just in case he was actually looking for their presence in SHIELD, but then stops. Who is behind the Mandarin, again? Some guy named Aldrich Killian and a think tank, AIM. They're backed by the Ten Rings too, but only financially. It seems Stark offended Killian a long time ago, and Killian's been sitting on his revenge for this long. Rumlow immediately answers. Nodding in satisfaction, Pierce says, make sure Killian knows where to find Stark. Our analysts should have been done with the tracking part by now. This should keep Stark busy enough to not look too deeply. As Rumlow walks out, his orders given, Alexander couldn't help but think that perhaps it was time for Project Insight to go online. Hail Hydra! He whispers to the silence of his office, belatedly realizing he never said it after Rumlow saluted him with it. But Project Insight won't just start immediately after he puts the idea forth. There will be opposition, not the least of which was one of his oldest friends, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nicholas Fury. 4 images flash on Pierce's monitor, making him frown. 4 of the biggest threats against Project Insight as per Zola's algorithm. Mason Aves, Nicholas Fury, Steve Rogers. And the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Peggy Carter. It seems the asset did have work to do, even if Stark's assassination was left in the hands of this AIM. A/N, plot goes on, and Stark has just found himself on Hydra's radar simply because of suspicious hacking. Doria still loves Mason, and is angry at Selene for hurting Mason. The others are a bit angry too, but once they heard the explanation, they're cool. Chapter 122, Assassinations. A/N, reminder that I've stopped writing new chapters, and will only upload the old ones. The story is officially dropped. Read on. Margaret Peggy Stevens, formerly Carter, was an old, but resilient woman. The 91-year-old woman was the first director of S.H.I.E.L.D., as well as one of its founders, and so, despite her advanced age, she was given the best treatment possible from the organization she helped found. Constant checkups, advanced medical equipment constantly monitoring her vitals, and of course, a highly protected safe house. The safe house was in Washington, D.C., not very far from the Triskelion, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. It was surrounded by multiple S.H.I.E.L.D.-owned businesses, and a contingent of guards that were loyal only to S.H.I.E.L.D. Even beyond that, the walls of the building were reinforced, to make sure that no explosion on the outside harms those inside it, not too much at least. Even the windows of the building were made out of thick, bulletproof glass, the same one that had been used to create the prison for Loki. The only way someone could even come close to Peggy Stevens was if S.H.I.E.L.D. wanted them to come close. And there was a reason for all this. You see, almost a decade after she had already retired from S.H.I.E.L.D., there was an assassination attempt on her life. The attempt had happened barely a month after Howard Stark, another one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s founders, had died in a tragic accident, along with his wife. The assassination attempt had forced Peggy's children to go into witness protection, changing names and moving to different countries, while Peggy's husband had been moved to a different safe house in D.C. itself. Unknown to anyone but Peggy and her family, one of her grandchildren had moved to a different planet altogether, thanks to the presence of a gift in his body. The 37-year-old Colin Erickson was a wizard, and now lived in Wizarding Britain, on the planet Avalon. Dr. Lara Hutchins was one of the many doctors and nurses under the employ of S.H.I.E.L.D. She had been working in S.H.I.E.L.D. for close to a decade now, and was the person in charge of Peggy Stevens's health for the last 3 years of it. For 3 years she had been working diligently, making sure Peggy Stevens remained as healthy as possible. There were some incidents of sickness, illnesses, and even some broken bones thanks to an unfortunate fall in the bathroom or two. But Lara had made sure that Peggy recovered. And while the fractures didn't get fixed completely, thanks to the old age of the patient, Peggy didn't feel the pain anymore. So Lara could safely say that her work was spectacular when it came to taking care of her patient. She was trusted implicitly to take care of Peggy Stevens. Which is why, the agents working in the building did not do more than a cursory check on her, when she entered the safe house to check on Peggy Stevens. Everyone knew her here, everyone knew that she was the one making sure Peggy Stevens was healthy. The first thing Lara does after entering the building is go to the kitchen, where the chef had already prepared the nutritional breakfast for Peggy Stevens. She might be the doctor in charge, but it wasn't unknown of her to feed Peggy during any one of the times. It allowed her to talk to her patient, and get a first-hand read on how much she ate. Lara had just a small smile on her face as she entered the room that Peggy Stevens was kept in, after entering a 16-bit passcode. Surprisingly to her, however, Peggy Stevens was not alone even at 10 in the morning. Lara looks at the man who was sitting at Peggy's bedside, and says, "Mrs. Stevens. You have a visitor." Peggy turns towards her, with the man having already stood up when the door opened, and says, "Lara. Come. You've heard of Steve, I assume." "Steve, this is my doctor. Lara Hutchins." Peggy's voice was soft, a bit raspy, thanks to the old age, and the man turned towards her with a concerned frown. Lara nods at the man, and says, "Of course, who hasn't? Captain Rogers, it is so nice to meet you. But if you don't mind, I've brought Mrs. Stevens's breakfast." Steve Rogers, Captain America, just nods at her, and moves away. Lara takes a moment to first note down the readings for the hour, and then breaks the seal on the soup bowl. And then, in front of Steve Rogers and in full view of the camera, Lara feeds the first spoonful to the smiling Peggy Stevens. The seal was only to be broken in front of Peggy Stevens, in full view of the camera. It was to prevent, or catch, any more assassination attempts on her life. Starting from the kitchens, to the bed that Peggy slept on, everything was under constant surveillance, and even the places the food came from were kept an eye on, to prevent anyone poisoning Peggy. All in all, everything about, around, and even inside the safe house, made assassinating Peggy Stevens almost impossible. Almost. It was not a wonder, though, that Laura Hutchins had been working on this particular assassination assignment for close to 12 years. Laura Hutchins, Black Widow, and an infiltration agent that had managed to infiltrate the biggest spy organization in the world. S.H.I.E.L.D. For 12 years she had waited, biding her time, and remained loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. For 12 years she had worked her way up as a doctor, with her employers making sure she became the doctor in charge of Peggy Stevens' health. And then, she waited. She waited for the order to assassinate Peggy Stevens. An order which she had known would come for a decade, and which had finally come. Steve Rogers' presence was not an issue, since the thallium-based poison that Peggy Stevens had just consumed with the first sip was a very slow-acting one. It would take days for the poison to take effect, and when it does, there will be just one symptom. Death. Laura Hutchins keeps her face neutral, a smile on her face, as she keeps talking with Steve and Peggy, making sure to not give a single sign that she had already succeeded where many had failed. That Peggy Stevens was already dead. She just didn't know it yet. As Laura picks up the spoon to feed her the soup once more, Peggy stops her, and with trembling hands, asks for the napkin. Laura obediently hands her the napkin, and watches as Peggy wipe her own mouth, and then drinks the water. So, Laura, Peggy says, after drinking the water, as Laura picks another handful of soup. At Lara's questioning look, Peggy smiles at her, and asks, "Who hired you to poison me?" Laura stops, the words of the old woman shocking her to the core, and with a confused frown on her face, she asks, "What do you mean, Mrs. Stevens? How did she know? The poison is tasteless, odorless, and there should be no signs of her being poisoned at all." Laura thinks to herself. She could feel the atmosphere in the room change, making her realize that maybe she should have aborted today's mission. But how was she to know that Steve Rogers was visiting his old lover today? Feeling movement, Laura twirls around Steve Rogers' extended hand, and kicks the back of his knee. Even as Steve drops down, however, Laura ignores him and starts running towards the door. She knew that she wouldn't be able to defeat Steve Rogers, not without her weapons at least. But before she even reaches the door, something hits her on her back, hard, and Laura slams into the metallic door. As Laura starts to get up, she sees the approaching figure of Steve Rogers, his iconic shield in his left hand, and before she could even start putting up a defense, Laura finds herself knocked out by a single punch. Steve frowns at the unconscious woman, who was apparently the doctor in charge of Peggy's health, and asks, "How did you know?" He was worried. He did not feel anything wrong, he did not sense anything untoward coming from this woman who apparently poisoned Peggy. Or tried to. Peggy softly snorts, and says, "You can thank Mason for that. 20 years I haven't seen him, and still, his gift comes to use even now." His gift? Steve asks, turning around as he brings his phone out to call S.H.I.E.L.D., wondering if Mason knew this would happen someday. An assassination attempt on Peggy. Peggy brings her wrinkled hands to her neck, and brings out a gold necklace, 2 rings hanging off of it. She caresses the rings, and says, After Howard was gone, Mason gave this to me, with Robert's agreement of course. One is supposed to protect me from any poison, while warning me of it, and the other will take me to Mason if my life is in danger." Steve sighs, thankful for his friend's thoughtfulness. Even if it did worry him a bit. Why would Howard's death prompt Mason to do this? Did Mason think anything was suspicious about Howard's death? Steve thinks for himself. Shaking his head, he says, "Fury's sending a team to capture her. I'm guessing you'll be moved from here." Peggy nods at him, and sighing, she says, "Not that it will be of much use. I have no doubt that this woman is a Black Widow, and so, no answers will be forthcoming. She might not even know who hired her." Steve frowns, and says, "Let's hope Natasha can make this one talk." It takes a few minutes for S.H.I.E.L.D. to get the agents to the room, and take the unconscious woman to the Triskelion. Steve spends another hour or so with Peggy, listening to her talk about her children, one of whom she had named James Carter. After which he returns to his room. The matter was not over, he knew. Someone tried to have Peggy killed, and it was a mission a long time in the run. Someone spent more than a decade making sure an infiltration agent was perceived as completely loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. And Mason knew that something like this would happen. Why? Why did Mason not trust S.H.I.E.L.D. like this? Why didn't Peggy seem worried that this could happen again? Why did Peggy sound resigned to her fate? Steve didn't know, but he does know that things weren't as simple as he'd originally believed. When Steve is later told that the Black Widow, Laura Hutchins, poisoned herself with a suicide pill hidden inside her tongue, Steve knew one thing and one thing only. "I need to talk to Mason." Tony Stark sat inside his lab, underneath Stark Tower. He stared at the 4 suits of armor standing upright in front of him with something akin to a frown. Mark XL to Slane were the only ones he had brought here to Stark Tower. The rest. were once again in Malibu, hidden inside the basement of the rubble that used to be his house. After killing Aldrich Killian, he had debated destroying every one of these suits, but ultimately, he couldn't do it. Not when he knew a threat like Hydra still existed. And so, he had simply rebranded them into the Iron Legion. Alas, that proved to be a deal-breaker for his girlfriend, and the CEO of Stark Industries, Pepper Potts. They were now, as Ross Geller loved to say, on a break. Pepper needed time to think over if she could live with the Iron Man and the Iron Legion still existing, and Tony. He had a lot of things on his mind. Penny, for your thoughts. The sudden voice makes Tony jump, and answering his mental call, the 4 Iron Man suits point their armed weapons at the intruder inside his most private lab. Tony scowls when he sees the intruder to be none other than someone he's been waiting for the last half-year, and asks, "How did you get here?" "Screw that. Where the fuck have you been?" He doesn't, however, make the Iron Man suits drop their weapons. Mason Aves, Captain Avalon, a wizard mutant, stares at the Iron Man suits that had him at gunpoint, and says, "Not on this planet. I just came to Earth an hour ago, and came here as soon as Emma told me about your call. She said you sounded desperate. So here I am." Tony blinks, and opens his mouth. Closing it with a snap, he raises his finger, and says, "First, I didn't sound desperate. And second, what do you mean you weren't on this planet?" Mason shrugs, and says, "Exactly that. I was not on this planet." Tony is once again forced to mimic a goldfish, as he keeps opening his mouth and closing it with a snap. Finally, shaking his head, he says, "I'll get to that later. First, tell me something. Are you Hydra?" Mason raises an eyebrow, and looks at Tony like he's an idiot. He asks, ignoring the fact that one statement hurt more than any punch ever did me, "Why the fuck would you ask that? Did you seriously think that someone who's actually an Hydra agent would say yes?" "Okay, now that he said it like that." Tony shrugs, and says, "Look, I'm not a suspicious guy, but things don't add up for me, okay? I dig into Hydra, I tell Emma Frost that I need you, and not only do you not show up, but I find myself under attack by a terrorist organization? Tell me that's not suspicious." Mason looks at Tony, confused, and asks, "Didn't you literally invite said terrorists to your home?" "I did my homework before coming here, you know." Tony waves his hand, dismissing the accusations, and says, "I've invited multiple terrorists to my home, and threatened even more. But none of them managed to land a blow on me as large as AIM did. So they definitely had help. And the worst part was, the help came from inside America. From S.H.I.E.L.D., from Hydra." Tony didn't know what to do, he didn't know who to trust anymore. And even Mason Aves, someone famous for having fought Hydra in the past, wasn't someone he trusted implicitly. 70 years is a long time, and as they day, time changes people. Mason takes a deep breath, and letting it out, he says, "No. I'm not Hydra. And neither is Emma, or anyone high enough in Mist to be of any threat to you. And no, I'm not saying this just because you have your Iron Men pointing their weapons at me. They won't be able to harm me at all." Tony stares at the man, and after a minute or so, brings the weapons down. Reluctantly, he says, "I don't have a choice here but to trust you. The enemy's already tried to have me killed once, I can't take the risk." With a pause, he frowns, and says, "And don't say Iron Men. That sounds very lewd, for some reason." "Okay, Tony. Sit down, take a deep breath and start from the beginning. Why did you need my help? And what made you look up Hydra?" Mason says, and Tony finds himself nodding as they sit down. After a silence that stretches for barely a few seconds, Tony says, "Hydra's still alive. I'm sure you already know." Mason just nods, as he leans back in his chair. Tony narrows his eyes at that, and asks, "And why haven't you done anything about them?" It had bothered Tony a lot. There was no way someone like Mason, someone with magic and telepathy, wouldn't know that Hydra was inside S.H.I.E.L.D. No way at all. Why then did he not do anything? Why did he not say anything? Mason sighs, as he looks away from Tony, and says, "I wasn't in the right state of mind, these last few decades. I'm sure you know my wife's been missing. Only now that she's back, do I realize that my priorities were really screwed. I'm sorry to say, but there could have been a worldwide plague that killed billions 20 years ago and I wouldn't have cared at all. The world could have ended and I wouldn't have cared, since at that time, and until I saw Steve that day, my priority was looking for my wife." Tony didn't know what to say to that. He knew he couldn't blame Mason completely, not really. Tony himself had done a lot of stuff when emotionally unstable, sanctioning America's war on terror, or oil, more like, was just one of them. The words finally register, and blinking in surprise, Tony asks, "You got your wife back?" Mason grins, and nodding, he says, Yup. I finally found her like, 8 months ago. Right after the battle, to be honest. I'll introduce her to the team later. I've been busy getting reacquainted with her since then. Team. Oh yeah, team. Tony grins back, and says, reacquainted, eh? Good for you, man. So, you're going to fight against Hydra then? And I assume the Avengers will be the face of this battle. Mason nods, losing the grin, and says, Hydra is my demon to battle. But I also know that you, Steve, and the rest of the team, wouldn't hesitate to join me in my fight. So yes. The Avengers will be fighting Hydra. And this time, Hydra won't be surviving. Tony nods, and says, right. Speaking of the Avengers. Are we sure the Spy Twins aren't Hydra? And what about Fury? That's why I contacted Frost for, actually. I need your telepathic help to find out who's Hydra and who's not. Mason smiles at him, and asks, you're actually prepared, aren't you? You're ready to fight a war? Because make no mistake, Tony, this will be a war. And no, Romanoff and Barton aren't Hydra. Neither is Fury, Coulson, Hill, or anyone on the Avengers. Tony did know that actually, that this was going to be a war. His hacking had netted him absolutely nothing. Not a single trace of Hydra, not a single trace of any crimes they may have committed while hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D. This just means they're more dangerous than he believed. Tony shrugs, not showing the worries he has, and says, they've stayed hidden long enough, who knows what power and influence they've already gathered in their hands. I just don't want to be mistrustful of my own government. Pausing, he adds, not more than usual in any way. You know what, Stearns? That senator has got to be Hydra. He just smells it. Mason shakes his head, a smile on his face, and says, I have no idea who that is. Tony snorts, and says, real shady guy. Tried to force me to hand my Iron Man to the army. He was far too interested in my suit to be anything but Hydra. Or maybe he was just an asshole who didn't trust you. Mason points out. Tony shrugs, not arguing it, and turns his back on Mason to continue working on upgrading the next armor. It is entirely possible, but until proven otherwise, every government asshole is in suspicion of being Hydra. How did you find out about them anyway? About Hydra? Mason asks, as Tony keeps designing the XLV. Without turning around, Tony says, our mutant friends. One of the X-Men X-Women, in the Avengers is a telepath like you. She told me that Secretary Pierce is Hydra, and that Hydra has infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. very much. And what else did you find? Mason asks from behind him, sounding curious. Tony answers, I've tried digging through S.H.I.E.L.D., NASA, CIA, FBI, NSA, IRS, and even TSA, but nothing. No hints of Hydra at all. Mason snorts, and says, it was expected. Hydra has been a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. since Operation Paperclip. They know S.H.I.E.L.D. as much as S.H.I.E.L.D. does. Maybe more. If I didn't have my telepathy, I doubt even I would have found out about them. Tony looks up, a frown on his face, and asks, really? That long? So the organization was never dead? Mason shakes his head, and says, nope. Just hidden. Hey. Tony says. After a short pause, he turns back to his workstation, and asks, when did you find out about them then? For a few seconds, Mason stays silent, and then he says, December 1991. A few days after Hydra orchestrated your parents' death. Crack. Tony's fist slams into the monitor, and Tony stares at Mason, his eyes stony, filled with anger. His other hand was clutching the table hard, causing his fingers to start bleeding. The Iron Legion, or just the 4 armors still in the room, all activate once again, reacting to Tony's intentions, and point their weapons at Mason. Mason himself, meanwhile, looks at Tony with a sad look on his face, but he does not look worried about the weapons at all. What did you just say? Tony grits out, ignoring his bleeding right fist, as he takes it out of the broken monitor. Mason sighs, and says, Hydra orchestrated your parents' death. It wasn't an accident, Tony. No. 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 It was an accident. I've read the autopsy multiple times. Dad was drunk as he usually is, and he slammed into the tree. He got cut by the glass, and bashed his head on the steering wheel. And Mom hit her head on the side door and broke her neck. Tony angrily yells, as he starts pacing around the room. Mason watches him calmly, and says, the autopsy report was faked by Hydra, Tony. Tony still doesn't believe him. It can't be possible. It can't be that Hydra was responsible for his mother's death. For his father's death. For 21 years, Tony had blamed his dad's drunken behavior for the accident, and now he finds out that his dad wasn't a drunk driver, but that he was killed? Murdered by Hydra? And Mason knew? Knew and he didn't tell him before? Why should I not kill you? You knew it. You knew it and you didn't tell anyone. You didn't do anything. Tony yells, as he gets into Mason's face and holds him by the neck. Mason just keeps staring at Tony with those sad eyes, and says, I know it isn't a good excuse, Tony, but I told you. I wasn't stable enough mentally speaking to do anything. I absolutely did not care for anyone other than Selene at that point. And I have only myself to blame for that. Tony scoffs, and turns around. He says, get out. Get out. You might not have killed my mom and dad, but know this, Aves. I blame you for their deaths. Mason sighs, as he gets up, and whispers, me too, kid. Me too. Shaking his head, he says, I'll return in a few days, when you're calmer. And then I'll tell you exactly who ordered their deaths, and why. Until then, I hope you try to think from my point of view. And then, Mason disappears from the room, as silently as he'd appeared, leaving Tony to think for himself. He knew Mason wasn't to blame for the deaths itself. But after the deaths, Mason should have done something. He should have brought their killers to justice, or at least made it known that they didn't die in a drunk driving accident. Hydra. Tony knew this much now though. Hydra is far more ingrained than even he originally believed, and this means that want it or not, he is going to need the help of Mason Aves to fight against them. And fight them he will. For his mother. A/N, yes, Mason lies a lot. He has secrets, namely his time traveling and his reincarnation. And to protect those secrets he will lie to anyone and everyone. Even Selene doesn't know about the reincarnation. Chapter 123, The Winter Soldier. A/N, reminder that I've stopped writing new chapters, and will only upload the old ones. The story is officially dropped. Read on. Tony Stark had done a lot of thinking these last 2 days. After the latest revelations, he had nothing else to do. Or more accurately, he couldn't do anything else. He couldn't focus on anything else. His parents didn't die in an accident, they were murdered. By Hydra, no less, which had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony knew however, that if he was in Mason's place, if his loved one had disappeared for years, with no clue as to where they are, he would have been the same. If Pepper or Rhodey or Happy had disappeared, and no matter how hard he looked, no matter what he did, he couldn't find them, he would have ignored everything else as inconsequential too. So he did understand where Mason Aves was coming from. Even still, Howard Stark was Mason's friend, one of the very few people who still knew he was alive when the entire world thought him dead. Sir. The voice of his faithful AI companion, Jarvis, calls out. There's something I think you should see. Tony blinks, and shaking his head, he says, hit me. At once, the screen on Tony's table transforms, and shows a newspaper clipping. Apparently, some highly armed people dressed as cops had attacked a highly protected SUV, in the middle of the day. The NYPD cops say it wasn't them, the government leaders are saying the investigations are going on, and the FBI is on the task. No one knows who was inside the car, and if they're even alive. What am I looking at, Jarvis? Tony asks, frowning. While worrying, this terrorist attack on some government official was not that important. The car belongs to Col Nick Fury, sir. Jarvis says, making Tony pause in shock. He was just declared dead at 5 a.m. today, with a gunshot wound to the chest. Jesus. Tony whispers, as he looks at the autopsy report Jarvis had pulled from the FBI's database. How the fuck did it happen? And who? A few more strokes of keys gives him the answer of exactly how it happened. Fury survived the assassination attempt in the streets, and escaped to Steve Rogers' house, where he was shot by an assassin. The assassin escaped, and Nick Fury died during surgery. Jarvis takes a short pause, before saying, I can only speculate, sir, that if Hydra is a part of S.H.I.E.L.D., then they are responsible for this. Killing Nick Fury could be their first step towards taking over S.H.I.E.L.D. completely. Tony rubs his head, a headache slowly creeping in, and says, We need to get the team together. If they're daring enough to attack Nick Fury in broad daylight, then who knows what they'll do to the Avengers. Pepper. Picking his phone, Tony calls a number, and as soon as the person picks it up, he says, Platypus. No time, I need you to get to Stark Tower ASAP. Bring the suit. Before the other person could even say anything, Tony shuts the phone off, and calls Pepper. Tony. Pepper answers, a bit hesitant. Tony bites his lips, and says, Listen, Pep. Something's happened. Something big, I can't tell you what. But I want you to stay in your office, and keep Happy close. Tony? What's wrong? You're scaring me. Pepper says softly, her nervousness showing in her voice. Tony shakes his head, and says, There's a threat coming, Pep. That's all I can say for now. Just Stay safe, and keep happy with you. And when Rhodey gets here, ask him to do the same. We're taking care of it. I assume you've heard about Fury then. A voice suddenly says from behind him. Arg! Tony yells, jumping up with an arm extended. Seeing only Mason Aves standing there, Tony says, Jesus Christ, Aves. Are you trying to kill me? Tony. What's wrong? Pepper repeatedly calls out from the phone. Putting his hand on his chest, Tony forces his heart to calm down, and says, just Mason Aves. Our wizard has no regard for privacy, or doors. He just came in, and startled me. Shaking his head, he stresses the point, and says, listen, stay safe Pep. I'll call you later. Tony closes his eyes, and counts to 10, his speeding heart slowly calming down. First he got the news that Fury was dead, and that Rogers was involved somehow. Pepper might be in danger of being taken hostage, again, and Mason just startles him. You okay? Mason asks, thankfully staying away. Tony raises his hand, one finger extended, and snarls, no. I am not fucking okay. Taking a few deep breaths, he continues, I won't be trusting you anymore. Not that I did so before completely, since we've met just once, but no. You've lost your trust privileges. A bond forged through fighting together and all that crap, you broke it because of your one hidden truth. Mason nods, not arguing at all, and sighing, he says, yeah, I'm trying to fix that. 30 years worth of hidden facts, and I'm just now beginning to try and fix them. I understand, Tony. I do. What? There's more you've hid? Tony sarcastically asks, after scoffing. Mason nods, which does make Tony pause, and says, yes. Some things that Steve needs to know, that I'll tell him when we meet. Tony stares at him, and says, you're a bastard, you know that. Mason smiles, and says, yeah, I know. I'm not as nice, as selfless, as the UK government tried to portray me as, am I? I mean, I knew that, but I suppose you've just now learned about it. Tony scoffs, and says, yeah. For a few seconds, no one says anything, and Tony begins to wonder if they're really doing this. Waging a war on Hydra. On S.H.I.E.L.D. Shaking his head, he says, tell me about them. About my parents. What do you know about their deaths? Mason sighs, and sits down on a chair. Closing his eyes, maybe to remember, Mason says, your dad. He was working on something for S.H.I.E.L.D. The super soldier serum. And around November 1991, he finished it. Really? My dad, the mechanical engineer, recreated the super soldier serum that the top biochemists could not, and still cannot. Tony asks, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Not too much of a surprise though. Tony knew he could do it, crack the serum he means, just like he did Extremis and the antidote to the Extremis. But it was a hell of a feat for Howard to have done it in 1991, when the technology wasn't as advanced as it is today. But to be fair, he was there when the serum was first made in 1940. Mason smiles, and says, yup. He did it. Shaking his head he continues, S.H.I.E.L.D. asked him to bring the serum to the Pentagon for a presentation, or a test or something, and since they didn't want to bring attention to it, they didn't provide a guard. Alexander Pierce was the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. then, and he contacted the Russian branch of Hydra. The Russians sent their best assassin after them. He crashed their car, killed your dad first by punching him repeatedly at the same exact spot, and then he strangled your mom. The assassin stole the serum for Hydra, and Pierce covered it all up. Mason sighs, and says, when Peggy called me to tell me about this incident, I was fresh into depression, just beginning to look for Selene since the last 6 years. I went to her, and learned that she bad carried a separate autopsy before your parents could be buried, and learned about the assassination and the subsequent cover-up. The assassin was long gone, and the camera feed was stolen. It took me a few days to find out who ordered it, track down the people, and I just handed it all off to Emma and Peggy, and went back to looking for Selene. So he gathered information and then left once again. Tony angrily notices, but doesn't voice it out. Peggy. Her investigations got her the bad kind of attention. Hydra came after her, and the miss hid her and her family away for a few years after the first assassination attempt. When Fury took over in 1995, Peggy contacted him and they set up another safe house for her. Emma. She just kept a list of those involved, kept an eye on them all, and made sure they didn't cause any more harm. Emma still keeps an eye on Hydra, running counterintelligence from the background. She couldn't just act openly against Hydra, you know. She still can't. S.H.I.E.L.D. is still an international peacekeeping organization. But she's at least made sure the UK had minimal interference from Hydra. Can't say the same for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the USA. Tony listened to the tale, making a list of people that he needed to kill. Alexander Pierce was at the top of it right now. Who? Who was the Russian who ordered it? And who was the assassin? Tony asks, clenching his fists in anger. While still furious at Mason, he understands where Mason's coming from. Understands the dilemma of having his wife stay missing. Mason gives him a look, as if knowing exactly what's his aim in asking for that list, and says, the people involved are all far too important for you to go after them. One of them's a general in the Russian army, one's missing in action, and Pierce is the bloody secretary of S.H.I.E.L.D. As for the assassin. Before Mason can finish, there's a bright flash of light in the room. When the light disappears, they're no longer alone, as right next to Mason, now stood a hospital bed. An old woman laid on the bed, looking around with wide eyes, a strange fearful look on her face. Mason! She whispers, her voice rasping. Mason immediately approaches her and places his hand, which begins glowing green, on her forehead. Take a few breaths, Peggy. And then speak. Peggy? Peggy Carter. Tony interjects, taking a few steps towards them. Is she a wizard too? No. Mason mumbles, focused on using his magic on Peggy. Peggy's very much extraordinary, but a normal human being. I just gave her something to bring her to me if her life is threatened. Peggy looks at him, slowly calming down, and says, You're Tony. Howard's son. Steve told me about you. He praises you. Shaking her head, she turns towards Mason, who was frowning at her, and says, Mason. He came after me. I saw him, Mason. He tried to kill me. Who? Tony asks, unable to hold himself back. His emotions were already unstable, and it was only because Mason had already shocked him with his teleportation that he didn't get startled with Peggy's sudden appearance. But someone from Hydra came after the last living founder of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Peggy looks at him again, and whispers, the Winter Soldier. Hydra's greatest asset. A beat skips in his heart when he hears it, and slowly, Tony turns towards Mason. Mason looks at him, his eyes suddenly even more furious, as Tony asks, that him? Mason just nods, but that's enough for Tony. Another person on his list. Whoever this Winter Soldier is. But that's not all, Mason. I recognized him. Peggy says, looking at Mason once again. Tony watches Mason tense, as his own head snaps up to look at her. The green glow on his hand receding, he asks, what do you mean you recognize him? Peggy gulps, and as her eyes become tearful, she says, he came to my room, to shoot me. He didn't wear a mask, or anything to hide his identity. He pulled the trigger, and I came here. Thank you for that. But Mason. It was Bucky. It was Bucky. Bucky is the Winter Soldier. Mason freezes, his fists clenched together, and Tony suddenly feels fear. Fear for his life, fear for Peggy Carter's life. Everything around Mason starts shaking, even Peggy's bed, as anger literally leaks out of Mason's form. Hydra. Mason hisses out as everything stops shaking. Mason takes a few deep breaths, and with a simple wave of his hand, breaks the laws of physics to carve a hole in space. Tony blinks, watching an actual, real-life, stable wormhole at work, as the view on the other side becomes clear. There's a woman there, beautiful beyond reason, who immediately steps through the portal and approaches Peggy's bed. Selene. Mason says, greeting the woman with a kiss on her cheeks, and Tony realizes that this smoking woman is probably his wife. Keep Peggy at Sanctuary, will you? Hydra. They tried to kill her. Selene looks at him, concerned, and says, be careful. Just because they're mortals, you shouldn't underestimate them and go running after them. Mortals. Tony says, knowing that he should be offended. But his mind was still far too busy being angry at everything else. What will you do, Mason? Peggy asks, as Selene waves her hand to make the bed float. Tony blinks again, shocked to see so many laws be broken in such a short amount of time. Mason smiles at her, and says, don't worry about it, Pegs. You just focus on your health. I'll bring your husband to you later. And then, Selene disappears through the portal, taking Peggy with her. Tony looks at Mason, trying to remember who Bucky could be, and only one name comes to his mind. Bucky Barnes. Tony mumbles, adding the name to the title of Winter Soldier. No. Mason says in a warning tone. You will not be killing Bucky. Tony glares at Mason, and says, you don't have a say in this, Aves. When I get my hands on him, I will kill him. I don't care that he's your old friend, Aves. He killed my mom. Tony, I saw Peggy's memories of her latest assassination attempt. Yes, it was Bucky in the flesh, but it wasn't him in the mind. There was no recognition for Peggy, no sadness at wanting to kill his old friend, no anger for some perceived reason for killing her, nothing. There was no emotion at all on his face. Mason calmly says, but Tony could tell that Mason was still warning him not to go after Bucky. Tony snorts, and shouts, and what the fuck does that matter? He still killed my mom. He still killed my dad. Because he might not be in his right mind, you twat. Mason yells, getting angry at Tony in return. As Tony stays silent, Mason takes a breath, and says, look, I get it. Okay, I get it. When I found out who caused my mum's death, I cursed him to live the last years of his life in complete, incurable pain, until he eventually died of said curse. But first I made sure that it was him. Made sure that he was actually the one responsible for it. Allow me the opportunity to find out why Bucky killed your parents, allow me to find out if Hydra has him under mind control or something, if he's actually the one responsible, and if not, have at it. Mason then steps in Tony's space, glaring down at him, and whispers, but if Bucky's not in his right mind, if he's under Hydra's control, then you will let it go, and go after those actually responsible instead. Understood. Tony glares back at Mason, not giving in, although he could admit that he was afraid right now. But still, he was more angry than afraid. Tony scoffs, and says, we will deal with Hydra, get Barnes, and then you will give me hard proof that Barnes was not himself when he killed my parents. Mason nods, and then, he disappears. Tony sighs, drops down in his chair, and says, what the fuck, Dad? Why'd your old Kia friend join fucking Hydra? Things just don't make sense anymore. A few hours later, Tony is looking through the cameras, running facial recognition for Bucky Barnes. He had met with Rhodey, Pepper, and Happy, and told them about Hydra, so they could be ready. Rhodey would still stay with Pepper, the suit at the ready, just in case Hydra tries something against Pepper. As the software keeps working without any use, Jarvis interrupts him with the news that Steve Rogers and Natasha Romanoff had been declared traitors. The reason? They were apparently complicit in the murder of Nick Fury. Tony immediately brings up pictures of his fellow Avengers, and starts looking for them too. It seems Cap has learned, or will soon learn, about Hydra, Jarvis. Tony muses to himself, as the software keeps running. Let's just hope he finds them before Hydra does. Steve could clearly remember when things began going wrong. Or more accurately, he could clearly remember when he finally realized that things had been going wrong for a while now. Just a couple weeks ago, when a Black Widow assassin was caught by him trying to assassinate Peggy Carter Peggy Stevens, he reminded himself. She was happily married, with multiple children, grandchildren, and even a couple great-grandchildren to her name. It really should have been clear to him that S.H.I.E.L.D. was not all it had advertised itself to be, when the WSC sent a nuclear bomb at New York to deal with the aliens, sacrificing not just the Avengers, but also millions of innocent civilians. But never in those moments of conflict did he even think that S.H.I.E.L.D. was compromised. That it had been infiltrated, and taken over by an organization. And not just any organization, but one he had fought hard to defeat during the Second World War. Hydra. And now, here he was, sitting beside Sam Wilson as he drove the car, with Natasha Romanoff and Agent Jasper Sitwell, an agent of Hydra, sitting in the back, as they went in the direction of the Triskelion. Sitwell wouldn't try anything, Steve knew. Not when both Captain America and Black Widow were sitting right there. But he didn't need to do anything right now, not when something like this Zola's algorithm exists in conjunction with Project Insight. Anyone that might threaten Hydra's goals would be killed if Insight succeeds, a few million at a time if Sitwell was to be believed. Which meant it was just that important to stop Project Insight from launching. But there was something else on Steve's mind. Something that he had been thinking about since he had learned about Hydra at Camp Lehigh. Who can we trust? He asks loudly, not even realizing that he had spoken the words out loud. If Hydra had been a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. since its very beginning, who can they trust to be on their side? Were any of the Avengers a part of Hydra? Was Mason? What about the X-Men? As much as he wanted to believe in Mason's innocence in this matter, even Steve knew that a lot of Mason's actions were suspect. Mason wasn't the same man he remembers fighting alongside. It could be that Hydra got to Mason after the war, manipulated him through some means or another. Steve couldn't discard the possibility. And even if Mason wasn't Hydra, it was highly unlikely that he didn't know about Hydra's existence. He was just too smart to not see it in these last 70 years. I trust Clint with my life. He is not a part of Hydra. Natasha answers from the back, immediately realizing exactly what he means. Steve trusted Natasha. Sure, he knew that she had done a lot of harm in the past, but as of now, as of the future, she was on his side. She was against Hydra. So when she says she trusted Clint, Steve doesn't see any other choice but to accept it. He hums, and says, I don't see Tony being a part of Hydra. Or Bruce. Tony and Bruce are too smart for their own good, and far too selfless to be Hydra agents. Tony would have taken the nuke through the portal in New York if Mason wasn't there. As for Bruce, Hydra's methods are not something Bruce will agree with, ever. Not even Hulk would agree to work for Hydra. For a few seconds there's silence, but then Natasha says, I don't think Aves is Hydra either. It makes Steve's heart skip a bit, wondering if she could read him that well. Sitwell scoffs, and says, of course he isn't. If Hydra had him, do you really think we wouldn't have ruled the world already? For some reason, that makes sense to Steve. Mason's already shown that he is far stronger than he had originally shown himself to be, during the war. And there were very high odds that he was hiding even more power. For what, he didn't know. But at least they can be sure that Mason was not Hydra. Thank God for her small mercies. Natasha mutters to herself, but Steve hears the same. Should we contact them? Aves and Tony at least? Hydra's their fight too. Least of all when Zola had revealed that thing to them. That Howard and Maria Stark were assassinated. From beside him, Sam shakes his head and says, we might need their help, but how would we even do that? S.H.I.E.L.D. would no doubt be monitoring all methods of communication. Steve frowns, and says, let's just hope that Tony's kept up with poking his nose where it doesn't belong and sees what's happening at S.H.I.E.L.D. He's our best bet at getting more help right now. Sitwell leans forward, making Steve tense, and says, Hydra doesn't like leaks. Then why don't you try sticking a cork in it? Sam answers in an annoyed tone, barely even glancing at the man. Chuckling nervously, Sitwell says, if Stark so much as sniffs anything that even hints at Hydra's existence, he will find himself relieved of living privileges faster than he can put on the armor. Who do you think sent AIM after him? Before Steve can ask him to elaborate, Natasha says, don't. Even without turning around, he knows that was for him. Insight's launching in 16 hours, we're already cutting it a bit close. Steve looks at Natasha and says, I know. We'll use him to bypass the DNA scans and access the helicarriers directly. A couple years ago, he would have accused anyone who used such words of witchcraft. What? Sitwell exclaims. Are you crazy? That is a terrible idea. Suddenly, something lands on top of their car, and the next thing Steve knows, a metallic hand slams through the window, and pulls Sitwell out. Steve sees the hand throw Agent Sitwell into the ongoing traffic only to be crushed by a truck, and the next events happen too fast for him to stop to think. Sam slams the brakes as Natasha saves him from being shot in the head, and their assailant is thrown off the car. A wide-eyed Steve looks at the man, the same one that had killed Fury, skid to a stop using those metallic fingers of his to dig into the road. Boom! A car slams into their backs, as the gun drops from Natasha's hands. Steve notices that the wheel of their car has become unstable, and that the car was going to flip soon. Picking his shield, Steve latches onto Natasha, pulls Sam towards them, and then slams his head on the door, breaking it off right before the car goes completely out of control. Sam is the first to get loose, as he rolls to a stop some distance away from them, and Steve and Natasha follow soon after. Steve looks towards the assailants, multiple gun-wielding enemies no doubt from Hydra, only to widen his eyes in shock. As Natasha runs to the side, Steve lifts his shield to block the grenade shot by Fury's killer. The bomb explodes right as it hits the shield, and while the vibranium blocks much of the force behind it while also protecting him from the shrapnel, he hadn't gotten enough time to properly anchor himself to the ground. And so, before he can even curse himself, Steve gets thrown off the bridge, and through a bus window, unwittingly causing the bus to crash, and within seconds, unconsciousness claims him. It didn't take him long to wake up, and start running from the machine gun-wielding Hydra agents, the Winter Soldier nowhere to be seen. Steve killed most of the Hydra soldiers by ricocheting bullets off of his shield, before Sam had joined in, asking him to go after Natasha, who he had found out was being pursued by the Winter Soldier. And now, Steve runs towards the Winter Soldier, whom he had just seen shoot Natasha in the shoulder. His run isn't the least bit silent, but it does the job of distracting the assassin from Natasha. As the Winter Soldier punches his metal arm towards him, Steve blocks it with his shield, causing a loud gong to sound. Steve winces as his legs get pushed down from the force. He's fast, and he's strong, he realizes. But is it him, or that metal arm of his? Suddenly, the shield is slapped aside by the same hand that punched before, and a harsh kick lands on Steve's chest, throwing him flying back onto the road. Definitely him. Steve mused, wincing, as he placed the shield between himself and the soldier, saving him from being ridden by holes by the assault of bullets that fired at him. Steve runs forward when the bullet fire stops, and ducks behind a car when it begins again. Seeing the soldier start reloading, Steve jumps over the car he was hiding behind, and lands a kick straight on the arm holding the gun, making him drop it. The soldier is ready, however, and he pulls another handgun out. Steve maneuvers the shield to block every bullet shot at him, and forces the Winter Soldier into an unarmed fight. The Winter Soldier is strong, maybe even as strong as him, and that makes him dangerous. But the guns make him even more dangerous, and so, the first goal was disarming him. But as Steve fights the man one-on-one, and finds himself disarmed of his own shield, he realizes that even disarmed, this man was something else. He was definitely a super soldier, like him. Steve ducks to the side, dodging the shield thrown by the soldier, and runs forward, engaging in a hand-to-hand combat once more. But while the soldier has a knife, as well as his metal arm, Steve has just his body, and clothes not designed for fighting in them. He still ducks, blocks, and weaves through the man's hits, punching and kicking back whenever he can, but Steve could tell that unless something good happens, he was losing this fight. Their fight takes them close to the shield, which had remained stuck to the side of a van, and after kicking the soldier down, Steve pulls the shield out. Now once again armed, Steve takes the fight to the next level, and starts attacking the metallic arm. It was good, durable, strong, but it held nothing on vibranium. And so, as Steve lands another hit on the joints of the metal arm, Steve feels the soldier get shocked into pausing when the metal bends. Taking advantage, Steve holds the man by the neck, the face mask getting in the way, and pulls, throwing the man over himself, and on his back. Steve stops, does not take advantage of the pause in the fight. Something's wrong, he knows. Something tells him to not kill the Winter Soldier right now. As the soldier turns towards him, Steve stops breathing, understanding exactly why his instincts told him not to kill the man. He couldn't believe it, didn't want to believe it. Here was the man, one believed to have died a month before he himself had dropped the plane. His oldest friend, his best friend, and someone he loved more than he loved anyone else in the world. Maybe even more than Peggy. Bucky. He softly calls out when his body remembers how to breathe. Who the hell is Bucky? The soldier no, Bucky asks, as he lifts his hand. It held a gun now, one that Steve had unwittingly thrown the man towards. Steve lifts the shield once again, but then there's the sound of wings, and a flying Sam drops a kick into Bucky, throwing him towards a van. Suddenly, the van Bucky had been thrown next to ripples, and the maroon-colored metal extends out, only to cover Bucky completely. Even before Bucky could try to escape, he is bound completely, leaving only his head free to glare at them. Thunk. With the subtlety of a raging bull, Tony's Iron Man armor drops down next to the barely struggling Bucky, with his arm extended towards the naked head of his old friend, a small missile already armed and ready to fire. Tony. A familiar voice calls out, in a warning tone, making Steve look up. And there, floating right above them with his hands crossed over his chest, was the man whose loyalty Steve had been questioning before. A man who Steve had a lot of questions for. Yeah, Aves. Don't get your panties in a twist. Tony grumbles, and the armor depowers, as Tony's head becomes free. As Steve watches, a bit confused about everything, Tony grins at Steve, and says, Cap. Natalie. What's this about you being declared a fugitive without me? Steve snorts at Tony, and as he starts walking towards Bucky, and by God, he's Bucky. How is he alive? Did Mason know this too? He calls out, Bucky. The man just glares at him, and then looks behind Steve, not saying anything. Mason Aves was now floating down towards them, and Sam was supporting Natasha as they approached too. He does not recognize you. He does not recognize me either. Mason softly says, staring at Bucky with a weird look in his eyes as soon as he lands. Steve could read emotions well enough for him to recognize guilt, and anger. But was it anger at Hydra, at Bucky? And what about the guilt? Did Mason know and not do anything? Or was it just guilt for not knowing that Bucky was Hydra? What do you mean? Sam asks, as Steve couldn't find it in himself to say anything. Steve was thankful for that. Aves is inside his mind. Natasha says, narrowing her eyes at Mason. And that makes things a bit clearer to Steve. Whoever the soldier used to be, it isn't him anymore. Am I right? Mason nods, and without turning around, he says, there's very little of our old friend Bucky in there, Steve. He's just the Winter Soldier right now, the weapon of Hydra. No. Steve couldn't believe it, didn't want to believe it. Bucky, a weapon of Hydra? That's impossible. Great, so I can't even kill my parents' killer now. Tony mumbles, none too softly. Steve snaps his head towards Tony, but before he can say anything, he hears the sounds of sirens and stops. Right. Hydra. Mason finally looks away from Bucky, looks at Steve, and says, it's not safe to be here right now. SHIELD is coming to arrest us, and we don't want that now, do we? Steve could agree to that. He had questions, a lot of them, but they can wait until they're not in danger. Where will we go? And how? Sam asks, still supporting Natasha. Mason looks at them, frowning at Natasha's wound, and says, where? The safest place on Earth. As for how? I am a wizard, you know. Suddenly, the air in front of them lights up with orange sparks, making Natasha, Sam, and Steve jump a bit. The light forms into a ring, and Steve recognizes that the view on the inside of the ring was not the same as that outside it. A portal. Like the one from New York, except stable. The portal moves then, and before they can do anything, it expands and goes over their heads, thereby taking them all through the portal and onto the other side. Steve looks around at the forest he had found himself in, only to stop when a gigantic castle comes into view right behind them. The forest was noisy with a lot of roars, screeches, and even the howl of wind blowing, but Steve had eyes only for the castle, just like he knew everyone else did. Mason starts walking towards the castle, the bound body of Bucky Barnes floating right behind him, and says, "Welcome, friends. To Sanctuary. Come, Seleni's waiting for us." Steve and Natasha share a doubtful look, while Sam just keeps staring at the castle, dumbfounded. Not knowing what else to do, but trusting Mason to not lead them into a trap, Steve takes the first step to follow after him, the rest following right behind. A/N, I was originally going to let Bucky escape, but since Mason and Tony were on task to find Steve, I decided not to do it. Letting Bucky escape is not something that Mason can excuse, and there's no way they wouldn't find Steve before then. Sorry about still keeping the canon plot mostly intact even when the timeline has shifted a bit ahead. The Winter Soldier movie originally happened in 2014, but this time it happened in 2013, a year earlier. Even still, Fury's suspicions still made him dig deeper, and like in the movie, found himself killed. Chapter 124, A Disagreement. A/N, reminder that I've stopped writing new chapters, and will only upload the old ones. The story is officially dropped. Read on. Steve Rogers, Natasha Romanoff, Sam Wilson, Tony Stark with his armor standing off to the side, and I Mason Aves. An odd group, all things considered, but one common goal at this time. The destruction of Hydra. We all sat inside a large hall, with a bed holding the unconscious form of Bucky Barnes, not visibly bound by anything, but bound just the same. Tony had just finished telling Steve about his discovery of Hydra, and what I had revealed to him a couple days ago. That Hydra killed his parents, which Natasha and Steve already seemed to know, that Bucky Barnes was the one who did it, which they did not know, much to Tony's relief. And that Peggy Carter was targeted by Hydra, through Barnes. Again. Which they also didn't know. You knew about Hydra all this time. Steve's hurt voice calls out, once Tony is finished. He had ignored that last bit about Peggy, either willfully, or because he was focused on this one thing. My apparent betrayal. I nod, slowly, and say, yes. I learned about them soon after Howard's death. Natasha, who was cradling her previously injured but now healed shoulder, frowns, and asks, any particular reason they aren't already 6 feet under then? I look at her, feeling just a tad bit upset about my previous self's decisions, and admit, I didn't care about it. Not while my wife was missing anyway. That seems to shock them all into silence, but alas, that was the truth. It is exactly what I was thinking of at that time. Hydra is not my problem, finding Selene is. Didn't care about it. You didn't care about Hydra. Mason, you're the fucking Captain Avalon. We're literally the poster boys for fighting Hydra. Steve yells, standing up and taking a few aggressive steps towards me. Thankfully, Steve's new friend, Sam Wilson, gets in the way and stops him from attacking me. I would have allowed him one hit, and no more. Just to allow him to let his pent-up frustrations out. But I am glad that Wilson interfered. I sigh, and ask, if Bucky or Peggy had both gone missing for 6 years, without you knowing what had happened to them, while having confirmation that they were not dead, would you have been sane? While you wonder if there's something you had done to anger them, to make them stay away from you, would you have cared about anything else but finding them? Yes. Steve answers, lying. I smile, the smile telling him that he cannot hide the lie from me, but without calling him out on it, I say, then you're a far better man than I am, Steve. Steve angrily opens his mouth to yell some more, but is interrupted when Natasha says, Steve. Steve stops, and as he looks at her she says, let him explain first, please. This is not the time to fight amongst ourselves. Glad to see Natasha at least is thinking. Nodding in thanks to Natasha, I say, Tony knows this, but my mental state wasn't good these last 27 years. It began a few months after Selene disappeared, and I only began thinking clearly when I met Steve in Stuttgart that day. Hell, Condra, someone I've known for 1,000 years, had been with me whenever I was on Earth, both of us looking for Selene. But I wasn't close to her. Not close enough for me to keep my sanity. Maybe Darla or Doria would have knocked me back to my senses, but I didn't allow them to know just how bad my situation was. I didn't allow them to see me for what I'd become. But as soon as Steve appeared, my mind defaulted to my WW2 era state. Or well, it began defaulting to that state. Loki's capture. Steve mumbles. I nod, and continue, the face of an old friend, one of my closest friends even, I would say, made me interfere that day. Otherwise, I would not have stepped in to help at all. And I am not being too hard on myself, neither am I being dismissive of the situation, it's just how my mind was back then. I was completely selfish, too focused on finding Selene. That didn't mean I was cruel, of course. When Peggy called me after Howard's death, her own suspicions in hand, I investigated the leaders of S.H.I.E.L.D., and gave Peggy and the Miss everything I found out. Including the names of multiple leaders, the government officials under Hydra's payroll, and some of the victims that lost their life against Hydra. Like Howard and Maria, Dum Dum Dugan, and many more. I look at Steve's grim face, ignore the anger flowing off of Tony, and say, I've said it before, Steve, but I am not a hero. You may have thought my tears were a sign of me agreeing with you, but no. These last 27 years the world could have ended and I wouldn't have cared, because as far as I cared, my only priority was finding Selene. You can't mean that. Steve whispers, staring at me as if I've betrayed him, which I kinda did. I look away, at Bucky, and answer, yes. Yes I do. For a few seconds they stay silent, no one saying anything. And I leave them to their thoughts. I knew exactly what was going through Steve's mind. According to him, I betrayed everything I stood for, by not taking care of Hydra or not even fighting against them these last 27 years. Again, though. I didn't care. I do now, not as much as Steve probably does, but I do. With Selene back in my life, I've been thinking clearly once again. Tony's still angry, at Bucky mostly, but me too. For preventing me from killing him and not satisfying his vengeance. Sam is just upset that one of the heroes he had looked up to was not the man he thought I was. As for Natasha, she's the only one not really upset with me. She is upset, but not as much as the others. Natasha's a spy, an assassin. More than that, however, she has a sister out there somewhere, missing, presumed dead, and she knows that she will do anything to look for her, to save her. So in a way, Natasha understands. What will happen to him? Sam asks, tilting his head to point at Bucky. I sigh, and say, I'll heal him, of course. I'll help him get his identity back. And while I cannot bring his entire arm back, his body will not be able to regrow the arm no matter how much healing magic I provide, or how much org grow he drinks, I will definitely provide an alternative prosthetic. As Sam nods, Tony leans forward and asks, can't you just bibbidi-bobbidi boo his ass and heal him back up? Xavier said something about you snapping Wolverine's mind back together with some green light. I frown, and as I notice the others paying attention, I explain, it's not that simple, Tony. Wolverine is like me, a mutant with a very fast healing factor. The only thing wrong with his mind was an overwrite of his memories thanks to an injury. I just helped realign those memories correctly, thereby giving him access to them again. And it still hurt him like hell. It was only his healing mutation that allowed him to recover within minutes. Bucky not only has been traumatically forced to suppress all of his memories, repeatedly, he's also been conditioned to revert back to the persona of the Winter Soldier whenever some trigger words are uttered. And I have no idea what most of them are, his memories go blank whenever the first three are said. My words seem to make Steve even more upset, and he stands up. This time, he gently pushes Sam away when he tries to stop Steve, and grits out, it's all your fault. You hear me? How? The voice comes from behind Steve, surprising all of them into pulling their weapons out. I don't, since I'd seen her walk in, and I recognized her voice. Selene raises an unimpressed eyebrow when she sees the guns pointed at her, and asks, tell me, Mr. Rogers. How is your friend's condition his fault? Who are you? Natasha asks, keeping the gun pointed at her. Selene barely glances at her, starts walking towards me, and says, drop the guns, children, it won't be of any use in harming me. As for who I am. Standing up, I kiss Selene in greeting, and with a soft smile despite the situation, I say, everyone, this is my wife, Selene Edos. Selene, you already know who all of them are. Slowly, beginning with Sam, they all drop their guns. Well, except for Tony, he had already done it after the first shock, having seen her before. So? Selene asks, staring at Steve. Steve looks uncomfortable, although his anger at me hasn't abated yet, and says, he knew about Hydra. And he did nothing. How is this not his fault? Selene still looks unimpressed, and asks, and why is combating Hydra his responsibility? Hydra is a problem of the mortal muggles, not of us mages or even the mutants. Even still, my husband went out of his way to fight in your war. Tony raises an eyebrow, and asks, you two don't consider yourselves mortals. Selene scoffs, and answers, unlike your Asgardian friend we don't claim to be gods either. And why would I consider myself mortal? I've been alive for more than 17,000 years. Her statement seems to have shocked all of them, as Tony turns towards me and shakily asks, she's joking. Right. Sighing, Mentally cursing Selene for dropping this particular bomb, I say, no. She's being completely honest here. Before the topic can divert to her age and lack of mortality, Selene takes over again, and says, but back to my husband. He may not have lived as long as I, but it still wasn't his war. Mages had no reason to interfere in your war, and yet, my husband still did. In fact, he was the only mage to participate in that war directly from your side. Did he not help defeat Hydra during your war? Did he not fight for you, take injuries for you, bleed for you? Did he not give his all for Hydra's defeat? Granted, if it wasn't for this war, I wouldn't have met you at all. Selene says in my mind, sounding grateful. If I hadn't gone to war with Hydra, I wouldn't have been captured by Hydra, or met James and Victor, meaning I wouldn't have gotten my healing mutation. So, even if I somehow still found a way to fight Grindelwald, I would have been far weaker, and maybe Grindelwald would have wiped the floor with me. Or maybe Grindelwald only gathered that much personal power because he had foreseen me becoming that strong. Who knows what he saw and what inspired his decisions? I smile softly, thanking Selene telepathically for her words as Steve and Tony start feeling bad. But a single deeper look is enough for both Selene and I to see that he still doesn't completely believe her. That I am not to blame here. That Hydra still came back. Snorting, at catching that particular thought, Selene says, their revival is not his fault, Rogers, but the fault of your own government. Not even his old government, just yours. America is what allowed the pests called Hydra to grow to what they are. And you know it. As for doing nothing, he did do something. He took a break from looking for me, spent a few weeks investigating, and submitted his reports to your friend Peggy Stevens, and his subordinates at the Miss. Peggy's inaction can be excused by the fact that she was already retired at that point, and the Miss's inaction can be excused by their unwillingness to do anything that might be interpreted as aggression by the Americans. Steve steps back as Selene takes a step forward, and she asks, so I ask again. How is this his fault? Steve opens and closes his mouth a few times, trying to find an answer. When it looks like he's about to say something, he's once again interrupted by Natasha, who calls out to him and says, Steve, don't. Just. Don't. When Steve looks at her, Natasha continues, I have a lot of red in my ledger. It was practically dripping at the point that Clint brought me to S.H.I.E.L.D. And even for S.H.I.E.L.D. I've carried out multiple assassination missions, successful ones, many of which had somewhat innocent targets. But you've changed. You haven't gone on those kinds of missions since New York. Steve argues. Natasha raises an eyebrow, and asks, and you think he can't change? Shaking her head, she says, look, if our past actions mattered as much as you seem to believe, then you'll be the only good person in this room. I've killed actual innocent children for my employers, even for S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony's deeds we all already know. Wilson worked for the US Air Force, and we all know just how clean our Air Force is. I don't know anything about MRS Aves over there, and Barnes is an actual Hydra assassin responsible for hundreds of deaths. And you're still advocating for Barnes, but you condemn Aves. Sam looks uncomfortable, confirming her words about the Air Force, and Tony just grumbles at being brought into the topic again. His past is, as we all know, a sore subject for him. What matters is that we're all willing to fight Hydra now. We're all on the same side, and you're just trying to look for reasons to hate him right now. Don't forget, we have the government after us. So tell me, can't you look beyond your perceived offense for now at least? Natasha finishes, and Steve just frowns. Not willing to accept it just like that, however, I sigh when he says, but he hid it from us, Natasha. When Pierce met us in New York, he knew right then and there that Pierce was Hydra, and he did nothing. He said nothing. Steve turns to look at me, and asks, first it was your survival, then your magic, then your mutation. And now this, Hydra. What else are you hiding, Mason? What else have you lied about that can bite us in the ass in the future? Before I even know it's happening, Selene's hand is raised and Steve finds himself flying back into the air, slamming into the stone walls with a large force. I grab Selene's hand, stopping her from attacking him once more, but stop when she glares at me. Turning back towards Steve, Selene starts stomping towards him, and snarls, you ungrateful child. Have you any idea who you're speaking to? Who you're doubting? Natasha and Sam had their guns back out, and Tony was approaching the suit, slowly, to not attract attention. Selene. I say, in a warning tone. I don't want her to say what I might regret later, nor do I want her to harm Steve. Selene glares at me, stopping me from saying anything, again, and turning to Steve, who's standing in a fighting pose, she says, stop allowing him to walk all over you, Athreos. He's your friend, not some moral compass you need to measure yourself against. And right now, he's not even behaving like your friend. He has no right to judge you after all you've sacrificed for their survival. Athreos. I hear Tony mumble, as I approach Selene. While Natasha asks, what sacrifices? Thankfully, Steve doesn't attack her in revenge for being thrown back. Selene's hand twitches, which I know is itching to curse Steve, and she asks, you want the truth, mortal? I want to know why he didn't feel it necessary to fight Hydra when they killed his friends. Steve yells. Because, as he literally just said, Hydra wasn't his priority. His priority was finding me, his wife. Selene calmly says, glaring at him still. I am proud of him, proud of his love for me. And even if he might feel as if he was wrong in not doing anything, which you're conveniently ignoring in favor of having a target to blame for everything, I don't think him guilty at all. Narrowing her eyes, she says, in fact, if I was in his place, I would have personally burned the whole world down to find him. And trust me, I am not at all exaggerating. Sighing, I pull Selene away from Steve's face, and say, that's enough Selene. That's enough. Selene keeps staring at Steve, and says, you have a common enemy right now, Hydra. Concentrate on fighting them, and once you've managed to see beyond your anger, then come and talk to my husband again. Until then, leave my sight and do not antagonize my husband again. Or else. I pull her again, a bit more forcefully, making her face me. Selene looks at me, a frown on her face, and says, he doubts your intentions and you still save him. Are you sure he's your friend? I smile, feeling Steve's guilt and anger at that sentence, and say, yes. Yes he is. You don't mind his doubts? Selene asks, raising an eyebrow. Shaking my head, I glance at Steve, who's limping towards Natasha and Sam, and say, I guess I'm just glad he's thinking for himself for once. For so long Steve had been following my lead during the war, I guess I'm glad he's growing out of the shadow he had kept himself in. Even if it is through a rage-filled haze. How's Peggy? I ask then. That captures Steve's attention once again, and as he looks at us, Selene answers, calmer now. Feeling safe now that her family's with her. Peggy's family, meaning her husband, children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. I'd brought them here as soon as Peggy had asked for them, which was literally 10 minutes after she'd been brought here, to Sanctuary. Peggy's here? Steve asks, guiltily approaching us. Selene scowls at him, and answers, I don't find myself surprised that you've already forgotten what your friends told you. Or maybe it just slipped your mind while you were busy stabbing him in the back. Boy, she hates him, doesn't she? There was an assassination attempt on her, by your friend Barnes himself, and Peggy was brought here by myself. Her family is with her currently, so if you want to meet them, you'll have to wait and ask for their permission. Ah. Speaking of here. Where exactly are we? It's just that my GPS has been wonky ever since your husband broke the laws of physics and teleported us here. Tony interjects, breaking the tension with a grin. Smiling, I answer, Sanctuary is. Well, a sanctuary, for magical creatures. It is on Earth, in the Arabian Sea, but you wouldn't be able to pinpoint it using any tracking apparatus, at all. It is absolutely unplottable. Better not tell them about the intricacies about the island being a nexus point between two planets. That would go over. Well. Hey. Tony eloquently says. Suddenly, his phone rings, making me glad that my spells didn't destroy his tech. He goes away for a minute, to talk on the phone, and when he returns, he is uncharacteristically grim-faced. What is it? Steve asks, and everyone else stays silent. Tony looks at me, and says, that was Rhodey. SHIELD came to Stark Tower to arrest me for suspicion of treason. Guess they saw me back in DC. And since I wasn't there, they tried to arrest Pepper for her association with me. Thankfully, Rhodey was there, and managed to scare them off, and made a complaint to the president about it, so they're in the clear for now. But they can act again. And this time, Rhodey might not be able to stop them without a fight. Steve says, none of us having any doubts that Hydra will follow actual protocol. They might even do it just to have leverage on Tony. Tony nods, and says, also, one of the SHIELD agents gave him a letter, for you and I. A set of coordinates given by Maria Hill, apparently, along with a simple message. Bet you $10 you'll be surprised if you come here. Steve and Natasha share a glance, and Natasha says, it could be a trap. It could also be Maria asking for help, or offering help. Steve counters. Sighing, I offer, give me the location, I'll go and check it out. Tony nods, and on his phone, he opens up the GPS to show the location provided by Hill, apparently. Natasha steps forward, and says, I'll go with him. While not needed, I don't argue with her. She doesn't trust me yet, not completely, but this was her way of showing she's willing to. Kissing Selene once more, I say, don't harm them while I'm gone. Selene grins, and says, I won't cause them any more injury. Good enough. Holding Natasha by her shoulder, I apparate us to the location given to us by Rhodey, already making us invisible, silent and all around undetectable. Let's see if that's actually Hill that sent the message. Appearing with a soft pop, Natasha drops down low and brings her guns out. She looks around, trying to see if we'd invited ourselves to an ambush, and then immediately moves towards the nearest tree to hide behind it. We'd found ourselves in a small copse of woods, with a clearing in front of us leading to a river dam. The air was humid, and there was a little bit of stench from the blocked water flow. What are you doing? I ask, staring at her as if she's crazy. Natasha looks at me, standing in plain view of the clearing in front of us without a care in the world, and asks, hiding from a prospective ambush. Snorting, I start walking towards the dam and say, come on, you're making me look bad. My spells are keeping us completely undetectable right now. You can be as loud as you want. Of course, it isn't an invitation to be careless, so please don't step on that tripwire. Natasha looks down, as she starts walking, and sure enough, she's about to step on a wire that's barely a centimeter above ground, hidden in the grass. It's probably just an alarm system, but no need to be careless. As I stop in front of the side of the dam, staring at the simple metal gate with a chain lock, Natasha joins me in staring through the bars, and says, that's not ominous at all. Chuckling, I say, on first glance, it does look a bit horrific, doesn't it? But I guess they didn't spend much time preparing it to avoid detection. Who's they? Natasha asks, sounding curious. Closing my eyes, I take in the thoughts coming from inside, and answer, just 3 people. Maria Hill, a Dr. Russo, A&D. Well, I'll be damned. Nicholas Joseph Fury, unconscious, but alive. Natasha's heart skips a bit, and surprisingly, she looks visibly shocked. You know it's serious when a spy like her is visibly shocked. You're lying. Natasha says, not willing to accept it. Snorting, I drop my spells hiding me, and say, you hide one truth and people repeatedly call you a liar. Turning towards her, I not so gently push the metal gate away. As the chains drop down with a loud clunk, I ask, why not join me in meeting him and then decide for yourself, Ms. Widow? As Natasha argues with herself over walking into the dark tunnel, the lights hanging above the tunnel start lighting up the way, as we hear a pair of shoes rushing towards us from the inside. Natasha brings her gun out again, and points it inside, only for us to come face to face with another gun-wielding woman walking towards us. She stops around a dozen meters away from us, and asks, where are Rogers and Stark? Away. Just in case this was a trap. I answer calmly, putting my hands in my pockets. The woman, Maria Hill, drops the gun, and says, figures. Can you call them here? He's waiting for them and you, Romanoff. Natasha looks at me, and once I nod, she slowly drops her own gun. As Hill starts leading us inside, she says, we just weren't expecting you, Aves. I hum, and say, to be fair, I have not been out of my house since a few days after New York. Hill nods stiffly, and asks, you're caught up on the issue then? You know about Hydra? Natasha snorts, and says, he's known about Hydra since 1992. Maria looks at me, scowling, but before she can start giving me a headache with the same arguments I'd listened to barely 2 minutes ago, Natasha says, don't. Just don't. He has his reasons, and I'm not in the mood of beginning a yelling match again. Maria raises an eyebrow, and asks, story. Too long to tell. Natasha answers, basically saying she won't be telling it right now. Soon, we're standing in front of the barely alive Nick Fury, eye patch and all, as he stares at us through half-lidded eyes. He is also a bit uncomfortable with my presence here, just like Hill, but he ignores it for now, and turning towards Natasha he says, I was told you were shot. Natasha uses her head to point at me, and says, he used his magic to heal me. Waving my hand in a hello, I ask, want me to heal you too? Fury takes a moment to think, which means at least he's conscious enough to suspect me of betraying him. Funnily enough, that tells me that he's still sane. Slowly, he nods, and says, if you don't mind. Where have you been, by the way? I place my hand on his body and slowly start sending the green tendrils of Healing Realms magic into his body. I smile at the question and say, home. I found my wife and we've been busy reuniting. Fury snorts, as his wounds visibly start healing in front of everyone's eyes, not one of the people here doubting exactly what we'd been doing during our reunion. To be fair, we did do a lot of that. Most of the time we were just cuddling, needing physical contact with one another constantly. Flexing his shoulder, once the collarbone is fixed, Fury interrupts me and says, enough for now. I'd like it if the others gather here before I am completely healed and forced to sleep. Considering that he hasn't slept in the last 13 hours at all, despite the many injuries he's suffered, I have no doubts that he'll have to sleep soon. Shrugging, I wave my hand, conjuring a portal to the side. You can teleport and create portals. Fury asks from the back, as the portal starts forming. I don't even look at him, and say, magic. Just saying, you know. Captain Avalon is clearly stronger, smarter, and has better senses. There's no way Captain America wins in a straight fight to the death. We all hear Tony argue as the portal forms completely. Sam Wilson, the man who he was arguing with, stands up with a start once he sees the portal, but relaxes when he sees Natasha and I on the other side. Where's Steve? Natasha asks, looking around the portal. Sam sighs, and pointing at the door, he says, off to meet with his old flame. I frown, knowing that her husband would definitely not appreciate it if he hears this. Shaking my head, I say, call him. We have a purge to plan. Sam nods, and leaves out the door as Tony walks in through the portal, the armor now once again around him. He looks around, his eyes stopping at Fury, and with a grin, he says, knew it. Natasha snorts, and asks, is this it then? Tony, Steve, Sam, Mason, and I? To fight Hydra. Fury smirks, and says, oh, you'll have help. You'll have all the help you'll need. At the end of this mission Hydra won't have a leg to stand on. A/N, this is the last proper chapter. There are 2 summary chapters, which I'll have to first go through and fix before I post them, and then one shot about the multiverse of madness. Chapter 125, MATW Conclusion. A/N, this chapter is a summary chapter of what I'd imagined the rest of the story would go as. This is not good writing, I know that. I wrote how I would write summaries for myself before I wrote actual chapters. It helped me write chapters when I note down all I want for that particular arc/chapter in a summary. Like this. There aren't as many changes to canon as you'd probably like. But still, it is what it is and I need to conclude the story so I don't disappoint you all too much. So now, all that remains is the actual conclusion of the story. A summary of what happens after Age of Ultron. Why? For closure, so readers don't feel disappointed at the story that was dropped. So that I don't feel bad at leaving the story hanging. So that I don't give readers hope that I might return soon to continue from the next chapter. I might return to writing, but not for at least a year, and I'd rather make it a surprising return than finally, he's back to write the next chapter and disappear again. This conclusion was what I had planned for the story, planned for how Mason's life will go for the rest of the time, before my personal life stopped me from actually putting it into words. What I usually do is write for myself a summary of the next arc, and then write the story 1 chapter at a time at a pace I find myself comfortable with. Before even writing each chapter, I write a short summary of what I want that chapter to contain, so I don't write 2 short chapters, or 2 long ones. What I'll do now, is basically do that, the arc summary thing, except I won't be writing any chapters now. Maybe some dialogues in between, and some comments from the author. Other than that, this is just a short explanation of what I had imagined to happen with my story. Some parts are similar to some other stories, some are way out there. Hope you guys like this. 1 Captain America Winter Soldier. Steve Rogers, Sam Wilson, Natasha Romanoff are joined by Mason Aves and Tony Stark in fighting against Project Insight and Hydra. Maria Hill takes over the communication systems, Natasha infiltrates as one of the WSC members, and the others go for the helicarriers. Steve and Sam take 1 helicarrier, Mason takes the second, and Tony Stark's Iron Man takes the last. When your most precious person, someone you've spent decades falling deeper and deeper in love with, disappears. You're not a rational person, Steve. I should know. When you dropped the plane. I didn't even know what I was doing, I just wanted to either find you, or join you in death. Mason. I've seen how much Mason loves his wife, Steve. I've seen how much they love one another. I'd been with you for a few years, and your absence hurt me into becoming suicidal. I cannot comprehend the level of pain he must have felt, having been with Selene for decades at the time. He knows he's somewhat to blame for what happened to Howard, he knows that his distraction had a hand in Hydra's survival. But is it really his fault? I don't consider it to be so. I place the entire blame for Hydra's survival on us, not on Mason. On myself, and Colonel Phillips, and on the US government officials that signed off on Operation Paperclip. Don't blame Mason, Steve. Not when it's not even remotely his fault. Peggy Carter/Stevens to Steve Rogers. Hydra, once they'd lost Bucky Barnes, brought in the other 5 Winter Soldiers to protect Project Insight. Steve and Sam are faced with 1 of them, Tony with 2, and Mason with the remaining 2. Mason doesn't hold back and kills his enemies without prejudice, and is the first to place the chip. I, as an author, had debated bringing in Abomination in this fight, but never made up my mind on it. In this summary, he's absent because I don't see any way they can control him. Steve and Sam find it a bit hard to fight both Hydra goons and the Winter Soldier, but manage it and place their chip. Tony just blasts his enemies in the face to take out his anger on Hydra for killing his mom, and places his own targeting chip. Natasha leaks all the data on the internet, and S.H.I.E.L.D. is disbanded and named a terrorist organization. Other undercover Hydra agents are arrested, and Pierce is killed. Rumlow escapes with many injuries. Steve and Mason talk calmly this time. Selene scares him, he says. Mason says that he admits some fault, but not the majority of it. When I said I left the public alone, I really left them alone. I was not a problem solver, there for every solution. That's why wizards, my ancestors, had to go into hiding, you know. Steve understands, and apologizes for his anger-filled harsh words. He apologizes to Selene too, and Selene warns him not to see them in the same way as the other mortals. Mason might like to pretend to be one of the others, but he's not. Mason says nothing. Steve asks if there are more secrets, and Mason says yes. Not anything regarding Hydra, but personal secrets. There are a lot of secrets, some that even Selene doesn't know. It isn't about hiding things, but he just has a thing with not telling anyone everything. It's a personal issue of his, but he won't let it get in the way of their job of protecting the world. Someday, he will tell Steve a few more of his secrets, but not right now. Peggy and her family move back to England under Mrs. Protection and Bucky starts his memory recovery process. He recognizes Steve at least. He still decides to stay on Sanctuary until his mind is completely healed, and Selene is the healer in charge of him. Steve, Sam, Tony, Natasha return to New York to start planning a fight against Hydra. To Thor, the Dark World. Miss has been keeping an eye on Eric Selvig, Jane Foster, and Darcy Lewis ever since they came to England, and they notice when Jane disappears. The mediators, who were studying the convergence with the DOM so that the statute isn't broken, also see Jane disappear through a portal and Mason is contacted by both parties. Mason only gets the message when it's time for the Dark Elves to come to Earth. He joins Thor in fighting them, with no time for others to be informed, but the Mist join the fight. Magic is useless against Malekith, even the strongest spells used by Mason are negated/absorbed by the Reality Stone, and any injury given by Thor's lightning is healed by the ether. Mason brings out the scepter and uses the energy blasts against Malekith, having some effect in damaging him. Otherwise he doesn't hold back at all. But even still Malekith is fighting the two evenly. Meanwhile the Mist take care of fighting the other Dark Elves Malekith brought with him. When the convergence happens, Malekith creates the cloud of Reality Stone's magic that prevents the pair from approaching quickly. It disintegrates anything physical that touches it, as proven when a Dark Elf thrown by an Miss agent just disintegrates. Spells splash on the cloud, but Mason realizes he can slow the cloud down with his Mind Stone enhanced telekinesis. They realize he's vulnerable now, having to take the Reality Stone out to take over the 9 realms. Malekith is a sorcerer, Mason says. Not a physical fighter. But the Infinity Stone prevents him from using any of his sorcery skills. His body is not made for fighting like Thor's, it won't take damage well. Thor remembers how much his lightning damaged him in Asgard, and says yes. So he is a sorcerer, which means he has a weaker body than Thor and Mason, who is also unable to use any sorcery because of the Reality Stone. Mason hands Thor his sword, Glamdring, and says he'll create a path and try to contain the cloud of Reality Stone's energy. Malekith can't control the ether with no hands, or no head. Mason uses the scepter to enhance his telekinesis and creates a sphere around Thor that keeps the ether cloud away from him while creating another shield around the ether cloud to contain it. Thor pushes through the cloud, which resists a bit, and cuts off Malekith's arms first, and then his head. The ether explodes, sending Thor flying back, but Mason's shield holds, preventing anything else from being damaged. Mason condenses the ether back into the Reality Stone with the Mind Stone's help, and hands it to Thor. Earth already has 2 Infinity Stones, Mind and Time, and Mason doesn't want a third one to turn Earth into more of a beacon. Neither does he want Avalon to come under Thanos' gaze by taking the Reality Stone there. Better he gets it from the Collector than then risking Avalon. Thor takes it to Asgard, where Loki pretending to be Odin sends it off to the Collector. Malekith's ship is still on Earth, and the Miss calls dibs on studying it before S.H.I.E.L.D. could even get there. I had imagined there to be a cameo of either Hermione or Sirius's son, I forgot his name, as one of the mediators helping in the fight. Harry Potter returns to Avalon from his sorcery training, and finally decides what he wants to do in life. He will help the sorcerers of Earth in protecting the universe. He will create an extension of the barriers on Earth on Avalon, 3 sanctums and 1 headquarters included. Somewhere on Avalon, where people can learn sorcery if they want. The second planet with the barriers will mean that unless all the barriers of both planets are destroyed, demons won't come to their universe. Mason helps by giving him access to his repository of knowledge, and helps him set the barriers up. 3 Age of Ultron. Mason and Thor had joined the Avengers, along with the X-Men to fight Hydra. Wolverine had captured Sabretooth, who had also lost his memories, and Mason has been working on bringing his memories back. Sabretooth had taken an experimental drug which enhanced his powers, but in return he lost his humanity and his memories. He still went back to Magneto, actually believing in Magneto's cause even without his feral behavior, but he and Wolverine are not enemies anymore. Avengers as a team has grown now, with a few other X-Men joining, along with Sam Wilson and Rhodey. Selene has warmed up a bit to the mortals, but she doesn't fight with the team. She doesn't consider Hydra as someone to waste her powers against. Mason. He just fights because he's been feeling as if he hasn't done enough. The last Hydra base is destroyed by the team, but there are a lot more powered people in the last base. Mutants, mutates, and even some Inhumans. Most of them are defeated, but Pietro and Wanda escape using his super speed. Since Hydra didn't have the scepter, they used the Chitauri power sources and the old Hydra weapons in their human experiments, allowing for a lot of variety in energy-based powers, while also allowing Wanda and Pietro to unlock their own mutations. Yes, they're mutants. Tony and Bruce gather the Chitauri power sources, and all the tech Hydra has kept there, and they return to the tower to celebrate the end of the fight against Hydra. One of the items they picked up is the central computer for a Chitauri Leviathan, which Tony studies to create Ultron. Ultron goes wild, the Chitauri computer and the power sources corrupting his programming, and he takes over. Jarvis dies, and Ultron starts making the escape plan by hacking the Legion. Up at the party, everyone tries picking up the hammer, and Steve comes close to moving it. Natasha refuses, and of the X-Men, Storm actually lifts it. Thor offers Mason the chance, and Mason finally decides to tell them one more secret. He lifts the hammer, shocking Thor, and says that Mjolnir and Mason actually have a history. Thor asks how, and Mason says that he fought the previous wielder of the hammer, Asgard's goddess of death, 2,000 years ago. How? Time travel accident took me from 1945 to 56 BC, during which time I managed to become an enemy of Asgard. The goddess of death and I fought, I lost, then we fought again, I won, and Odin came down to make a deal. Asgard doesn't have a goddess of death. Thor. Asgard doesn't have a goddess of death anymore. There was one, frankly a bitch, and I hope I never have to see her again if she's still alive. Mason. Ultron appears and makes his strings on me speech, and then after a short fight, he escapes with the Chitauri computer, and many of the Hydra weapons and even some Chitauri crystals. I was basically going to replace everything that the scepter did in canon with the Chitauri computer. Just for convenience. He doesn't have the scepter though, so remember that. It means that while his computer is complex, it isn't an actual mind like in canon. The X-Men blame Tony, saying that he should not have played with the Chitauri computer. Who knows what Hydra did with it, and let's not forget that it belongs to a Chitauri Leviathan. They say they will not join this fight, because if it goes south, there needs to be someone that can stop Ultron from the outside. Tony argues that his program wasn't finished, the Chitauri computer must have taken over somehow. Ultron recruits the Maximoff twins, who are wary of Ultron since Wanda can't read his mind. But when given the opportunity to kill Tony Stark, they join him. Cannon goes the same for a while, but when Wanda makes Hulk go wild, Mason is there to fight him. The destruction doesn't happen as Wanda had wished. People had still seen Hulk get angry enough to almost attack people, and so, the Avengers go into hiding at Clint's home. Cannon resumes, and in the end, Sokovia flies. Pietro doesn't die, and Magneto appears from out of nowhere to keep Sokovia afloat. He had somehow found out that Wanda and Pietro were his grandchildren, and so he came to help them. Peter Maximoff, the speedster from X-Men movies, was the brother of Wanda and Pietro's mother, who kept her last name after marriage and passed it down. Ultron dies, Magneto slowly brings Sokovia down with Mason's help, and Vision is never born. Either that, or Ultron successfully upgrades to his Vision body before they kill him. Let's just say that a technopath like Sage, Cypher, or someone locked Ultron out of the internet before they killed him. Magneto tries to recruit Wanda and Pietro joins him to go to Genosha. Wanda refuses. She doesn't want to fight, not for the Brotherhood, not for the X-Men, and not for the Avengers. But she knows she has very few options, since she just tried to help an AI destroy the world. Mason takes Wanda with him to Avalon, and explains about witches, wizards, sorcerers, and other magicals. After leaving her at Harry Potter's School of Sorcery, name undecided still, Mason returns home. Thor returns to Asgard, wondering about the change in times. Heroes and threats have been appearing faster and faster since a few decades ago. And when heroes start appearing in droves, it means the universe is feeling threatened from some unknown threat. Plus, Earth has only recently seen 4 out of the 6 Infinity Stones, 2 of which are currently still on Earth. Someone's playing games with the stones, and he intends to find why. For Civil War. Sokovia Accords happen the same. The mutants say a hard no to the Accords, and Charles Xavier finally makes the decision to have the X-Men completely split from the Avengers. He warns the governments, and Tony, that they will not be forced to register to any database. Consider the X-Men, and mutants, retired from superhero business. Anyone that forces the Accords on young people, mutant or otherwise, is not their friend, and the X-Men will retaliate in kind. The remaining Avengers are split in half, like Canon, where Tony and Steve ask the others to pick sides. Natasha, Tony, Rhodey, and Spider-Man on one side, Steve, Bucky, who's healed now, Sam, Scott, on the other side. Clint has retired after being given the option. Thor and Hulk are off-world. Mason is asked to choose a side, and he says, "I've been protecting this planet from threats since 56 BC, I don't need anyone's permission to do it again." Zima kills T'Chaka by pretending to be Bucky, and Steve runs away with him. They don't have a destination to go, so no airport fight, but since Steve refuses to hand Bucky off to the UN for his trial, a fight still happens. Mason watches them fight with disappointment, and after stopping them, he calls them children. He sends Steve, Bucky, and their half of Avengers to Sanctuary, and says to Tony, "Friends. Comrades. And fighting your allies at the drop of a hat. If all it takes is for the governments to order you to fight your friends for the Avengers to do so. I don't want to be part of it. I quit." Tony reveals that an arrest order for Mason, Selene, and Wanda, who has entered into a relationship with our very own Harry Potter, is also out, and Black Panther attacks Mason to ask for Bucky so he can have his revenge. Mason knocks T'Challa out, and deeming him unworthy of Bast's blessings, he takes the power from T'Challa. He warns Tony not to come after any of the other Avengers, and to make sure to first read the Accords before signing it, before leaving. T'Challa is taken back home, and he takes the heart-shaped herb again. Bast meets him this time, and tells him that she's disappointed in him. Bast, the goddess who went and faced Odin All-Father to defend a man, and her champion, who tried to kill an innocent out of false vengeance. He will not die today, but he will have to prove that he's worthy of her powers before she'll bestow them on him again. T'Challa leaves Wakanda, tracks Zima down, and when Zima tries to kill himself, saves him and talks him into giving up, thereby proving his worthiness to Bast and regaining his powers. Tony learns about Zima's plans from T'Challa, and about the extent to which the Accords will inhibit any child with superpowers. And so, to protect Spider-Man and other people like him, he starts fighting them from the inside, changing them so they can actually help the world defend itself. 5 Thor Ragnarok. When Odin dies, and Hela appears on Earth, Mason is there to make sure she leaves Earth. He follows Hela to Asgard to try and kill her but focuses on fighting her instead of saving Asgardians. Her powers have grown in seclusion, and keep growing as long as she's on Asgard, and she almost proves too strong for him before he is rescued by Selene. Heimdall had taken the time to rescue more people than in canon, and when Thor contacts him, he explains about Mason and Hela's history. Thor, Hulk, Valkyrie, Loki come back to fight Hela and rescue Asgard, and Mason joins them. While they're enough to fight against her, Hela, being the eldest Odin child, keeps getting stronger thanks to Asgard. So, Loki brings about Ragnarok, Hela dies, and Mason returns home, not caring about Asgardians too much. But he does warn Heimdall and Thor that they needed to escape ASAP. He just wanted to kill Hela. Asgardians are what threatened the magical world 2,000 years ago, and they haven't changed much. Still arrogant. What happens next is on them. 6 Infinity War. Asgardians are attacked by Thanos for the Space Stone, and Heimdall rescues the rest, leaving only Thor, Loki, Hulk, and Heimdall back. Loki gives the Tesseract to Thanos, and Thanos kills Loki. Thor is found by Guardians, and the rest doesn't change much. On Earth, New York is attacked by the 2 aliens. Tony and Spider-Man go to space, join the Guardians in fighting Thanos. The other 2 go for the Mind Stone that they track down in London, and attack Mason who is there to visit the Miss. He easily fights them back, and they promise to return with more force. Mason kills them to prevent them from ever leaving, but knows that the Chitauri will somehow still come to attack wherever he goes. Seeing the attack on New York happen, Steve calls him and learns about the attack on Mason's life. Steve asks where they can bait the aliens to prevent damage, and Mason decides on an island or something, somewhere with 0 people. Wakanda joins them, and so does the Miss, and the mutants. Mason has the Mind Stone encrusted on his sword Glamdring, which he uses to fight. The Chitauri come, led by Cole Obsidian, and they try to overwhelm the Avengers with numbers. But Mason is a one-man army and holds his own, until he's attacked by Cole Obsidian and kept busy while the Chitauri overwhelm the rest of the fighters. Mason is faster than Cole, and physically just a tiny bit stronger, so it is a bit of a tough fight. But in the end, Mason has a bigger bag of tricks, and so, he kills Cole and returns to fighting the Chitauri. And then, Thanos appears, 5 Infinity Stones in his gauntlet. He easily dispatches the fighters, without killing them for some reason, until Mason attacks him and takes him to the mirror dimension to finally let loose. You think 1 Infinity Stone will be enough to combat the other 5? Thanos asks, sounding amused. Mason says, the 1 is just in case. Otherwise I'm more than enough to deal with someone like you. You, on the other hand, will need all 6 to kill me. Thanos holds his infinity gauntlet up, and looking at the green gemstone, he says, I have seen it all, you know. I've seen every moment of your life. From the moment you were born, to your time in the past, to this very moment. I have seen all you can do. Mason smiles and says, and I've seen all you've done in your 1,000 years of life, and all you'll do till the moment you die. The time stone isn't the only thing that allows for peeking into the past. Thanos had just enough time to look into the past to learn about the enemies he might face. He didn't get the time to look into the future, or maybe the time stone didn't allow him to. They fight, and while the power stone destroys any defense Mason might put up, Mason's very large bag of tricks, along with the mental attacks by the mind stone is more than enough to keep up. All goes well, and Mason and Thanos keep fighting without one gaining the upper hand. Until something happens. I hadn't made up my mind about what exactly yet. Either Thor appears inside the mirror dimension using the Bifrost, or Thanos brings someone inside the mirror dimension using the Space Stone. Maybe Steve, maybe Selene, maybe Harry, or one of the other wizards. If it's Thor, Thor's anger-filled destructive fight distracts Mason and Thanos lays a trap. He attacks Thor with the Infinity Stone's energy beam while Thor is axeless, and Mason jumps in with his sword to absorb the attack. Thanos disarms Mason of the weapon, and before Mason can get the sword back to himself, Thanos stabs Mason with a conjured dagger, since Mason's sword doesn't work against him, and steals the Mind Stone. If it's someone else, Thanos just attacks them the same way, forcing Mason to defend them and leave himself open. Thanos puts the 6th and final stone on the gauntlet, and exits out the mirror dimension to do his snap. Mason too exits, but is too late, and the snap happens. Why not have Mason prevent the snap? Mason is strong, but Thanos is more evil, more dedicated to his cause. Mason took the fight to the mirror dimension to prevent casualties, and Thanos knew it, so he brought casualties inside. Mason would definitely try to save whatever hostage Thanos brings, and Thanos knew it. Mason is dusted off, which he did not see coming at all, leaving Selene behind to feel his death and rage at the world. 7 Endgame. Enraged and extremely vengeful, Selene tracks Thanos down to his planet, and kills him, but he's already destroyed the stones. When the other Avengers and Captain Marvel come to the garden, it is to see Selene standing over Thanos' corpse, no Infinity Stones. 5 years go by, Selene has completely hid herself in Sanctuary, considering Mason's death her punishment for leaving him without telling anything. Kandra keeps in touch with her, and with the Miss, who are in touch with the Avengers. Scott Lang returns from the quantum realm, and brings forth the idea of time travel. Steve remembers Mason telling him that one of his spells or something allowed him to travel through time, so he asks the Miss to contact Selene. It takes a while to convince her that there's a chance, but she comes to Earth with Harry Potter. He'd lost Wanda, his girlfriend, in the blip, and if there's a chance to get her back, he will take it. Steve asks Selene about Mason's time travel spells which he had learned about, and Selene reveals a brown-colored sand, which used to be gold. This used to be time sand, particles of sand charged by the power of the time stone which allowed it to manipulate time. As soon as Thanos destroyed the Infinity Stones, destroyed the time stone, the sands lost their power. There is no way for me, or any mage, to travel even a single second back in time. But Scott has already proven that he can time travel through PIM particles. While magic can't do it, science can. Selene, Harry, and Wong stay with them to remind them of all the laws of time and to make sure they don't somehow bring anything harmful back from the quantum realm. So the tech group creates the time machine with Tony Stark's last-minute help, and they decide to use PIM particles to go back in time to bring all the Infinity Stones to the present. Harry stays back to defend the machine, along with Storm, who had lost Scott, and Jean, who had returned to Earth when she'd learned about Mason's death, while Selene goes with the others. Selene, Tony, Steve, Scott, Bruce to New York 2012, for the time, mind, and space stones. Rhodey, Nebula to Morag for the Power Stone. Clint, Natasha, to Vormir for Soul. And Thor and Rocket to Asgard for reality. Selene casts spells to prevent past Mason and Jarvis or any technology/magic from sensing or seeing any of them unless they purposefully bring attention to them. They see Mason fight a group of aliens right in front of them, as he pauses for barely a second thinking he saw something, but then returns to fighting. Selene is happy to see him alive, but says that she might not be able to handle being in close proximity to him again. So, she leaves the Mind and Space Stones for Tony, Steve, and Scott, while taking Professor Hulk to New York Sanctum for the Time Stone. She talks with Tilda, the Sorceress Supreme, about the future, and how they plan on returning the stones to the exact moment. Tilda is still reluctant to do it, despite knowing Selene all her life, and Selene is about to fight Tilda for the stone, old friend or not, before Bruce reveals that Doctor Strange gave Thanos the Time Stone. Tilda gives it to Selene, but not before getting a vow that the stone will be returned within a minute of her letting it go. Selene promises The second group fails to get the Tesseract while Steve manages to get the scepter, and past Loki escapes with the Tesseract. They all return to the present, sends Natasha Rib, and create another gauntlet. Selene is prepared to snap, and so is Harry, but in the end, Hulk does it and brings everyone back, Natasha optional. Past Nebula brings past Thanos to the future, and he attacks the base. The Avengers, the X-Men, Wizards, Sorcerers, Wakandans, Miss, S.H.I.E.L.D., remnants of Xandar, Ravagers, everyone joins together to fight Thanos. They fight him, and he once again gets the gauntlet in his hands. But before he can snap again, Mason appears and fights him. He gets Glamdring from Selene, which she had taken after Mason blipped, and one by one, takes the Infinity Stones out of the Iron Man gauntlet from Thanos. This time, Thanos didn't have the Time Stone long enough and he hadn't seen Mason's entire life play out, and so, he did not know what powers Mason has, or what kind of person he is. So after a long fight, which is because Thanos is still one hell of an enemy, Mason wins and gets all the Infinity Stones in his possession. He conjures his Kavake, which he hadn't felt necessary last time, and fixes the Infinity Stones on the hand, and snaps, dusting Thanos and his entire army off, winning the war. The Kavake protects him from dying, but it still takes a lot out of him, and his healing mutation is temporarily slowed. Selene keeps her magic going and saves his life. But it's not over for him. Not yet. He snaps his fingers again, and from all over the universe, cosmic energy gathers near him, and forms into 6 more ingots. 6 new Infinity Stones, brought into being from the remnant of the destroyed stones, and powered by the past stones. With 12 Infinity Stones in his possession, he steps into a different level of consciousness for a moment, and senses all the beings keeping an eye on him, including the Watcher, the Living Tribunal, Eternity, and Death. The other humans just watch him warily, as all his wounds reheal on their own, and he stands up to look into empty air, and then speaks with it. For billions of years the Infinity Stones had remained separate. At most, 2 Infinity Stones were seen in the same galaxy, let alone on the same planet. But then, in the last 10,000 years, Andromeda and Milky Way galaxies became the only 2 galaxies with any Infinity Stones in them. The Dark Elves found the Reality Stone, Asgardians found the Space Stone, and humans already had the Time Stone. Mind Stone was lost, soul was lost, and power was purposefully hidden away. And then, someone made sure Thanos found all of them, one by one. Someone made sure Thanos had no choice but to destroy the Infinity Stones out of some noble cause he put himself on. Someone gave him the ability to sense Infinity Stones. Someone who manipulated him in childhood, someone who he was infatuated with. Death. Death wanted the Infinity Stones destroyed, for some reason. Mason doesn't know what, even his higher level of existence doesn't allow him that knowledge. Mason asks the other cosmic entities if that would be just let go. The other, Living Tribunal included, force Death to talk, and she explains that the Infinity Stones are the backbone of the universe, it cannot exist for long without them. And Death will not cease to exist until the universe comes to an end. She wanted to die, but she couldn't, and she couldn't live either, and so, she created 2 schemes. First one with bringing the Infinity Stones as close to a planet, she knows is important to the universe, as possible. Earth. Also someone destroys all 6 Infinity Stones. Not just in this universe, but in more than half of them. If the majority of the universes don't have Infinity Stones, the multiverse becomes unstable, and as soon as the stoneless universes die, the others follow. Manipulating Thanos was easy, putting him on the quest to kill half of all life even easier. And Thanos, fearing that the other people will try to reverse it, would most definitely destroy the stones. At most 100,000 years later, the universe will collapse in on itself, killing all cosmic entities. They will only return when the next cosmos starts. Either they, or their successors. This leads to her second scheme, the Deathly Hallows. She created the Hallows and put her cosmic energy inside them so that when the time comes, her successor will be chosen by cosmic laws. Mason being a reborn soul was just the best successor for Death to choose, and so, she manipulated everything to make him the master of all 3 Hallows, making him her successor. The death of the next cosmos, that was his fate. Mason tries to use the Infinity Stones to make him not the master of Hallows, tries to discard Death's mark on him, but the cosmic laws prevent him from doing it. When the universe ends, Mason will take his place as the next Death. The Living Tribunal judges Death guilty of breaking cosmic laws by interfering with the universe. Her choosing her successor was allowed, many other cosmic entities do it, sometimes even before the universe ends, but her trying to manipulate the universe into ending early is not allowed. And as her successor, the Living Tribunal makes Mason something the myths had promised after Death had spread lies about the Hallows. He makes Mason the master of Death, giving him the authority to order Death around. His next life as Death cannot be changed, but this way, the one who brought it about won't go unpunished. There is no reward to Mason for preventing it from happening, except for Death's mastership. Mason returns back to Earth, but the others had already seen him talk it all, and they're all grim-faced at learning that there are cosmic entities that manipulated Thanos of all people. Mason reassures them that cosmic entities don't interfere in the universe at all. What about death? She won't be interfering in anything at all for the rest of her miserable existence. Mason sends the repaired Infinity Stones out into the universe, all spread out for everyone to see, and then hands the past stones to the Avengers so they can distribute it back in their own times. Can't you do it yourself? Tony asks, not wanting to go back in time again. Mason says, I've just returned from being dead, and have just gotten the news that I'll be alive until the universe ends, and then join the next universe as its death. I think I deserve a bloody vacation. Steve goes back to the past and drops off the Infinity Stones one by one, and then stays back in 1950. He meets Peggy again, changes his name to Roger Stevens, and marries her. That's why I named her Peggy Stevens LOL. He meets Mason in the past, Mason recognizes him obviously, and Steve asks him if he knows what all is going to happen in the future. Past Mason says he knows some, but some things aren't clear. He can't see anything beyond 1973. But even if he could, he can't. Past Mason gives him the same explanation that future Mason gave him, about time travel and how every second has multiple variations it can go through. When the first assassination attempt on Peggy is foiled and Steve, Peggy, and their children are hidden away, Steve understands why Mason can't act on the knowledge he's had about the future, since he can't do it either. He forgives Mason for hiding everything, and asks for forgiveness for how his younger self will act in the future. Mason doesn't understand then, but when chapters 120 to 122 happen, he understands. Back in present, Steve returns to the Avengers, names Sam Captain America after talking with Bucky, and asks for forgiveness for not coming back for him. Bucky grins and asks, but you got the girl, didn't you? I still think Steve betrayed Bucky by staying in the past, BTW. But I know Bucky will accept the decision by faking happiness. God bless that cinnamon roll. The world celebrates the others coming back, but problems are still brewing. Not that I'd even thought that far. Mason visits Kamar-Taj, to meet with the new Sorcerer Supreme, Wong. He hands Wong the Time Stone, saying that Kamar-Taj needs the Time Stone to fight threats yet to come. And Mason would like Kamar-Taj to be by his side when it happens. Wong accepts the hand of friendship, and later gives the Time Stone back to Doctor Strange, asking him not to lose it again. Mason distributes the other stones too, while the general public believes the stones to have lost in space, no one knowing where they are. Power Thor. Space Carol Danvers. Reality Wanda. Time Kamar-Taj. Soul Selene / himself. Mind Emma Frost. Not the Illuminati, but to fight against whatever new threats come. 2 stones on Earth, 2 on Avalon, and 2 in space. Mason brings another small planet where Asgard used to be, and Thor returns Asgard to life, becoming its king. Mason then returns to a life full of hiding away with Selene, leaving the mortal world completely behind. Until the universe ends, he will stay with Selene, his mastership over death meaning she doesn't die either, and when the universe ends and the next starts, he will try to bring her with him. This is the end of the Infinity Saga. 8 Apocalypse. I don't know when this should happen, exactly, but I assume sometime after Mason brings the dusted people back. Mutants start rising in numbers, and seeing sufficient numbers, Apocalypse decides to come back. He recruits some other externals, and other mutants, and they help him come back in his own body. Mason, Selene, and Kandra sense his return, but he blocks them from finding him. Apocalypse is as physically strong as Thanos, but has a lot more powers. Mason is the perfect match for him, since Mason has a counter for every power of Apocalypse. Selene, Kandra, and the X-Men and Brotherhood join together to fight Apocalypse's allies and servants. But in the end, Selene and Mason come together and kill Apocalypse, ending the reign of Ensabonur. Shorter than the others, but I hadn't thought too much about this part. I was actually going to leave Apocalypse's fate unknown, or maybe have Selene fight him during the 5 years between Infinity War or Endgame. Anyway, he loses, the good guys win, hooray. Now, time to explain some things I introduced but never explained properly. If there's more, please point them out and I'll do so immediately. One explanation for 1973 and why the Time Stone couldn't see past it before 1973. 1973 is when Days of Future Past happened, it is when a future got erased and time changed completely. There's a big change with the original movie plot. Apocalypse somehow woke up after Endgame, and where in the canon timeline he lost, in this one he won with the help of the Sentinels that Wolverine didn't prevent from being invented. He rules over the world, mutant supremacy to the win, as its king. Mason, Selene, Kandra, and other externals that oppose him are killed first, followed by other superheroes. Wolverine goes to the past with Kitty Pryde's help, and changes the timeline since the X-Men had determined that the Sentinels are what caused their defeat. Sentinels enhanced by celestial tech are what allowed Apocalypse to win against and kill Mason, Selene, Thor, etc. So, the plan is to prevent Sentinels from being invented. Wolverine succeeds, timeline is erased, and in this timeline, Apocalypse doesn't have Sentinels to take over and enhance using celestial tech. So, he loses. How did he stop the Time Stone from sensing his timeline? Future Time Stone? Celestial technology? Take a pick. But when 1973 passed, and future Wolverine managed to change time, the timelines returned back to normal, and allowed the others to see through the time again. To Sylvie Odinstotir. I had imagined her returning to Selene after killing He Who Remains, maybe bringing Loki along with her. Loki reunites with Thor, and Sylvie joins Mason's family as his adopted daughter. 3 wizards. I hadn't imagined anything about them, at all. No, really. I did envision them joining the Battle of Endgame, but not what they actually do later. How their lives adapt to the new planet, how they progress after 50 years of using magic without fear of persecution. There was a dialogue I'd imagined between a dying Dumbledore and Mason Aves, which I never put into words. Dumbledore has somehow figured out that Mason and Atherva are one person. Mason fulfills the dying man's wish and explains about his time travel. Dumbledore then realizes, so Grindelwald did win that day. When he sent you back in time you made sure wizards had a world solely for ourselves. Mason reassures him that it's not Grindelwald that won, but him. Grindelwald just used this event to fulfill his own satisfaction of having a hand in the win for the wizarding race. Grindelwald knew he couldn't win that war, couldn't win against humanity, not with sorcerers and mutants still on their side, and so, he did the next best he could. He gave wizards a champion that he had already seen succeeding. Mason Aves / Athreos Etos. Nothing else with wizards. 4. Why Tony Stark wanted to talk to Wolverine. Tony only learned about Hydra because he went to the X-Men, because he wanted to talk to Wolverine about something. Many of you might have asked what that is. Well, it's adamantium poisoning. After learning that Wolverine has adamantium covering his bones, Tony starts to study its properties, because it hits too close to home. He's had metal inside his body, and he knows that it might have far-reaching consequences. He finds out that adamantium will poison Wolverine's blood, slowly, but surely. And he wanted to warn Wolverine of it. Healing factor or not, a consistent dosage like that might kill him if it doesn't allow him to adapt first. Why? Just because he's had such a previous experience. Chapter 126, Multiverse of Madness. A/N, this one-shot is set after Endgame, so before reading this make sure you've read the summary chapter. Some things won't make sense otherwise. Warning, it is an open-ended one-shot. There is no conclusion, just the beginning of the story. Harry wakes up in the middle of the night with a start, eyes already moving around to scan his surroundings, his wand in his hand already casting spells. He feels his wife, and the mother of his twins, sit up beside him, as she too starts scanning around, her hands glowing red. Whatever the two had felt, whatever had woken them up, retreats before they can pinpoint it, and the couple relaxes immediately. They're gone. Harry mumbles tiredly, as he gets up to check on the twins. Wanda takes a few seconds to try and sense the intruder on their lives once again, before she too joins Harry next to the cradle, to watch over the twins. The twins. Harry Potter, and his wife Wanda Maximoff's children. Euphemia and Irina Potter, named after Harry's grandmother, and Wanda's mother respectively. Thankfully, whatever had intruded on their lives in the middle of the night hadn't disturbed the girls in any way. Sighing, Wanda asks, "How long are we going to keep this up, Harry? How long is this unknown threat going to remain content with just watching us?" Harry had no answer to that. He didn't even know what the intruder was, or who. He just sighs back at her, and says, I think we need real help with this. I think I'll contact Mason." Wanda frowns, but nods. Mason Lucas Aves, the person who had defeated Thanos single-handedly, mastered death, and reconstructed the previously destroyed Infinity Stones, all in the same day right after coming back from the dead. He was also one of the very few people more skilled in every magical art than both Wanda and Harry, and also the strongest telepath on the planet. If anyone could detect this intruder and find a way to permanently stop them, it was him. Putting her head on Harry's shoulder, she says, "Good. I think we'll need all the help we can get with this." The next day, Harry appears on Sanctuary, right at Mason's castle's doors. As always, he takes a second to enjoy the magic of the Sanctuary embracing him, before he knocks on the door, and opens it. Mason already knew he was there, Harry knew that. "Come to the library." A voice calls out in his head, confirming his guess. Mason always knew when he was here, except for when Harry wore his cloak of invisibility. He knew there were old spells, undetectable spells, that gave Mason every little piece of information about the island, including what animals and plants there are, and who comes to visit him. Entering the library, Harry sees Mason leaning back on a recliner, like the old man he is, with his feet propped up on a small table, a book in his hands. Groaning, Harry asks, "You purposefully chose that book to read, didn't you?" Mason looks up from Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, the third of a fictional book series some soothsayer on Earth wrote about him, and says, "I have no idea what you are talking about. I'm just reading my favorite book ever." Harry shakes his head, and sitting down in front of Mason, he says, "I'll get straight to the point. I need your help." Mason snaps the book shut, his face turning serious, and as the book disappears from his hand, he asks, "What's wrong?" Harry rubs his face tiredly, and says, "Since Halloween, someone, or something, has been watching us. Watching Wanda and I live our lives, and most of the time watching our kids." Mason hums, and says, "I assume none of the methods you've tried have worked in keeping the voyeur out." Snorting at the term, Harry shakes his head and says, "It works. For a time. But then somehow, that being returns to watching us again, bypassing our spell sooner or later. Hell, even the reality stone only managed to delay whoever that is for just 21 days, before it returned." Mason blinks, shocked, and asks, "The reality stone's protections failed?" Harry nods, completely understanding why Mason was so shocked. Wanda had a connection with reality, a very deep connection. Her chaos magic allowed her to shape reality however she wished, and using the reality stone only strengthened her gifts, allowing her chaos to actually become reality, almost permanently. Thanks to that, Wanda's spells had a tendency to remain unbreakable unless you have something like the reality stone, another infinity stone, in your own possession. And the fact that the voyeur, as Mason put it, broke through those reality-empowered spells, in just 21 days, speaks about their power. Or their obsession with Harry and his family. Mason's face becomes a bit more serious, and leaning forward, he orders, "Walk me through the steps you took. Tell me everything that happened." And Harry does. It had begun on Halloween, a few months ago, as he had said. Wanda was out visiting Pietro on Genosha, so he could meet his nieces, and so the old dying Magneto could meet his great-granddaughters, while Harry was busy making sure the barriers around Avalon did not deteriorate thanks to the thin borders between the living and the dead realms. And then, he suddenly felt it, he felt an eye on him. Being the Grand Sorcerer, the Sorcerer Supreme for Avalon, he had detected the eyes on him as soon as they had seen him. But he could not tell where those eyes were looking at him from. Or when. He had tried talking to it, but the eyes had no voice, they did not answer him. He could, however, feel intense curiosity from the other side, curiosity about what he didn't know. But it did tell him, that the being watching him did not mean any harm. At least, not yet. But still, he had tried seeking it out. Using spells that he knew, and some he didn't know but had to dig out, Harry spent a few hours trying to track the eyes down, to confront the being watching him. But none of his methods worked. Then, Wanda came home, bringing Euphemia and Irina with her. And suddenly, the emotions in those eyes watching him changed. There was envy when they turned towards Wanda, love and a want, when they turned towards his daughters. And there was anger, when Wanda's eyes flashed red. Wanda was a witch, and a sorceress in her own might, had telepathy skills comparable to Mason's, and she was intimately familiar with the magic of the world. As soon as those eyes had turned towards her, Wanda had felt them, and immediately commanded reality to throw the being out, using just her chaos magic. It worked, giving the Potter family their privacy back. But then, a few days later, the eyes on them returned, and this time, Wanda's command on reality failed to banish them. The eyes had broken through, or circumvented all the spells that were geared towards protecting the family's privacy, and still, the being continued watching them. Spells, rituals, wards, and even runic spells, nothing managed to stop the being from watching them for more than a week. They couldn't even find the being, find how they were watching them, or why. One day, an angry, sleep-deprived Wanda brought out the reality stone, and used it to empower her command on reality. This time, it kept the being out for 3 weeks, before it returned, watching them with the same curiosity as before, as if taunting the couple. And so, a desperate Harry came here, to Mason. Begging for help. Needing it so they can sleep peacefully, without worrying about their children's safety. The being may not have done anything now, but there wasn't any guarantee that it won't do anything in the future. Maybe it was gathering information for an attack, or something on the Grand Sorcerer and his family. They didn't know. Mason listened to the tale attentively, and once Harry was done explaining, he said, "Hand me your cloak for a few days. I'll come by and see this being for myself, try and bring it out. Don't mention the cloak, or that I'm coming over to anyone, not even Wanda, and not even in the sanctity of your minds. Just tell her I'm working on something to help you." Harry is relieved, even if it wasn't over yet, and obediently takes the cloak of invisibility off of his shoulders, and hands it off to Mason. It might not work, Mason might fail too, but if there's a tiny bit of a chance that Mason succeeds, then Harry will take it. If not for him, then for Wanda. For Mia and Iryana. Watching Harry pop back home, I frowned in thought. This was worrying. Someone, or something, was keeping an eye on the Potter family for some reason, and not one of their methods worked on keeping the being out. It was strong, that much was sure, if it disregarded the Reality Stone's command to stay out of their lives. And right now, only one being comes to my mind. A being that has an unhealthy interest in the life of Wanda Maximoff, someone very much interested in Wanda's children, the children of the Scarlet Witch. But why would Thin be curious about Harry? I asked myself, musing the question over. Also, why hasn't he tried something against Wanda yet? Is he waiting for her something? Is it even Thin? I think I'll only find out once I sense those eyes myself. Seeking Selene out, I explain Harry and Wanda's problem to her, and after wearing the cloak of invisibility, I simply teleport to the Potter family's house. The first thing I do upon entering the house, undetectable and invisible to everyone else, is look for residual traces of magic. Unfortunately, all I find is magic used by Wanda and Harry, and no one else. Which was one more point towards this entity being Thin checking up on Wanda. For the next few days, I remain at the Potter house, waiting for the voyeur to strike again. I only went home for food, sleep, and cleaning up, and used the time watch to return back in time, so I don't leave the family alone for even a single second. Finally, on my 9th day of camping in the Potter house, I feel something incredible. There was a tremendous amount of dark magic being used, and all of it was focused towards Wanda. Which did confirm my suspicions that the being was looking at Wanda, and Harry was just there. As soon as I feel those eyes enter the house, I close my eyes and enter the astral plane. Even as Wanda and Harry wake up, startled awake by those eyes and guard the children, my invisible astral form flies around the house, trying to track exactly where the magic is coming from. But no matter how hard I looked, the being remained elusive, unseen to even I. Growing desperate, as I feel the being starting to retreat again, I bring a ring out of nowhere, the soul stone sitting on top of it, and focus, but not before entering into the mirror dimension. The mirror dimension, a collection of realms that work as the border between different energy dimensions, and in this case, the border between two universes. I grin, feeling the soul watching the family from somewhere afar. Somewhere not in this time. Somewhere not even in this universe. Clenching my fist, I focus on the soul sending its magic into this universe using some dark magic to achieve this feat, and pull. Immediately, the space in front of me cracks, and a soul comes barreling through the crack, only to get blasted a small distance behind me, crashing into the mirror dimension's ground. As the crack seals back up, I watch the soul slowly get up, and look around. The person looks at me, and then turns around to look into the mirrors of the mirror dimension, allowing us to look outside it. She, and it is a she, watches Wanda and Harry relax, since they stopped feeling her gaze on themselves as soon as I pulled her soul through her home universe, to my own. Seeing her watch Harry and Wanda return to their bed, after checking on the twins once more, I say, when Harry told me someone was intruding on their lives, not allowing them the peace to sleep properly. I didn't expect it to be you. Wanda. Wanda Maximoff. The Scarlet Witch. Turns towards me, and says, I would ask you how you know who I am, but I assume you somehow know my counterpart. Tell me, sorcerer. Who are you? I look at her, properly look at her, and frown. Her soul. It was so corrupt, so dark. She was worse than Selene, when Selene tried to take over Rome. This was Wanda? No, this is not my Wanda. No. This is not the Wanda I saved from Ultron. This is not the Wanda I protected from Tony's need to imprison her with false freedom. This is not the Wanda that learned how to control her powers, and learned sorcery, under Harry's guidance. This is not the Wanda who fell in love with Harry, married him, and had children with him. I look at the sorry state that she had allowed herself to become, and say, my name is Mason Aves. I am, as you put it, a sorcerer, and a wizard, and a mutant. I assume I don't exist in your universe. Or any other universe, really. My own dabbles into the multiverse had allowed me the privilege to know something. I was a singularity. A being similar to Wanda, but completely opposite. Most of the people in the multiverse are of the normal kind. Existing in some universes, not existing in some others, and existing as different people in a few universes. Like Loki. In some he prefers to be male, in some she's female. In some, Loki either dies at birth, or is never picked up by Odin, or is never even born. There are different versions, different variants of these people. But then come the special people. Someone extraordinary, someone more. There are two types of such beings of power, inside the multiverse. Singularities, and nexus beings. Nexus beings are those that exist in each and every universe inside the multiverse. Like Wanda Maximoff or Merlin and Morgana. Each and every universe out there has these beings, without exception. Every universe in the multiverse has a Merlin, that is actually named Merlin and not something else. Each universe has a Morgana. Each universe has a Wanda Maximoff who becomes the Scarlet Witch. It is an absolute point in the multiverse. There may be more, but I haven't encountered any as of yet. Singularities, on the other hand, are those that exist in only one universe. Their home universe. Like me. There may be other children of Morphin Gaunt and Marigold Aves, but not one of them is Mason Aves, and not one of them has my particular reborn soul. The only universe I exist in is this one. Mine. Wanda tilts her head, and I feel her telepathy try to enter my mind. Her magic may have been corrupted by Than, and therefore a lot stronger than Wanda Potter's, but I'm me. I've fought demons and gods for 2,000 years. Her frankly novice level of telepathy is no match for me. Smiling when I feel her anger, her telepathy failing to even find a mind, I ask, so, tell me, Wanda. What happened to you? What went so wrong in your life that you made the stupid decision of picking up the Darkhold? The corruption. I could feel it as clear as day. It was the magic of the Darkhold, Than's magic. It was empowering her, and even while she's just a soul here, I have no doubt that she's still a dangerous foe to fight. But I don't want to fight her. She's Wanda. Not my world's Wanda, but Wanda just the same. Unless she forces me to, I won't fight her. Wanda narrows her eyes at me, and says, I don't need to tell you anything, sorcerer. Shrugging, I say, you're still trapped here, a soul without a body. What does it hurt to tell me your story? Besides, I want to know why she was peeking into this universe, using the Darkhold of all things to help her. Multiverse is a dangerous thing. Traveling into other universes is dangerous on its own, and so is using what I assume is a precursor to dream walking. Than corrupts everything he touches, and repeated instances of using the Darkhold to traverse between two universes would allow Than to appear into both the universes simultaneously. It might allow him to absorb these two universes into his own dimension, and thereby increase his power. You think I'm trapped here? Wanda asks, amused. I can, and I will return to my body when I want to. As for my body, I assure you I am barely any weaker when I'm without my body. I shrug, and say, so then you won't mind telling me your tale then? If you're so sure about yourself. Wanda stays silent for a few seconds, as she glares at me, and says, I was curious. About what? I ask, not much surprised that she answered. Play on a strong person's ego, and they'll prove you right. About her. Wanda answers, turning to look at Wanda Potter once again. I was curious about her children, and about him. Her husband. That much, I knew. But why? Who is he? Who is Harry Potter? Is he your son? Chuckling a bit, I say, I was the godfather to Harry's father. So in a way, he is my grandson. What about them made you curious enough to force your way into this universe, Wanda? Wanda stays silent for a few more seconds, making me almost fear that she won't answer. But then she whispers, everything. What do you mean? I ask. Wanda looks at me, looking confused, and says, she's not the first of my counterparts I've been peeking on, nor is she the only one. But she's the only one of my counterparts not married to Vision. She's the only one who did not give birth to my children, Billy and Tommy. She's the only one in possession of an Infinity Stone. Wanda floats towards me, as her telepathy once more tries to force its way into my mind, and asks, why? What makes this one so special? Why is her husband alive, while all of us others lost our vision? Why are her children different gender, different minds, different energies? Why? Hey. This Wanda married Vision and had children with him? How the fuck did that even work? As far as I know, Vision does not have any equipment down there. Not that he was ever born in this universe, but I do remember him from the movies. Ah. Reality magic. Shaking my head, I say, to answer your questions one by one, this Wanda did not get her powers from the Mind Stone, not like yours did. And if you mean Vision, the vibranium body that Ultron made for himself, well, we never allowed him to be born. If my visions hold true, then he had the Mind Stone in his head, did he not? It is possible that the bond you two shared with the Mind Stone is what prompted you to fall in love with one another. So what? My love for Vision was just a product of us being connected through the Mind Stone. Wanda asks, her face showing barely restrained anger. I shrug, and say, fuck if I know. I don't know anything about your universe, you know. Which is a bit of a lie. I assume she's from a universe closely connected with the universe I remember watching as movies 2,100 years ago, in my previous life. And this Wanda is what Wanda Potter could have been if I hadn't interfered at all. Plus, I've been slowly reading her memories while talking with her, my words prompting her to think about specific memories that she practically handed off to me. As for your children, I assume the fact that this Wanda did not use her magic to give birth to the children helps a lot. And let's not forget, them having a different father also helped determine the gender, and their identities. Harry. I am to blame for that, I introduced them to one another, but they did the falling in love thing by themselves. Wanda glares at me, and then returns to watching Wanda and Harry Potter sleep, which... creepy, now that I think about it. Waving my hand, I shatter the mirror walls that Wanda was using to peek out, and transport the both of us to an island, but still inside the mirror dimension. This was where Thanos had won the fight against the Avengers, X-Men, and Wakanda. This is where I got dusted. It was abandoned now, but the American government had laid claim to it, like they usually do. Snarling, Wanda points her hands at me, and shoots off an energy blast at my face, colored red with tints of black. The energy blast speeds towards me, but as soon as it reaches my face, it splits up and flies off to my two sides, leaving me completely unharmed. My surroundings, however, explode as if two grenades had been thrown behind me. Raising an unimpressed eyebrow, I say, "You've done enough intruding in this universe. I have all I needed from you, so now I need you to pack it up, leave, and don't ever try to peek in here again." Wanda glares at me, and hissed, "You think after all I've done for my children that I will just leave? Your children? Wanda, they are not here. As you've seen repeatedly, this Wanda did not give birth to your sons, Billy and Tommy." I calmly say, not bothered by her anger in the least. Wanda smiles, and it did not make me feel good at all. It was the kind of smile I'd seen Wanda Potter give to Ultron, before she destroyed his heart. She says, "The girls are not Billy and Tommy. But they are still my children. They are still my daughters. And I will be their mother. I will give them the love that they deserve, love that they, weak Wanda, cannot give them. I will protect them from anything and everything that would come to harm them, and once I find my sons again, I will raise them all together." I immediately lose my smile, anger taking a hold of me. She wants to replace Wanda? She wants to take over as Euphemia and Iriona's mother? As Harry's wife? Staring at her, internally praying that she takes this chance, I say, "I will say this one last time. Stop trying to peek into this universe again once I send you back home, and I won't kill you where you stand. You cannot kill me. No sorcerer can." Wanda boasts, as her soul floats up and her chaos magic surrounds her. "Good thing I'm not just a sorcerer then." I stare at her, and say, "Well, I tried being nice. The next time we see each other, it will be in your universe, and I will most definitely be killing you. Until then, goodbye." Wanda looks at me, tilting her head in a confused manner, and asks, "What do you?" Unfortunately, she never gets to finish, as her soul freezes in place, surrounded by the dull yellow magic of the Soul Stone. A circular hole appears in the space behind her next, and pulls Wanda through before she can even start putting up a fight. And once again, I am left alone in the mirror dimension. If I had waited a single minute before throwing her out, Wanda would have succeeded in pulling her body through from the other side. She'd been trying it since the moment I brought her through, I knew that. Her soul being in one universe and her body in another allowed for the two universes to be temporarily connected, with Wanda's magic being the tether. And stupidly, since I used the Soul Stone to do it, she only had to widen the connection into a portal, thereby allowing her to travel between the universes freely. Thin's magic is really dangerous, and I almost proved it. And if she had successfully done it once, she would do it again. Sighing, I wait a few minutes, sensing for the portal I'd thrown Wanda's soul through, and the moment it completely closes, I return to the Potter home to give them the news. "So, this alternate Wanda won't be able to see me if you carve this runic spell on me?" Wanda asks, once I'm done. I nod, and rubbing my face, I say, "I should have realized it was someone dreamwalking, but it never even crossed my mind. It is disgustingly easy to prevent anyone from dreamwalking into you. Just tattoo any anti-possession spell, and you're done. She won't even be able to find this universe again. Since it was her connection to this Wanda that allowed her to enter this universe. Break that connection, and she will be completely unable to find this universe. Thin's magic or not. Dreamwalking." Harry mumbles, stressed. What could have possessed her to do that? I shrug and answer, losing her brother, being forced to kill her lover, then watching Thanos use the time stone to revive said lover only to kill him again, and then losing the two children she created with a fictional version of her lover, and then finally being forced to collapse said fictional reality would do that to a girl. What? I ask, when Harry and Wanda just stare at me. Harry gets up, and says, "I need a drink." As Harry walks away, Wanda hesitantly asks, "Will you kill her?" I look at Wanda, and softly say, "I know you sympathize with her, Wanda, and I do too." She's lost a lot. More than you, certainly. But the path she is on currently will only lead to destruction on a scale we can't even imagine. What do you mean? Wanda asks, frowning. I lean back, and say, you must have wondered why Harry reacted so badly with dreamwalking, and why you hadn't heard the term before. Wanda simply nods. So I explain, dreamwalking is a spell written inside the Darkhold. Very few people even know about the existence of that spell. In fact, I can count those people on one hand. The Sorcerer Supreme knows about it of course, and so does the Grand Sorcerer, Harry. This is so far hidden that not even Nicholas and Perrin Flamel know about it, and neither does Doctor Strange. I only learned about it because I'd taken it upon myself to keep destroying every copy of the Darkhold that I find. I'd gotten curious one time, and read the Darkhold when I found it next. Which, funnily enough, happened only in the 18th century, in the hands of a witch named Agatha Harkness. Hey, she's the one who Wanda, the other Wanda, took the Darkhold from. It had taken me 2 whole years, and a long ritual to get rid of the taint the Darkhold had left on me. What does the spell do? Other than allowing the alternate Wanda to watch us when we sleep? Wanda asks, when I pause in my explanation. Nodding, I say, the spell allows the user to send their soul out into the multiverse, and possess the body of their alternate selves. But the costs are very high. Once you use the Darkhold to possess your alternate self, you forge a connection between the 2 universes that cannot be broken. That connection strengthens over time, getting even stronger when the dream walking is repeated. And then it pulls the 2 universes together, into a collision course. Into an incursion. This wasn't written in the Darkhold, of course. Why would Than warn the users about the side effects and consequences of his spells? No. This was something Selene told me, and she had learned of it because she was once the Sorcerer Supreme. Being the Sorcerer Supreme, she had access to spells that allowed her to spectate on other universes, without risking an incursion. You didn't need an alternate self to exist in that universe to do it either. But in return, you cannot interfere while spectating. At all. You're just a spectator and nothing else. Even when I was peeking through the multiverse, I used those same spells, and so did Tilda. The 2 universes. Once the incursion happens, get destroyed. No one knows what happens to the destroyed universes, but there are theories that Than claims them as his own, and merges them with his dimension, thereby empowering him. I stare at Wanda, and gravely say, if that Wanda keeps at it, she'll continue feeding universe after universe to Than, and if he gets strong enough, he will return to every universe. And this time, I don't think anyone will be able to stop him. As much as I'm confident in my capabilities, fighting an empowered Elder God is not within the range of my powers. Least of all someone like Than. Wanda sighs, resigned. She says, I feel bad. She lost her Pietro, lost her husband, lost her children. Pausing, Wanda takes a few breaths, and says, but if there's no other choice. I nod, and pat her on the knee. She didn't need to finish. I know what's going through her mind. Harry returns then, a glass filled with fire whiskey in his hand, and asks, but how will you even go there? To her universe. I grin, and say, don't worry about that. I have multiple methods I can try. Until then, turn around and push your hair away, Wanda, so I can tattoo this on the back of your neck. A/N, again, just a one-shot. Anyone wants to continue it? Feel free. How would Mason go to the other universe? I did actually think on this, and have thought about a couple methods he can use, that agree with the rules we currently know about. 1. He asks Lady Death to drop him there. She's a cosmic entity, and he's her master as per the judgment of the Living Tribunal, read the previous chapter. 2. He uses the Soul Stone to feed infinite energy into a portal spell, while using the same stone to seek out Wanda's soul. It should leave him injured/tired for a while when he appears out into the other universe. Chapter 127, Goodbye. I was always a very keen reader, not much when it came to studies but everything else, sure. I used to read Nancy Drew, Famous 5, Secret 7 in school, and yet I friggin' loved detective novels. After that I discovered Sherlock Holmes, and yet, I discovered it after because my school library sort of assigned books to read. You couldn't choose books out of the library, if you can believe it. Then I saw the Harry Potter movies, and then I read Harry Potter. As you might know, my love for that particular series is still going strong. I'd even pre-ordered the book that shall not be named and read it, even if I hated it, and then threw it away. My love for reading has helped me through a lot of tough times. Quarrels within the family, studies not making sense, my social awkwardness, my anxiety issues, and later my depression during college days. And when actual fictional books weren't available to me, I turned towards fanfiction. Funnily enough, I discovered fanfiction completely by accident. I didn't have anything in 2012 through which I could learn about fanfiction. No Facebook account since my family didn't allow it, no friends who read fanfics, I didn't even know about any other social media at the time. No one told me about fanfics, I just found them. I don't remember what I was looking for, I think I was reading some theories or trivia or something about Dragon Ball Z, and a Google search accident must have showed me a fanfiction about Dragon Ball Z. I think it was about Bardock, the father of Goku, but it could have been Trunks for all I know now. From 2012 to 2015, I read solely DBZ fanfics. I was obsessed with them. And then, one day, I thought about looking for Harry Potter fanfics. I remember the first good fanfic that I actually loved. Really loved, and still read for nostalgia's sake. The World Without Me by Eternal Cosmos. If you haven't read it, I recommend it. It is fucking beautiful and makes you feel things. Anyway, the thing is, reading is something I've always loved, and I haven't missed a single day of reading at least some fanfic for the last 5 years or so. At least. And one day, I decided to write one myself. January 5, 2020. The day I uploaded my first fanfic on Harry Osborn. Black Spider is basically a copy of The Spider, 12 Steps to Omnipotence, and a Harry Osborn fanfic on web novel that I can't find anymore. So, yeah, it's bad. It was always bad and I'm sorry for every saying it was good. I basically introduced Harry Osborn as the SI character, had him do nothing but collect superpowers, and even had him create an AI like most SIFICs do. Yeah, there were many things wrong with that FIC, and being unoriginal is one of them. My second FIC, Harry Potter, the Angar, was similarly inspired by Cosboss's crossover stories on FFN, and while it wasn't as bad as my first FIC, it was still disappointing to many. Harry Potter and the Land of Ice and Fire and Harry Potter and the Chance at a New Life, by the way. Amazing stories, you'll love them. But I wrote then because it gave me a chance to distract myself from my own failures, from my depression. I got a chance to vent even if I wasn't actually venting. But of course, I got myself lost in the plot of those stories. By trying to copy those stories I mentioned above, I lost what my aim for the stories was. I knew that I was plagiarizing a lot of chapters from scripts of those particular movies, and only realized it after dropping the stories and returning to reading just how bad that shit was. I am really sorry about that. Apologies to the authors of those FICs, and I can only hope that they forgive those mistakes as a result of my stupidity. I then took a break, and went to web novel to read my heart away. Then, came the first story that actually made me somewhat popular. Legends of Baldur. I enjoyed writing it a lot. People loved reading it a lot. My Patreon got me my first donation of $5 for this FIC, even if the Patreon wasn't actually active then. And if I hadn't decided to put my MC in a triad, I think it would have gone for a lot more chapters than it did. Mason Aves the Wizard, the first version, came next. Again, I messed up and did not remember my past failures when I introduced Mason into a triad of himself, Doria, and Helena Ravenclaw, his own ghostly ancestor. Ancestor's sister really, but that really didn't make things better. Next was Celestial God, which, boy, did people love it. It also made me realize that I really enjoy writing about the past. Not the canon timeline, no. Like, way back in the past. I also almost had Theos also enter a triad with a pair of eternal sisters, so thank God I dodged that self-fired bullet. Alas, each and every one of these books had to be dropped for one reason or another. Writer's block, lost myself in a convoluted plot, wrote myself into a wall, etc. My writing had many issues, least of all my many distracting trains of thoughts, and my ability to piss people off. But still, people showed their love for my writing. Showed their love to my books. Even now, I get reviews for Legends of Baldur, or Harry Potter, the Angar. People still ask me, to this day, if I'm going to rewrite it. Love you guys for that. And finally, came my rewrite of Mason Aves the Wizard. This was something that gave me the most love. Harry Potter is a world which holds a special place in all our hearts, and so, my original MATW story had a special place in mine. Mason Aves was someone I really wanted to finish the story of. Fix it, even when I dropped it way back when, I knew I was going to come back to it someday. I knew I was going to take Mason Aves, and rewrite the shit out of his life. I had hoped that I would finish his story properly. I'd hoped I wouldn't take too long with the pre-canon timeline. But well, my past arc just kept on going, and kept on giving me new ideas. All my fault, really. As I said, I get distracted. But even through my distractions, people fucking loved it. You loved it. And I loved writing it all. Really, 3K followers on FFN for this one story alone. 2.6 million views and 6.7K hits on web novel. 615 watchers on Sufficient Velocity, and 470 on space battles. Fucking love all of you. And I disappointed all of you when I decided to stop writing more. You all showered me with love, and even helped me with advice when I found myself slipping. Words won't be able to express how sad I myself am at not getting to finish this story. For once, I wanted to finish a story without needing a summary chapter to finish it off. Alas, real life catches up. Always. And it did. It caught up with me. A need to look out for my future has arisen, after over 2 years of doing fuck all at home. I helped with our business, sure, but it wasn't enough. Not for me. I need a proper job. I need something that's not at all frowned upon, like using Patreon to promote, and earn money off of fanfics. And so, I've taken my first steps towards it. I can't get a job directly by giving interviews now, not those I'd like anyway. My 2-year break, and my delayed master's degree, thank you university for messing things up, has made sure of that. So, I've been preparing for a job-oriented diploma course since the last few months. I've been studying for the entrance exams for these months, which is why my last 15 to 20 chapters might have seemed a bit worse than those before. And now that I've given the entrance exam, scoring a pretty good rank even, I'm currently in the process of taking the admissions for that diploma. Which means, for the next 7 months I will be completely busy. Like, I'll probably be returning to depression kind of busy. Minimum 10 hours of studies every day, barely sleeping, little to no free time. The diploma will basically cram everything about front and back end developing in my brain in 6 months, or try to do so. What I take in will decide how good of a job I get. That's it with the background, about why I'm leaving. Now comes the good part. I've loved this, loved every moment that I spent on my phone, tapping away on Google Docs, writing chapters. Even the time I spent writing just story ideas, short summaries for some other ideas, and just venting, is something I've cherished. And you guys? You have been with me all this time. You guys understood when I needed to take a break, or take it slow. You guys reassured me when I was depressed, when I was stuck. Your words helped me stay calm when my grandma died. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. If it wasn't for you, my readers, my supporters, I probably would have given up on life 2 years ago. And I'm not even exaggerating. Every good comment, every review, every PM helped me with my own self-confidence issues. Sure, some comments were bad, but my anger at them just helped build my confidence tbh. Thank you. Thank you for staying with me through all these times, both good and bad. Thank you for reading what I wrote, even if it was shitty at times. Just. Thank you. I love each and every one of you even if I don't know all of your names. Special thanks to Avid Reader 2425, who I tossed around ideas with, who just took time off of their schedules to sometimes just talk with me. Love you mate. And now, time comes for the goodbye. And this is a goodbye. I don't know when I'll return to writing again, but if I do, it won't be through Patreon. The next time I write anything it'll be for free. Or for a book that I'm actually going to sell, but you won't be paying for half-finished work. I truly enjoyed writing, and the research I did when writing. But the time has come for me to hang my pen, or delete my Google Docs app, lol. I don't know what else to say. Sorry about that, I'm not good at this. I'll miss writing. I'll miss staying up till AM to write chapters too. I'll miss figuring out Mason's character, making his life difficult, having him face challenges in a monster of the week type story. I'll miss Mason Aves. I'll miss being HelloDarkness07. So this is it. This is my goodbye. A bit shitty, but yeah I'm really bad at this. Ironic, considering I'm a writer. My Patreon account will be deleted on August 31st, 2022, but my public profiles will remain standing. Fanfiction, space battles, sufficient velocity, and web novel for those who don't know. My stories will be available for all to read, and hopefully be archived someday. My profiles will be marked as stopped writing / inactive, and if I return, and you're still following me at that time, you'll probably get a notification. Thank you for everything. Sorry for leaving. Signing off. HelloDarkness07. Or as my name is. Chinmay. Goodbye.